Chapter 541 Entrustment. In the Chao family mansion in Chenglu, Yanzhou, Xi Jicai lay on his sickbed. He was not in his usual residence, or rather, he did not want a residence. He could clearly feel his life slipping away, and he had no more than 3 months to live. Cough, cough, cough. Xi Jicai coughed a few times with difficulty, and Chao Chao, who had been anxious, rushed in upon hearing this. Is Jicai feeling any better? Chao Chao asked with some hope, looking at Xi Jicai, whose face was pale, his expression somewhat desolate, and whose hand holding the handkerchief was trembling slightly. He desperately wanted Xi Jicai to recover. My lord, let Zonda in. I have something to tell him. Xi Jicai waved his hand. He knew his fate. If Huatuo hadn't been there, he would have died. Perhaps if he could invite Huatuo now, he could live for another 10 years, but could he? Huatuo never left Mount Tai. He was always protected. With the prescription for eradicating typhoid fever being vigorously promoted in Qingzhou, Huatuo had already been enshrined in a shrine. CK! Chao Chao shouted angrily as he saw Xi Jicai about to deal with military affairs again. Sun Yu and Xi Jicai were the strategists who truly relied on him during his most difficult times, and their help to Chao Chao was extremely significant. My lord, there are some things that must be done. You should enter Guangzhou. This is our last chance. Wang Ruo and Yuan Shang have laid everything out. The rest is up to you. Don't linger here any longer. Because of my illness, the mission to defend the emperor has been delayed for a long time. If Yuan and Lu succeed in destroying Lu, we will have no more chances. Xi Jicai gasped. His breathing had become much more difficult, and he could feel the heavy pull with each breath. Chao Chao's eyes were slightly red, but he stubbornly refused to shed any tears. I'm going out. You get some rest. Chao Chao told Xi Jicai to lie down and then covered him with a blanket. He silently left, and as he closed the door, he had a feeling that he might never see Xi Jicai again. Soon Chongyu walked in. Xi Jicai opened his eyes but didn't sit up. Zond, how's the arrangement going? I've made all the arrangements as you instructed. I'll wait for the right moment. Chongyu lowered his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Can Gangtai persuade him? Xi Jicai asked. The message from Ziyuan has not been answered by Gangtai. We went too far in Shuzhou back then. Gangtai admires our lord's spirit and bravery, but Ziyuan gave us some information that Gangtai probably wants to defect to Liu Bei. Chongyu sighed and said, It's a pity about Chonggang. He was once an important minister under Chao Chao, but unfortunately, he and Chao Chao were not compatible and eventually parted ways. Tell Cheng Gangtai that Li Wenru is indeed Li Ru, and Jiao Wenha is Dang Zhongmin's chief secretary. Lu Bu will surely die if he goes there. Xi Jicai said calmly. What? How is this possible? Chongyu was shocked, then his face lit up with joy. How? Liu Bei is a member of the Han imperial family, yet he has actually recruited a traitor like Li Ru who killed the young emperor. If we publicize this, it will surely have a miraculous effect. Don't even think about it. There's no evidence, and whether Li Wenru killed the young emperor is still up in the air. More importantly, Li Wenru is now a friend of Kai Boji and Kai Zhouji's uncle. Only Kai Zhouji can expose this. No one else can do anything about it. As for rumors, they are hard to refute. We can only give this information to Gangtai and let him judge for himself, Xi Jicai said with his eyes closed. What a pity! Chongyu also understood that it would be difficult to attack Li Yu. After all, Li Yu had 2 identities. One was a friend of Cheng Xi, and the other was a friend of Kai Boji and the uncle of Kai Zhouji. These 2 identities were enough to wash away too much trouble. My days are numbered. From now on, the Lord's ambition will depend on you. Before that, I will pave all the way for you. Xi Jizai said with a pale face. Now, Liu Bei and Yuan Shao are both powerful figures. In the Central Plains and the North, there are 4 grain-producing areas and 3 horse-producing areas. It is certain that whichever of them wins will gain an advantage that is hard for us to match. If Sili, Yongyang, Hangzhong, and Yizhou were to be united, they could only try to protect themselves. Hopefully, Liu Biao or Sun Bofo could rise up and control the southeast. In that case, they could use the natural barrier of the Yangtze River, and we could use the power of the mountains and rivers to fight for the world. Xi Jizai said with a wry smile. In fact, he knew very well that Jizhou, Qingzhou, Yanzhou, and Shuzhou were the most populous provinces in the Central Plains. Chong Yu lowered his head, feeling immense pressure as well. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Bei had grown into a behemoth. Bring Wenruo, Gangda, and Xiubua here, Xi Jizai said, seeing Chong Yu's sighing expression. Chong Yu nodded and quickly summoned Sun Yu, and Fan Qing. The 4 looked at each other in silence until Xi Jizai finally spoke. Wenruo, Gongda, Xiubua, the 3 of you under our Lord's command are the ones I can't understand the most. None of you have done your best. Although I don't know the reasons for each of you, I hope that after my death you can do your best to assist our Lord, instead of not doing your best as you are now. Gongda, I apologize to you on behalf of our Lord for what happened in Shuzhou. Xi Jizai barely sat up and bowed deeply to Sun Yu, who nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would definitely do his best in the future. Uncle Xiu, to be honest, I find it hard to believe that the Fan family can really command you. The Fan family has neither the endless stream of geniuses like the Sun family, nor the terrifying foundation of the older generation. How could they possibly command you? Xi Jizai asked Fan Qing with icy eyes. No one ordered me to come. I came on my own. As for your suspicions, I can only apologize, Fan Qing said with a flippant expression. That's good. Xi Jizai nodded and said, please bear with me after I die. Gongda, Xiubua, you 2 go out first. I think Wenruo probably has something to say to me. As people approach death, they become more open-minded about many things. After giving his explanation and receiving a satisfactory answer, Xi Jizai sent Sun Yu and Fan Qing out. After Sun Yu and Fan Qing left, only Xi Jizai and Sun Yu remained in the room. Xi Jizai looked at Sun Yu and said, Wenruo, we've known each other for 20 years now. Yes, it's been over 20 years. Sun Yu nodded. Who should succeed me after I die? Xi Jizai asked. And Wenruo, you should do your best. Gongda will succeed you as chief strategist. It's a pity Feng Shao passed away, otherwise, he would have been the best candidate to inherit your position. Sun Yu sighed as he looked at Shizake, whose puzzle had been partially broken due to an accident. I will use a mental talent later, and then it's up to you. If I'm not mistaken, your mental talent can do it, right? Xi Jizai asked. He had never been able to grasp Sun Yu's true strength. After all, he had only recently discovered that he could not fully unleash Sun Yu's mental talent. Chapter 542, Xi Jizai's Fate. What Cheng Zichuan can do, I can do too. However, unlike his ease, my coordination not only empowers the civil and military officials, but also allows me to draw upon the spiritual strength of the civil and military officials under our Lord's command. I can directly change the course of events, Sun Yu nodded and said. It probably consumes your lifespan, right? Compared to Cheng Zichuan's cheating-like method, yours probably consumes your lifespan too, Xi Jizai said with a wry smile. It's not necessary in the short term, but if it's a change of regime like Cheng Zichuan's, the civil and military officials under his command will face enormous problems, Sun Yu sighed. Although the morale of the civil and military officials far exceeds that of the common people, and even more so their scattered morale, the ratio of officials to civilians is close to 8,000. If Sun Yu were to truly deplete the spiritual energy of his civil and military officials, it wouldn't be a problem in the short term, but if it were a continuous drain, his military and political affairs would definitely fall into chaos. After all, excessive spiritual energy depletion would cause drowsiness, and large-scale extraction would also lead to a state of slumber, since not everyone possesses the recovery speed of Chengxi. Wenruo, after I die, I'll be counting on you. I know you still have other cards to play. You planted a pawn in Yuan Benchu's camp. If I remember correctly, that Dong Gongren was your doing, right? Xi Jizai's breathing became increasingly heavy. After a long silence, Sun Yu spoke up. Yes, Dong Gongren, who was with Yuan Shao, was planted by me. After Yuan Shao's defeat, we can use him to absorb Yuan Shao's strength. His wisdom and strategy are no less than Zongde's. He's a double agent, even a triple agent, you know that, right? Xi Jizai lay down, closed his eyes, and tried his best to make himself more comfortable. Yes, I know he's also a spy for Yuan Shao. He doesn't have much of a clear sense of loyalty. He only attaches himself to the strong. Sun Yu nodded and said, but as for being a triple agent, I haven't gotten any information about him or Lu Bei. I don't know who he's still working for. But I can guarantee he has another client, and it's up to you to find out who it is, Xi Jizai said, slightly opening his eyes. Sun Yu was taken aback by the certainty in his expression, but ultimately chose to trust Xi Jizai and nodded silently. All right, leave the rest to me. Sun Yu nodded and said, I will definitely find out who is behind Dong Gongren. Well, then I'll do one last thing. Xi Jizai silently stretched his hand out from under the blanket, then spread his fingers, gazing wistfully at the ceiling. Chelmengde's ambitions had only just begun. Yet he was about to leave. Jizai, Sun Yu said with a hint of sadness in his eyes. As one of the few people who could become his friend, although the two of them would occasionally have disagreements due to their different ways of thinking, there were only a handful of people in the world who could be considered Sun Yu's close friends and who could truly reach Sun Yu's heart. Why bother with such sentimental talk? Everyone dies eventually, and I want to see how I perform at my best, Xi Jizai said with a hearty laugh, but his arrogant smile couldn't hide a hint of desolation. Where are the maids? Sun Yu roared. The maids waiting outside the door quickly came in and helped Xi Jizai up. Soon, Xi Jizai's door was pushed open. Then Chao Chao, Chong Yu, and their entourage all walked in. CK. Chao Chao looked at Shizai, who was being helped up by a maid, and didn't know what to say. His thin figure and pale face told Chao Chao one thing. Shizai, his most trusted strategist, was about to die. My lord. After being helped out of the house, Xi Jizai gazed at the high sky and white clouds, a scene of crisp autumn air. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he struggled to push away the maid who was supporting him. Turning to Chao Chao, he bowed deeply. Jizai's days are numbered. May I ask you for a favor here? CK. Chao Chao could no longer hold back, and tears welled up in his eyes. Not to mention one thing, I will grant Jizai's request for everything. My lord, please remember what Chongangtai said about the 9 virtues of a lord. The Shuzhou incident can only happen once, not twice. I can only help you to this extent. Wenruo has extraordinary talent. If you are not able to do it, please ask Wenruo. There are not many things in the world that can stump Wenruo. Xi Jizai said with a bitter smile. Only they themselves knew how tragic the defeat at Shuzhou was. Nearly 100,000 veterans, who did not hesitate to abandon the foundation they had built in Nanyang, were defeated in one battle, and were defeated in a confused and bewildered way. Chao Chao remained silent. If Chao Chao had any taboos at the moment, Shuzhou would definitely be one of them, and now Xi Jizai had brought it up without any mercy in front of everyone. I agree. I, Chalmunda, hereby swear that I will abide by the 9 virtues of a lord as spoken of by Chongongtai that day, and the massacre of cities will never be repeated in the Central Plains. The oppressive silence in the courtyard finally returned to normal after Chalmunda's words. Now I can rest assured. Xi Jizai's face regained some color, and he became much more invigorated. This is the best news I've heard since the beginning of the year. My lord, Jizai is gone. With Xi Jizai's low shout, everyone present suddenly felt a sense of oppression. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the entire celestial phenomenon began to change wildly. Even the dark clouds in the sky rolled up into streaks of thunder, and the entire celestial phenomenon became violent at this moment. Go back to the source. Xi Jizai roared, his eyes bloodshot, his clenched gums bleeding slightly, and the massive surge of his spiritual energy forced Cao Cao and the others back several steps. How can things not turn out this way? Sun Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light. For the first time, Cao Cao, who was standing to the side, felt a heavy pressure from the gentle and refined Sun Yu. He saw that Sun Yu's body was emanating an extremely large spiritual energy, and his robes were filled with air as if they were being blown by the wind. As a result, all the civil and military officials under Cao Cao felt their spiritual energy draining away at an uncontrollable rate. Sigh. Sun Yu sighed and unleashed his spiritual talent to completely envelop Xi Zike. Then, a spiritual force that had been ignored by others pierced through Chengxi's defenses before the layer of free spiritual force outside Chengxi's spiritual talent could react. Huffed. Xi Jizai spat out a mouthful of dark red blood, but his eyes revealed an amazing light, and he instantly recovered to his peak as if he had a final burst of energy before death. It's done. The moment the sky returned to normal, Xi Jizai slumped to the side, but his relieved smile brought joy to Chongyu and the other civil and military officials who knew the truth. Ignoring his disheveled state, Sun Yu rushed towards Xi Jizai and caught him as he fell to the ground. I did it, the rest is up to you. Xi Jizai gently patted Sun Yu's hand. Then his hand slipped down and could no longer be raised. Chapter 543 Chalmunda's Ambition. In the autumn of that year, in the intercalary 8th month, Xi Jizai died. Cao Cao personally held a funeral. Afterwards, Cao Cao issued a proclamation to the world acknowledging everything he had done in Shuzhou. The world was filled with condemnation, and there were countless people criticizing him. However, the other warlords found it difficult to take this opportunity to attack Cao Cao. Sima Yi followed Hu Zhao through the frost and snow, traversing the various Xianbei tribes beyond the Great Wall. Later, when they returned to the Central Plains to choose a wise ruler to assist, that proclamation was delivered to Sima Yi and Hu Zhao. This Chalmunda is quite a hero, Sima Yi said with a sneer. Won't you come with me to take a look, teacher? I'll go see Liu Bei. Maybe I'll gain some new insights, Hu Xiao said, shaking his head. He was very interested in Liu Bei's system, and more importantly, Liu Bei did not collapse as he had predicted due to the popularization of education. Then, teacher, we shall take our leave. Sima Yi bowed deeply to Hu Zhao. He knew he could not integrate into Liu Bei's ranks, and he would not waste his time. In Sima Yi's eyes, Cao Cao, who was willing to take responsibility and was not pedantic, was very suitable. Chongong looked at the 2 intelligence reports in his hand and silently burned Zhang Hong's report that Li Yu was Li Ru. However, he secretly made a judgment in his heart. Just as Xi Jizai had estimated before his death, Chonggong's brain, which was no less than that of a top strategist, made its own assessment of the information the moment it was received, and he could indeed accept the guess. As a result, Chonggong had no choice but to abandon Liu Bei's side. After all, Liu Bu's importance to Chonggong was self-evident. In his view, Liu Bu was just trying to gain his position, but the way he did it was in a rather silly and endearing way. The 9 Virtues of the Princess. Cheng Gang silently put away the entire proclamation. If Cao Cao's proclamation, which confessed the matter of Xuzhou, had drawn criticism from the public, then Cao Cao's subsequent oath to be condemned by both gods and men for the 9 virtues of the princess would force the scholars and officials of the world to think carefully. The Han people are always forgiving. Those people from Xuzhou who killed Cao Cao cannot be brought back to life. And if Cao Cao truly lived up to his words, it might not be a bad thing. The 9 virtues of a warlord represent the highest virtues a lord could possess. If Cao Cao could embody them, it would be a good thing for the world. The emergence of such a capable minister amidst the collapse of the Han dynasty would also be a good thing. Looking at the rolls of letters, or rather, intelligence reports, laid out on his desk, Cao Cao realized one thing. The renowned scholars of the land didn't care about past events. They only cared whether Cao Cao had kept his oath. Since Cao Cao had issued a proclamation admitting his mistakes, they wouldn't pursue the matter further, given his assurance. My lord. Sun Yu, dressed in white, bowed to Cao Cao. Wenruo, what did you and Zisai do on the day Zisai died? Cao Cao asked. Ji Kai copied Cheng Zichuan's spiritual talent, although it wasn't complete. He still used it, Sun Yu said succinctly. Was it worth it? Cao Cao seemed to be asking Sun Yu, or perhaps himself, as Xi Jizai departed. Cheng Zichuan's talent greatly enhances the celestial phenomena, while my spiritual talent, although it can also alter the celestial phenomena, consumes too much energy. So Jizai took a gamble before he died, and fortunately, he succeeded, Sun Yu said with emotion. Xi Jizai was gambling. Even if he could replicate Cheng Xi's incomplete talent, he would die after activating it. In that case, the spiritual talent might disappear before Sun Yu could inherit it. With so many possibilities, Xi Jizai still took the gamble. Fortunately, just as he had predicted, Cheng Xi's spiritual talent, while protected by the external free spiritual energy, also prevented the spiritual talent from dissipating. Sun Yu didn't mention that Xi Jizai's copied spiritual talent was incomplete. Before enough free spiritual power could be formed, he could only maintain it by investing a massive amount of his own spiritual power. However, it was all worthwhile. It was estimated that the spiritual talent would stabilize completely after a period of time. Then, his large-scale world-changing abilities would be much easier to unleash in the future. Alas, it is still incomplete after all. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to intervene at all, and the situation under my rule would naturally stabilize, Sun Yu said with a sigh. Jizai, Cao Cao murmured to himself. Please, my lord, pull yourself together. I'm sure Zikai never wanted to see you in this situation, Sun Yu said, bowing his head to comfort him. Xi Jikai's death was a heavy blow to him as well, but compared to Cao Cao, Sun Yu's heart was rarely swayed by others. Wenruo, let's prepare to enter the pass. Cao Cao took a deep breath, suppressed his chaotic thoughts, and looked at Sun Yu with a firm gaze. The dead are gone, but the living must move forward. Jizai, I will show you the moment when my hegemony is achieved. General of the Western Expedition of Han, I will conquer the Northwest. I will fight against the Xianbei. I will sweep away the Western regions, not for the Han dynasty, but for the glory in my heart. I will make future generations remember you, not for anything else, but because you chose me. The moment Cao Cao stood up, Sun Yu clearly sensed a change in him. Sun Yu couldn't quite grasp what the change was, but he was quite pleased that Cao Cao had made up his mind to advance westward. Wenruo, this time you will still be in charge of Chenglu, and I will personally go to Guangzhou. Cao Cao made up his mind. Cao Cao, who had burst forth in adversity, had amazing charm, which made Sun Yu very satisfied. Yes. Sun Yu nodded. He had already planned everything. The rest was up to the people entering the pass to perform. After the defeat in Xuzhou, Sun Yu had some doubts about Cao Cao's combat ability. However, seeing Cao Cao's resolute expression, he decided to take another gamble. A few days later, on the same day that Gao Shan encountered the vanguard, Cao Cao led a small number of infantrymen, with Sun Yu as his strategist, toward Changnan. Perhaps to most people in the world, this was a journey to their death, but in Cao Cao's eyes, Xi Jicai was still planning for him at the moment of his death, so what right did he have to say give up? Guanzong, here I come. Holding the reins, Cao Cao gazed towards Changnan, his heart brimming with pride, and he couldn't help but shout. Sun Yu, Chong Yu, and the others also had a burning desire in their eyes. The success or failure of the Cao family's foundation depended on this one move. If they didn't win, they would die. Cao Cao, riding his steed Jun, stood at the west gate of Chenglu City, turning his gaze eastward with a strange expression. Lu Bu, I will return, and this time I will personally defeat you and subdue you. My magnanimity is enough for you to roam freely. Cheng Gaotai, wait. When we meet again, I will surely make you submit. Let's go. Cao Cao roared, and then took the lead, galloping towards Changnan. Chapter 544 Chopping Melons and Cutting Vegetables. When Cao Cao set out on his campaign, the battle between Hao Man and Yan Liang had already begun. Compared to Hou Chong and Wei Su, who were considered mediocre among the 8 generals, Hao Man, as a fierce general under Lu Bu, was not just a boast. Especially when Hao Man was fighting desperately. With the cooperation of his personal guards, he mobilized the clouds and desperately suppressed Yan Liang's fighting power. By launching a desperate counterattack, he managed to barely slow down Yan Liang's charge. Charge! Hao Man threw away his lance and charged at Yan Liang with his saber, roaring wildly. Unlike Hou Chong and Wei Su, who were intimidated by Yan Liang's frenzied fighting power, Hao Man understood that if Yan Liang cut off his banner, he would definitely die. But fighting Yan Liang would give him a chance to survive. After Yan Liang knocked away Hao Man's personal guards with his heavy spear, the spear's gleam ripped through Hao Man's armor, and the remaining energy left bloodstains on Hao Man's chest. Kill! 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 Hao Man slashed at Yan Liang like a madman, her eyes bloodshot. If she didn't fight desperately, she would die. If she fought desperately, she would have a sliver of hope. Surrender! Yan Liang shattered Hao Man's saber in two with a single spear thrust, and the remaining force smashed the brains of Hao Man's Fergana horse, causing Hao Man to tumble off the horse. However, in the instant he fell, Hao Man stretched out his long arms and pulled one of Yan Liang's guards off the horse, then struggled to climb onto another horse. Surrender, Hao Man. For the sake of you being a man, I will recommend you to my lord, Lord Yuan, as long as you surrender. Yan Liang said, looking directly at Hao Man. The opponent's strength was quite weak to him, but his will to fight to the death in adversity made him look at Hao Man with higher regard. Hao Man stared at Yan Liang with bloodshot eyes. Yan Liang's shocking roar could be clearly heard across most of the battlefield. The Binshou wolf riders couldn't help but turn their heads to look in Hao Man's direction. At this moment, Hao Man's choice would determine the fate of this group. Hao Man was tempted. Better to live a wretched life than die a glorious death. He had never defined himself as a hero who would rather die than surrender. He had always lived to live a better life, and now was the perfect opportunity. However, just as he was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of a large flag out of the corner of his left eye. We men of Binzhou would rather die standing than live on our knees. Hao Man roared, brandishing his broken sword as he charged toward Yan Liang. That mournful roar ignited the previously low morale of the Binzhou wolf cavalry. You're courting death! Yan Liang roared in fury. He had kindly given Hao Man a chance, but Hao Man had spoken so rudely. Enraged, he lunged at Hao Man. With a loud thud, Yan Liang, who was riding his horse, staggered back several steps. He looked up and stared solemnly at the general in front of him, who was dressed in soldier's armor. He felt a pressure from the man that was no less than that from Lu Bu. Break through to the west. The trapped camp will break through Zhu defenses within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. You lead your troops out to wipe out those rebels. Gao Shang said to Hao Man, standing in the air and turning his head to the side. Yes, Hao Man said, his hair standing on end. Sure enough, if he had surrendered earlier, his head would be on the ground by now. At this moment, Hao Man was as humble as Qiao Xing. Yan Liang from Hebei. Yan Liang said, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. A fool's courage. After Hao Man was completely safe, Gao Shang, standing in the air atop the clouds, glanced at Yan Liang and said with a cold laugh. Then he flew away. A gust of wind blew by, and Yan Liang finally realized that his opponent had flown away. His opponent had simply flown away like that. A master who could fly amidst clouds had given him a disdainful look and then vanished. You little thief, you're asking for death. Yan Liang, relying on his limited brain capacity, realized he had been tricked, and roared angrily to the sky with bloodshot eyes. Gao Shang flew out of the battlefield expressionlessly. He was fortunate that the clouds were thin. Otherwise, even with the military spirit in his body, Gao Shang wouldn't have been able to fly out. All troops, charge! Break through their lines! Gao Shang roared. The 800 elite troops split into two groups. One charged towards Zhu Yi's direction, and the other charged directly towards the enemy's formation. Boom, boom, boom. A series of frantic explosions rang out as the entrenched troops charging into Yan Liang's army formation ripped a gaping hole in the enemy lines, then cut a bloody path through the enemy like slicing melons and vegetables. Meanwhile, the vanguard had already encountered the first wave of soldiers head-on. Both sides were using crossbows as their primary weapon. However, after a series of explosions, the vanguard walked over the corpses of the first wave of soldiers unharmed. Then, this wave of vanguard soldiers, wearing silver armor, withstood the counterattack of the first wave and directly charged to the front of the enemy. Then, under the horrified eyes of the enemy, they calmly killed them. Kill! Seeing that the Hebei army had reacted and turned to charge back, the squad leaders of the vanguard raised their broadswords and slashed at the enemy charging towards them. A dozen silvery white streaks flashed, clearing a large area in front of the vanguard. The vanguard continued to charge forward, and the wolf riders surrounded in the middle saw this banner and their morale soared. Compared to Gao Shang's easy victory, the vanguard had encountered a real opponent. Zhu Yi personally led the vanguard death squad into a head-on clash with the vanguard, but the difference between the vanguard and ordinary troops was not significant. Whose men are these? Zhu Yi, his eyes icy, led his men forward, no longer caring about coordinating with the Hebei army. If Zhu Yi hadn't glanced at it unintentionally earlier, he probably wouldn't have noticed that a unit was slaughtering his most elite vanguard soldiers. The scene was like an adult beating a child. The vanguard death squad's fighting style was all about charging into battle with a large shield, then slashing to death with a single blow. When they shot arrows at the enemy didn't dodge at all. They simply took the crossbow bolts and arrows directly, then pierced through the vanguard with a single arrow. When Zhu Yi saw this, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. How could they do such a thing? His vanguard was being bullied to death. Zhu Yi was furious and immediately activated his military spirit, leading his personal guards to charge over. Military spirit. Gao Shang's adjutant, Li Ren, said with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Since the Flying Bear army, he had never destroyed any unit with a military spirit. The vanguard army could only grow rapidly by destroying powerful enemies. Kill! Zhu Yi's vanguard was now completely enveloped in blood energy. The large number of killings in the past had greatly strengthened the blood energy, killing intent, and baleful aura they had accumulated. Without any orders, all the members of the first rank of the vanguard simultaneously drew their swords and slashed at the blood mist formed by the vanguard. A flash of silver light appeared, and a small piece of the blood mist formed by the vanguard was directly cut off. However, this time, there were no casualties among the vanguard. "You're courting death," Ju-yi sneered. The next moment, all the killing intent on the battlefield converged into the vanguard's formation. Blood arrows formed from the killing intent condensed directly in the sky, and the weapons of all the vanguard soldiers were tinged with blood. "Not bad, not weaker than the Flying Bear army we wiped out back then," Li Ren said with a sneer. "It's a pity that with this kind of strength, the Flying Bear army had already been wiped out. And compared to a few years ago, the current vanguard army is even stronger." Chapter 545 Death or No Life. The first wave of arrows rained down on the enemy formation like a tidal wave, while the vanguard calmly watched the onslaught, his indifferent and serene demeanor mirroring that of Gao Shen. "We are determined to be the first to charge, even at the cost of our lives." Li Ren roared and swung his sword towards the direction of the vanguard. The other members of the vanguard also shouted and slashed at the opposite side. A silvery white light surged past and directly pierced through Ju-yi's proud blood arrow. "Charge and wipe them out," Li Ren roared, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the previous momentum. He carried his large shield and charged forward against the crossbows. Then all the soldiers wielded their swords, which were infused with internal energy, and danced wildly, with the momentum of tigers among sheep. The archers are firing in rapid succession. Although Ju-yi was shocked by the fighting power of the vanguard, his mental fortitude, honed over the years, remained. Upon discovering the opponent's formidable strength, he immediately banded together to force them back and then used the vanguard's most proficient attack methods to defeat them. To deal with the arrows of the vanguard, the soldiers would tilt their large shields, quickly roll and leap into the vanguard's ranks, and then unleash a flurry of slashes, cutting down those vanguards who didn't have time to change weapons. Not good. Ju-yi saw that the enemy troops could launch the best counterattack with almost no command, relying solely on their experience, and knew that something was wrong. Moreover, it seemed that these people could use anything as a weapon. Whether it was crossbows, spears, bows and arrows, large shields, armor, or shields, these people could unleash a combat power that surprised Ju-yi, as if these things were born to be their weapons. Abandon bows and arrows, attack in groups of 5. The successive falls of the vanguard made Ju-yi realize that in terms of the quality of the soldiers on both sides, his vanguard was no match for the enemy. The crossbow fire had negligible effect on the enemy. They could even grab his own arrows and fire them back, an astonishing feat that made Ju-yi suspicious. Were the enemy units entirely composed of mid-level officers at the centurion or church level? Ju-yi's mobilization quickly took effect. With the team's cooperation, the 5-man vanguard quickly stabilized the battle line. However, Ju-yi clearly noticed that his soldiers seemed to have difficulty killing the enemy, while the enemy's attacks could easily severely injure the vanguard. What on earth is going on? Ju-yi stared at the vanguard with bloodshot eyes. He could understand being defeated by the cloud of tens of thousands of troops, but the current situation completely overturned his understanding of elite troops. Unless the vanguard's attack hits the enemy's vital points, it is almost impossible to cause any damage. Ju-yi stared intently at his elite troops as the blade slashed fiercely at the neck of the soldier in the vanguard. He clearly saw the blow hit, but the soldier didn't seem to have suffered a fatal wound. The blade had only penetrated 0.3 of an inch into his neck. However, such an injury would still be fatal for a human. Despite such a fatal injury, the opponent still ferociously killed Xian Din, then pulled out the blade and swung his twin swords at the other side. How is this possible? Ju-yi said in disbelief. In fact, it wasn't just Ju-yi who was speechless. The vanguard was now trembling with fear. The ferocity of their opponents had completely surpassed human imagination. The 5-man vanguard units were nearly on the verge of collapse under the enemy's relentless, death-defying tactics. Watching their fallen comrades, riddled with arrows yet still unfazed as they slaughtered their own, every vanguard felt a chill run down their spine. Their opponents were not human. Suppressing his shock, Ju-yi grabbed his broadsword and charged towards Li Ran. Since the Battle of Jiechio, this was one of the few times Ju-yi had charged into battle at the forefront. Clang! Li Ran parried Ju-yi's sudden attack. Xian then also bravely swung his sword at Li Ran. Thud! 2 huge wounds appeared on Li Ran's chest, and his internal organs were even visible through the wounds. Li Ran seemed to have gone mad, ignoring the huge wounds, and grabbed the large sword that Ju-yi was wielding as he slashed at him, and slashed the sword fiercely at Ju-yi's chest and abdomen. Thud! Ju-yi kicked Li Ran away. Then, he leaped high into the air and slashed at Li Ran's neck, beheading him instantly. Charge! Charge! After Li Ran died, all the soldiers in the charging formation seemed to sense it and looked back in Ju-yi's direction. Then, the soldiers in the charging formation next to him rushed towards Ju-yi without fear of death, wielding their broadswords and slashing angrily at Ju-yi, completely ignoring the vanguard attacking them from behind. Clang! Ju-yi parried the attack of the soldiers in the vanguard and prepared to kill another one, but 2 more soldiers rushed over and attacked him without fear. 3 soldiers from the vanguard camp joined forces and launched a fierce attack on Ju-yi. Relying on their life-or-death spirit, and despite the weakening effect of the cloud formations, they managed to suppress the formidable Ju-yi. Seeing that the vanguard beside him, whose fighting prowess had been bolstered by the death of his adjutant in battle, was being forced into a retreat, Ju-yi roared, "How dare you stop me? Get out of my way!" The blade cleaved straight into the neck of a soldier in battle, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Then, the blade shifted, striking another soldier in the chest and sending him flying. The blade then turned and plunged the last soldier in the Jiefan army into the abdomen and chest, splattering blood all over Ju-yi. It was so difficult. Ju-yi wiped away his sweat. The power of the enemy's vanguard made him feel incredible. However, the next moment he saw 2 of the 3 enemy soldiers he had killed slowly stand up. "This is impossible," Ju-yi exclaimed in shock, but then, as if remembering something, his broadsword suddenly became wrapped with the will of the army, and he slashed heavily at the soldier in the vanguard. Just as he had expected, the soldier struggled twice and then fell down like an ordinary person. Military spirit is willpower. As long as the willpower is strong enough, even a fatal blow can be withstood, Ju-yi said bitterly, looking at the charging troops still rushing towards him. He had already figured out why this team, which shouted the will to charge into battle is to die rather than live, was unkillable. It's not that they're immortal, but rather that they only die on the battlefield from unbearable injuries. The soldiers who charged into battle relied on their willpower to directly delay their deaths. Ju-yi also understood why this team was so amazing yet remained anonymous. Presumably, those soldiers who weren't seriously injured would have died after leaving the battlefield. The overwhelming strength, while ensuring no injury, only depletes physical strength. But how can one avoid injury when encountering elite troops or large armies? On the battlefield, being wounded means immediate death. Perhaps with the willpower to survive, they can still be lively and energetic even with a fatal wound in the conventional sense. Unfortunately, this also means that their vitality is constantly fading away. Once they leave the battlefield, they lose their will to survive, and even losing an arm might lead to death. Chapter 546 The Oriole. Oh, the Oriole. Ju-yi dodged the attacks of the vanguard soldiers. He already knew how to kill them, but he couldn't help but ask himself, was it worth it? using one's own military spirit to neutralize the opponent's military spirit regardless of whether this will lead to victory. Zhu Yi clearly felt from that attack that the way he killed the opponent meant that the attached military spirit will simply disappear, not dissipated, but directly neutralized. Without the military spirit, the vanguard is merely an ordinary elite force. While the vanguard suffered a major defeat, as long as the military spirit remains in his hands, he can quickly train another unit. However, if the military spirit is completely gone, then his prized vanguard will vanish completely. Even if they are trained again, they will no longer be the vanguard, not to mention, whether they can even be trained at all is questionable. Zhu Yi stared intently at the vanguard and the battering ram. He hesitated. Destroying his most prized troops would allow him to rebuild later, but destroying the army's spirit to preserve his troops would mean they would return to mediocrity, and because this crushing defeat was recorded, they might never recover. Screw you! I firmly believe in my vanguard. I believe in myself. Zhu Yi roared, directly dispersing the military spirit gathered on his body. In an instant, the entire vanguard suddenly felt a sense of shattered faith. Looking back, they clearly saw that the faith they had initially invested in Zhu Yi had now reversed and spread to their own bodies. Invincible vanguard! You are all my elite troops. Let them witness our most glorious moment. Zhu Yi roared with laughter, his military spirit dissipating, the vanguard no longer a unified entity. But at this moment, an unseen connection appeared, linking all the surviving vanguard members together. The dissipation of the military spirit was irreversible, and with Zhu Yi's roar, the accumulated power of the military spirit surged from Zhu Yi's body like a flood, engulfing all the vanguard. At this moment, a bitter smile appeared on Zhu Yi's face, his heart filled with utter emptiness. Invincible, invincible, invincible. After the vanguard's dissipated military spirit filled their bodies, they all sensed Zhu Yi's hesitation at that moment and understood Zhu Yi's choice. Then, with a shout from one of the vanguard, they fought fiercely towards the enemy formation in front of them, roaring and howling with grief in their hearts. The roaring vanguard repelled the initial attack for the first time, and from that moment on, their strength steadily increased. The most brilliant era of the vanguard was about to unfold, and of course, it would also be their most heartbreaking moment. Blood-red blades flashed, and the battlefield between the vanguard and the vanguard was completely turned into a meat grinder. At this moment, both sides possessed strength close to the chi refining realm, an invincible belief, and a will to not fall even if severely injured. They launched equally frantic attacks on each other. Whose men are these? They are so terrifying. Their vanguard is also incredibly powerful. Lu Yi, lying on the grass, marveled at the sight. Military advisor Lu, aren't we getting too close? Yu Jing asked with some concern. The fighting prowess displayed by the vanguard and the vanguard troops was disheartening to Yu Jing. What are you afraid of? They're too busy to care about anything else, and we're far enough away. They'll definitely be severely injured after this fight. How about we charge in and wipe them out? Lu Yi chuckled. I'm afraid it won't be easy. If all my troops were here, we could give it a shot. Both sides seem to be immune to lethal attacks. Against such an army, especially without a large army to cover them, using cloud-based attacks is the only way to win, Eugene said calmly. Killing isn't necessarily the right way. Lu Yi chuckled. I brought you here so early to ambush, and it just so happened that the Bingshu Wolf Cavalry and the Hebei Army all came to this place where we were lying in ambush. Why did I rush here all the way? You know, besides entering the pass, I'm also the strategist for this whole journey. If I don't get justice for Zijian, I'll feel bad. Does military advisor Lu have some brilliant plan? Eugene looked at Lu Yi in surprise. Although he knew that Lu Yi would have some scheme when he saw the encounter between the Hebei army and Lu Bu's army. He did not expect that there would be any steam. Humph, let's go. The autumn air is so crisp and clear. It would be great to burn all these weeds and saplings to the ground. You're really confident, not even having a single civil official who can control the celestial phenomena. Liu Yi said with a smile as he got up. That day, after receiving news from Zhang Fei about Zhui's camp, Liu Yi guessed that the fight between the Hebei army and Hua Xiong was completely accidental. He then put himself in the shoes of both sides and quickly guessed a series of possibilities. Finally, he looked at a certain place on the map and made a prediction. Not long after Liu Yi, Yu Jin, and his hundreds of personal guards dug the tunnel and hid, the Binzhou Wolf Cavalry and the Hebei army encountered each other in this place. Yu Jin and his group then squatted in the tunnel and watched the excitement all morning. Wenza, you take a group to the windy spot and set fire to them. I'll go to the windward side and set fire to them. After the weather changes, I'll make all the winds converge on the battlefield and burn them all down. I doubt they'll kill those experts, but that should be enough. Liu Yi said coldly. Liu Yesai did not have the concept of whether or not he had committed any atrocities. As a member of the imperial family, he saw the people on the other side as traitors who were causing chaos in the Han dynasty. It was justified to kill them, and they deserved to die no matter what. Thud! Zhu Yi killed a soldier who was charging into battle with a single slash. At this point, Zhu Yi also noticed the difference. Rather than saying that the military spirit had disappeared, it would be more accurate to say that each of these people possessed the military spirit, and each of the vanguard soldiers had the characteristics of the vanguard military spirit. At this moment, even if Zhu Yi was foolish, he understood that mistakes could lead to mistakes, and by sheer luck, he took the most important step. However, the cost of this step was immense, causing Zhu Yi immense heartache. Most of his most prized subordinates were killed, and the enemy's vanguard, after joining forces with Gao Sheng, once again gained an overwhelming advantage. At this point, Zhu Yi clearly understood that this was no longer a question of whether or not to fight back, but rather whether or not he could preserve the seed of the vanguard. Zhu Yiming realized that the vanguard's military spirit was complete, so the opposing silver-armored force, known as the vanguard, must also have a fully formed military spirit. Unfortunately, compared to the vanguard, although the vanguard had also reached this level and was able to fight back against the enemy, its accumulated strength was too small. Damn it! Zhu Yi desperately slashed at one of the enemy's troops. He was already getting a little anxious. After the other half of the troops joined the battle, Zhu Yi knew very well that if he couldn't shake off Gao Sheng, today would be the day of the vanguard's death. What is that? Gao Sheng killed one of the vanguard members and caught a glimpse of a bright red in his peripheral vision. Then a gust of wind blew in his face. Wildfire! When he turned his head, he found another bright red on the other side. Then another gust of wind blew in. Gao Sheng was stunned and immediately shocked. Chapter 547 Doing the Work for Others. Dozens of miles away, Liu Yi met up with Yu Jin and stood on a hill, marveling at the fire tornado that had formed over 100 meters high on the battlefield due to the raging winds that had surged in from all directions. Sometimes it's useful to learn about things from Sichuan. This fire is burning, but it's a pity. If it were in the forest, the fire would definitely be even more intense. Liu Yi glanced longingly at the super fire tornado. The fire poison, smoke and dust suffocation will definitely kill most of the enemies. Let's go and prepare to enter the pass. We'll leave the rest to Feng Shao and the others. Gao Sheng led over 500 elite soldiers of the trapped camp, carrying the corpses of their comrades and the Binzhou Wolf Cavalry, who had barely managed to fight their way out. As for the infantry, they had all been wiped out in the earlier fire attack, especially when the last fire tornado appeared. Almost all the soldiers who hadn't managed to break through were killed. Gao Shang led his elite troops toward Puyang. As they marched, a soldier fell to the ground with a thud and never got up again. Gao Shang's eyes showed sorrow, but he quickly recovered and ordered his men to carry the fallen soldiers and continue marching towards Puyang. This was the most serious defeat Gao Shang had ever suffered. On the other side, Zhu Yi, leading less than 1,000 vanguard soldiers, encountered the exact same thing as Gao Shang. With each fallen soldier, his face became more ferocious. This was the biggest defeat Zhu Yi had ever suffered. The vanguard was completely defeated in battle. Generally, don't do this, Yan Liang, whose face was charred black from the fire, comforted him. I'm sorry, I had to ask your men to buy me time so I could barely escape danger, Zhu Yi said, a rare apology from him. Yan Liang was taken aback, then laughed. The vanguard is the pride of Hebei. How can we be defeated and die in a place like this? For some reason, there was a hint of desolation in his smile. Those were all Yan Liang's veteran soldiers. They had fought to the death to block the enemy's advance in order to protect the vanguard. The pride of Hebei? Zhu Yi murmured to himself, genuinely realizing for the first time his importance in the Hebei army. The vanguard was a banner. I will do it. I won't fail next time, Zhu Yi said solemnly, looking up at Yan Liang sitting on his horse. At the same time, Lu Bu's 3,000 Bingxiu wolf cavalry had already destroyed the Hebei camp defended by Dong He. This level of battle no longer relied on strategy, but on real combat power, and the Bingxiu wolf cavalry led by Lu Bu happened to be among the most ferocious. Tai Shan, Fan Gao, and Lu Su glared at the somewhat agitated Chen Xi. Zishuang, what's wrong with you? You seem to be quite irritable lately. I always feel like there's something extra about me, Chen Xi said, standing up and pacing around in a somewhat agitated manner. Not much. Are you trying to skip class again? Lu Su asked suspiciously after looking him up and down. I'm not that kind of person, Chen Xi said, dissatisfied. You're not human when you act like that, Li Yu chimed in. Stop pretending and get back to work. I'm so angry with you guys. Chen Xi slammed her hand on the table and said angrily, I quit. After saying that, Chen Xi ran out, leaving Lu Su, Zhuge Liang and the others sitting to the side stunned. What was going on? How did things suddenly turn out like this? You all handle the government affairs. I'll go take a look, Jiao Su said, standing up. He was very curious about what was going on with Chen Xi. After Jiao Su chased after him, Chen Xi stood in the courtyard looking bewildered. He himself felt a little strange. When did he become like this? Getting angry at others for no reason. Zishuang, are you alright? Jiao Su walked over and asked. I'm sorry about before. Chen Xi tried his best to calm himself down and apologized to Jiao Su, but the knot between his brows still made it clear that he was annoyed. Can you tell me what's wrong? Jiao Su said with a wry smile. He could tell that Chen Xi wasn't joking. It wasn't about escaping official duties. He was genuinely troubled. So, he activated his mental abilities while asking, hoping to deduce something. I don't know. About a few days ago, I started to feel like something was wrong with me, and that feeling of unease is really bothering me, Chen Xi said frantically. He had no idea what was happening to him. How about you take a break for a while? Jiao Su said with a wry smile. I've been having nightmares every night for the past 2 days. I used to dream that I turned into a jade disc occasionally, but lately I've been dreaming that there's a smaller jade disc next to my big jade disc. I keep trying to reach out and grab it back, but I always get blocked. It's so annoying. Chen Xi said in frustration. This is a good dream, isn't it? Jiao Su said with a slight smirk. It didn't seem like a nightmare at all, whether from the perspective of dream interpretation or from the perspective of the dream itself. The problem is I've been having this dream a lot these past few days, Chen Xi said in frustration. There's nothing I can do about it, Jiaosu said irritably, then asked, as if possessed, why did you grab that jade disc? I feel like that thing should be mine, and I feel like as long as I touch it, it will become a part of me. No, I feel like that thing is something that I split off from, and then if I bring it back, I will become bigger, Chen Xi said frantically. Jiaosu was at a loss for words. Chen Xi's situation seemed rather strange. I feel like that thing is a part of me too. I dream about trying to get it back, and I feel like my essence is its essence. It wants to stick to me too. I guess if I'm gone, it'll be gone too. But I try to get it back every night, Chen Xi said, pressing Jiaosu's shoulder in frustration. Jiaosu silently wiped away a bit of sweat. He had already guessed that Chen Xi's dream was some kind of reflection of reality. Why did you split it up? Are you dividing your family? How would I know? Maybe I'm still half asleep. To be honest, I don't even know how to split my spiritual talent. I asked Zhu Yuofeng, and he said that the jade disc represents my spiritual talent. But now a smaller version of my spiritual talent has appeared next to it, and it's mine, Chen Xi said frantically. I didn't even know my spiritual talent could split. Stop. Jiaosu touched his brow. What is it? Chen Xi asked, puzzled. Are you sure that thing is something you split off from? Jiaosu asked. It's exactly the same as me, and its essence is the same as mine. Isn't it something I split off from? Chen Xi asked rhetorically. Perhaps it really isn't you. Has your spiritual talent weakened? Jiaosu said quietly. No, it's still the same as before. The jade disc and the outer layer of clear light are the same as before. However, the small jade disc next to it seems a bit weak, but the clear light has appeared in the last 2 days. Chen Xi looked up and recalled his incredibly vivid dream. Ha! Chen Xi immediately looked in Zhuge Liang's direction, a look of understanding flashing in his eyes. Chapter 548 Great Tonic Pill. A smile appeared on Jiaosu's face. This is a good thing. Why don't you try to use your radiance to influence the other party in your dream, and then find their location so we can merge with them? I've been trying to retrieve it for several days, but I still haven't succeeded. I can vaguely sense where it is, but my spiritual talent is too great, Chen Xi said with a happy expression. He had always thought that this thing was something he had split off from himself, but after Jiaosu pointed it out, he realized that maybe the other party was some kind of freak like Zhuge Liang. Let me think about it. You see, first of all, your mental talent is very useful, right? Everyone in the world who knows about it would definitely want it. If there's someone like Kongming, there must be someone similar. However, Kongming said that he couldn't use your mental talent. Jiaosu chuckled, while Chen Xi nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. So that means the other party wants your mental talent, which is very difficult to replicate. That explains why there's a small jade disc next to you, Jiaosu said with a smug look. The best thing about his mental talent is that he can deduce as much reality as possible from limited clues, and with a high degree of accuracy. Of course, after spending a long time with you and learning about your mental talent, Kongming said that if he could break through your mental defenses and risk his life, he might be able to unlock your mental talent. In that case, Jiaosu explained Chen Xi's dose in just a few words. People under Cao Cao or Yuan Shao will see which capable civil officials have run into trouble when the recent intelligence arrives, Chen Xi said with a smile. Humph, good stuff. Although it's a bit small, when combined with my spiritual talent, the effect will be enhanced by at least 20%. Report! A messenger rushed in and shouted. Speak! Chen Xi and Jiaosu exchanged a glance before Chen Xi spoke. urgent intelligence has arrived from Yanzhou, the messenger announced loudly. Bring it here, Chen Xi said, his previous gloom gone. The messenger took out a bamboo slip and handed it to Jiaosu. Then he laughed. Jiaosu opened the bamboo slip, quickly glanced at all the codes, and then secretly deciphered them. Ha ha ha, Xi Jizai is actually dead. Jiaosu laughed loudly. The information sent in this intelligence report is that Xi Zike, Qiao Qiao's right-hand man, died of illness not long ago. Qiao Mengda personally held the funeral. Counting the time, the war in Yanzhou has made our intelligence organization react much slower. I think I understand now, Chen Xi said, pinching the bridge of her nose. It must have been Xi Jizai who did it. The timing is too coincidental. This also explains why your mental talent was exposed to Qiao Qiao. Xi Jizai came last time to investigate our mental talents. I'm afraid his mental talent is the kind that can copy others. Jiaosu closed the bamboo slip and said after a moment's thought. I'm afraid this is the only way to explain why it's exactly the same as my mental talent. It's probably because Xi Jizai died, and that's why the mental talent that was copied from me is like this, Chen Xi said, stroking his chin. That's not all. Zuo Ci suddenly appeared and took over the conversation. Could you please stop appearing and disappearing so mysteriously? Chen Xi said, twitching his lips. When Nan Hua left, he left a message saying, if you need anything, find Zuo Ci. He'll protect you for now. Then he vanished. However, Chen Xi didn't care whether these elusive immortals left or not. He didn't notice them at all. Since Lord Cheng is displeased, I will be more mindful in the future, Zuo Ci said with a smile. Compared to Nan Hua, Zuo Ci's personality was much better. Come, Master Zuo, tell me what's going on. I've been having nightmares, and you guys aren't even doing anything about it. Didn't you say I couldn't get into trouble? Chen Xi said, twitching her lips. Didn't Lord Cheng say before that absorbing that small jade disc would enhance one's strength by 2 points? If it were truly harmful, wouldn't we stop him? Zuo Ci said with a smile. Xi Jizai is indeed a man of extraordinary talent, daring to gamble on his success based on only a few clues. He succeeded. No, I feel like that little spiritual talent is actually mine. Chen Xi asked in confusion, while Jiaosu had already deduced the reality based on his spiritual talent. Let me explain, Jiaosu said with a smile. There's probably some cause and effect behind what you've said. I guess it's a success. Spiritual talent is the sublimation of spiritual essence. Whether it's the opponent's copying or Kongming's complete possession of our spiritual talent, in reality, it's all about the change in spiritual essence. And if Xi Jizai had died after that change, Jiaosu said with a smile. A look of understanding crossed Chen Xi's face. If Xi Jizai hadn't died, he could have reverted to his original form. But since Xi Jizai was dead, his identical spiritual talent would inevitably merge into a complete individual. At most, there would be a slight rejection due to the remnants of Xi Jizai's will within him, but this would not last more than 7 days. Then how do I get my mental talent back? Chen Xi asked curiously, without hesitation taking the mental talent that Xi Jizai had traded his life for as his own. That's Chen Hou's own business. I can only answer some minor questions for him. Zuo Ci adhered to his principles. Whatever then, I'll figure something out myself later. But could you tell me what that layer of radiance is? I see it gradually appearing on the small jade disc next to it too. Chen Xi turned her head and asked, is that all right? That layer of radiance is the protection of your spiritual talent, that is, those free spiritual energies. The brighter your radiance, the more spiritual energy you have stored. Your spiritual talent relies on this layer of radiance to resist natural disasters. Zuo Ci stroked his beard and said, of course, if the radiance dissipates, you may fall into a deep sleep. Chen Xi frowned. He felt something was wrong. A clear light was gradually appearing on the small jade disc. He couldn't see it before, but now he could see it in his dream. Could something be wrong? If acknowledging Chao Chao also had an effect, how could that be? What's wrong? Seeing Chen Xi wave his hand, indicating that Zuo Xi didn't need to worry about him, and Zuo Xi bowed and disappeared, Jiaosu then asked, having already noticed the knot between Chen Xi's brows. Let's just say it's Xi ZK. No matter what, the little jade disc he copied couldn't possibly have my abilities, and it shouldn't be able to absorb free spiritual energy. You know my spiritual talent, Chen Xi said, turning his head. That makes sense. Jiaosu silently activated his spiritual talent. Your spiritual talent actually relies on the people's approval of you and their lord, and that smaller aspect also requires the same. But Chengmengde's subordinates approve. Chapter 549 For the Future. At this point, even Jiaosu felt it was a bit far-fetched. If Cheng Xi and Liu Bei could gain the approval of Cao Cao's forces, would they still need to fight like this? They could just raise a call to arms and be done with it. Moreover, Chen Xi also said that the opponent's Qingwei level was rising very quickly. Could it be that Cao Cao's approval of Liu Bei and Cheng Xi is higher than Mount Tai? Perhaps they have other methods, Jiaosu said, frowning. That's all we can do, but it feels strange. Even if they copied my spiritual talent, it's useless. It seems that wrapping it in Qi, we have stabilized it, but it's not very effective. Without my spiritual essence, it can't regulate the celestial phenomena on its own, Chen Xi said curiously. It probably failed, Jiaosu said somewhat uncertainly. Let's see if we can get your mental talent back. Are you sure that small mental talent has a tendency to stick to you? Yes, it's very obvious. I can clearly feel that the little jade disc is sticking towards me. By the way, I didn't manage to retrieve it yesterday, but I did manage to retrieve its radiance, which scared me half to death. Without its radiance, that jade disc would be completely ruined. Chen Xi said with lingering fear as he recalled his actions last night. Compared to that little bit of spiritual energy, well, that's only relative to Cheng Xi is absolutely enormous compared to Zhuge Liang. Chen Xi wasn't particularly interested in spiritual energy right now. He was only interested in the jade disc next to him. He didn't lack spiritual energy, but if he could acquire talent, that would be incredibly valuable. You'd better not do anything reckless. I reckon you should accumulate more spiritual energy. Once your radiance merges with the other parties, you should be able to absorb them, Jiaosu advised. Cheng Xi's spiritual talent was a crucial condition for the Han Dynasty's rapid development and prosperity over the next 50 years. Okay. I'll be careful. If I dream about it, I'll just try to get closer. I won't drain its spiritual energy, Chen Xi said after thinking for a moment. He didn't want to waste such a great tonic. By the way, are you sure the other one won't disappear? Jiaosu asked after thinking for a moment. In his opinion, it would be a tragedy if Cheng Xi accidentally killed the one next to him while raising it. If it could be killed, then they should hurry up. There shouldn't be any problem. I feel that the small jade disc has become much more stable since it gradually began to show its clear light, Chen Xi said, based on his own intuition. After all, the small piece was essentially a part of Chen Xi, so his intuition was usually accurate. That's good. Then you'd better not let that radiance dissipate. By the way, if you have a lot of spiritual energy, give some to that small jade disc. Anyway, you have a lot of spiritual energy, so maybe because the things it contains are the same, you can pull the other party over as a whole. Jiaosu said uncertainly, but compared to strengthening Cheng Xi's spiritual talent, he thought such a small expenditure was worth trying. In any case, Cheng Xi's current spiritual energy reserves were enormous. That makes sense. If I dream about it tonight, I'll see that I have a lot of accumulated spiritual energy. Chen Xi nodded and said, Report. Just as Jiaosu was about to persuade Chen Xi to go back to work, another messenger rushed in. Give me the intelligence. You may leave. Jiaosu glanced at the messenger and said calmly. The messenger did not reply, took out a bamboo slip, and left. What did you write? Chen Xi asked curiously. Cao Cao has entered Guangzhong. He has left Song Yu to guard Chenglu. Jiaosu calmly handed the letter to Chen Xi, but Chen Xi lost interest after hearing Jiaosu's words. He didn't reach out to take the intelligence, and didn't notice the strange look that flashed in Jiaosu's eyes. Chalmanda, you've chosen a good time. You've announced the massacre in Shuzhou now and swore that the chance for Sichuan's talent to grow is still in your hands. That part of his spiritual talent is protected by spiritual power. If you were to create public opinion now and it affected that thing, wouldn't you become a sinner? Jiaosu cursed inwardly. He now suspected that Cao Cao had deliberately created this small jade disc to restrain them. After all, Chengxi's spiritual talent needed the protective layer of spiritual energy, which came from the free spiritual energy of the common people. Although Jiaosu knew about Chengxi's spiritual talent, he didn't know the details to an extremely precise degree. At least in Jiaosu's view, since someone could replicate Chengxi's spiritual talent, it was possible that someone else could also change their previous recognition of Chengxi and Liu Bei to recognition of Cao Cao. This made Jiaosu hesitant to act rashly, as it was not impossible to seize this opportunity and make Cao Cao look bad. However, this would also mean the end of Chengxi's opportunity to develop his spiritual talent. With no one to provide him with spiritual energy, it was only natural that it would be over. Well, consider yourself lucky, Cao Cao. You've picked up a good opportunity this time. Tell Zijing and the others about this. Zichuan rarely sneaks out, so I'll keep an eye on things. Zichuan probably won't get this information. If, given Zichuan's personality, the matter of Shuzhou is stirred up again, he probably won't care about this opportunity to develop his spiritual talent. Jiaosu thought helplessly. After all, for some reason she seemed very eager to beat Cao Cao, that dog in the water. I'm doing this so I can save more people in the future. Jiaosu consoled himself with a sense of compassion. After considering the various warlords around him, he couldn't help but admire Cao Cao's timing in using the card, which made him even more convinced that the talent was a great card that Xi Jizai had risked his life to leave for Cao Cao. Soon after, the various warlords received Cao Cao's proclamation of repentance. Yuan Shao had previously stopped Cheng Lin's proclamation when Cao Cao was at his lowest point, thus helping Cao Cao. Now, he did not hesitate to order someone to write an article to whitewash Cao Cao. Yuan Shu showed no reaction to Cao Cao's proclamation. He had no interest in anything at the moment. His greatest hope was to cure his son. As for Cao Cao, what was he? As for Zhou Yu, although he knew it was a good opportunity, he was currently confined to Shouchun because of Chengxi's rumors. Although he could mobilize manpower, doing so would inevitably cause considerable trouble for Sang Su. Helpless, Zhou Yu had no choice but to give up this opportunity. Liu Bei of Jinzhou, having lost the prosperous Jiangbei regions of Xiangyang, Wanchong, and Jiangxia, and failing to recapture Xiangyang when he first had substantial reserves, now relies on the sparsely populated and desolate 4 counties of southern Jinzhou. He can't even raise enough taxes to barely sustain his army. In this place, although Liu Bei still had the determination to fight, and had good ministers like Kuai Yu and Kuai Liang, as well as fierce generals like Huan Zong, his wish to reclaim Jinzhou was getting further and further away. Chapter 550, Self-Righteousness. Now, Liu Bei's main focus is not even on retaking Jinzhou. Internally, he has the dissatisfaction of the Kai family due to the repeated reduction of his navy because of insufficient funds, and externally, he is constantly raided by the Waxi barbarians. He is now unable to even launch a counterattack. To borrow a phrase, even a clever cook can't cook without rice, or poverty-stricken couples face 100 sorrows. In short, because of a lack of money, Lu Biao and Cao Cao, despite having exceptionally capable subordinates, were completely unable to utilize their talents. Under these circumstances, Lu Biao could only pretend he hadn't seen Cao Cao's proclamation. At this point, it wouldn't be foolish for Lu Biao to offend Cao Cao, his only ally. Not long after Lu Zhong ascended the throne in Yizhou, he lacked the abilities of Lu Yan and could only watch helplessly as Long Lu divided Hanzhong. The two sides fought small battles every 3 days and large battles every 5 days. Lu Zhong, who had always wanted to live a peaceful life in his own small territory, simply ignored the proclamation. Lu Zhong was unaware that while he was ignoring Cao Cao, several of his own civil officials were deeply moved after reading Cao Cao's proclamation. In this era, it was rare for a leader to dare to admit his mistakes, let alone someone like Cao Cao who not only admitted his mistakes but also vowed to follow the 9 virtues of the feudal lords as his code of conduct. This made the civil officials, who were disappointed with Lu Zhong, take an interest in Cao Cao. Such a person fit the era's view of heroes. The warriors of Yongzhou and Liangzhou wanted to protest, but none of the famous lords in the land had spoken up, and their vulgar, cursing approach would only make them a laughingstock. Fortunately, for Ma Tong and the Chang people at this point, food was paramount. Having determined there was no need to criticize Cao Cao, they decided to continue digging the Zonggu Canal. The main canal was already completed. The remaining task was constructing the 6 auxiliary canals. They had enjoyed a successful grain harvest, but Ma Ting and Han Sui were now considering how to extract more grain from Li Ju. Li Ju was now forcing a sinister smile at Lu Xie. He still remembered what Zhong Yao had said before. When there was no grain, they could only exploit the emperor and his officials. Now that there was a surplus of grain, Li Ju felt it was only right to ease the tension between himself and the young emperor. As for Cao Cao's proclamation, Li Ju couldn't have come up with such a sophisticated strategy without someone's guidance. As for Cheng Gang, the first to receive this proclamation, he had a strange expression, a mixture of regret and the heroic spirit he felt when he first met Cao Cao. Unfortunately, once he took that step, there was no going back. Cheng Gang looked at the 9 virtues of the feudal lords listed in the proclamation. He knew this was Cao Cao's implication, a reference to everything that had happened back then. But compared to them, everything was meaningless now. He knew that Cao Cao, who could issue such a proclamation, must be able to accept him, but unfortunately, he could no longer turn back. There is a type of person known as a scholar official, and in this era, a scholar official, besides possessing extraordinary talent, must also have a strong moral character. Cheng Gang was precisely one of them. From the moment he took that step, he never considered that he could never turn back, even if Cao Cao admitted his mistake, even if Cao Cao forgave him, even if Cao Cao truly achieved the image he had envisioned. The integrity of a renowned scholar prevented Cheng Gang from relinquishing his sole source of pride. Perhaps Cao Cao could truly reach the heights Cheng Gang aspired to, or perhaps Cao Cao was completely indifferent to Cheng Gang's past betrayal. Cao Cao might even have personally invited Cheng Gang, but missing this opportunity meant there would be no future for him. It could only be said that they were destined to be apart. Many things are destined to end from the very first step, and no matter how much both parties try to salvage the situation, all that remains is a tragedy. If we are not meant to be, then we're not. I won't force it. Let's wait for news from Liu Bei and Yuan Shao. Cheng Gang remained calm, casually tossing the proclamation onto the table. He did nothing to harm Cao Cao, as if he hadn't received the intelligence at all. Thus, while all the other warlords remained silent, Cao Mengda only received some mild criticism. Many people were waiting to see how Cao Cao would behave in the future, to see the manifestation of the 9 virtues of a warlord, the supreme virtue. This situation was quite strange to Song Yu, who was stationed in Chenglu, as it was inexplicably overlooked. However, Song Yu did not want to delve too deeply into this matter at the moment. His most important task now was to conserve his spiritual energy. Song Yu's spiritual talent can be described as either a king's advisor or a strategist. In essence, besides the usual minor boost to all civil and military officials on his side, his spiritual talent is more importantly about extracting the spiritual energy of his civil and military officials to provide powerful enhancements or change the course of events. Unfortunately, compared to Cheng Shi's approach of regulating the climate by storing up the free spiritual energy of the people, Song Yu's change of the climate was purely brute force. He directly altered the celestial phenomena by drawing upon the spiritual energy of his civil and military officials. In fact, anyone could do this if they had enough spiritual energy. To be honest, Song Yu's method of changing the weather is the same as Cheng Shi's method of changing the weather on a large scale without relying on his spiritual talent. Both consume a lot of spiritual energy. As a result, Song Yu simply cannot change the celestial phenomena of a province for a long time. If it were Cheng Shi, without the fundamental ability of his innate spiritual talent, he could only maintain the celestial phenomena for 1/3 of the year, which is more than 10 times longer than Song Yu's forced changes to the weather. In reality, if Song Yu could extract the spiritual energy of so many civil and military officials under Mount Tai's jurisdiction, the amount of spiritual energy he could obtain per unit of time would be roughly equal to that of Cheng Shi. After all, Cheng Shi's spiritual energy came from the free spiritual energy emitted by the people themselves, which was completely different from Song Yu's forced extraction. However, Cheng Xian's ability to change the situation took more than 10 times longer than Song Yu's. The reason for this can only be explained by the fact that Cheng Xian was able to attach his extra mental energy to his spiritual talent, both to protect it and to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, while Song Yu's spiritual talent did not possess this ability. Song Yu and Xi Jicai never thought they could successfully replicate Cheng Shi's spiritual talent. After missing the only chance to replicate Cheng Shi's spiritual talent, anyone who wanted to replicate it, even if they broke through the outer protective layer of Cheng Shi's spiritual talent, would not be able to replicate or erase the ability of Cheng Shi's spiritual talent to regulate celestial phenomena. Even if they did replicate it, it would lack the essence. Generally speaking, this condition is extremely demanding. First, you have to break through the mental defense layer. This condition alone is enough to leave everyone speechless. Cheng Shi's mental defense layer is entirely composed of mental energy, and the only way to break through it is through mental energy. Given the circumstances, even if Song Yu had mobilized most of Cao Cao's spiritual power to attack, he would have been stopped after being discovered. However, such a spiritual power, almost visible to the naked eye, was impossible to miss. In the end, it would have become a war of attrition, and Song Yu would have inevitably lost. Therefore, theoretically speaking, there was no way to break through Cheng Shi's spiritual defenses. Chapter 551 on the real situation. Unfortunately, Song Yu's spiritual talent allowed Song Yu to launch a surprise attack, directly piercing through the seemingly impenetrable spiritual defense. Then, Xi Jicai directly attached his spiritual talent to Cheng Shi's spiritual talent, but did not initiate a copy as others had expected. When it comes to understanding spiritual talent, no one knows better than Xi Jicai. Cheng Shi's spiritual talent is not replicable at all. So what Xi Jicai did was actually to transform his pure spiritual essence into Cheng Shi's spiritual essence, and then, because Cheng Shi was full, he spat out a small piece. Okay, the above analogy is unreliable. In reality, a more accurate way to put it is that Cheng Shi ate a highly nourishing ginseng root, and although he didn't know it, he still got a nosebleed because he was too weak to handle the nourishment. However, due to the peculiarity of spiritual talent, nosebleeds turned into the separation of a piece of spiritual talent. This piece is what Sung Yu considers an incomplete spiritual talent, or what Jiaosu considers a manufactured smaller version of spiritual talent. Well, these are all just assumptions, but since they are not reliable references, they are all based on their own judgments and made wrong reactions. Xi, having lost his spiritual essence, died, while Chengxi, due to his weakness, vomited out a small piece. This small piece possessed the same aura and essence as Chengxi, and its functions were also complete. This was the reason why Chengxi insisted that the jade disc was a fragment of himself. In fact, his intuition was correct. From this perspective, Xi Jicai could be considered successful. However, in reality, this separated portion was completely incapable of serving Cao Cao's side. Like the larger piece, this smaller piece was essentially Chengxi's intellectual talent. It was just thrown out. It still had the same requirements and abilities as before. So, from this perspective, Xi Jicai was truly a good person, directly providing Chengxi with valuable experience points, a prime example of someone who travels a great distance to offer such valuable lessons. However, his scheme has ultimately failed. What's interesting now is that the piece of spiritual talent that Chengxi split off from has been incorporated into Sung Yu's massive spiritual energy. Chengxi's spiritual talent inherently possesses the ability to absorb free spiritual energy. Compared to absorbing free spiritual energy from various places on his own, Sung Yu's method of providing this energy is much more time-saving and labor-saving. Naturally, Sung Yu's spiritual energy was used to create a spiritual protective layer around the smaller character's spiritual talent. In reality, the spiritual energy drawn from Cao Cao's civil and military officials by Sung Yu is now being used to forge a smaller version of the spiritual talent for the layer. This is essentially crouching next to the spiritual protective layer of Chengxi's main spiritual talent. Blocked by the double layer of mental protection, Chen Xi could still feel the small area, but the sensation was much more blurred. In addition, his spiritual talent covered a large area, so he was naturally blinded by this. He never thought that as long as he opened a gap in his spiritual protective layer, he could combine his spiritual talent into one, since he had already absorbed most of the spiritual essence. However, although Chengxi's mental talents haven't grown significantly because they haven't merged, the operating mechanism of his two mental talents, one large and one small, still exists. In other words, the smaller piece of spiritual talent can also use spiritual energy to adjust the celestial phenomena under Lu Bei's rule, but it consumes the outer layer of spiritual protection, which is the spiritual energy collected by Sung Yu. However, none of this affected Sung Yu at the moment. He was still marveling at Xi Jicai's courage, because it was precisely because of Xi Jicai's final plan that he had finally overcome the greatest drawback of his spiritual talent. While it seems that Sung Yu's activation of his mental talent to enhance the abilities of his subordinates results in a significant drain on their mental energy, this is negligible compared to the mental energy he can currently store for unforeseen circumstances. Of course, this is entirely based on Sung Yu's ignorance of the true nature of his mental talent and the fact that a considerable portion of his mental energy is being consumed. Otherwise, Sung Yu would be furious. For Sung Yu, good days under Cao Cao's command were just around the corner. His motivation was naturally high, and he diligently channeled his spiritual energy into the spiritual talent created by Xi Jicai every day. Although Sung Yu estimated that the spiritual talent created by Xi Jicai did not possess Chengxi's celestial mechanism, for Sung Yu, the ability to store spiritual energy was sufficient. Changes in the weather would only consume more energy. As long as his spiritual energy is sufficient, everything else is insignificant to Sung Yu. Moreover, with such a large reserve of spiritual energy, there is no need to draw upon the spiritual energy of his civil and military officials when the political situation changes. This also saves his officials from looking like they haven't woken up yet every day. The future is so bright. Chen Xi went home to rest in Taishan. After all, he was not in a good state to work. Since swallowing a large piece of spiritual essence, Chen Xi had entered a period of frenzied digestion. His mind was too active, which was not in line with his previous calm state of mind, and he became irritable. Phew, finally managed to trick that guy back. Jiaosu wiped his sweat and muttered to himself. If Chen Xi found out about that news, Jiaosu couldn't even imagine what would happen. He would probably demand that Cao Cao be framed and killed. How is Zichuan? Li Yu, who had come out for tea, looked at Jiaosu, who was standing alone in the courtyard, and said with dissatisfaction. When the two of them were together, there was no need for pretense. They knew each other perfectly well. Jiaosu smiled and recounted the whole story to Li Yu, clearly stating that some of it was his own speculation. Li Yu listened with great surprise and also supported Jiaosu in keeping the matter a secret. Wenru, are we just going to let Chaomengda enter Guangzhong like this? Jiaosu frowned and said, Guangzhong has already completed the Zongguo Canal you mentioned. If Cao Cao were to take in the Shuyang cavalry, he would truly be in dire straits. We all anticipated this. Cao Cao is a man of exceptional talent. If we let him enter the pass, we are powerless to stop him. We can try to stop him if we can, but if we can't, then so be it. Ji Ren and the others have done a very good job. In this way, even if Cao Cao enters the pass, he cannot kill Ji Ren and the others. This is a protective shield and our biggest asset. Li Yu smiled and said, I have confidence in them. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. Jiaosu nodded. Li Yu's status held a natural prestige for Li Ju, Guo Xi, and the Shuyang cavalry. Given the current situation, Cao Cao was unlikely to eliminate Li Ju and his ilk, who had subdued the Chang and Han people. Even if they were defeated, he couldn't kill them, so he could only support them with high-ranking positions and generous salaries. Naturally, the Shuyang cavalry would also have a lingering desire for him. In this way, it would be a simple matter for Li Yu to persuade the Shuyang cavalry to surrender, and few could stop him. If Li Yu were willing to reveal his identity for this purpose, no one could stop him. To put it bluntly, this guy is one of the spiritual symbols of the Shuyang cavalry. Well, since Dong Zhuo died, if this guy could appear alive, he would definitely be the only spiritual symbol. Chapter 552 Acquisition of the First Super Creature. Before coming here, Li Yu had planned to send a letter to Li Ju and his men during the Yuanlu War, saying that he was doing well in Mount Tai and asking them to send troops to attack Binzhou, and also to ask them to fight against the Hu people and guard the border. However, Li Yu later discovered that they were digging the Zongguo Canal, so he had the idea of developing Yongyang and Xie ahead of time. After all, it is easier to do some things by having others do them. For example, the Ji province that he admired was developed by Yuan Shao. It would be good if Yongyang could be developed by Cao Cao. Frustrated, Chen Xi rode back home. In this era without psychologists or many games to relieve stress and have fun, it was better to just obediently roll around in bed. Pushing open the door, bang! Chen Xi was knocked to the ground by the little white dog that pounced out of her own door. Well, it was just a little white dog less than a foot long, but it knocked Chen Xi to the ground. Chen Xi was a little dazed. He felt like his intestines were about to be ruptured. After falling to the ground and feeling the warmth on the back of his hand, he finally came to his senses. Then, the little dog nudged Chen Xi's chest and abdomen as if it wanted to help him up. You lot! After Chen Xi managed to stand up, he looked at the girls peeking out of his door and his face immediately darkened. He was already annoyed enough, and these girls were actually causing trouble. Why is Lord Chen back? Mi Shen said without any fear. However, Judging from the way she beckoned with her fingers, Chen-Xi knew that the little white dog that had knocked him to the ground was definitely related to Mi-Zhong. This is my house, and I'm not allowed to come back. Go play somewhere else. Chen-Xi angrily reached out to grab the little white dog that was less than a foot long. He wasn't allowed to mistreat this little dog that had nearly killed him, even though the girl didn't know better. Be careful, Zhongmi said somewhat flusteredly. She had picked up this dog, but was too afraid to bring it home, so she went to find Kai Zhenji. There, the second young lady Kai grabbed her and gave her a thorough scrubbing, leaving her with pure white fur. This made Zhongmi's mind wander again. Zhongmi's thoughts weren't important. What was important was that after the dog had eaten and drunk its fill at Kai Zhenji's place, it sniffed around, then dug up a stone in Kai Zhenji's backyard, swallowed it, and that's how it ended up like this. The puppy was already quite cute after being washed by Kai Zhenji. Otherwise, Zhongmi wouldn't have had any other thoughts. After eating the stone, its fur became even smoother and more manageable, making it even cuter. However, none of these are the biggest changes. The biggest change is that the dog just crashed through several walls and appeared at Mi-Zhong's house, and was then taken to Chen-Xi's house. Rip! Chen-Xi looked at the neat scratches on her cuff. She hadn't thought it was scary before, but now that she saw the scratches, her heart sank. Lord Chen, you shouldn't go over there. That's no ordinary dog anymore, Zuo Xi said, pressing Chen-Xi's shoulder. Then he turned to look at a blank space. Why don't you get rid of that thing quickly? How did all sorts of things get in here? Is this a strange beast? Chen-Xi asked, frowning. If Zuo Xi hadn't helped him out, his arm would probably have been broken. Yes. And it's a very powerful beast. Once all the energy accumulated in its body is absorbed, it's comparable to the weakest internal energy leaving the body. Zuo Xi said with a frown, there's actually such a thing nearby. As they were talking, Hong Qiong had already walked over, carrying the little white dog by the neck. She looked somewhat wary, but she didn't kill it. Mi-Zhong, give me an explanation. What's going on with this thing? Chen-Xi glared at Mi-Zhong immediately, knowing at a glance that Mi-Zhong was behind it. Don't hurt it. Mi-Zhong rushed over. Seeing the puppy still struggling in Hong Qiong's hands but not barking, she felt much relieved. This is a puppy I found in the backyard, isn't it cute? Go away and play somewhere else. You really dare to bring all sorts of things to my house, Chen-Xi said with dissatisfaction. You're driving me crazy. This guy is dangerous. It's not dangerous, look. As she spoke, Mi-Zhong stretched out her slender white fingers to tease the little white dog that Hong Qiong was holding. Slap! Without thinking, Chen-Xi slapped Mi-Zhong's hand away. You brat, don't you want your hands anymore? Mi-Zhong covered the back of her hand, looking at Chen-Xi with teary eyes, while the little dog that Hong Qiong was holding barked and bared its teeth at Chen-Xi. Lord Chen, it's very well behaved, Zhongmi whispered. Is this what you call obedient? Chen-Xi pulled up his sleeve, revealing a clear, large tear. If it weren't for Master Suo's quick action, my hand would have been broken. This kind of guy should be cooked quickly. It's very nutritious. Woof woof woof. The little white dog barked wildly at Chen-Xi, seemingly understanding what Chen-Xi was saying. But when it saw Chen-Xi still baring his teeth at it, the little dog, held by Hong Qiong, decisively turned towards Mi-Zhong and the others, whimpering and begging. This dog is quite strange. It seems to understand human emotions quite well. Chen-Xi thought with curiosity about the puppy's behavior, which made him lose his desire to cook it. What he was curious about now was that this dog was clearly not normal. Husband, stop teasing Jenna. The dog was just defending itself because it sensed your malice, Fan Jian said, stepping out to comfort her. She also liked these small animals. After all, the house felt empty without any children. Master Zuo, Is it all right to raise this dog? Chen Xi asked, turning around. He was also very interested in this kind of super creature. It was a very magical species that could grow to the point of having internal energy leave the body. Although it is quite intelligent, I still think it's best not to feed it. Zuo Xi said, stroking his beard and shaking his head. But he felt a strong resentment as soon as he got to this point and couldn't continue. We can raise them if we want to. Hong Qiong, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Master Han, do you have any ideas? Chen Xi asked with delight. Hong Qiong didn't speak, but a burst of icy blue light suddenly erupted from her hand. After a few breaths, it dissipated, and she casually tossed the puppy away. With a woof, the little white dog rolled on the ground and was picked up by the flustered Mi Sun before it could even stand up. That solves the problem. While Hong Qiong was still feeling smug, she was completely unaware of the hostile gazes behind her. Humph, you can keep it. Just don't get bitten. Chen Xi could naturally see that Hong Qiong had directly suppressed all of the white dog's internal energy with her own, making it unable to use its internal energy at all. In this way, it would at most be a little stronger than an ordinary dog, but not abnormally fierce. Humph, who cares? I could raise it before. Mi Shen said unhappily. Since you love to humph so much to express your dissatisfaction, I'll let you humph. Little White, your name will be Humph from now on. The puppy wagged its tail repeatedly as Zhongmi, who was standing next to Mi Zhong, teased it, as if it really understood the name. Chapter 553 Fragments of the Divine Stone. Humph. Chen Xi just made a nasal sound, then his face darkened. Go play somewhere else and don't bother me. By the way, what's wrong with this guy? Anyone who knows, come over. Also, Master Zuo, there are some things I need to ask him. Kai Zhenji hesitated for a moment before following, and Zuo Xi followed as well. Chen Xi sat at his desk in the study, pointed to 2 chairs, and then a maid brought over dried fruit, pastries, and tea. Tell me, what happened? How come this dog is so strong out of nowhere? I don't remember there being such a strong dog in Mount Tai. Cheng Xi's eyelids twitched noticeably when he said the word dog. Jiao Wan had basically captured all the dogs with fighting ability in Mount Tai for training. It can only be one from recently. Kai Zhenji recounted the events of the previous day in their entirety, and both Chen Xi and Zuo Xi showed expressions of understanding. That's how things are. It seems Lord Cheng already has a guess, so I won't stay any longer. After saying that, Kai Zhenji stood up and gave Chen Xi a graceful bow. Wait a moment. Is your sister alright lately? Chen Xi asked. If she needs anything, you can ask her to go to Li Wenru. My elder sister is very kind, but Lord Chen, please don't overthink it. Kai Zhenji's face showed a hint of surprise, but after thinking for a moment, she still advised him. It was clear that Kai Zhenji had her own guesses about why Chen Xi would ask Kai Yan. Nobody's thinking about her, it's just a routine inquiry, Chen Xi said nonchalantly. Sometimes, only by being open can people feel at ease. He had no feelings for Kai Yan to begin with, so why make things complicated for himself? Oh, Kai Zhenji nodded. Although Chen Xi held a high position and was a prime example of early success, Kai Zhenji knew that her sister, Kai Yan, had no feelings for Chen Xi after spending so much time with him. If Chen Xi did develop an interest, it would be very troublesome. Mi Zheng, you need to help discipline them. Among your group, only you and your sister can control them. If this continues, Mi Zheng and the others will definitely turn the world upside down, Chen Xi said after thinking for a moment. He also realized that Mi Zheng had reached the point where she needed to be disciplined. Although the other girls were raised in a laissez-faire manner, only Mi Zheng had some problems. I will do my best, Miss Kai said calmly. She could indeed discipline Mi Zheng, but she devoted more of her energy to educating her husband's younger brother, young Dan, and her husband's eldest son, young Fa. That said, Miss Kai never had time to travel before. It was only after returning to Mount Tai and meeting Kai Yan that Miss Kai finally had some free time. Everyone, including young Dao, believed that Kai Yan's educational level was much better than Miss Kai-er's. It was precisely for this reason that young Dao turned a blind eye to entrusting his younger brother and eldest son to Kai Yan's education. In reality, after young Dao, the young family did not learn anything from their own family. They mostly absorbed the Kai family's traditions. Just help out as much as you can, and while you're at it, please pass on a message to your sister. See if she can win over Mizon, Chen Xi said with a sigh. My elder sister values younger sister Mir more, Miss Kai said with a wry smile, because younger sister Mir's personality is very similar to my elder sister's. Never mind then, just pass on the message, Chen Xi sighed. Finding a female teacher in this era was extremely difficult. Finding a female teacher with intellectual talent was probably only possible through the Kai Yan family. I have done my best. Kai Zhenji bowed gracefully and slowly withdrew. As expected of Kai Boji's daughter, she is indeed well educated and courteous. After Miss Kai left, Zuo Ci smiled. She's all right, she's a mother now. She can be a little crazy when no one's around, but she's still very dignified in front of others. At least I've never seen her act recklessly, Chen Xi said with a smile. This woman will surely rise in status through her son, and one of her sons will become a king or marquis, leaving a lasting mark on history, Zuo Ci said with a strange expression. Yes, she has a son who will become a king or marquis. Chen Xi nodded and said that Kai Zhenji's youngest son was Yang Hu. Zuo Ci's expression became even stranger. Chen Xi actually knew about this kind of thing. Was this considered stealing the mandate of heaven? Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Who knows how many years it will be before Kai Zhenji's son is born? Chen Xi said with a pursed mouth. That dog ate some kind of divine stone fragment, right? Only something like that could make a puppy reach that level. A fragment of a divine stone, and it should be a fragment of a divine stone that has already dissipated a lot of its life essence. According to her previous description, if such a large piece hadn't dissipated, even if that dog hadn't grown up, it should have reached the level of internal energy leaving the body. Zuo Ci said helplessly, such a rare treasure has been wasted. How many of these divine stone fragments are there? If I'm not mistaken, the animals in this world that achieve internal energy separation probably all ate something like this, Chen Xi said curiously. Is there any way to find them? They should be effective for humans. No one knows exactly how many fragments there are. Nanhua has a rough estimate, but these kinds of things can't be found. It's all about chance. Animals might be able to sense them through instinct, but humans have lost that instinct. Zuo Ci sighed and then recounted how Nanhua destroyed the second divine stone. 30 years ago. Chen Xi twitched his lips. He finally understood why those powerful figures all started 30 years ago. There were too many coincidences and unexpected reasons behind it. Yes, there are many factors contributing to the current state of the world. Besides the divine stone, there are other reasons that accumulated and erupted, resulting in this situation. Overall, the effect of the second divine stone is too powerful. Even people like us can't influence the situation. The world's situation, as predicted 30 years ago, has basically been destroyed by the divine stone and Zhangjiao. Zuo Ci said with a bitter smile, the way of heaven is unpredictable. The way of heaven is unpredictable. Chen Xi listened to Zuo Ci's helpless words without responding. He had many things he was interested in, but Zuo Ci might not be able to answer his questions. Fortunately, no general of Xiang Yu's caliber has emerged in the world today. He was truly capable of fighting against 10,000 men single-handedly. Marquis of Huayin was the first to summarize the Cloud Aura system, which is why he was invincible in 100 battles. But even so, he almost died when facing Xiang Yu alone. Zhu Ci said with a twitching expression. Cloud Aura is the most basic but also the most important attribute of an army. It has a weakening effect on everything, including their spells. So strong. Chen Xi was stunned. He had never heard of anyone fighting against 10,000 people while riding on clouds, let alone against a military god like Han Xian, who was the first to summarize the cloud system. Chapter 554 The Strongest King Xiang in All Time. Have you ever met Lu Bu? Zhu Ci asked, and Chen Xi nodded. Have you ever seen Dian Wei? Zhu Ci asked, and Chen Xi nodded again. You must have met Guang Yu. Xiang Yu is roughly the combination of Lu Bu's inner energy, Dian Wei's physique, and Guang Yu's aura. It's the level of combining all three when they are combined, Zhu Ci said with a wry smile. That's not human. How is this possible? Chen Xi's eyes almost popped out. This is still a human. Lu Bu's internal energy, Dian Wei's body, Guang Yu's aura, the three combined and still rising. Is this still a human? His strength is so great that he could uproot mountains and his spirit could cover the world. He actually uprooted a mountain and threw it out. Clouds and legion attacks were all crushed by that mountain, Zhu Ci said with a smirk. If it weren't for the fact that Xiang Yu was plotted against by Marquis Lu, Marquis Huayin, and Marquis Wenzhong, causing his beliefs to shatter and leading him to commit suicide at Wujiang, no one could have killed him. He was an extremely powerful person who had swallowed the core of the first Divine Stone. Even if the power of the first Divine Stone was far less than that of the second, it was still far stronger than any fragment of the second Divine Stone. Zhu Ci said this with a look of longing on his face. This is a monster, isn't it? Chen Xi twitched his lips, unsure of what to say. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said, if I remember correctly, the process of cultivating internal energy into the body is irreversible. In other words, once it's cultivated, it can't be withdrawn. It simply strengthens one's body. How could Xiang Yu still have internal energy? Theoretically, that's true. But Xiang Yu swallowed the core of the first Divine Stone, which caused him to continuously generate internal energy. As long as the speed at which he generates internal energy is greater than the speed at which he cultivates it into his body, he also possesses internal energy. Zhu Ci had an expression that said, you underestimate Xiang Yu. All right. I see. So he's reached a higher level. Chen Xi's interest was piqued. The combined combat power of Lu Bu, Dian Wei, and Guang Yu must have increased several times over, probably exceeding the limit of internal energy leaving the body. No. After all, there was no road ahead at the time. The entire martial arts system was created by Xiang Yu. He opened up the three major stages himself. As for the higher levels, Xiang Yu didn't know which direction they were in. Zhu Ci shook his head and said, however, according to Xiang Yu's combat ability, I, an old Taoist, can be comparable to an ordinary internal energy leaving the body, but if I were to face Xiang Yu, I probably wouldn't be a match for less than a dozen of them. He. Chen Xi laughed speechlessly. He had known all along that Xiang Yu was strong, but being this strong was really a bit much. Divine stones are rare, but they are harmless to humans. Anyone or any animal that obtains a fragment of a divine stone will experience a significant leap in strength. However, by now, even if the fragments of divine stones haven't been dissipated, they have all been devoured by animals, Zhu Ci concluded in his last sentence. Oh, I see. So the little white dog probably ate only a handful of the divine stone fragments left, Chen Xi said helplessly. He had wanted to collect a few to swallow himself, hoping to use them on the battlefield. After all, One fragment was equivalent to the internal energy leaving the body. It's not fair to say there are only a handful of fragments. There are actually quite a few of these divine stone fragments. The second divine stone was extremely large, and its core wasn't just the size of a finger joint like the first one. It was a core the size of a human head, but it was shattered by heavenly lightning, Zuo Ci said helplessly. He regretted not knowing the divine stones were so interesting. Zuo Ci felt he should have gone with Nan Hua in the first place. A single fragment of the core was enough to create a master whose internal energy had left their body, but the vast majority of the cores were pulverized by heavenly lightning. Then, they directly transformed into life essence, sweeping across the entire world. Zuo Ci recalled Nan Hua's words. The life essence had almost killed Nan Hua. Were the fragments also taken away by the life force that swept across the entire world? Chen Xi asked curiously. Well, but now most of them should have been absorbed. These people with the ability to separate their inner energy from their bodies must have had some good fortune in addition to their talent, otherwise they shouldn't have such terrifying strength. Zuo Ci sighed and said, almost saying that every single one of these people with the ability to separate their inner energy from their bodies had actually been hit by the divine stone fragments that fell from the sky. So that means there's no way to find this thing. Chen Xi sighed. He had been thinking of setting up a search team to thoroughly search the area and find even a single one or two. If I could find it, I would do it myself. Zuo Ci glanced at Chen Xi. Lord Chen, don't force it. Since that's the case, then I won't disturb Master Zuo's pursuit of immortality any longer, Chen Xi said helplessly. Some things really can't be forced. Zuo Ci didn't pay attention to Chen Xi's tone. He was very clear about his role, to ensure that Chen Xi's life was not in danger. At other times, he viewed the mortal world with the indifferent mindset of an immortal. As soon as Zuo Ci left, Chen Xi became restless again. When he left the study, there was no one in the courtyard. As he continued walking, he could hear the sounds of Mi Sheng and her group laughing and joking. Rolling around. Chen Xi heard their voices before he even got there. It seemed they were training. Raise left paw. Raise right paw. Roll over. Jump. Bind. The chaotic commands reached Chen Xi's ears. Is this training? Chen Xi felt a lot of pressure and suddenly felt sorry for the dog. Being trained by such a group of people, if it still had that much internal energy, it would have run away by crashing into the wall long ago. Woof, woof, woof. As soon as Chen Xi stepped out of the courtyard and into the central hall, the little white dog that had been rolling on the ground jumped up and barked loudly at Chen Xi. However, as Chen Xi approached, the little white dog's barking became softer and softer, and finally it just lowered its front paws and whimpered at Chen Xi, while occasionally retreating towards Mi Zhong. Humph, come here. He won't hit you. Mi Zhong beckoned, and the little white dog decisively retreated, then leaped and crashed directly into Mi Zhong's arms. This guy's a cat, isn't he? Chen Xi smirked. She'd never seen such a nimble dog before. Sealing her inner energy was definitely the right thing to do. These movements were completely illogical. Weren't you guys training? Have you gotten it? Humph, let's give him a show. Mi Zhong's face showed a smug look as she squatted down and put the puppy down. You can just throw him down, he won't be hurt. Although his internal energy is sealed, he still has a body that has been refined into qi and is much stronger than a stone. Chen Xi glanced at the little white dog that had started circling around Fan Jian's feet and was satisfied. It had learned to please people so quickly. Mi Sheng glared at him angrily. She would never do such a thing, but saying these things to Chen Xi was completely ineffective. Humph, roll over. The little white dog immediately rolled over on the ground, which surprised Chen Xi slightly. Humph, jump up. The little white dog, who was rolling around, suddenly jumped up. Humph. Raise your left paw, raise your right paw, stand up, and bow, Mi-zong commanded smugly. The puppy then performed the whole ritual, leaving Chen-Qi completely stunned. All right, you can keep this dog, but don't let it bite anyone. Just make sure it barks, Chen-Qi said calmly, as if she didn't care at all. Chapter 555 Good News. Humph. Mi-zong humped triumphantly twice, but the little white dog thought it was being caught and bumped into her arms again. Where's Lana? I haven't seen her much these past 2 days. Chen-Xi looked around and indeed didn't see Chenglong. In the past, Chenglong would definitely have come to greet him, but she didn't see him today. She's still resting. She hasn't been feeling well lately, Fan Jian said, stepping forward. Chen-Xi was taken aback. She had actually fallen ill. Has dear Hua seen you? Chen-Xi asked. I'll go check on you. Speaking of which, Mi-zong, I've seen you every day these past few days. Are you skipping school again? Sister Kai caught a cold and gave us 3 days off to rest, so we'll stay at your house. We can't go anywhere else, Zhenmi replied. Oh. Chen-Xi nodded and turned to walk towards the backyard. Chen-Xi remembered that today was not the 10th day of the month. Normally, students only had 3 days off per month of school. Even if Mi-zong came out for some fresh air, she couldn't cause any trouble. It seemed that Kai-Yan was sick. Jenner, you guys continue playing. I'll be right back. Fan Jian smiled and gave Mi-zong a few instructions, then followed Chen-Xi towards the backyard. Jenner, Lana hasn't been feeling well lately. Really? She was fine the day before yesterday. Chen-Xi remembered that she had stayed overnight at Chenglan's place the day before yesterday. Yes, she hasn't taught me embroidery for the past 10 days. She seems very tired, just like before the wedding, Fan Jian nodded and said. She's probably staying up late again. She's not like you. Chen-Xi slowed her pace and walked alongside Fan Jian. I was so tired back then because I was staying up late embroidering my wedding dress. She embroidered both her wedding dress and my marquise robe herself, stitch by stitch. Although I told her she didn't need it, I guess she's been busy with something lately. Staying up late is bad for you. Fan Jian pursed her lips and said nothing. When it came to embroidery, none of them, except for Miss Kai-Er, could rival Chenglong. Even Kai-Yan was inferior. Husband, let's go change your clothes first, Fan Jian said, tugging at Chen-Xi's sleeve where there was a large tear. Let's change it after we see Lana, Chen-Xi said calmly, not seeming to care much about the tear on the cuff. Fan Jian didn't say anything more and followed Chen-Xi into the most secluded courtyard in the inner courtyard, where Chenglong lived. Greetings, master and madam. The maid guarding the door bowed to Chen-Xi and Fan Jian. Then she quickly and carefully opened the door without making a sound. Still resting? Chen-Xi looked at Chenglong, who was still resting, and felt a headache coming on. Judging from the current situation, she knew that Chenglong had stayed up late again. What have you been doing at night lately? Reporting to master, the second madam is making clothes, the maid replied, bowing her head. It's still a long way from the new year. Why are you making clothes again? Last year you didn't start until October, Chen-Xi asked, puzzled. Chenglong was staying up all night making new clothes, and Chen-Xi couldn't persuade her otherwise. You can't stop a woman who knows needlework from making new clothes for the coming year. Just then, Chenglong, who hadn't been sleeping well, sat up groggily. Husband, sister. You're awake. Chen-Xi walked over. Chenglong seemed to have developed quite a bit recently. Her curves were much more pronounced. What's wrong with my husband's cuffs? Chenglong blushed at first, then her sharp eyes spotted the large tear in Chen-Xi's cuffs. It got torn, Chen-Xi said with a smile. I'll change into something else later. It's nothing serious. As she spoke, Chen-Xi raised her wrist and shook it, indicating that it was just an accidental tear on the cuff. Chenglong quickly took out a needle and thread from under her pillow and threaded it in a few strokes. Do you want me to embroider it for you? It'll be quick. Okay. Chen Xi casually took off his outer robe, and then Chenglong quickly started sewing after smoothing out the cuffs. A blue line, completely different from the white robe, appeared on the cuff. It was quickly sewn up, so tightly that not a single tear could be seen. It was a pity that there was an extra blue line, but it was hard to see if you weren't paying attention. Okay, I'll put it on. Seeing that Chenglong had finished repairing it, Chen Xi prepared to put the coat back on. Although there are some rules about dressing, Chenglong meant well, so Chen Qi didn't bother with such details. Not yet. Chenglong shook her head and continued threading the needle. Soon, bamboo stalks appeared on Chen Xi's sleeve, completely covering the tear. Then, Chenglong turned the clothes over and quickly embroidered the same pattern on the other sleeve. Now it was completely invisible. Damn! A hint of pride appeared on Chenglong's face. Needlework was her forte. Impressive. Chen Xi clicked his tongue in amazement. He had never paid attention to Chenglong's clothes before. Although he occasionally needed to wear the Marquis' robes, he had rarely seen Chenglong's clothes in person. The speed and quality of this was truly astonishing. This is all I can do to help my husband, Chenglong said with a smile after putting away the needle and thread. Okay, then, don't stay up late at night anymore. If you don't have enough new clothes, I'll take you to a clothing store to buy some during the new year, Chen Xi said with a smile. If you really want to embroider clothes, do it during the day. Embroidering clothes at night is bad for your eyes. I understand, Chenglong said obediently, though it was unclear how much she actually listened. Sometimes, it's hard to change a person's habits, and if Chenglong remembered correctly, she always embroidered clothes at night. Hey, what's this? Fan Jian, with her sharp eyes, glanced at a child's clothes while Chen Xi and Chenglong were chatting. New clothes, huh? Chen Xi glanced at her, not quite understanding, and answered casually. Then, as if she had come to her senses, she turned her head to look at Chenglong, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, and rubbed her temples. I'm pregnant, Chenglong said somewhat embarrassedly. How long has it been? How long has it been? Chen Xi asked excitedly, grabbing Chenglong's hand. Dear Hua said it's been less than 2 months. A gentle smile appeared on Chenglong's face as she touched her flat stomach. Let me touch it. Without thinking, Chen Xi reached out towards Chenglong's lower abdomen. Fan Jian blushed and walked towards the door to close it. Nothing has changed yet, Chenglong said, blushing, but she did not reach out to stop Chen Xi's actions. Jianer, send Mijun and those girls back home later. If they dare to cause trouble, send them all home and have their families ground them. Chen Xi turned to Fan Jian and instructed her. Previously, Chen Xi allowed Mijun and the others to have gatherings and play at his home because they only got 3 days of a month, and it also helped him keep Fan Jian and Chenglong company since they didn't go out much. Now, Chen Xi is very worried that Mijun might bump her head on Chenglong, which would be a real disaster. Seeing her husband like this, Chenglong was very happy, but also a little worried. Husband, what if I give birth to a girl? Chapter 556, Sharing the Joy. Boys or girls are fine. Chen Xi had regained her original expression, but a hint of joy was still showing in her eyes. We don't need to be particular about these things in our family. I like any child. Really? Chenglong asked with a hint of delight. Really, boys are more troublesome. Girls are easier to manage. Chen Qi smiled and reassured her. Although she said it casually, Chenglong could still tell that Chen Xi meant it and was not just trying to comfort her. However, I very much hope that the child in my womb will be like my husband, Chenglong said with a light laugh. So let's have a boy. Chen Xi smiled and said nothing. Even if he had a son, he wouldn't be confident that he could teach him to this level. Times are always changing. Although the education system 2000 years later is terrible, if you want to learn, you can really learn a lot of knowledge that will make you struggle. That's impossible in this era. Rest well, don't do these things. Chen Xi patted Chenglong, indicating that she should not overwork herself. It was really worrying that she was pregnant and still embroidering baby clothes at night. The maids in the Cheng family could do many of these things. Cheng Yun, keep an eye on madam. If she continues embroidering these tonight, come and tell me, Chen Xi said, turning her head to Cheng Yun, who was standing to the side and barely noticeable. I understand, Chenglong said gently. All right, you should rest now. I'll watch you sleep. Chen Xi pulled the covers up for Chenglong and gently patted her. After a long while, Chen Xi was almost dozing off, but Chenglong became more and more energetic. Husband, you should go back to your room and rest. With you watching me like this, I can't get any rest, Chenglong said with a light laugh, covering her mouth. Okay. I won't bother you anymore. Chen Xi looked at herself and felt a bit sleepy, realizing that drowsiness could be contagious. He stepped out of the room and closed the door. Looking at the sky, Chen Xi murmured to himself. Life before having children was completely different from life after having children. Gianna, you're still here. Chen Xi said with a smile. I must wait for my husband, Fan Jian said with a slight bow. Chen Xi smiled, and he could see the disappointment in Fan Jian's eyes. Chen Xi didn't deliberately spread the news of Cheng Lan's pregnancy, but soon everyone who needed to know found out, and even gifts were sent ahead of schedule. Congratulations! Liu Bei presented a jade tripod and said with a delighted expression, Congratulations, Zichuan. Congratulations to Lord Xuanda as well, Chen Xi replied with a smile. Congratulations, congratulations, Liu Bei said, forcing a smile and using a different word. Lady Gong was already 4 or 5 months pregnant. Chen Xi put away the jade cauldron and handed it to the guard behind him. He looked at Liu Bei with a smile. Although he had been a little crazy lately because of the jade disc in his dreams every day, compared with great joy, all the craziness was insignificant. Actually, I've been waiting for this day for a long time, Liu Bei said with a smile as he walked with Cheng Xi. You finally have a child. TSK. I didn't expect it to be so soon. I barely had to wait. Have you been waiting long? Chen Xi smirked, poured himself and Liu Bei a cup of tea, and drank it straight away. He and Liu Bei didn't stand on ceremony with serving tea and seeing guests off. It wasn't really a big deal. Of course I've been waiting for a long time. I also want your daughter to be my son's principal wife, Liu Bei said excitedly. So all you're really after is making my daughter your son's wife, huh? I just want a son, That's something I can't control. Chen Xi was slightly annoyed, so she chuckled. I don't know if it'll be a boy or a girl, but Lord Xuanda is so certain his eldest son is a boy. What if you gave the girl to your son as a wife? Liu Bei said nonchalantly. How about that? Are you satisfied now? So you've thought everything through. If they're all boys, are you planning to form a sworn brotherhood? Chen Xi said speechlessly. You're really something. Chen Xi bowed to Liu Bei. I'm impressed. You'll see. Before Chen Xi could finish speaking, Wu Engguo rushed over and bowed to Liu Bei. My lord, military advisor Jia has an urgent report. General Zhang has been defeated by Lu Bu, and General Su and General Guang are both injured. Lu Bu is even stronger than he was at Huo Pass. What? Liu Bei was startled and immediately stood up. He was already worried about Zhang Fei fighting Lu Bu one-on-one, but because Zhang Fei insisted, Liu Bei couldn't restrain him too much. For safety reasons, he ordered Su Chu to go to Yanzhou as backup, and then transferred Guan Yu from Licheng to press on Yanzhou. In addition to allowing Zhang Fei to fight Lu Bu without any worries, he also had the idea of eliminating Lu Bu. If we rewind to the time when Lu Bu trampled Dong He on horseback, both were Bingzhou wolf cavalry. In the hands of Wei Su and Hou Cheng, they were beaten so badly by the vanguard death squad that they couldn't even lift their heads. But in the hands of Lu Bu, they seemed to have come alive. With the blessing of Lu Bu's army's talent, the Bingzhou wolf cavalry had the charging ability of Shiyang iron cavalry and the archery skills of Beima Yizong. The moment the heavy infantry, led by the halberdiers, encountered Lu Bu, the towering halberds gave Zhang He no time to react. With a single, powerful strike, the halberds cleaved the halberdiers' army in two. Then, like butterflies flitting among flowers, and as fluid as flowing water, the halberdiers were sliced into pieces. Zhang He reacted swiftly, immediately shrinking his formation as soon as the halberdiers suffered heavy losses, preparing to use their powerful bodies to block the charge of the Bingzhou wolf cavalry head-on. He also ordered someone to quickly inform Tianfeng and Sun Cheng to mobilize archers for area suppression. There was nothing wrong with the deployment. The mistake was that Zhang He misjudged the strength of the strongest warrior in the land. With just one arrow, Zhang He's spear was broken, Zhang He himself was pierced through, and the commander's flag was also broken in the process. To be honest, if Lu Bu hadn't used up all his arrows while dealing with the scouts, and was now using light arrows, that one sword strike would have been enough to kill Zhang He. Even so, one strike was enough to knock Zhang He off his horse. After that, Zhang He didn't even have the courage to face Lu Bu anymore. They were simply not in the same league. Killing someone was like killing a chicken, and that was no joke. Without Zhang He's command, although the halberdiers were still elite, they were quickly routed by Lu Bu's Bingzhou wolf cavalry and could only fight and retreat. By the time Zhou Ang, Shen Rong, and others arrived as ordered, the situation was already beyond saving. Before they could form ranks to rescue the halberdiers, Lu Bu led the Bingzhou wolf cavalry and charged over like the wind. A rain of arrows fell, and Lu Bu, leading the charge, pierced through the Hebei army's cloud of arrows with his halberd and then fiercely pierced through them. In an instant, men and horses were thrown into chaos. Before an incense stick could burn, the Hebei army's reinforcements were nearly routed by Lu Bu. All their banners were broken. Finally, Lu Bu led a small contingent of his personal guards in a frontal assault, and the entire Hebei army collapsed like a punctured balloon, fleeing in complete disarray. To be continued, please search for the novel for better and faster updates. P.S. There really will be 5 updates today. Chapter 557 Hua Xiong's Doubts. Lu Bu led the remaining wolf cavalry and charged forward without hesitation, cutting down the Hebei army without giving them a chance to regroup. He completely scattered them. If Sun Cheng and Tianfeng hadn't used a feint to delay them while setting fire to the camp after Lu Bu realized there was no large army, even if the Hebei army had been able to retreat to the Black Mountain area, there probably wouldn't have been many survivors. Later, Sun Cheng and Tianfeng understood how Lu Bu had broken through their warning system. Lu Bu's presence was simply overwhelming for scouts. No scout could escape his pursuit, thus preventing them from transmitting intelligence. At the same time, after burning down the vanguard and the vanguard, Lu Yi immediately led his troops towards Bingzhou. Yuan Shao's control over the area was rather weak, and only by going around there could Lu Yi have absolute confidence in entering city. As for how to return, Lu Yi was absolutely confident. At that time, not to mention Lu Bu, Cheng Gang would certainly have his own considerations. Lu Ya's way of thinking clearly understood Cheng Gang's thoughts. Compared to Cao Cao's ambition, Cheng Gang's way of thinking was much simpler. No matter how much or how well Cao Cao did, it couldn't undo the damage. The integrity of a famous scholar was forged with blood, and some things, once done, could not be undone. As for Lu Bu, Lu Yi did not believe that Cheng Gang would give up his biggest asset. If Chonggang were to join Liu Bei or Yuan Shao alone, his deterrent power and importance would be greatly reduced. Liu Bu's presence would elevate Chonggang's status significantly, and the same would be true for Liu Bu. However, Liu Yi, Jiaosu, and Li Yu all harbored suspicion towards Liu Bu, not because they lacked magnanimity, to be honest. This included Sun Yu, and even the deceased Xi Zike, all of whom were wary of Liu Bu. However, unlike Liu Bei, who had more options, Cao Cao and Sun Yu didn't have many choices. Absorbing Liu Bu would significantly boost their strength. They weren't unaware of the potential risks, but the disparity between them and Liu Bei and Yuan Shao forced them to make this choice. Just like Liu Bei of Shuzhou in history, how could he not know the potential dangers of harboring Liu Bu? On the contrary, he probably already had some mental preparation when he took Liu Bu in. However, given the situation at the time, it was better to stay with Liu Bu and fight against Cao Cao. Cao Cao's side is thinking the same way, which is why they are trying to win over Liu Bu. However, whether they succeed or not is another matter. Jiaosu, Li Yu, and others are well aware of these things. The fact that Liu Bei's side didn't need Liu Bu didn't mean Liu Bu should be given to someone else, even with the potential for future trouble. His formidable strength led figures like Jiaosu and Li Yu to believe he should be kept alive rather than given to someone else. In other words, regardless of what others thought, many on Liu Bei's side were already prepared to remove Liu Bu. They didn't need such a dangerous figure. Liu Yi was also wary of Liu Bu, but his understanding of him was not as deep as that of Li Yu and Zhou Wenhe. Therefore, he also hoped to capture Liu Bu while simultaneously capturing Chonggang. After returning to camp, Liu Yi appointed Yu Jin as the commander-in-chief, himself as the strategist, and Hua Xiong as the vanguard. He led over 8,000 men towards Binzhou, intending to detour to Xili to defend the emperor. In reality, however, he was merely going to make a token gesture of loyalty. Zijian, don't be like this. I've avenged you, no matter what. Zhuge's vanguard will definitely not have fared well under that fire. Liu Yi comforted Hua Xiong as they marched. The heavy losses suffered by the Shuyang cavalry were a severe blow to Hua Xiong. Thank you very much, military advisor Liu, Hua Xiong said with a sigh. However, the vanguard has not disappeared, and I think I will encounter them again. There's nothing we can do about it. The population of the 3 prefectures in Hebei exceeds 10 million, which is almost the same as that under Lord Xuande's rule. In terms of manpower alone, as long as we have excellent generals, it won't take long to recover. Liu Yi didn't mince words on this point and spoke the truth directly. After all, the population of the 3 northern prefectures that hadn't suffered from the plague was still quite formidable. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so wary. I'm thinking about how to counter the vanguard. I don't have legion talent or military spirit. I'm far behind the vanguard in these top-tier abilities, Hua Xiong said with some disappointment. You didn't lose, Zijian. Didn't you see that the battle situation was the same back then? If it weren't for Yan Liang, your chances of facing Xian Deng head-on would actually be 40-60. Liu Yi was also astonished when he said this. He had personally witnessed how Xian Deng had crushed the Binzhou Wolf cavalry, and the 40-60 chance against Hua Xiong was simply unbelievable. That's because there are more people, and my men are fearless and fought with their lives to achieve a 40-60 split. I'd rather not have that. Hua Xiong's face was cold. He once again recalled the image of the Shuyang Iron Cavalry blocking the enemy's advance with their lives. Then you should find a way to make your troops stronger, instead of being so dejected as you are now. Liu Yi said to Hua Xiong, only the weak wallow in self-pity. Losing once is not a problem, even if you suffer 100 defeats. As long as you have that fighting spirit, our Taishan can organize the troops you need. What we're afraid of is that after one defeat, you lose even your fighting spirit. Your comrades are waiting for you to personally avenge them. I will. Huo Xiong glanced at Lu Yi but said nothing more. He hadn't healed the scar on Lu Yi's chest, leaving a thin layer so that Lu Yi would remember how close he was to death when he faced Zhu Yi last time. If my entire legion were to encounter Zhu Yi's vanguard, relying on the discipline of the infantry and the harassment of the cavalry, it would be a 50-50 chance. A major defeat or victory was impossible. However, the revenge for the Shiyang Iron Cavalry would have to be avenged by the Shiyang Iron Cavalry themselves. Huo Xiong thought silently, glancing at his cavalry. Their morale was clearly low. If he could lead 3,000 Shiyang cavalry, with 30,000 Chang cavalry on his flanks, just like before, no matter what kind of troops the enemy had, or how elite they were, they would probably be able to crush them. The biggest problem with Zhu Yi's vanguard was its numbers. Huo Xiong thought to himself. The Chang cavalry are all trash. Huo Xiong recalled the situation back then and pondered the changes in the Shiyang Iron Cavalry after they joined forces with the Chang cavalry. He couldn't help but express his evaluation of the Chang cavalry. What did you say? Lu Yi asked, puzzled. I'm just saying that the Chang cavalry are trash, Huo Xiong said, turning his head. He was telling the truth. Oh, how is it garbage? Lu Yi asked curiously. The men of Shiyang can usually take on 5 men at once. If there are enough of them, we can take on 10 at once, Huo Xiong said confidently. Lu Yi didn't know what to say. In his mind, this should be an impossible event. But it feels strange. We can clearly defeat 10 times the number of Chang cavalry, but when we can't beat other types of troops with the same number, as long as we bring 10 times the number of Chang cavalry, the enemy basically collapses as soon as we make contact, Huo Xiong said, somewhat puzzled. He. Lu Yi didn't know how to answer. He realized that Huo Xiong seemed to have gone astray. It seemed that only a brainless person would go down this wrong path. Could it be that Huo Xiong's brain capacity was not very large? Chapter 558 Deception. A thought flashed through Lu Yi's mind. Huo Xiong doesn't seem to have much brain capacity. My advice is pointless. The simplest way is to tell him how to defeat Zhu Yi's vanguard head-on. Whether he can do it or not is not my concern. Cough, Zijian, you don't need to think so much. What you're really worried about right now is why the Shiyang Iron Cavalry was defeated, right? Lu Yi's face showed a strange smile. Straightforward people are easy to deal with. Could it be that military advisor Lu has a solution? A look of surprise flashed in Huo Xiong's eyes. Simple. Tell me what the Shiyang Iron Cavalry is best at. Lu Yi smirked. He didn't know how to defeat the vanguard, but he knew how to trick Huo Xiong. As long as Huo Xiong was tricked, the previous defeats were no problem at all. As long as they were not afraid of losing and had the determination to fight again, the army would not collapse. They excel at charging, breaking through enemy formations, ideally in large numbers, and crushing the enemy into dust. Huo Xiong recalled the days when he and Li Zhu led tens of thousands of iron cavalry across the battlefield, crushing everything in their path. That settles it then. Look, did you break through the first rampart back then? Lu Yi continued to entice Huo Xiong, hoping to deceive him into becoming crippled. No, the vanguard's resistance was extremely strong. It was very difficult for me to break through them head-on, especially when they activated their military spirit. Even if I activated my killing formation, it would be unlikely to break through. Although the 8-gate heavenly lock was extremely ingenious, the vanguard almost relied on their own formidable strength to withstand the killing formation head-on and then send me flying. Huo Xiong shook his head with a bitter expression. The Iron Cavalry's greatest strength had been defeated just like that. Lu Yi was utterly astonished upon hearing this. It was the first time he had ever heard of Huo Xiong knowing such a top-tier military formation. Wasn't this guy supposed to have a limited brain capacity? How did he learn it? Military Advisor Lu. Military Advisor Lu. Hua Xiong turned his head and called out to Lu Yi, who was somewhat distracted. General Hua, please don't worry about it. I've just been thinking about it. The Iron Cavalry excels at breaking through enemy lines and charging into enemy formations, but you can't utilize that skill. At least not against the vanguard. Lu Yi looked inscrutable, but he was just spouting nonsense. His goal was to fool Hua Xiong and prevent him from dwelling on his previous defeats. Yes, I had no way to perform at all. If it weren't for the killing formation, I would have lost even more miserably, Hua Xiong said, somewhat dejected. Then why don't you increase the impact, make the horses run faster, and make the soldiers' attack power stronger? Make the charge irresistible? Lu Yi continued his nonsense. As long as the attack power is great enough and the charge is more fierce, even if the enemy is carrying a big shield, you can just smash the shield and run them over. Lu Yi's seemingly pointless words were essentially telling Hua Xiong one thing. If you can't beat your opponent, it's simply because your attack power isn't strong enough or your charge isn't powerful enough. To beat them, you just need to attack harder and charge more aggressively. If you still can't beat them, it's still for the same reason. As long as you can overwhelm the opponent, your attack power and charge will be sufficient. Hua Xiong was taken aback. His mind wasn't very sharp, but he vaguely felt that what Lu Yi said seemed to make a lot of sense. Lu Yi's words were very suitable for a straightforward middle-aged man like him with not many brain cells. That's right. How come I didn't think of that? Military formations and killing moves, in the end, aren't they all about who can kill the other side? As long as I can cut harder than the other side, and they can't stop my charge, then it's all over, isn't it? The reason we can't beat the vanguard is because we can't break through their defenses, right? Hua Xiong slapped his forehead, suddenly feeling enlightened. That's exactly the point. I heard that the Shuyong Iron Cavalry has strengthened its defenses across the entire army, so they can fight without armor. But defense alone isn't reliable, is it? Although the Iron Cavalry can withstand one wave of attacks from the enemy, it doesn't mean they can withstand all of them, right? Lu Yi excitedly explained to Hua Xiong. Lu Yi was now brainwashing Hua Xiong with spittle flying everywhere. As for whether this theory was correct or not, who knew? Anyway, if the verification failed, it must be because your attack was not strong enough or the impact was insufficient. If it was strong enough, you definitely wouldn't lose. So, if you lost, it was your problem. If you won, it was because my theory was correct. Hua Xiong's eyes grew brighter as he listened. Compared to the previous tiger trying to eat the sky approach, which seemed futile, Lu Yi's approach was much more practical. Hua Xiong needed this kind of purely practical approach, and years of combat had taught him that Lu Yi's theory was reliable. All that remained was to strengthen their attack power and the intensity of their charge. Thank you very much, Military Advisor Lu. Hua Xiong said solemnly. If we wipe out the Vanguard Death Squad one day, I will definitely hold a banquet to invite you. Alright, I'll wait for the day you wipe out Xiandan, and I'll also wait for the day you invite me. Lu Yi was secretly overjoyed. As expected, straightforward people are easy to deal with. Duan, tell the brothers that we have a way to deal with Xiandan. Hua Xiong roared at Duan. Duan was his only remaining adjutant, and he was an adjutant who had been transferred from the Yellow Turbans after the Yellow Turbans in Qingxiu were wiped out. However, Du Yuan suited his taste very well. Yes, boss. I'll tell the brothers right away, Du Yuan replied loudly, then spurred his horse and turned it to gallop to the side, wanting to share the news with his comrades. In the previous battle, Hua Xiong was defeated, and the Shuyong Iron Cavalry suffered heavy losses. The entire Shuyong Iron Cavalry was wounded and their morale was low. However, This did not mean that they did not want revenge. On the contrary, their feud with Zhu Yi was now completely settled. If one side did not fall, the two sides would fight to the death. Zijian, I didn't expect you to know the advanced 8 gates golden lock formation. That's impressive, Liu Yi said tentatively. Liu Yi also knows some formations, but without someone to teach him. Even if Liu Yi wanted to deduce such a top-level formation on his own, it would be extremely difficult. Even if they were smart enough, Jiaosu couldn't grasp it because of that thin layer of paper. Once that thin layer of paper was broken, Jiaosu was able to quickly reverse the original 8 gates golden lock. Master Li taught me this. Huo Xiong smiled as he recalled Li Yu. Unfortunately, I'm rather slow and only know 3 variations. He. Liu Yi smirked. It was the first time he had known that Li Yu knew military formations, and that he had mastered them almost perfectly. Thinking about what Li Yu had done before, it seemed like there was nothing this guy couldn't do. Li Wenru and Cheng Zichuan are fellow apprentices, right? These two seem to know everything. Li Wenru is so low-key he's almost invisible, but whenever there's no one else available, they pull him into work. This guy has worked in business, land planning, urban construction, law, public opinion, strategic planning. Liu Yi felt a lot of pressure. For the first time, he realized that there was a ruthless person around him who had been overlooked. This person was capable of doing everything and doing everything well. How could such a person not have any presence? Liu Yi couldn't help but put his own way of thinking into Huo Xiong and Li Yu's thought process. After all, top-level military formations are very rare killing moves that are generally not passed on to others. It seemed strange that Li Yu was teaching Huo Xiong. Thinking back on Huo Xiong's previous actions, it seemed that he had a special respect for Li Yu. Chapter 559 Liu Ye's Style. I think I've discovered something incredible. Liu Ye's expression was somewhat gloomy. Although he, as a member of the Liu royal family, had no feelings for the royal family, or even for the emperor, if his guess was correct, then things would get really interesting. Although there are many unbelievable aspects, everything makes sense according to this way of thinking, and it also explains Li Yu's completely abnormal experiences. Liu Yi involuntarily pressed his brow. Although he was somewhat unwilling to believe it, he was now 70% certain that Li Yu was Li Ru. However, Li Yu seems like a nice person, and his personality isn't twisted at all. Apart from being a bit cold, he's fine in other ways and not as tyrannical as the rumors suggest. Moreover, after spending so much time with him, I can pretty much understand what he's like. So, there must be another reason for what happened with the young emperor. Liu Yi couldn't help but defend Li Yu. Zichuan must know about this, but he didn't say anything or take any precautions. In other words, Li Yu himself is harmless. Did he follow the wrong person? Liu Yi couldn't help but think. It's better not to tell Lord Xuanda. Right now, everyone in Mount Tai is united. If I bring this up and it causes a problem with the morale of my men, and Yuan Shao seizes the opportunity, it could lead to serious trouble. Moreover, a ruthless glint flashed in Liu Ye's eyes. What does it matter to me whether the young emperor lives or dies? I even want to overthrow Lucia and put my brother Xuanda on the throne. Compared to that child Lucia, my brother Xuanda is talented and virtuous. His ascension to the throne would benefit the people of the world and me. Liu Yi quickly revealed all the details. He decisively disregarded the fact that Li Yu was actually Li Ru. Liu Yi had never considered himself a good person. If it weren't for Liu Bei appearing at that time, giving Liu Yi hope of restoring the Han dynasty, he would have directly surrendered to Cao Cao. What did the death of an emperor matter? It must be said that Liu Yi was a pragmatist. If the Han dynasty could be restored, he would lend a hand. If it could not, he would decisively abandon it and seek a wise ruler to secure a bright future. Li Yu's importance to Liu Bei and the restoration of the Han dynasty far outweighed that of the deceased young emperor. Liu Yi decisively gave up on causing trouble for Li Yu because it was pointless. This time, we must find a way to clear Li Yu's name. What was that guy thinking? Personally poisoning the young emperor. That madman. Although this will definitely intimidate the officials, you yourself won't be able to clear your name now. Liu Yi thought with a headache. Although considering Dong Shuo's strength at the time, doing this to completely frighten the officials and consolidate his own power wasn't a big mistake. In the long run, if it fails, who else but you will be framed and killed? We need to make it flawless. Otherwise, it'll be easily discovered. We absolutely cannot let anyone associate Li Ru with Li Yu. Was that guy crazy back then? Did he need to personally assassinate the emperor? If there aren't any of your pawns in the loyalist army, I, Liu Zian, will give you my head. Let the loyalist army kill the emperor. At most, you'll be accused of failing to protect him. Liu Yi felt that Li Ru had completely lost his mind at the time, ignoring countless excellent strategies and insisting on using the worst possible approach. Although this would prevent internal unrest in the short term, it clearly gave Yuan Shao and his group a sense of righteousness. Liu Yi reversed Li Ru's thought process at the time, and in the end, I had only one feeling. Li Ru was gambling that he could wipe out all the warlords in the Central Plains in one fell swoop, but he lost the gamble. This guy is absolutely insane. Liu Yi felt his thinking was completely distorted. Li Ru's ideas were not what a normal person should have. In other words, Li Yu is just an idealist. Liu Yi frowned as he thought, that puts me at ease. As for the young emperor, what does that have to do with me? I even want Chaomengde to kill Lu Xiao as well. Liu Yi went from being shocked to indifferent, and then to harboring evil intentions. The unscrupulous royal family harbored far more malice towards the emperor than ordinary officials. Especially someone like Liu Yi, who is an abnormally intelligent member of the royal family with virtually no bottom line, poses an extraordinary threat to the emperor. He has his own code of conduct, adheres to it, and disregards whether he might harm the emperor. Loyalty is meaningless to such people. Hua Xiong never imagined that his words would make Liu Yi think so much. He was currently researching how to use cloud energy to enhance his impact and attack power. Before, he had no direction and was in a daze. Now that he had a direction, Hua Xiong naturally began to work hard. It was not shameful to lose to Zhu Yi, but it would be shameful for Hua Xiong not to try to defeat Zhu Yi after losing. Just as Hua Xiong couldn't have imagined that Liu Yi could glean so much from his words, Liu Yi also couldn't have imagined that Hua Xiong could actually turn his words into reality. If you can't beat someone, it means your attack power is insufficient. If you can't penetrate the opponent, it means your impact power is insufficient. Since you're lacking, then make up for it. Hua Xiong didn't understand how difficult it was to improve even a little when a soldier was close to reaching his peak. He only knew that Liu Yi was right. The desire for revenge of the Shuyang Iron Cavalry, who had been rebuilt after their defeat at Xiandam, far exceeded Liu Yi's expectations. The power unleashed by this crazy training and desire for revenge propelled Hua Xiong step by step toward his goal. After Liu Yi and his group left, only Zhang Fei, Cheng Qi, and Su Chu, who arrived shortly afterward with a small number of tiger guards, remained at the original encampment. Zhang Fei and Su Chu then stood facing each other across the river. Dong Kang, let's go out and fight today. The winner gets to drink wine, and the loser gets to patrol the camp. Zhang Fei slammed his fist on the table and roared at Su Chu. For Zhang Fei, Liu Yi's orders were secondary. His second brother had already given him orders to stay put, and Guan Yu would arrive from Licheng in 10 days at most. Su Chu glanced at Zhang Fei. The two of them were truly evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. With a quick dart of his eyes, Su Chu slammed his hand on the table. Now that we've evened it out, we'll divide the wine, and then you can go patrol the camp. Good! Zhang Fei shouted, making Su Chu's ears ring. Wiping away his drool, Su Chu stood up, took his elephant trunk broadsword from the weapon rack beside him, swung it a couple of times, producing a loud cracking sound as the air was torn apart, shook his head, stretched, did a few stretching exercises, and then ran out with the broadsword in his hand. Zhang Fei also ran out carrying his spear, while Chen Qi ordered the scouts to expand their reconnaissance area. He didn't want to be ambushed, and to avoid being attacked, Chen Qi had already begun constructing a permanent fortified camp, even digging a moat around the camp. Zhang Fei didn't know how to evaluate Chen Qi's cautious approach. With this kind of defense, once they saw the camp, there was probably no one left to attack. However, for Chen Qi, his soldiers were just sitting around doing nothing anyway, so he might as well use them to strengthen defenses. He was the type to play the tortoise game. Chapter 560 Cultivation. Zhang Fei was completely unaware that he had been targeted by Dong Liu, who was well prepared, not long after he arrived at this place, and Zhang Liu had tried to rush up and kill Zhang Fei several times. However, Chen Qi's turtle-like fighting style was so disgusting that Zhang Liu felt like a dog trying to bite a hedgehog and had no way to get to the point. So he could only spy on him every day in order to seize an opportunity to fight. As for the outcome, to be honest, Zhang Liu, who is not famous now but whose actual ability is absolutely top-notch, already felt disgusted by the camp in the distance. Chen Qi dug a trap right under his nose, then openly dug a moat, and then began to expand the camp, building an outer fortress. The entire outer fortress was full of traps. Now, Chen Qi has actually started building earthen mounds outside the outer camp, then stationing archers on them, and even reinforced the slopes away from the camp with huge logs, making them almost 90 degrees. How's the catapult design coming along? Chen Qi asked the artisans accompanying the army. It's usable now, but there are structural problems, and the parts are worn out too much, the craftsman replied. Parts wear and tear. Don't worry about it, it's not necessary. It's just for scaring people. I'll take it apart in a bit and then reassemble it on the hill. Chen Qi said casually. The ultimate turtle style is to make people not want to fight when they see it, rather than having to fight to deter them. Just throw up anything that can scare people. Zhang Liu, on a hill a dozen miles away, enhanced his eyesight with his internal energy. Upon seeing the catapults appearing on the hill, he completely abandoned his idea of raiding the camp. The other side was simply being shameless. Forget it, let's withdraw the troops and wait to rendezvous with General Lu. Military advisor Chen must have his own reasons. It's a pity to miss this opportunity. Zhang Liu helplessly abandoned his plan to raid the camp. I'll remember you. Although I don't know your name, you gave me a heads up. When launching an attack, don't focus on anything else. The more you focus, the fewer opportunities you have. An attack requires guts. Zhang Liu, his face dark, led 1,000 elite wolf cavalry away. If he had known it would turn out this way, Zhang Liu would have definitely gone in and dealt them a heavy blow on the first day before he even figured out their strengths. Meanwhile, Guan Yu, leading 5,000 infantry and cavalry with Guo Jia as his strategist, was only a day's journey away from Zhang Fei. Contrary to Liu Bei's expectations, Guan Yu exceptionally appointed Wei Yan as the new garrison commander of Lichen. Neither Guo Jia nor Zhang Bao raised any objections to this decision. The 20-year-old Wei Yan successfully commanded a secondary army, preparing for a protracted battle with Gao Long of Ji province. Brother Wei, is it really okay for us to do this? Guan Ping treated Wei Yan, a young man who resembled his father by 8 parts, with the respect due to an elder brother in private. Gao Long is a very steady guy. If he didn't do that, do you think he would fall for the trap? Wei Yan asked, turning his head. If we get caught, Lei Ling will be finished, Guang Ping said, somewhat apprehensively. His father had just passed away. Wei Yan had just become the highest-ranking official in Lichen, and he himself had just taken command of an army. Wei Yan then gave Guang Ping a daring plan that sent chills down his spine. The loss of Lei Ling won't affect the overall situation. Wei Yan licked his lips, a hint of excitement on his face. He hadn't expected Guang Yu to hand over the highest command of Lichen to him. He was quite bewildered when Guang Yu suggested it to him. This is why Wei Yan was extremely grateful to Guang Yu. Feeling he couldn't let Guang Yu down, he planned to earn a great merit to prove himself. That's true, but if we lose Lei Ling, Brother Wei, you'll definitely be demoted, and I'll certainly lose my position as the commander of a separate division. I guess I'll have to go back to learning from my father. Of course, I'm not saying we shouldn't learn from our fathers. It's just, Guang Ping said with a helpless expression. Which general doesn't want to lead troops, especially young officers like Guang Ping? They usually only have a few hundred men under their command. Guang Yu was extremely strict with the two of them, treating them basically the same as other officers and soldiers. If Wei Yan and Guang Ping hadn't performed so well, they would have had a hard time getting ahead now. Do you intend to wait for the general to return and then lead hundreds more troops? Wei Yan asked, tilting his head, his words clearly containing a seductive undertone that even the general couldn't resist. Guang Ping's face showed great struggle. Now he was leading nearly 2,000 infantry and cavalry, but when he thought back to the days when he led only a few hundred men, he thought, let's do it. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame with you. At most, I'll get a few lashes from father. Don't think so badly. I wouldn't have done it if there was no chance of success. Wei Yan patted Guang Ping on the shoulder. If we succeed, when General Guang comes back, we can be promoted to lieutenant generals. Okay, I'll join too. I've disliked Gao Long for a long time, Guang Ping said, feeling frustrated as he recalled the hurt he suffered at Gao Lan's hands last time. Guang Yu and Guo Jia of Yanzhou advanced steadily without encountering any unexpected events. Pinger and Wan Chang won't have any problems, will they? Guang Yu stroked his beard. Only in front of Guo Jia would he reveal his true feelings, instead of being as aloof as he was in public. No, Changmen was lucky, but he is exceptionally brave and resourceful. Tangji is meticulous and steady. The two, one orthodox and the other unorthodox, will not be a big problem. Moreover, if General Guang wants them to grow, he cannot keep them under his wing forever. Wei Wanchang is a great general. If he is not let go, his achievements will stop there. Guo Jia had a high opinion of Wei Yan. He liked this kind of person who was exceptionally brave, liked unorthodox strategies, and was good at winning against the odds. Thank you for your kind words, Guang Yu said with a sigh. He valued Wei Yan even more than his own son. General Guang, do not worry. With Wei Wenchang's courage and strategic acumen, he should accomplish a great feat before we return to Lichen, Guo Jia said with a smile. Did strategist Guo leave himself a backup plan? Guang Yu asked curiously. Having spent a long time with Guo Jia, Guang Yu had become accustomed to Guo Jia's style. When it came to strategies, Lu Yi would make many preparations and then let Guang Yu choose, while Guo Jia's specialty was leaving himself a backup plan and never letting others see through his trump card. There are backup plans, but they need to be aware of them. If they can be brought to their full potential, they will also be qualified to command an army, Guo Jia said with a smile. He was also training this group of people, and the method was very suitable for people like Wei Yan. Using Gao Long of Ji province to hone Wei Yan and the others had always been Guo Jia's idea. Then I can rest assured. Guang Yu nodded. To be honest, he was still a little worried. Before leaving, he had specifically instructed Zhang Bao to keep a close eye on the north. If Wei Yan and Guang Ping couldn't hold out, he could directly take command of the northern troops. Moreover, Guang Yu had written a transfer order in advance, just in case. Let's stay here and rest for the night before rejoining Ida and the others. We're already deep in Yanzhou, so let's be careful not to give Cheng Gangtai an opening. That guy is no pushover, Guo Jiao said, glancing at the spy. He had never underestimated Cheng Gangtai. Chapter 561 Zhang Wenyuan of Yanmen. Guang Yu glanced at the spy, nodded in approval of Guo Jia's suggestion, and then ordered his men to spread out scouts and set up camp on the spot. Zhang Liao was preparing to withdraw from Dong Fei's side to the rear to join Lu Bu. He was confident that Lu Bu had defeated the Hebei army, which was his recognition of Lu Bu's abilities. There's a force of about 10,000 men ahead. Zhang Liao looked at his scout in surprise. Do you know whose flag they're flying? The distance is too far, and the enemy is extremely cautious, with scouts everywhere, making it difficult for our soldiers to get close. We can only vaguely see that one large banner with the character Guang on it, the scout replied, head bowed. Guang Yu's scouts were scattered everywhere, preventing Zhang Liao's scouts from getting too close. However, relying on his familiarity with the terrain, he still managed to get as close as possible to Guang Yu's camp, and after observing the large fortified camp from afar, he roughly estimated the number of soldiers the camp could accommodate. Guang. In that case, it can only be Liu Bei's second brother, Guang Yu. Zhang Liao muttered to himself with a solemn expression. Guang Yu has actually come. Shouldn't he be defending Yuanshao in Licheng? Why is he in Yanzhou now? Zhang Liao was slightly puzzled. He glanced north and a possibility suddenly arose in his mind, sending a chill down his spine. The Hebei army and Liu Bei's army were probably working together. It's likely not just the Hebei army. Liu Bei's army also feels our presence is disrupting their situation. Therefore, both the Hebei army and Liu Bei's army probably harbored the intention to annihilate us. Zhang Liao's eyes flickered. He knew Cheng Gang's strategy of playing both sides was unreliable. No, it seems I was wrong. Mr. Gongtai's strategy of playing both sides was correct. However, this correctness is based on the premise that we can withstand the enemy's first probing attack. Otherwise, if both sides regard us as ants, they probably won't have the patience. Zhang Liao's thinking wasn't slow. With reality before him, he quickly guessed Cheng Gang's idea. To navigate between two powerful forces, one must not only restrain one's greed but also demonstrate value to both sides, thus gaining their favor. Only then can one rely on Master Gongtai's judgment to choose a victor. Zhang Liao sighed. This was the helplessness of the weak. Even if they could win temporarily, they would inevitably have to depend on the strong in the future. Compared to other valiant generals under Lu Bu, Zhang Liao was extremely meticulous. Moreover, his military strategy, strategic acumen, martial prowess, and wisdom were all top-notch in his time. Upon learning that the opponent was Guang Yu, he immediately understood the implications. Zhang Xin, Zhang Yu, you two each lead a few men disguised as woodcutters and hunters to carefully investigate Guang Yu's camp. It would be best if you could memorize the entire camp for me. After understanding what Guang Yu was there for, Zhang Liao decisively prepared to give Guang Yu a ruthless and unexpected attack. Yes, sir. Zhang Xin and Zhang Yu, the two personal guards Zhang Liao had brought from Yanmen, bowed respectfully, quickly selected a few thin-looking soldiers, removed their armor, changed into tattered clothes, grabbed an axe, and swaggered towards Guang Yu's camp. The rest of you, follow me. Hide all the horses behind the hill, and don't let Guang Yu's scouts spot you. After Zhang Xin and Zhang Yu left, Zhang Liao led his wolf riders to hide behind a shady hill. Relying on his familiarity with the terrain, Zhang Liao easily evaded Guang Yu's scouts, though he did manage to take down a few sharp-eyed ones as well. I wonder how Guan Yu assigned his scouts. Killing a dozen or so won't get him noticed, Zhang Liao muttered to himself with a hint of helplessness. After all, Guan Yu's scouts were quite capable in both combat and vigilance. If Zhang Liao hadn't also possessed the ability to project internal energy, Guan Yu's scouts would probably have already fired signal arrows. General, how about we launch a night raid instead of waiting until midnight? A strategist suggested. After all, a night raid was a highly skilled operation for Zhang Liao's elite troops, and being unable to see the enemy was a major problem. A night raid is too difficult for us. When it gets dark, Guan Yu will surely be cooking. We can launch a surprise attack then, not to kill him, but to demoralize him, Zhang Liao said with a smile. Who said a night raid has to be at midnight or 1 to 3 a.m.? Isn't the point of a night raid to be a surprise attack? As long as we can achieve that, who cares about the time? On the other side, after Zhang Xin and Zhang Yu separated, they carried a large pile of firewood and sang loudly, which naturally attracted the attention of Guan Yu's scouts. Who are you people? Soon a group of scouts surrounded Dang Xin and several woodcutters. Sirs, we are all farmers from the surrounding area. We've come up the mountain to gather firewood to store for the winter. If we don't prepare some firewood now, we'll have a hard time surviving the winter, Zhang Xin replied repeatedly, as if he had been taken aback by the soldiers. Oh, that's our army's camp ahead. You should take a detour, or rest here for the night and head back tomorrow. The scout captain looked up at the sky, trying to appear somewhat humane. What should I do? My family lives over there. If I take a detour, it will be difficult to see anything after dark. My wife and children in the village are waiting for me to return, Zhang Xin said in a panic. The scouts exchanged glances. It wouldn't be good to be so cold-hearted. After looking at the honest and unassuming Zhang Xin, they decided that it would be better to take him through the area. Stay with us and don't wander off. We are under the command of Lord Xuanda and will not disturb you. However, if you cause us trouble, we will not show any mercy. The scout warned them a couple of times, then led Dang Xin and the others through the front of the camp. Soon after, another group of scouts led Zhang Yu and the others through the rear of the camp. When Zhang Yu and Zhang Xin returned with intelligence about Guan Yu's camp, the sun had already set, leaving only a small arc. Really? That's how Guan Yu's scouts did it? Zhang Liao listened to the excitement in Zhang Yu and Zhang Xin's words, and could tell that they were very excited about the stupidity of Guan Yu's scouts. Yeah, those idiots, after checking my identity a little and making sure there were no problems, sent the two of us out of that area, allowing us to easily see the entire outer layout of the camp. Adding to that what we saw inside the camp when we went up the mountain to chop firewood, we now have a pretty good grasp of Guan Yu's camp, Dang Xin and Zhang Yu said excitedly. Of all the times they had disguised themselves as scouts, this was the simplest. In the past, this tactic might have resulted in the enemy mercilessly beheading them, but unexpectedly, this time the enemy didn't pursue the matter too much. Liu Bei and Guan Yu. I used to think it was a joke when I heard that Liu Bei was a benevolent man. In this chaotic world, where is there a pure land of benevolence? I never thought there would actually be such a righteous army. Zhang Liao looked at the sky and his heart trembled slightly, but he quickly calmed down. He knew that this was not the time to think about these things. Chapter 562 Unpredictable Gods and Ghosts. Wang Wu. Haven't Wang Hong and the others returned yet? How many of the other scouts have returned by now? Scout Sima asked the team leader, who was keeping track of the numbers, even though he was also counting the number of returning scouts. Wang Wu and the others haven't returned yet. I guess they've been too thorough in their reconnaissance. Of the 273 scout teams we sent out, 264 have already returned, leaving 9 still missing. The scout team leader, who was compiling the statistics, replied to Sima. It was already quite late, and they would be cooking soon. Whoa! A sound of reining in horses came from afar. The scout commander and the squad leader looked over at the same time and saw that 2 more scouts had returned. 265 units have returned, and 8 remain. There is no special military situation reported, the scout captain replied. All right, you continue to wait here. I'll go report to the general and the strategist. The scout commander glanced at the 2 scouts who had just returned but didn't say anything, nor did he suspect that the other 8 scout teams had met with misfortune. Report! Gu Jie and Guang Yu were sitting in the tent discussing the march after they joined up with Zhang Fei. Although the 2 had discussed this military matter many times, Gu Jie would chat with Guang Yu again whenever they were bored. Speak! Guang Yu glanced at the scout and said only one word. The scout felt a sense of awe and arrogance coming towards him. Although he had reported intelligence to Guang Yu many times, every time he saw Guang Yu stroking his big beard and slightly opening his eyes to look at him, the scout felt the same way awe and arrogance. See, that's how a person's image is established. The scout, Sima, bowed his head and recounted all the intelligence reports. After confirming that nothing had been omitted, he lowered his head and awaited Guang Yu's orders. Of the 273 teams, 265 have returned. 8 are still missing. Gu Jie murmured, confirming it was still within the normal range, and then nodded to Guang Yu. Report the information on the scouts who haven't returned. You may leave now, Guang Yu's deep voice came through. The scout quickly presented the prepared bamboo slips. Gu Jie glanced at them and was slightly taken aback. He put down the wine cup he had already picked up, reached out and picked up the bamboo slips. He looked at them carefully, his expression somewhat gloomy. Is there a problem? Guang Yu had worked with Gu Jie for a long time, and seeing that Gu Jie wasn't drinking but instead picked up the bamboo slips, he knew there was something wrong. So he asked, I'm afraid there are people lying in ambush in this area. Gu Jie sighed and said, it was indeed very normal for 7 or 8 scout teams not to return. After all, scouts are such magical creatures that they explore too deeply, and sometimes they return late. It is common for 7 or 8 out of 200 or 300 teams of 2 people each not to return. The enemy won't be many, and they're lying in ambush to our west. Their numbers won't exceed 1,000, and they're likely hiding from us. An attack is also possible, and the leader is probably at the inner chi separation stage. Although Gu Jie was only suspicious, he could guess the general situation just by looking at the bamboo slip in his hand. All right, then let's prepare early. Guang Yu hadn't even considered the possibility that Gu Jie's guess was wrong. Having spent so much time with Gu Jie, Guang Yu knew that Gu Jie's judgments were rarely wrong, although it was indeed astonishing that he could deduce this much based solely on a bamboo slip without any relevant information. However, Guang Yu now had absolute trust in Gu Jie. Gu Jie sighed. He quite enjoyed explaining things to others, but unfortunately, Guang Yu, after working with him for so long, no longer asked him why like before. Show me the map. Let me find their location and determine their troop types. If possible, it would be better if we could ambush them, Gu Jie said idly. Guang Yu rummaged in his robes for a moment and tossed a leather map to Gu Jie. Gu Jie began to trace the map with his knuckles, and finally sighed silently. I underestimated them. How come even you, Feng Xiao, can make a mistake? Guang Yu stroked his beard and laughed. He was quite interested in Gu Jie getting his comeuppance. It's not that we misjudged them, but rather that they are quite far from us, and they are all cavalry, with a force estimated to be only 1,000 men. They are lying in ambush in the hills to the northwest, and they probably marched in the same direction as us before, and their target really was us. Gu Jie clicked his tongue in amazement, greatly admiring the audacity of the enemy. They even managed to predict the type of troops this time. Guan Yu was taken aback. Given the distance, if we charge in and launch an attack, our scouts will become suspicious if they don't return soon. Therefore, we cannot afford to waste time. We have a significant numerical advantage, and even if the enemy launches a night attack, they can only aim to demoralize us. Given their courage and meticulousness, they certainly won't fight to the death. Thus, a swift retreat is the best course of action, Guo Jiao said calmly. Guan Yu understood after this analysis. They are all cavalry. These cavalry must belong to Lu Bu, so they can only be wolf riders. Moreover, they have the advantage of terrain. If they don't rush into our trap, they will definitely escape successfully, Guan Yu nodded and said. However, I am very curious about which of Lu Bu's generals has such courage and such a meticulous and cautious mind, Guo Jiao said curiously. It's a pity that I have been fighting in the north and Ji province recently and haven't had much time to access intelligence from all over the world. Otherwise, I should be able to guess who the other party is. That's enough. A cold glint flashed in Guan Yu's eyes. I will immediately order my soldiers to be on high alert. Guo Jiao remained silent. He was very curious that a top-tier general who could instantly kill two scouts from a considerable distance without giving them any chance to react, and who still decided to launch a sneak attack even knowing that the opponent was Guan Yu, was only leading 1,000 men. It seems the enemy isn't in a favorable position under Lu Bu. In that case, we can try to persuade them. Guo Jiao carefully examined the direction the 8 scout teams that hadn't returned had explored, and finally confirmed that the enemy had indeed killed one scout team and was now moving in the same direction as them. Bold yet meticulous, and incredibly strong. If he were to actually attack while we were setting up our kitchens to cook dinner, he would likely be considered one of the best in the world in every way. Guo Jiao thought to himself, having already given Zhang Liu, whom he had never met before, extremely high praise upon their first encounter. Unfortunately, the other side never considered that I had only recently numbered 360 scouts. Once they were deployed, I could even calculate where you were. After killing 8 scouts, I could guess how many of you there were at this distance. I let you launch a night raid. Guo Jiao thought with a cold smile. Zhang Liu was completely unaware that before he even made a move, Guo Jiao had already thoroughly analyzed his past and exposed his weaknesses. Chapter 563 Schemes. After summoning and instructing his generals, Guan Yu ordered Zhou Cong to prepare his 500 swordsmen, ready to attack the enemy as soon as they charged, and then capture them alive as Guo Jiao had instructed. 所以, what a pity! Guo Jiao looked around the camp. When he set up camp, he chose an open and flat place. Such a place has a wide field of vision and can avoid being ambushed. However, this also makes it difficult to ambush others. What's wrong? Guan Yu rarely poured Guo Jiao a full cup of wine, and Guo Jiao had no choice but to drink it. Then Guan Yu took away the wine cup and wine pot, replaced them with a teapot and teacups, and added a few pieces of pastry. Guo Jiao reluctantly picked up his teacup and began to fantasize about the taste of wine. Before each battle, Guan Yu would offer him a cup of wine. After that cup, he could not expect to see any more wine until the battle was over. This was Guan Yu's rule. He could give you special privileges to drink in the military camp, but you absolutely could not let drinking cause you to make mistakes. The enemy is also shrewd. We can abandon the plan to encircle and annihilate them. They won't go deep. Mobilize archers and ballistae, and injure as many as you can. This place is too flat, which has both advantages and disadvantages. Guo Jiao sighed and pointed out that the terrain was a major problem. That's right. In that case, let's not get entangled. Mobilize the archers and crossbowmen. Use the ballistae to stun them the moment they appear, and they will surely retreat. Guan Yu also understood that the place he chose to set up camp was too flat. Although it offered a wide field of vision, the enemy's field of vision would also be wide. Given their cautious nature, they would not overlook any suspicions and would likely see through his arrangements. That's all we can do. The enemy came too fast. We didn't even have time to make arrangements. And if we leave the camp now, given how flat the terrain is, unless we go to that mountainous area, we'd have to be quite far away to have an effective ambush. Guo Jia sighed. It's better to just defend against the enemy from the outside. Then let's do it this way. Directly deploy the archers to prepare at the front camp, and have the cavalry ambush on both sides. One wave of archers can kill as many as possible. Afterwards, the cavalry ambush on both sides will attack. Capture or kill as many as possible, but if not, do not pursue for too long. Guan Yu was a decisive man. He immediately made the decision. On the other side, Zhang Liu silently ate the little remaining dry rations, counted the number of people, and waited for night to fall. Let's discuss this with Feng Xian when we get back. Zhang Liu swallowed his dry rations with water, silently thinking to himself that compared to Yuan Shao, Zhang Liu now admired Liu Bei more. Although Liu Bei seemed foolish, his benevolence comforted Zhang Liu a lot. Perhaps Liu Bei could really create a peaceful land through his benevolence. Zhang Liu poured the last of his water onto his face, using the cold touch to calm himself. This wasn't the time to think about such things. He had to defeat Guan Yu before considering anything else. While Guan Yu was preparing the meal, he had already positioned archers around the edge of the camp, and the ballistae were mostly in place. Unlike the previous double-layered camps that were as tall as a person, this camp was only half a person high, but it was very tightly constructed. There were no gaps at all, and the archers and ballistae were crouching behind the dense fence. From the front, there was absolutely no problem with it. Guan Yu had Zhou Cong carry a large sword and lead the elite swordsmen to sit in the camp and have a barbecue with the main army. Then he arranged Jiang Gong and the others next to the camp wall. In this way, even if the night raid was too intense and the archers did not repel the enemy as expected, the swordsmen in the army and Guan Yu, who was in the center to share will and woe, could instantly quell the situation and launch a counterattack. How is Yuan Shao? Guan Yu asked, glancing at Pei Yuan Shao. Compared to Zhou Cong, Pei Yuan Shao was sharp-eared and sharp-eyed, and was now carefully eavesdropping by placing a bowl upside down on the ground. Not yet, Pei Yuan Shao shook his head. Soon, Pei Yuan's eyes opened, and a look of joy appeared on his face. They're here. Just as the strategist said, there are probably only a little over 1,000 cavalry. This is what Feng Shao said, Guan Yu said proudly. Although he often looked down on scholars, he had to consider who they were. At least he never underestimated the few civil officials who had worked with him before. Whether it was Cheng Xi, Guo Jia, or Liu Yi who had been transferred, Guan Yu admired them all. What he despised were those pedantic scholars, not truly capable wise men. Go and inform Jiang Gong to prepare, Guan Yu ordered Pei Yuan Shao. Guan Yu did not mistreat Guan Hai because of his loyalty to the Yellow Turbans. Most of the Yellow Turban leaders were veterans of countless battles. Although their overall strategic vision was not as good as that of the generals, they were all experienced in commanding a few hundred men. In addition, these Yellow Turban leaders were all skilled in martial arts, and Sima was more than capable of becoming a garrison commander. As a result, many of the middle and lower-ranking officers in Mount Tai were originally leaders of various ranks in Qinxiu. As darkness fell, Long Liu began to wrap his horse's hooves and slowly made his way towards Guan Yu. The pace was slow, but the sound was almost imperceptible. As they traveled, Zhang Liu could smell the aroma of meat and wine as they approached Guan Yu's camp, about a mile away. Although Guan Yu had only given each soldier a bowl of wine, with nearly 10,000 men, the amount of wine consumed was considerable, and naturally, the aroma of wine permeated the air. There were no scouts. It seemed the other side had been somewhat careless. When Zhang Liu smelled the aroma, a hint of joy naturally appeared on his face. Even if Zhang Liu merely had a favorable impression of Liu Bei's side, or even if he had the intention of defecting to Liu Bei, he wouldn't hold back at this moment. As they drew closer, Zhang Liu could hear the shouts and battle cries from the opposite camp. He was secretly delighted and whispered to his soldiers, "Mount up and prepare to attack." Zhang Liu mounted his horse, and his soldiers, their faces contorted with rage, also leaped onto their saddles and headed undisguisedly towards Guan Yu's camp. In the short distance of 1 mile, the combined speed of the Binxiu wolf cavalry was almost instantaneous. As Zhang Liu approached Guan Yu's camp, he unconsciously glanced at the camp wall again. This glance made him break out in a cold sweat, his armor soaked through. What could be reflecting that dark light but a crossbow? "Turn over!" Zhang Liu roared, and he forcefully unleashed his inner energy. Under the firelight, Zhang Liu's expression was extremely ferocious. At the same time, countless crossbow bolts, arrows, and crossbow bolts that resembled spears shot towards Zhang Liu and his troops. In an instant, men and horses were thrown into chaos, almost exactly as Guo Jia had predicted. To ensure his men wouldn't get separated during the night raid, Zhang Liu rallied them together. However, under this dense rain of arrows, their tight formation suffered a devastating blow. Chapter 564 Flexible Internal Qi. The cavalrymen, who had been lying in ambush on both the left and right flanks, mounted their horses the moment the arrows rained down from the front camp, roaring battle cries as they charged out of the camp, forming a large encirclement. "Retreat!" Zhang Liu desperately deflected the rain of arrows coming from the front, but even so, after knocking away several crossbow bolts, he was exhausted and took a few more arrows. Fortunately, Zhang Liu was strong and pulled out the arrows to suppress his injuries. He then used his inner energy to lead his soldiers to charge diagonally away from Guan Yu's camp. "Once you're here, don't leave." Guan Yu's imposing voice echoed, and the power in his words even instilled fear in Zhang Liu's elite troops. Zhang Liu didn't reply at all. He looked in Guan Yu's direction with a hint of apprehension. He continuously poured his silver-gray inner energy into the spear, but no obvious luster was emitted. Instead, a thin silver-gray thread condensed inside the spear. "Take this!" Guan Yu roared, and with his green dragon crescent blade in hand, he slashed down fiercely, unleashing a 100-meter-long cyan blade of light. "Open up for me!" Upon seeing Guan Yu's massive blade of light, Zhang Liu swung his spear fiercely, unleashing countless fine threads that clashed wildly against Guan Yu's blade, deflecting it just before it reached him. With a loud thud, Guan Yu's light blade slammed into the open ground, cutting a crater over 100 meters long. "Go!" Zhang Liu had already noticed the cavalry charging from the left and right camps, and immediately lost all will to fight, turning his horse to retreat in the direction they had come from. "General, you are mighty!" Zhou Cong roared immediately, and the soldiers in the front camp who knew nothing about Zhang Liu, having been misled by Zhou Cong's shout, reacted at his command. Zhou Cong followed suit, and there was absolutely no disturbance. "Ho!" Guan Yu was taken aback. He had seen people dodge his attacks, and he had seen people block them head-on. He had even had real combat exchanges, but this was the first time he had seen someone like Zhang Liu. "Order Li Fu and Chen Chuang to pursue them for 20 li, and retreat if they fail to capture them," Guan Yu commanded Zhou Cong. "Is there a problem?" Guo Jia asked curiously. His understanding of internal energy was only superficial, and compared to Guan Yu's level, he had no idea what had happened before. The opponent actually uses flexible internal energy. "This is the only martial artist I've ever seen with flexible internal energy," Guan Yu said, frowning. Although flexible internal energy has many advantages, there's one thing all martial artists know: it's not suitable for combat. Its attack power is too weak. Oh! Although Guo Jiao didn't understand internal energy, he did understand the distinction between hard and soft. The so-called hard internal energy was simply internal energy used for fighting, while soft internal energy was purely for health preservation and was not suitable for combat. The voice that spoke earlier sounded somewhat like someone from the same hometown. Guan Yu frowned. How many years had it been? He hadn't returned to Jieyang in Hedong since he killed someone, and as for that familiar accent, it had been over a decade. Zhang Liao arrived and left quickly. Half of his 1,000 wolf cavalry fell from their horses in a single encounter. Although falling from their horses did not necessarily mean death, when Zhou Zong led his swordsmen to charge, the fallen Binxiu wolf cavalry had little chance of resistance and were all captured by Zhou Zong. Cheng Chuang, Li Fu, and several others led 2,000 cavalry in pursuit, but the distance between them and Zhang Liao's wolf riders grew wider and wider. Finally, after chasing for nearly 20 miles, they abandoned the pursuit, turned their horses around, and returned to their camp. Zhang Liao glanced back at Guan Yu's retreating troops. He had already rallied their morale. He had originally planned to advance a little further, stretching out the disorganized pursuing column, and then launch a counterattack to avenge the earlier arrow wound. However, the enemy had turned their horses around just as their column had been stretched out. While slowing down the march, Zhang Liao took a headcount, ordered the uninjured soldiers to bandage the wounded, and then sent out scouts to search the area to avoid being secretly surrounded by Guan Yu. General, the enemy should have already retreated. They don't seem to want to pursue us. Lang Xin replied to Zhang Liao with his head down. He had been joking about Guan Yu's stupidity, but now he realized that he was the stupid one. Proceed slowly, and take the seriously wounded soldiers with you, Zhang Liao said with a bitter expression. After fighting for so many years, this was the first time he had encountered a situation where he was crippled before he could even touch the enemy, and he didn't even know how the enemy had done it. If it weren't for the flash of fire earlier, which allowed him to see the dark light reflected from the enemy's arrows, he probably would have been killed there as well. Zhang Liao infused each of the seriously wounded soldiers with a wisp of internal energy to save their lives. The advantage of this gentle internal energy is that it has excellent effects on health preservation and treatment. However, their extremely low combat strength makes them easy to kill. As Zhang Liao marched, he pondered where he had gone wrong. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out how he had been discovered. His timing, ambush location, and level of caution were all impeccable, which puzzled him greatly. How could they have found out? Just maintain the normal patrols and sentries at night. They won't come back. There are too few of them. Not everyone has the abnormal thinking of Gang Xinbao, Guo Jiao said to Guan Yu after Zhang Liao escaped. Gang Xinbao, Guan Yu frowned. Although he didn't like the carefree Gang Ning, he had to admit that Gang Ning's courage was definitely abnormal. That guy is the most daring I've ever met, and General, you'd better not underestimate him. His nonchalant attitude is just a disguise, Guo Jiao said with a laugh, then turned around and prepared to go back to his tent to rest. That was just Gang Xinbao's disguise, wasn't it? But when disguise becomes a habit, who knows? Gang Ning didn't rely on intuition, but on a genuine grasp of the battle situation. His overall perspective was excellent, but unfortunately, he was unwilling to show it to others, always pretending to be a fool to put people at ease. Guo Jiao thought silently. Guo Jiao also had a high opinion of Gang Ning. He had carefully read the intelligence about Gang Ning and found something interesting. Gang Ning's behavior was less like reckless actions and more like he had made predictions in advance for every step. It was just that in such a chaotic situation, Gang Ning's battles always seemed like reckless actions. As for the general this time, according to the intelligence obtained from the previous prisoners, the opponent is Long Liu. I had heard Zichuan and Wang Ru mention him before. This general is not bad, and he is no less than what Zichuan and Wang Ru said before. He has an excellent grasp of the battle situation and his intuition is also very good. Guo Jia secretly evaluated Zhang Liu, but since he couldn't see how Zhang Liu had figured out the ambush, Guo Jia could only attribute it to intuition for the time being. Chapter 565 Reunion. Nothing happened that night, and the next morning Guang Yu broke camp on time and slowly marched towards Zhang Fei's direction. After finishing their morning combat exercises, Zhang Fei and Su Chu each carried a rice bucket and ate heartily for breakfast. It is said that since food became plentiful, the 2 meals a day that were once the norm in the Han Dynasty have been completely destroyed by Chengxi's 3 meals a day on Mount Tai, especially for people like Su Chu and Zhang Fei, who cannot do without 3 meals a day. Awesome! Zhang Fei said with a satisfied expression after eating the whole pork chop and then using a chicken bone to clean his teeth. You're something else. I've noticed you've been eating more than me lately, Su Chu said in a deep voice. For martial artists of their level, eating more meant stronger combat power. If they couldn't even eat, how could they have the strength to fight? Let's continue after we finish eating. I'm going to pay back for those punches you gave me today. Zhang Fei rubbed his beard, which was as sharp as steel needles. Before fighting Lu Bu, he hadn't bothered to groom his spiky beard in order to show his ferocity, making him look particularly fierce. You wait, I'm going to give you back your loud voice from this morning. It made me dizzy. Su Chu shoveled all the rice from the special large bowl into his mouth in a few quick bites and pointed at Zhang Fei. Let's digest this a bit, then we'll continue fighting. Zhang Fei grumbled. He realized that he seemed to be a little stronger than Su Chu now, but since it wasn't a life or death battle, the difference wasn't too obvious. General Zhang, General Su, General Guang, messengers have arrived. Cheng Qi walked in, frowning as he looked at the mess inside the tent. Second brother is here. Zhang Fei's eyes snapped open, a fierce and valiant aura emanating from him. Ha ha! Second brother is finally here. Old Zhang has been waiting impatiently for you, that damned Lu Bu. This time, I'll definitely settle things with you. When will General Guang arrive? Su Chu asked, scratching the back of his head. He was quite familiar with Guang Yu. We should arrive by noon. As for our current camp, I considered this when I built it. It's more than enough to accommodate General Guang's soldiers, Cheng Qi said with a smug look. Zhang Fei and Su Chu were both somewhat embarrassed. The entire camp was built by Cheng Qi, while Zhang Fei and Su Chu spent their days either eating and drinking or fighting with spears and knives. Generals, there's no need to worry. I was transferred from Qingxiu to do this job. After all, this place is in Yanzhou, which is Lu Bu's territory. Cheng Gangtai is a man who, when he makes a move, will surely kill with one blow. That's why I was sent here as a separate commander. Cheng Qi spoke with a hint of apprehension when he mentioned Cheng Gangtai. Cheng Gangtai's amazing performance in Yanzhou was widely known. Thank you very much, Chief Secretary Cheng, Zhang Fei said solemnly. He had always been very considerate of civil officials, and he was naturally sincerely impressed by Cheng Qi, who had managed to make the camp so impenetrable that no one dared to attack him. No need to be polite, General Zhang and General Su. You should make some preparations. If General Guang sees you two drinking in the camp, he. Cheng Qi didn't say anything more, but the implication was self-evident. We'll clean up right away, and please ask the Chief Secretary to put the wine away safely, Zhang Fei said hastily. He valued filial piety and brotherly love highly. His second brother absolutely forbade drinking during wartime. If caught, Zhang Fei felt mortified by Guang Yu's cold, stern gaze. Cheng Qi said nothing more. He had already given what needed to be said. As for the rest, he didn't need to pay too much attention. His task was to stabilize the situation after Lu Yi left and before Guo Jia arrived, and to prevent Chen Gang from seizing the opportunity to defeat Zhang Fei. Although both Zhang Fei and Guang Yu were excellent commanders, if it came to underhanded tactics, Chen Gang could have easily killed Guang Yu and Zhang Fei if he had a general who obeyed his orders and a considerable number of troops. Sometimes, ingenious schemes can have a revolutionary effect. On the other side, Lu Bu, Zhang Liao, and Gao Shan had also reunited. However, compared to Lu Bu's high spirits and Gao Shan's taciturnity, Zhang Liao was somewhat bitter, not even understanding how he had lost. General, I have completed the tasks you entrusted to me. The vanguard will not be able to reappear on the battlefield for a while, but Wei Su and Hou Chong have already been killed in battle. Gao Shan calmly reported military affairs to Lu Bu. What? How is that possible? Lu Bu stared at Gao Shan with a dark expression. With your vanguard there, how could Wei Su and Hou Chong have died? Didn't you already defeat the vanguard? Don't tell me that anyone in this world could kill your generals in a head-on confrontation when their forces were inferior to yours and the Wolf Cavalry's combined strength. I don't believe that. Lu Bu had no doubts about the defeat of Xian Dan by Gao Shan. In his mind, it was only natural. What shocked him was the death of Wei Su. Wei Su was not only one of his 8 generals, but also his brother-in-law. If there was any real danger, Lu Bu would have sent Wei Su. General, things aren't as you think. At this moment, Hao Man stepped forward and recounted the whole story. After all, if Gao Shan falls, he will lose his military power and that will be the end of it. No matter how much Lu Bu dislikes Gao Shan, he will not really do anything special to deal with Gao Shan except to strip him of his military power. Gao Shan is already used to not having military power. In that case, Hao Man will definitely be the one to take the blame. Phew! Lu Bu snorted coldly. It was as if a thunderclap suddenly sounded in Hao Man's ears. However, Hao Man's words prevented Lu Bu from losing his temper, so he could only express his dissatisfaction in this way. Gao Shan, your campaign has been unsuccessful. You are hereby ordered to return to Puyang immediately and await further orders. As for the vanguard, Lu Bu glanced at the generals before him, finally settling on Zhang Liao. The vanguard will be led by Wen Yuan for now. Yes, Gao Shan said indifferently, not feeling anything special about having his military power stripped. He was used to this kind of ups and downs. As for how to train the vanguard, even without him, the veteran vanguard soldiers would find new recruits to train and fill the gaps themselves. Chen Gang frowned. He was about to offer some advice when Lu Bu issued the order. Because he needed to maintain Lu Bu's prestige in public, he could only sigh and decide to put Gao Shan in a difficult position for now and try to persuade Lu Bu privately later. However, Chen Gang was very glad that Gao Shan had no complaints about Lu Bu's style. He was even more amazed that Lu Bu dared not appoint such a loyal and brave subordinate. General, please retract this order. Wen Yuan has already suffered heavy losses and gained no merit in this campaign. How can he possibly steal from Gong Zhen's forces? Zhang Liao said with his head down. Even now, he still did not understand how he had lost. You're unwilling. Lu Bu glanced at Zhang Liao with a somewhat gloomy expression, displeased with Zhang Liao's lack of tact. He could give his subordinates to whomever he wanted, and as the recipient, what right did Zhang Liao have to interfere? Chapter 566 Challenge. Regardless of Zhang Liao's wishes, Lu Bu, currently struggling to explain Wei Su's death to his wife, would absolutely not retract his order. He was like a tiger with its fur standing on end. Nothing could appease him. Wen Yuan, you will lead the charge, Gao Shan said calmly, glancing at Zhang Liao. Gongsun, Zhang Liao looked at Gao Shan with a puzzled expression. Others might think that Gao Shan didn't care about military power, but Zhang Liao, who also came from Binzhou, knew very well how much effort Gao Shang had put into fighting. With you leading, I feel at ease. Gao Shang glanced at Zhang Liu, his eyes clearly conveying a sense of entrustment. This, Zhang Liu didn't know what to say, but he had to admit that it was more appropriate for him to lead the vanguard than for anyone else present. Wen Yuan, take over the vanguard. Cheng Gang, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Lu Bu's expression had already turned somewhat grim. Zhang Liu and Gao Shang were preoccupied with their own conversation, and Lu Bu was already getting angry. Gao Shang remained silent. Zhang Liu was about to answer Cheng Gang when he saw the meaningful look in Cheng Gang's eyes. Zhang Liu instantly understood and said, "In that case, I will temporarily lead my troops into battle." Lu Bu nodded, glanced at Gao Shang, and Gao Shang clasped his hands in a fist salute to Lu Bu before walking out of the tent. He rarely participated in military affairs, and Lu Bu usually did not inform him. When Gao Shang passed by Dong Liu, he patted Dong Liu on the shoulder. A look of surprise flashed in Dong Liu's eyes. The spirit of the trapped camp was obviously weakening. However, he couldn't ask Gao Shang about it here. He could only ask Gao Shang after the meeting was over. "All right, this time I've completely crushed the Hebei army since setting out from Puyang. Gong Tai's first step in his plan is complete," Lu Bu said proudly, and he certainly had the ability to back it up. To defeat the Hebei army head-on with inferior forces, if it weren't for Sun Cheng and his men, the Hebei army would have been utterly routed. In that case, all we have left to do is deal with the Taishan army. General Zhang has already reported that our enemy has changed from Huazijian to Guangyu. Cheng Gang was somewhat wary when he mentioned Huaxiong and Guangyu. After all, based on the information he had, Huaxiong's strength was not to mention, but his ability to command troops and break through enemy lines was definitely top-notch in the world. Guangyu's battles in Licheng and Jizhou had never stopped, but he had always maintained a strategic advantage. Lu Ziyan and Hua Zijian have already gone to Binzhou. They were probably sent as a response force after learning that Cao Cao had gone to Changnan to defend the emperor. This shows that Lu Shuangde's confidence and loyalty to the Han dynasty are not to be underestimated. Cheng Gang said solemnly, but he was secretly pleased. He liked this kind of loyal minister who cherished the past. "Humph, you really have guts. Aren't you worried about being surrounded and losing your important ministers?" Lu Bu said with a gloomy expression. He was very dissatisfied with Liu Bei's disdain for him. "It's good that they look down on us, so that we can easily defeat them," Cheng Gang said with a light laugh. He understood that Liu Bei did not underestimate Lu Bu in the slightest. On the contrary, mobilizing Guangyu, who was stationed in the north, was a sign of how much he valued Lu Bu. "Watch me defeat Yuan Shao of Hebei and then Liu Bei of Taishan. How can this vast world not allow me to roam freely?" Lu Bu said arrogantly. After his decisive victory over Yuan Shao's forces in northern Yanzhou, Lu Bu felt that he, despite his long years of wandering, still possessed the strength to dominate the world. Cheng Gang frowned, somewhat puzzled. Hadn't the plan been to go all out to defeat Yuan Shao and Liu Bei, then wait for the right offer to recruit them? What was going on now? Lu Bu's ambition to become a ruler had resurfaced. What a joke! Guangyu is Liu Bei's second brother and has always been stationed in the north, guarding Qinxiu. His personal arrival this time must be with the intention of killing us. However, if we can thwart such a thunderous attack, we will surely become a hot commodity between Yuan Shao and Liu Bei in the north. Only in this way can our future interests be guaranteed. Cheng Gang stared at Lu Bu and said solemnly. It wasn't that Cheng Gang looked down on Lu Bu, but rather that Lu Bu was truly only suited to be a fierce general. Of course, he was also suitable as a commander when fighting against the Hu people, but he was really unsuitable as a ruler. Lu Bu was simply unclear about rewards and punishments. "Humph, I'll go and defeat Guangyu and his men first. They were all defeated by me back at Huo Pass. Let's see how much they've grown now. Lu Bu glanced at Chen Gong with dissatisfaction, then said arrogantly. Chen Gong sighed inwardly. What was most frustrating about Lu Bu was his lack of self-awareness. He was easily flattered and remained immersed in the legend of being the greatest in the world, unable to wake up from his folly. That's fine. Let's defeat Guan Yu and his men first. Chen Gong nodded. Although he already knew that Guan Yu was the commander and that Guo Jiao was Guan Yu's advisor, Chen Gong was not afraid. He was not afraid of anyone when it came to strategy, and he was not inferior to anyone when it came to martial prowess. Moreover, his wolf cavalry were all elites. Although they were a little short of food, their overall strength was not inferior to Guan Yu's side. Report. Just as Lu Bu was about to express his feelings of relief after defeating the Hebei army, a messenger rushed in. What is it? Lu Bu glanced at the messenger with displeasure, the fierce aura in his eyes making the messenger's heart skip a beat. Zhang Ida from the enemy camp has sent a challenge. The messenger lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Lu Bu. Bring it here. Lu Bu's face darkened as he recalled Dong Fei at Huo Pass. Lu Bu took the paper envelope, which read challenge letter on it. Lu Bu smiled coldly and opened the envelope directly. Zhang Fei, you scoundrel, you're asking for death. Lu Bu glanced at the words on the envelope, roared, and swung his fist down, shattering the table in front of him and creating a large crater in the ground. The letter, however, lay intact in the center of the crater, shimmering with a layer of white light, and had not been reduced to dust. Zhao Zilong, you deserve to die too. Enraged, Lu Bu didn't care where he was and threw a punch. The immense force completely crushed the paper and blasted a deeper crater in the ground, causing the entire camp to tremble at that moment. Chen Gong, with his sharp eyes, clearly saw what was written on the paper the first time Lu Bu failed to destroy it. You traitor, you fatherless wretch, a scoundrel born of utter depravity. You dare to challenge me to a duel tomorrow. Zhao Yun had no idea that he had only helped Zhang Fei make a few sheets of paper, which had caused Lu Bu to hold such a grudge. However, there was nothing he could do. Zhang Fei's move was to slap in the face. And Lu Bu actually failed to destroy the letter paper that Zhao Yun had specially nurtured and strengthened with his internal energy on the first attempt. With bloodshot eyes, Lu Bu grabbed his halberd and charged outside. He wanted to kill Zhang Fei. He couldn't swallow his anger if he didn't. He wanted to kill Zhang Fei and then hang him up and whip him. Chapter 567, Diao Chang. When Zhang Liu, Chen Gong, and others stopped Lu Bu was furious. He kicked Zhang Liu away, whistled, and red hair descended from the sky. He immediately mounted the horse and was about to kill Zhang Fei. General, do not fall into the trap. Chen Gong released an enormous amount of spiritual energy, seemingly intent on perishing together with Lu Bu. Lu Bu felt a chill run down his spine. There was no way to avoid this distance. If Chen Gong really managed to implant all his mental will into his brain, Chen Gong would be dead for sure, and Lu Bu would certainly not fare any better. You want to stop me? Lu Bu asked through gritted teeth, his eyes flashing with madness. His most valued strategist was not only not helping him, but was also trying to stop him. General, this is Guo Jian's plan. He wants to incite your anger so that you will fight Zhang Ida in a fit of rage, which will surely lead to an ambush. Chen Gong blamed Guo Jiao without even thinking. Chen Gong didn't know why he sensed a murderous intent from Lu Bu, but given the critical situation, he didn't dwell on it. What a joke! Who in this world can defeat me? Lu Bu said arrogantly, his eyes revealing an aura of dominance over the world. General, you are undoubtedly invincible, but that doesn't mean the enemy will fight you one-on-one. Chen Gong spoke very tactfully, even using official language from the spring and autumn period, trying his best to appease Lu Bu's anger in a sophisticated manner. Humph, even if they resort to petty tricks. With my red hair riding me, absolutely no one can stop me. At this moment, Lu Bu had slightly suppressed his anger, and out of respect for Chen Gong, Zhang Liu, and Gao Shen, he did not charge out directly. General, you are indeed capable of conquering the world, but Liu Bei's generals are as fierce as tigers. Leaving aside Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, even Zhao Yun alone could hold you off for a while. If you had 2 more fierce generals assisting you, you might not be able to win, Chen Gong earnestly advised. If Lu Bu were to break out now, Chen Gong felt all his previous preparations would be a joke. Who would believe he could fight Lu Bu one-on-one? Although Lu Bu was furious, he still had basic common sense. If Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Yun really attacked, let alone winning, it would be a feat for Lu Bu to just keep the situation stable and not suffer a crushing defeat. Chen Gong's words gave Lu Bu a wake-up call. Thump! In a fit of rage, Lu Bu hurled his halberd to the ground. A flash of golden light, and the halberd was completely buried in the soil, the area where it disappeared even crystallizing due to the intense heat. Red Hair sneezed in dissatisfaction. It could feel that the person on its back, who had once been full of indomitable spirit, had lost his composure and was now somewhat dejected. General, please rest for the night. We will challenge him tomorrow, Chen Gong said solemnly. Then a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Since that's the case, why not overturn all previous plans and devise a plan centered on Feng Xian? All right, I believe you. Gong Tai. Tomorrow I want to see Zhang Fei's head, Lu Bu said, his eyes blazing with fury. All right, I will give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow, Chen Gong said, staring at Lu Bu. Lu Bu snorted coldly, stomped his foot hard on the ground, and his halberd shot out of the ground like lightning. Shouldering the halberd, Lu Bu patted Red Hair with a dark expression, and Red Hair transformed into a streak of fire, tracing 2 fiery rings in the sky before quickly disappearing. When Xiao Yang's night-shining jade lion advanced to the stage of internal energy separation, Lu Bu's Red Hair was already close to the level of perfect internal energy. Ordinary internal energy separation techniques couldn't even defeat this intelligent Red Hair. Lu Bu walked toward his central command tent with a dark expression, where his wives, concubines, and daughters were also present. Now, unable to vent his anger, he could only try other ways to vent his rage. My lord, Diu Chang bowed gracefully to Lu Bu, but because of the stress of military affairs, I made some chicken soup. Seeing that Diu Chang looked melancholy, Lu Bu's expression improved slightly. He forced a smile at Diu Chang, took the chicken soup, and ate it in large mouthfuls. Diu Chang stood silently behind Lu Bu, reaching out to embrace his waist, her eyes revealing a sense of sadness. Let me dance for you, Diu Chang said softly, her lips brushing against Lu Bu's shoulder. Jump, I'm watching. Lu Bu hugged Diu Chang briefly and then let go. At this moment, his eyes had completely returned to normal, and he said with a tender expression. Watching Diu Chang's dance, Lu Bu was once again captivated. Why had he betrayed Dong Hu in the first place? Was it for the greater good? No, it was truly for this woman. Unfortunately, Lady Wei was immoral, and he was unwilling to treat his wife of many years in this way. The woman he fell in love with at first sight was still just his concubine, without any official status. Diu Chang waved her velvet fan and quietly danced a solo dance. She liked to see the way Lu Bu admired her. The beauty trap she had used back then, loyalty and filial piety, love and hate were still hard to overcome and entangled her to this day. Slowly raising her wrist and gently waving her velvet fan, Diu Chang's mind became increasingly calm. The moment she walked towards Dang Su for the sake of loyalty and filial piety, the look in Lu Bu's eyes broke her heart. When Lu Bu came to see her immediately after killing Dang Su, she could not forget the joy in Lu Bu's eyes. When Li Ju launched his counterattack on Chang'an, and Lu Bu, despite his defeat, risked his life to return to Chang'an and rescue her. Liu Chang knew that Lu Bu was the one she would spend her life with. If you do not betray me, I will die with you. When the music ended, Lu Bu calmed down considerably. Liu Chang's dance always had a calming power, but unfortunately, only Lu Bu could see it. It seems the general has calmed down, Zhang Liu said to Chen Gong. He was also worried that Lu Bu would go and fight the enemy alone, which would definitely be suicide. That's fine. Go and reorganize the trapped camp. You'll also temporarily take charge of Wei Su and Hou Chen's troops. Chen Gong breathed a sigh of relief and said to Zhang Liu. He had a very high opinion of Zhang Liu. Compared to special forces leaders like Gao Sheng, Chen Gong preferred generals like Zhang Liu. Very well. Zhang Liu nodded and said, I will temporarily take charge of Wei Su and Hou Chen's troops. As for the general, I will ask military advisor Chen to give instructions. All right, General Zheng is a trusted general of General Lu. Please work hard today to integrate the forces under Hou Cheng and Wei Su. They may come in handy tomorrow, Chen Gong instructed, already having some ideas in mind. Although Guo Jiao was skilled in ingenious strategies and understood people's hearts, commanding troops was his biggest weakness. Chen Gong deduced from this and quickly made some progress. Rather than spending a lot of time and effort, it would be better to eliminate the opponent's biggest advantage from the beginning. Will it be needed tomorrow? Zhang Liu frowned, but hesitated for a moment when he saw Chen Gong's solemn expression before saying, I will do my best, but I can't be sure I can complete the reorganization. In that case, General, please do your utmost to reorganize the remnants of Wei Su and Hou Chen's troops. Every additional man we have will increase our chances of victory, Chen Gong said with a bow, a gesture that put Zhang Liu under immense pressure. Chapter 568 Zhang Fei's Belief. Second brother. Guan Yu saw Zhang Fei riding black cloud snow and charging towards him from a considerable distance. Third brother. Guan Yu laughed loudly, spurred his horse and charged forward. Since taking charge of the north, Guan Yu had not seen Zhang Fei for a long time. Upon seeing each other, the two couldn't help but marvel at how time flies. It had been a long time since they last met. General Guan. Su Chu bowed to Guan Yu with clasped hands. They were very familiar with each other and there was no need for too much formality. Greetings, military advisor Guo. Su Chu and Zhang Fei both bowed respectfully to Guo Jiao, showing no sign of disrespect despite having witnessed his formidable power. Zhang Fei and Su Chu welcomed Guan Yu and others into the main camp. After the two armies joined forces, Guan Yu took over the military power of Zhang Fei and Su Chu and became the commander of this army. This process was completely unimpeded. This camp is really well built. Guo Jiao looked around and finally had to admit that the camp was very well built. If they wanted to take it in a short time, the only way to take it by force would be to risk their lives. Thank you for the compliment, military advisor Guo, Chen Qi said calmly. He had met Guo Jiao before when he was in Qingxiu handling logistics for Guan Yu, and he had a deep respect for this seemingly sickly young master. I'm just telling the truth, Guo Jiao said with a smile. With the river blocking our way and such an outer fortress, and the inner fortress arranged in a very ingenious way, as long as we can hold off Lu Bu, we can be safe. All that's left is to figure out how to deal with Lu Bu and his men. This makes things much easier. Chen Qi did not reply, his expression remaining calm, but Guo Jia's evaluation made him feel slightly proud. Yes, indeed very good. Guan Yu nodded as well. The quality of a camp's construction directly affects the morale and combat effectiveness of his troops. With Chen Qi's method of construction, his soldiers could basically sleep soundly. Naturally, their combat effectiveness was guaranteed. Let's find a way to contain Lu Bu first. With him around, the crossbows on these earthen hills won't be very effective. Given the number of soldiers that can be stationed on these hills, The enemy could probably cut them down with just one shot, Guo Jiao said with a shrug. Even the most cunning and defensive tactics can't withstand a monster like Lu Bu. Is Lu Bu really that capable? Chen Qi asked hesitantly. He had previously estimated Lu Bu's fighting strength, which was why he had deliberately increased the size of the earthen mound. Moreover, to avoid the situation Guo Jiao described, Chen Qi had specifically increased the size of the earthen mound and stationed more troops on it. He had also implemented cloud barrier measures. It could probably cut an ordinary city wall in half, Guo Jiao said, glancing sideways at Guang Yu and considering the situation. Chen Qi's face turned ashen. This was really a human being, and judging from the expressions of the people present, what Guo Jiao said was true. Then what's the point of my defenses? Chen Qi asked with a dark face. It's not just Lu Bu. There are others too, Guo Jiao said nonchalantly. Ever since he saw the gaping wound Guang Yu had cleaved open in Leilin City, Guo Jiao had completely lost faith in the idea of using internal energy to defend against it. He believed that defending against internal energy depletion could only be done by manpower. General Zhang, I heard you intend to launch a campaign against Lu Bu's army. Guo Jiao asked Zhang Fei, turning his head slightly. He was well aware of this matter. Guang Yu had specifically instructed him to let Zhang Fei and Lu Bu spar if the opportunity arose. Yes, Zhang Fei said with pride. Oh, then we'll try it tomorrow. After confirming that Zhang Fei's spirit and energy were both fine, Guo Jiao nodded and said, I knew strategist Guo understood me. Zhang Fei laughed loudly. Oh, that's good. Guo Jiao nodded. They would fight one battle first to see how strong Lu Bu was now. After that, they would decide how to eliminate Lu Bu. Although he knew that Lu Bu was the #1 warrior in the world, Guo Jiao would not easily give any plans without carefully confirming Lu Bu's combat strength. What is written? Guang Yu, who had been sitting silently in the main seat, suddenly asked. You traitor! You have no father or ruler. You are a pile of scum who has no sense of filial piety and brotherly love. You dare to challenge me to a duel tomorrow? Zhang Fei said smugly. Su Chu covered his face, Guang Yu's face turned blood red, and Chen Qi suddenly felt ashamed of his position. Well said. Guo Jiao, standing to the side, clapped his hands enthusiastically, expressing his admiration for Zhang Fei's actions. I told you I had written it well, but Zhong Kang said it was beneath my dignity. After receiving Guo Jiao's praise, Zhang Fei's confidence soared, and he turned to criticize Su Chu. This is a bit much, Guang Yu murmured a few times before finally speaking. Although he disapproved of Lu Bu's character, he felt that such an insult to Lu Bu was excessive. On the battlefield, anything goes. I think Lu Bu is furious after Ida sent this challenge, Guo Jiao chuckled, then glanced at Zhang Fei, who was smugly standing there. However, Lu Bu and General Zhang will probably be locked in a life-or-death struggle tomorrow, so please be prepared. Zhang Fei's face suddenly darkened, and then a manic aura shone in his eyes. Who's afraid of who? I'm not afraid of Lu Bu at all. I'm here to fight him one-on-one. If Lu Bu isn't at his peak, there's no point in defeating him. Zhang Fei was very audacious, but he was speaking from the heart. He issued a challenge to provoke Lu Bu in order to witness Lu Bu's peak strength, not to cheat like Shao Yun did at He Pass. He wanted to fight Lu Bu for real. That's fine too. Guang Yu took a deep look at Zhang Fei, and he realized that his third brother had vaguely surpassed him. The entire army will rest tonight. Tomorrow, I will go with you to see Lu Bu. Since we parted at He Pass, I wonder if Lu Bu still has the confidence he once had when facing several top-tier generals at the same time, Guang Yu said arrogantly. Any warrior in the Han Dynasty would have the idea of challenging a top-tier general like Lu Bu. That's fine then. Guo Jiao nodded. Where will you two have your duel? Guo Jiao turned to Zhang Fei and asked. Guo Jiao was too lazy to embellish it anymore. A duel is a duel. The lofty concept of master disappeared after the spring and autumn period. After all, it's ridiculous to put the fate of a country on a duel between two people. On the plains more than 30 miles to the northwest, the surrounding area is unobstructed, making it difficult to set up an ambush. Zhang Fei was no fool. He didn't want to fall into Lu Bu's hands. Although his strength had improved a lot, no general in the world would dare to say that he could win against Lu Bu. The location is good. Don't bring infantry, just cavalry. Even if something unexpected happens, it will be easy to retreat, Guo Jiao suggested. After all, the plains terrain is very advantageous for cavalry. Guan Yu and the others immediately understood Guo Jiao's meaning. Yes, we understand. However, please make thorough preparations. Military Advisor Guo. Chapter 169 The Tiger's Restraint. P.S. We want to hear more from you and receive more of your suggestions. Search for the WeChat official account thread and follow us to give more support to Mythical Three Kingdoms. The next morning, Guan Yu appointed Dong Fei as the vanguard and Su Chu as the deputy general, while he himself led the three armies, slowly advancing towards the plains 30 miles to the northwest. Lu Bu, with himself as the main general and Hao Man as the vanguard, rode red hair and carried his halberd, exuding absolute coldness as he galloped toward the place where they had agreed to fight. After a night of persuasion from Liu Chang and Cheng Gong, he had calmed down a lot and at least knew what he couldn't do. Feng Xian, is your wife and daughters more important to you, or is the empire more important? Lu Bu recalled the question Cheng Gong had asked him that morning. My kingdom and my wife and daughters are both very important to me, Lu Bu said resolutely. I, Lu Bu, possess the martial prowess to conquer the world. What's wrong with me seizing the throne and protecting my wife and daughters? Who can defeat me? What if you could only choose one? Cheng Gong asked calmly. How is that possible? Lu Bu coldly swept his gaze over Cheng Gong. Dang Zonlin of Shiyang, Yuan Shao of Jizhou, Lu Bei of Qingyou, which one can you handle? Cheng Gong said with a determined look in his eyes. He absolutely could not let Lu Bu go astray at this point. Even if Lu Bu had the idea of conquering the world, he would extinguish it with a bucket of water. What a joke! Dang Zhonglin is dead, Yuan Shao has been defeated, and I will take Song Fei's head tomorrow, Lu Bu said arrogantly. Dang Zhonglin is dead. A trace of memory surfaced on Cheng Gong's face. How valiant Cao Cao was when he assassinated Dang Su. How heroic Cao Cao was when he chased Dang Su in Luoyang. What a pity! People change after all, and there's no going back. Cheng Gong calmly extinguished the last trace of admiration he had for Cao Cao, and from that moment on, he held nothing back. Dang Zhonglin is dead. But Feng Xian, can you defeat Li Ju and the others? Without Dang Zhonglin and without Li Wenyu, less than 1/10 of the Shiyang Iron Cavalry remains. Can you defeat them? Cheng Gong asked softly, as if he were asking himself. Lu Bu opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Honestly, Lu Bu was no match for Li Ju and his men. Although Li Ju and his companions were only average in martial prowess, able to withstand free moves from him, their ability to command cavalry was unparalleled in the world. To defeat them when outnumbered, one would likely need to win through superior command, a prospect that seemed impossible. The consensus among the warlords was that the only way to defeat the generals of Shiyang was through strategy. Unless there was internal strife among the generals of Shiyang, it would take an extraordinary amount of effort to completely control Sili and Yongzhou without resorting to strategy. Has Yuan Shao been defeated? Cheng Gong could tell from Lu Bu's expression that Lu Bu's mind had been working on something. Ji Province, Bun Province, and Yu Province have nearly 10 million people. They have over 500,000 armored soldiers, nearly 100,000 cavalry, and millions of bushels of grain. Tian Yuan Ho, Zhu Gongyu, Sun Yurua, and Shen Zhong'an are all capable ministers of our time. Yan Liang and Wen Qiu are both fierce generals. Given their previous strength, even if they were to suffer 10 more defeats, they wouldn't be seriously injured. But we only need to suffer 1 defeat to be finished. Chen Gong looked at Lu Bu with his head turned to the side. Our most elite force is the Bingxiu Wolf Cavalry, and you, General, should know where these soldiers come from. The border counties of Bingxiu have already been recovered by Sun Yuru and his men, so the Bingxiu Wolf Cavalry is easily within Yuan Shao's grasp, Chen Gong said solemnly. And Yuan Shao has all the equipment his cavalry needs. We can equip our men with leather armor, and Yuan Shao can equip them with iron armor. Can we win? Chen Gong's final rhetorical question left Lu Bu speechless. The gap between him and Yuan Shao could not be changed by a single victory or defeat. Even if Yuan Shao lost 9 out of 10 battles, as long as he won 1 battle, Lu Bu would have nothing left. But could Yuan Shao really lose 9 out of 10 battles? Lu Bu himself did not believe that. As for Liu Bei, he's the one I understand the least, yet he's also the warlord with the most potential. Between Yuan Shao and Liu Bei, my intuition tells me I favor Liu Bei. Their war potential is almost equal, but Liu Bei's population is slightly larger. Chen Gong didn't go into detail about Liu Bei's side, since their intelligence network on Liu Bei's side had been inexplicably destroyed not long ago. Dong Zhongning is dead. Liu Bei and Yuan Shao are the true overlords of the world. We cannot possibly be their match. We can only choose one of them, Chen Gong said with a sigh. Then let me ask you one more time, the country or your wife and daughters? Chen Gong looked at Lu Bu calmly this time, but his expression forced Lu Bu to think about what he should choose. Wife and daughter. Lu Bu's words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. When he said these words, Lu Bu felt a sudden sense of relief, but then he felt a sense of humiliation. Then I beg you, General, to show mercy this time. Zhang Ida is Liu Bei's third brother, and we have a bond of life and death. If Zhang Fei is either dead or crippled, we will have no other way out, Chen Gong said solemnly. In fact, Chen Gong was also slightly wary when he said this. Sure enough, after he said these words, Chen Gong felt a trace of killing intent slip through his heart, and his entire back was soaked with sweat. I understand. Lu Bu's cold eyes swept over Chen Gong, but in the end, the importance of his wife and daughters made Lu Bu suppress his urge to kill. After Lu Bu left, Zhang Liao appeared next to Chen Gong. Strategist, are you really courting death? Just now, Feng Xian was already thinking of killing someone. I almost couldn't control myself. If Feng Xian had made a move, I wouldn't have been able to stop him at all. If we don't do this, how can we protect everyone, including Feng Xian? Chen Gong sighed. The weak should have the mentality of the weak. I believe that no one in the world can defeat Feng Xian. If Zhang Ida and Feng Xian were to fight, Zhang Fei would definitely lose. If there is no obstruction, he would most likely die. Moreover, even if there are 2 or more masters of internal energy separation, they would not be able to defeat Feng Xian. I think so too, Zhang Liao said with a wry smile. But does the strategist mean that he's leaning towards Liu Bei? Chen Gong glanced at Zhang Liao and said, some things are not something you have to do just because you have a preference. The weak can only rely on the strong, not do whatever they want. Only the strongest lords in the world can do whatever they want and have everyone around them, like stars surrounding the moon. We don't have that kind of power. So we can't talk about having a preference. We can only follow in the footsteps of the strongest. Oh. Xiang Liu nodded. He realized that he had gained another person on his side, and in his opinion, siding with Liu Bei was far more suitable than siding with Yuan Shao. At least Liu Bei's benevolence, his original oath, and his earliest recruitment order were all widely known, and Zhang Liao admired all 3 of these qualities. Liu Bei is indeed a benevolent ruler. I wouldn't mind if he has any hope. Chonggang glanced at Zhang Liao, giving him a boost of confidence. He could also tell that Zhang Liao was inclined to side with Liu Bei. Seeing the joy on Zhang Liao's face, Chonggang silently walked towards the camp, saying as he went, "However, General Zhang, please do your current work well. If you don't want to be looked down upon, please work harder. At least for now, you are still an unknown figure in this world." Zhang Liao was taken aback. Looking at Chonggang's back, and thinking about Chonggang's behavior over this period of time, he finally understood what Chonggang was doing. He was paving the way for all the civil and military officials under Lu Bu. Gao Shang's path had already been paved, and his own path depended on his performance this time. Having understood this, Zhang Liao bowed deeply to Chonggang's retreating figure, saying, "Thank you, strategist. Don't thank me, you might die. That's how Wei Su and Hou Chong died. Be careful yourself," Chonggang said without turning his head. Zhang Liao was unaware that not only in this life, but also in the previous one, Chonggang had paved the way for everyone. Unfortunately, Gao Shang didn't know how to show mercy. He wiped out Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, proving his worth, but also thoroughly offending the last person who would speak up for him. Furthermore, Gao Shang was an upright man, and Lu Bu had been kind to him. He had no intention of saving himself, and in the end, none of Liu Bei, Guan Yu, or Zhang Fei answered him, so he was doomed. After all, no general was willing to speak up for the enemy general who had wiped out his entire army. Zhang Liao also demonstrated his value, but during the Battle of Shopi, he did not kill Guan Yu and Liu Bei, showing them some mercy. In the end, Guan Yu was willing to spare Zhang Liao's life. This is fate. Different choices ultimately lead to different outcomes. That should do it. Liu Chang, Yan Shu, and Wei Shi seem to be Feng Xian's Achilles heel. But that's fine too. With these people around, Feng Xian will bow his head. Only when the emperor holds the key to Feng Xian's weakness will he feel comfortable employing him. That's good, that's good. Chonggang gazed at the place where the earth and sky met. Lu Shuangda was indeed a good choice, and Zhang Wenyuan was very capable. A tiger can only be used by humans when it is bound by iron chains, and Lu Bu can only show his other side when he protects his wife and daughters. Only then can he be accepted despite bearing the infamy of betrayal. The country, my wife and daughters. Lu Bu rode on red hare, silently watching Dong Fei, who had a full beard, approaching from afar. Although the distance was very far, Lu Bu could clearly see every single beard on Zhang Fei's face. Red Hare snorted, perhaps realizing its master was hesitating. Lu Bu was also startled awake, stroking Red Hare's mane. His wife and daughters were more important. The empire was not the most important thing. After figuring this out, Lu Bu's gaze towards Zhang Fei was no longer as murderous as before, but it wasn't much better. Xiang Ida. Lu Bu's voice, carrying a mighty and imposing aura, came over. Come on, let me see how much you've improved since we parted ways at He Pass. Zhang Fei was somewhat wary. In his memory, Lu Bu should have charged at him without saying a word, instead of looking at him calmly from afar, preparing for a fair fight. Then come and try me, Zhang Ida of Yan. Zhang Fei roared, his voice condensing into a powerful beam that blasted towards Lu Bu. A mere trick. Lu Bu's sigh was like a thunderclap in Zhang Fei's ears. Lu Bu raised his precious bow, drew the bowstring lightly, and the golden red light flashed, easily neutralizing Zhang Fei's attack. Zhang Fei's heart sank. Based on Lu Bu's previous actions, Zhang Fei knew that the gap between him and Lu Bu was terrifying. Moreover, this time he finally saw clearly what the bright red glow on Lu Bu's body was. It was not the fire-type internal energy that he had always thought it was. Lu Bu really only had one kind of internal energy, which was the golden internal energy. As for the layer of red internal energy, It was just the glow emanating from Lu Bu's blood and qi. This guy is truly a monster. He can even utilize the blood and qi that escapes from his body. Zhang Fei once again deeply realized how terrifying Lu Bu was. What's even more terrifying is that Lu Bu's blood and qi actually possess the same attributes as fire attribute internal energy. It's likely that Lu Bu directly uses the blood and qi that escapes from his own internal energy circulation as his own internal energy. He's simply a monster. Lu Bu, take this. After realizing Lu Bu's strength, Zhang Fei was not intimidated but instead became even more spirited. The stronger Lu Bu was, the stronger his fighting spirit became. Thump! Lu Bu calmly watched the black shadow flash over at an astonishing speed. He pointed his halberd at the spear tip with a flat strike. In an instant, the two internal energies collided wildly like a thunderstorm. A large crater was blasted out at the point of impact. Lu Bu felt a numbness in his hand, and his halberd almost slipped from his grasp. Fortunately, a bright red fire dragon wrapped around Lu Bu's hand, stabilizing the halberd. This guy's strength is almost on par with Dian Wei's, but unfortunately, it's all powered by internal energy, so he can't sustain it like Dian Wei. Lu Bu gripped his halberd tightly. It had been a long time since he'd encountered such a top-tier opponent. Take this! Zhang Fei's spear suddenly lashed out, and the spear, which had not bent even when it collided with Lu Bu's halberd, suddenly swung like a whip, making a wide bend and thrusting towards Lu Bu's throat. Thump! Lu Bu gripped his halberd with both hands and slowly began to move, gradually increasing his speed. He struck Zhang Fei's spear first, and a tremendous force made Zhang Fei's movement stop abruptly. Zhang Ida, unleash your most powerful strength. Your skills are far beyond my reach. Lu Bu forced Zhang Fei back with a single halberd strike, calmly looking at his opponent. His strength had improved significantly since the battle at He Pass. Although he was still at the peak of internal energy separation, he was now only at the level of just achieving internal energy separation, which was enough to force Zhang Fei back. In a blur, Lu Bu was already able to touch a higher level, but that level was like a thin film separating him from the others. Lu Bu could sense it, but could not touch it. Zhang Fei took a deep breath. Lu Bu was as powerful as ever, but only in this way was the challenge worthwhile. That was just a warm-up. Now we're officially starting. Zhang Fei shook his arms, and the next moment, a surge of dark internal energy erupted from his body. His aura continued to rise, and the muscles in his arms trembled and swelled up. Is that all? A hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Bu's eyes. Zhang Fei's strength had indeed improved by leaps and bounds, but that was all. Perhaps he was enough to pose a threat to Lu Bu at He Pass back then, but for Lu Bu now, who was vaguely seeing a higher realm, he was far from enough. Try and you'll see. The disappointment in Lu Bu's eyes stung Zhang Fei, and a mad fighting spirit flashed in his eyes as he gripped his spear and charged wildly at Lu Bu. Chapter 570 Unrivaled Under Heaven. Lu Bu swung his halberd backhand, completely ignoring Zhang Fei's attack. In that instant, the halberd seemed to stretch countless times, appearing directly at Zhang Fei's neck the moment Lu Bu casually swung it. Clang! Zhang Fei's eyes were bloodshot. At the moment of imminent danger, he desperately used his spear to deflect the halberd. However, the sharpness of Lu Bu's halberd still left a shallow wound on Zhang Fei's body. Lu Bu stared at his hands in silence. He didn't know when it had started, but his attacks had begun to ignore distance to some extent. In fact, within a range of a dozen paces, his halberd was faster than an arrow. Lu Bu's calm and indifferent demeanor ignited Zhang Fei's rage. Just as Chen Xi had predicted, when the strength of these top generals increased tenfold due to their internal energy, the gap between the two sides would become obvious. However, Chen Xi was clearly wrong. The strength of these top generals did not increase tenfold, but 100-fold. If we consider Lu Bu's original strength as 5 points, and Zhang Fei and Guan Yu's strength as 3 points, the difference is only 2 points. Both are still within the human realm, so Guan Yu and Zhang Fei combined will be able to defeat Lu Bu. So the current situation is roughly that Lu Bu has 1,000 points, while Zhang Fei now only has 700 points. This enormous gap resulted in Lu Bu being practically invincible, especially considering his red hair horse, cultivation level, and a host of other advantages. Lu Bu's combat prowess was essentially a crushing victory for any general, except for certain exceptional warriors. For example, Zhao Yang's speed and Dian Wei's strength belong to a different category altogether. As for Huan Zhong, he's currently around 100 points. He can fight Lu Bu one-on-one, and in a short fight, it's hard to tell who's better. But if the fight drags on, Huan Zhong will eventually be defeated. And most importantly, Lu Bu is constantly getting stronger. From the Battle of He Pass to the Battle of Jingzhou, and then to the Battle of Wanchong, Lu Bu has already fought against all types of top-tier generals in the world. With each encounter, Lu Bu refines his abilities. Now, Lu Bu has essentially perfected his skills in all aspects. Even if Xiao Yun were to appear before Lu Bu at full speed, he wouldn't be able to suppress Lu Bu for a short time. Even with a speed advantage, they would only be evenly matched. Similarly, if Dian Wei were to appear before Lu Bu now, he wouldn't be able to send Lu Bu flying with a single punch like he did in Wanchong. Lu Bu has integrated the art of heavy swordsmanship into his muscles. With the flow of his bright red blood, while Lu Bu's attacks might still be somewhat weaker than Dian Wei's, they wouldn't be inferior in any way. This is why Zhang Fei, despite possessing strength comparable to Dian Wei's arms, did not achieve the same effect as Dian Wei. Now, Lu Bu has no obvious weaknesses. His speed, strength, and internal energy have all reached their peak. This is why Lu Bu can vaguely see that higher level, while Huan Zhong cannot. Huan Zhong's physical condition had begun to decline. His years of continuously channeling internal energy into his son, leaving him no time to strengthen his own body, foreshadowed his inability to reach his peak physical abilities. Without this physical support, Huan Zhong had reached the pinnacle of his life, and the pinnacle meant that no matter which direction he took, he would decline. Zhang Ida, unleash your full power. The ultimate internal energy, the perfect spirit, and the power of the fusion of human spirit, essence, energy, and mind, Lu Bu said calmly. Having chosen his wife and daughter, he abandoned his idea of killing Zhang Fei in 50 moves. Instead, he gave Zhang Fei a few pointers, leaving it to Zhang Fei to figure out how much he could comprehend. Zhang Fei was taken aback. Looking at Lu Bu opposite him, his anger surged even more. To be pointed at by the enemy he despised the most was simply intolerable to Zhang Fei. As you wish. Countless black internal energies surged from his entire body, and then the serpent spear trembled slightly and suddenly burst into flames. Zhang Fei's internal energy also poured into the serpent spear. The dark flames exploded and burned after the injection of countless internal energies, and then ignited wildly on Zhang Fei's body. At this moment, Zhang Fei was as if possessed by a ghost or god. Roar! After the black flames completely enveloped Zhang Fei, a pure white tiger appeared behind him. With a deafening roar, the phantom of the white tiger completely merged into Zhang Fei's body. Thump! Zhang Fei charged at Lu Bu like a tiger descending a mountain. With a muffled thud, Zhang Fei and his horse staggered back 3 steps, while Lu Bu staggered back 2 steps. A look of joy appeared on Zhang Fei's face, and he was no longer afraid. Go to the heavens, follow the wind and tiger. Let me see how much this white tiger weighs. Lu Bu said coldly. Zhang Fei's imposing manner had already overwhelmed Lu Bu at this moment, but Lu Bu did not care at all. He had already passed the era of competing in terms of power. Lu Bu patted red hair. There weren't many horses that could fly these days, and he didn't want to take advantage of Zhang Fei. He could feel the air swirling around Zhang Fei at that moment. For Zhang Fei at this time, flying was simply instinct. No matter how much you weigh, I will kill you today. Zhang Fei, spear in hand, chased after Lu Bu in the sky. Once he took to the sky, Zhang Fei had no more worries. At this moment, he felt as if the sky was responding to his actions. Every strike he made had a shocking effect. With a casual sweep, the crazy energy blades were enough to cleave the earth. Zhang Fei's frenzied attack completely obscured the sky with black flames as he raged, except for the golden light at the center, which remained unhindered. However, the golden light seemed to be swept away by the current, as if it could be extinguished at any moment, yet it continued to shine. At this moment, the soldiers under the command of the Taishan army shouted wildly to cheer for Zhang Fei, while Lu Bu's army clearly could not believe the fact that Lu Bu had been suppressed. Guan Yu, who had arrived to oversee the situation, stroked his beard with a look of satisfaction. His third brother had actually grown to this level. Although this overwhelming power was extremely taxing, Lu Bu had been suppressed in this way. It seems to be alright. Although he expended a great deal of energy, he should be the first general to suppress Lu Bu entirely through sheer strength. Guan Yu stared at the sky, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. While Lu Bu's current strength was extremely formidable, he was no longer as terrifying as he had been at Huo Pass. Lu Bu has become weaker. No, it seems we've become stronger. Perhaps next time, Ada, Guan Yu, can handle Lu Bu on his own. Guan Yu's eyes widened slightly. Back then, Lu Bu at Huo Pass put immense pressure on all the generals in the world. Is this really Lu Bu? Su Chu looked at Lu Bu, who was fighting Zhang Fei in the sky and even being suppressed by Zhang Fei, and was somewhat puzzled. He wasn't as terrifying as Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, Hua Xiong, and others had described. Lu Bu did seem stronger than him, but it was clear that his strength was limited. It seemed that Lu Bu was nothing special after all. I can keep fighting. Compared to Lu Bu's fighting power at Huo Pass, where a casual strike from him could shake my blood and chi, Lu Bu is not so terrifying now. I have improved a lot. As his internal energy was continuously depleted, Zhang Fei, who was originally in harmony with his spirit and essence, was able to suppress his violent heart and was able to think calmly. However, it seems not only has my strength improved significantly, but Lu Bu's strength has also declined considerably. Zhang Fei glanced down at Red Hair. There might be a reason for this. After all, back at Huo Pass, Lu Bu possessed both the Blood Dragon transformation and Red Hair's fiery inner energy, but now he only has Lu Bu. His strength, though astonishing, is nothing special. Lu Bu casually deflected Zhang Fei's attack. The internal energy he was using was almost breaking through his body and leaving his body. Moreover, the protective internal energy shield he had created was becoming increasingly thin, sometimes even appearing faintly. A golden opportunity. Zhang Fei watched as Lu Bu's defenses grew weaker and weaker. Even the golden inner energy was becoming faintly visible, and he was overjoyed. Die! You traitor! Zhang Fei roared. All his energy and spirit, along with the roar of a tiger, were poured into his serpent spear, and he transformed into a black dragon, thrusting towards Lu Bu. Lu Bu, who had been on the defensive, paused, while Zhang Fei's eyes lit up with elation. Lu Bu had actually stopped at this moment. Zhang Fei, you're courting death! Lu Bu roared, raising his head abruptly. The next moment, Lu Bu burst forth with dazzling golden light like the sun. The towering black flames that Zhang Fei had gathered since the start of the battle dissipated like frost against the blazing sun. Snap! Lu Bu reached out and grabbed the spear right before the incredulous eyes of Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, and Su Chu. Die! Lu Bu's halberd, which had no trajectory, appeared directly at Zhang Fei's waist the moment Lu Bu made his move. The throne or his wife and daughters. Just as the halberd blade sliced through Zhang Fei's armor and was about to cut him in two, that same question popped into Lu Bu's mind again. Without thinking, Lu Bu flipped his halberd and sent Zhang Fei flying like a fly. Boom! Before Guan Yu and Su Chu could react, Zhang Fei was already sent flying by Lu Bu's halberd, crashing directly into Guan Yu's army formation. The high-speed Zhang Fei didn't even wait for Guan Yu's rescue, creating a crater in front of the army. Snap! Zhang Fei stretched out his hand from the giant pit. Apart from Lu Bu's halberd, Zhang Fei was not seriously injured. Although the halberd had shattered Zhang Fei's spirit and energy, and he no longer had the ability to fly, the remaining winds surrounding him still protected him from secondary damage. Otherwise, half of his bones would have been broken. You traitor who has served 3 masters! Zhang Fei spat out blood and glared at Lu Bu in the sky. Only in that final blow did Zhang Fei clearly feel the gap between himself and Lu Bu, which was even greater than when they were at He Pass. Before Zhang Fei could even ask, "Why didn't you kill me?" Lu Bu had already thrown his spear at Zhang Fei, and then he himself transformed into a streak of light and slashed at Zhang Fei. Thump! Guan Yu only reacted the moment Zhang Fei was knocked away. He clearly saw that Lu Bu had shown mercy, but Zhang Fei still had the audacity to see such a thing. Although everyone always referred to Lu Bu as a traitor who had served 3 masters, saying such a thing in front of Lu Bu was courting death. However, no matter how much Guan Yu cursed Zhang Fei for being ignorant, it was all for the sake of his brother. If Lu Bu wanted to kill Zhang Fei, Guan Yu would never refuse to help his third brother just because he said something wrong. Moreover, in Guan Yu's mind, Zhang Fei had not said anything wrong at all. Guan Yu blocked Lu Bu's attack with a single slash. His steed, Flying Lightning, let out a mournful cry. If it were an ordinary fine horse, this slash would have killed it. Lu Bu, however, was completely enraged by Zhang Fei's repeated insults of free surname slave, and he held nothing back. With this strike, Guan Yu felt his blood and chi surge. The difference in their strength was probably even greater than at He Pass. Lu Bu glanced at Guan Yu, then at Zhang Fei, his eyes icy cold. At this moment, he understood that even if he was willing to surrender to Liu Bei, it didn't mean that Liu Bei was willing to accept him. Zhang Fei's attitude, to a certain extent, represented Liu Bei's attitude. Moreover, how could Lu Bu tolerate such humiliation? Guan Yu. Lu Bu sneered at Guan Yu. You think you can stop me? Who knows if we don't try? Guan Yu felt immense pressure the moment Lu Bu looked at him, but he showed no fear whatsoever. His body shone with a blue light, and the azure dragon crescent blade echoed with the low murmur of an azure dragon. I'll kill you in 50 moves. Lu Bu roared as he swung his halberd, and a cold glint flashed in Guan Yu's slightly open eyes. When had anyone ever dared to speak to him like that? Then come on. Guan Yu's slash struck Lu Bu's halberd blade directly. With nowhere to gain leverage in the void, Lu Bu was forced back a great distance. Guan Yu's aura intensified, and with another slash, even more powerful than before, he sent Lu Bu flying dozens of meters away again. Before Lu Bu could adjust his position, the green dragon crescent blade had already slashed across the sky and appeared in front of Lu Bu. The sharp blade light almost pierced through the golden light covering Lu Bu's body. Is that all? Lu Bu looked calmly at the green dragon crescent blade that hadn't even gotten close yet. There was no warrior in the world he feared. And red hair had appeared under Lu Bu's hoofs at some point. Boom! The next moment, dust flew up as Lu Bu took Guan Yu's 3 strongest blows head-on. This time, he did not retreat an inch, while Guan Yu was forced to retreat several steps. Red Hair snorted and looked at Cloud Yellow Flying Lightning with a disdainful look in its eyes, just like a human. Among men, Lu Bu; among horses, Red hair is not just a boast, but a testament to its prowess. Lu Bu, take this. After Su Chu blocked the attack with his spear, he saw Guan Yu's strongest strike being forced back head-on. Immediately, he had no more doubts that Lu Bu was a monster. Another one who has lost control of their internal energy. Lu Bu said with a sneer. Today, I'll take all your heads. He swung his halberd at Su Chu, having already noticed that Su Chu's speed was a weakness. Phew! Prepare to die, Lu Bu. Su Chu roared, his entire body suddenly rising higher. The halberd blade that was originally aimed at his neck turned to his chest. What made Su Chu most terrifying than others who left their internal energy behind was that he was never afraid to risk his life. His fat had undergone some kind of special training, which made it easy for him to weaken the enemy's attacks. Su Chu, one of Lu Bu's subordinates, did not retract his halberd, which continued to slash towards Su Chu's chest. However, to everyone's astonishment, Su Chu's fat suddenly caved in, dodging the halberd's blade, while his broadsword slashed towards Lu Bu with astonishing force. Chapter 570 Utter Defeat. Lu Bu and Su Chu retreated immediately upon contact, and Lu Bu, sitting on red hair, swayed slightly. I underestimated you. In terms of strength, you are the second strongest warrior I have ever seen, second only to Dian Wei. Su Chu looked at Lu Bu with a solemn expression. His previous attack had been an attack that unleashed almost all of his power. He had originally intended to kill Lu Bu by surprise, but Lu Bu simply swayed on red hair and was not seriously injured at all. Lu Bu squinted at Guan Yu, Long Fei, and Su Chu, and roared, "Today I'll send you on your way." He swung his halberd horizontally, enveloping the three of them in his attack. Kill! Su Chu roared, ignoring all the afterimages and slashing towards Lu Bu. Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade, gleaming with a clear light, also slashed towards Lu Bu, while Zhang Fei's serpent spear curved and thrust towards Lu Bu's back. That's what makes it interesting. Lu Bu laughed loudly. He no longer cared about those messy things. So what if he was a traitor who had served three masters? His strength, which allowed him to dominate the world, would not change because of these things. Lu Bu first used his halberd to deflect the green dragon crescent blade, which posed the greatest threat to him. Then, the small blade at the end of his halberd countered Dong Fei's spear, and a gentle force directly deflected Dong Fei's spear, which then struck Su Chu's broadsword. Only this way can you all die. After instantly blocking the attacks of the three, Lu Bu's red hair suddenly raised itself up. It kicked at Wang Feidian's neck with one hoof, while Lu Bu also suddenly rose several feet higher, turning sideways and swinging his halberd towards Zhang Fei's chest. Guan Yu's cloud yellow flying lightning seemed to have a mind of its own and darted backward, but in doing so, Guan Yu could no longer stop Lu Bu's movements. On the other side, Su Chu swung his sword at the back of Lu Bu's head, but Lu Bu didn't even turn around. His halberd went straight for Zhang Fei's chest. Zhang Fei's eyes were fixed on the halberd that Lu Bu was swinging towards him. At this moment, everything slowed down, and Zhang Fei's own movements also slowed down. The serpent spear in his hand appeared at an unbelievable angle in front of the halberd in the eyes of others. Although the serpent spear blocked the halberd, Lu Bu's astonishing strength directly bent the spear into an arc. He then thrust the halberd at Zhang Fei, its immense force knocking Zhang Fei off his horse. But Zhang Fei was directly thrown several feet away. This time, there was no protection, and Lu Bu showed no mercy. With one blow, Zhang Fei was severely injured. Phew! At that moment, Su Chu's fatal blow reached behind Lu Bu's ear. Su Chu even showed a hint of smugness. With a soft ding, Su Chu, who was gripping the sword with both hands, felt a numbness in his hands. The fatal blow was deflected, and the blade of the halberd came straight at him. After desperately blocking the attack, Su Chu retreated several steps without hesitation and joined Guan Yu. Lu Bu's attack was too close for Su Chu to see clearly, but Guan Yu saw it clearly. There was no trajectory whatsoever. Lu Bu's halberd was on the left a moment ago, but it appeared directly in Su Chu's direction the instant Su Chu's blade was close. Kill! Guan Yu roared. He charged towards Lu Bu first, shielding Dong Fei behind him. In the distance, Lu Bu's second wave of assault cavalry, led by Long Liu, all mounted their horses the moment Zhang Fei fell from his horse. Defeating Guan Yu was his mission. All mount up and charge! Zhang Liu roared. This was the perfect opportunity. The morale of Lu Bu's army had reached its peak when Lu Bu struck down Zhang Fei with his halberd. Meanwhile, the morale of the Taishan army had plummeted as a result. Zhang Fei doesn't seem to be dead. Long Liu glanced in Lu Bu's direction to confirm. As long as Zhang Fei is alive, everything is fine. If Zhang Fei is dead, then it will truly be as Chonggang said, everything is over. Guan Yu's strikes grew heavier and more deadly, each one seemingly aimed to kill, but none of them could take down Lu Bu. On the contrary, Lu Bu's halberds, like butterflies flitting among flowers, had already left several wounds on Guan Yu's body. However, Guan Yu was not defeated by this. Instead, his fighting spirit grew stronger, and the light from his blade grew brighter and brighter, even merging into a single beam, like moonlight seeping towards Lu Bu. Compared to Guan Yu, whose condition improved as the fight progressed, Lu Bu was somewhat distracted. After defeating Zhang Fei with a single halberd strike, he lost much of his fighting spirit. This was the main reason why Guan Yu and Su Chu were barely able to hold off Lu Bu. If Lu Bu had maintained his previous frenzy state, Guan Yu and Su Chu would not have just suffered minor injuries, but would have been half dead. Even before Zhang Fei was defeated, Pei Yuanshao had already sensed that things were not going well. He could clearly feel that the morale of his soldiers was declining. After all, it was 3 against 1, and they couldn't even defeat their opponent. On the other hand, the morale of Lu Bu's side was rising steadily. In Pei Yuanshao's eyes, who had survived the defeat of the Yellow Turbans, this situation was not good. Old Pei, the situation is not good now. Lu Bu is too strong. The morale of us is greatly affected by such a fierce general. Just as Pei Yuanshao was thinking, Jiang Gong, who was also from the Yellow Turban Rebellion, walked over. You think so too? Pei Yuanshao asked with a dark face. How many times have we fought? How many times have we lost? Those who survived, how could they not know how the defeats occurred? Jiang Gong replied with a dark face. I feel the same way. If Lu Bu were to charge now, the general's previous arrangements would likely be ineffective against him. The difference in morale is too great, Pei Yuanshao said with a dark expression. Moreover, General Guan is currently tied down. If the enemy launches a frontal assault, we adjutants will be left to fight individually, which I'm afraid. Hey, come here! Jiang Gong shouted at Shou Tsang, who was standing in front of the formation. Shou Tsang shook his head but did not move. Brother Zhou, something's really happened. Pei Yuanshao roared. Shou Tsang hesitated for a moment, then walked over from in front of the swordsman. Brother Zhou, you're fast. Go quickly and inform military advisor Guo. We've suffered countless defeats over the years. Don't tell me you don't understand the current situation. Pei Yuanshao said with a dark face. The Yellow Turbans might not win battles, but all the Yellow Turban leaders who have survived so far have learned from countless defeats what it means to lose. If you don't have the ability to escape, it means you won't survive. Hey Z, stop thinking about it. Haven't you noticed our morale has dropped quite a bit? Hurry up and go. If that situation really happens, I'll lead the sword-wielding men to take the lead. Jiang Gong said, staring at Shou Tsang. Seeing that Shou Tsang was still hesitating, Jiang Gong spoke decisively. All right, I'll go now. Zhou Zong glanced at the situation on the battlefield and nodded. He wasn't stupid. It was clear that the Taishan army had no advantage whatsoever. If they were to truly be defeated, it wouldn't be easy for Lu Bu to lead his army to crush the Taishan army with their surging morale, but it certainly wouldn't be difficult. After Zhou Zong left, Jiang Gong took his place and stood in front of the swordsman. Before he could even get acquainted with the other swordsman, Zhang Fei was knocked off his horse by Lu Bu with a single halberd strike. Jiang Gong was shocked and immediately rushed to his rescue. Fortunately, Guan Yu and Su Chu stopped Lu Bu, allowing Jiang Gong to successfully rescue him. Otherwise, with Jiang Gong's peak qi refining stage, he would have been no different from a common soldier to Lu Bu. After rescuing Zhang Fei, Jiang Gong quickly ordered his men to send Dong Fei to the rear. He and Pei Yuanshao exchanged a glance and both saw the unease in each other's eyes. After Zhang Fei fell from his horse, the morale of the entire Taishan army plummeted. I'll go check the back, Pei Yuanshao said to Jiang Gong with a dark face. Let your younger brother Jiang Yan lead my unit. What are you going to do? In this situation, the commanding officers absolutely cannot leave. If they do, everything will collapse, Jiang Gong said, staring at Pei Yuanshao. He thought Pei Yuanshao was going to run away again, just like before. Wake up, General Zhang. Haven't you noticed that we no longer have a general in command at the center? It used to be General Guang, but now General Guang is tied down. I doubt even General Guang expected to encounter this situation. We must have someone in command at the center. As long as someone is in charge, it doesn't have to be perfect, but holding off Lu Bu's army shouldn't be a problem, Pei Yuanshao said grimly. Compared to the vast majority of Yellow Turban leaders, he was one of the few intelligent leaders. All right, go quickly. I'll immediately order my brother to take over your song. Jiang Gong wasn't stupid. Although he hadn't thought of it, Pei Yuanshao pointed it out and he understood the current situation. Before, Guan Yu was in charge, but now Lu Bu was holding Guan Yu back. Do you think Guan Yu could concentrate on speaking? Not good. Jiang Gong, sitting on his horse, was shocked to see the billowing dust behind Lu Bu's army. He turned around and saw that there were no officers or generals commanding under the banner, and he knew that something terrible was about to happen. I don't care anymore. You, go to the left flank, the right flank, and the center. Tell them about the enemy cavalry's left and right charge. Jiang Gong roared. All swordsmen, get ready. Attack Lu Bu as soon as the enemy charge begins. Crossbows, prepare. In fact, not only Jiang Gong saw Zhong Liao's cavalry charge, but all the commanders at the front also saw it and issued their own orders. They also tried their best to relay these orders to the rear and the left and right flanks. However, the army involuntarily fell into chaos as a result. Lu Bu, who was distracted by the battle, was the first to notice the chaos in Guan Yu's army. He then turned his horse around and saw two trails of dust behind his own army. He recognized the large banner as belonging to Zhong Liao, one of his own men. With a single halberd, he parried Guan Yu and Su Chu's attacks. Grasping the halberd with both hands, he suddenly unleashed a tremendous force, sending the two flying. Lu Bu at his peak had returned once again. You guys are pretty good, but that's all. You're in the top 5 among those who have fought me, but that's all. You can't possibly hurt me. Lu Bu wildly and wantonly swung his halberd. With all his might, Guan Yu had another shell wound on his body after just over 10 moves. After forcing Guan Yu and Su Chu back with a single halberd strike, Lu Bu raised his halberd and pointed it at Guan Yu, shouting, "All troops, charge!" He then charged at Guan Yu and Su Chu, giving them no chance to rejoin the main force. The moment Lu Bu forced Guan Yu and Su Chu to retreat, all the former Yellow Turban leaders in Guan Yu's vanguard understood that this was their last chance to turn the tide. For these people, everything was just about survival, so naturally they had no intention of following the rules. Sima Zhu, Chu Gong, Jiang Gong, and Jiang Yan all rushed forward at this moment, and their troops behind them all knocked their arrows and shot them at Lu Bu. Before Lu Bu could even strike Guan Yu and Su Chu with his halberd, a rain of arrows was already raining down on him. The thin clouds of the vanguard were already obscuring Lu Bu, and then more arrows came from all directions. General, retreat immediately. Lu Bu's ambush is approaching. Jiang Gong roared. Yuan Shao has already sent men to request reinforcements. Guan Yu was initially embarrassed by his soldiers' lack of discipline, but after hearing Jiang Gong's words and seeing the large number of cavalry rushing from the left and right flanks of Lu Bu's rear army, he knew that Jiang Gong was telling the truth. Let's go! Guan Yu nodded to Jiang Gong, then roared at Su Chu. Order the left and right flanks to send out troops, and the central army to form a defensive formation and await reinforcements. Guan Yu immediately gave this order to his personal guards after withdrawing the vanguard. However, the next moment Guan Yu saw that his left and right flanks, after being ambushed by the enemy, were almost easily breached from the front. Then the enemy advanced rapidly, piercing through the left and right flanks from the side and directly into the center of the army. How is this possible? Guan Yu stared in shock at the two cavalrymen. Swordsman, listen to my command. Lead the cavalry to block the left flank. Guan Yu roared, ordering that if the enemy cavalry broke through the left and right flanks, then penetrated the center and rushed forward and backward, the army would collapse. Yes, sir. Jiang Gong roared, leading 500 swordsmen to attack the left flank. Zong Kong, stop Dong Wanyuan for me. Guan Yu said, pointing to the right flank. Tiger Guard Battalion, follow me. Su Chu roared, leading the Tiger Guard towards Zhang Liao's direction. Soon, Jiang Gong led his swordsmen into a confrontation with Hao Man. Although Hao Man was slightly stronger, it was not easy for him to defeat Jiang Gong amidst the intertwining of their auras. Meanwhile, the 200 elite troops that Gao Shang had assigned to Hao Man were also held back by the swordsmen and a large number of infantry and cavalry. Although they had an absolute advantage in combat strength, the swordsmen fought and retreated, barely managing to stop the unstoppable charge of the elite troops. Thud! Su Chu slashed at Zhang Liu with his sword, but Zhang Liu blocked with his spear and slid away as if he hadn't been hit. The few remaining traps in Zhang Liu's hands collided with Su Chu's Tiger Guards. After exchanging dozens of blows with Su Chu, Zhang Liu breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the enemy's elite troops begin to suppress the Tiger Guards. The greatest advantage of special troops is that they can break through the enemy's formation unexpectedly, thus creating an opportunity for regular troops to directly tear the enemy apart and expand their achievements. Damn it! Su Chu was dealing with Zhang Liu while observing the surrounding situation. He couldn't believe the strength of the enemy soldiers. It took 2 or 3 of his Tiger Guards to suppress one of them. Were these really soldiers? Guan Yu led his men to form a defensive formation and desperately tried to hold off Lu Bu. However, in just a short while, several sections of the defenses were already crumbling. No one could stop Lu Bu's cavalry from charging left and right, especially given the huge difference in morale between the two sides. Chapter 572 Even the wisest man can make a mistake. Meanwhile, as Zhou Zong rushed back to the main camp to ask Guo Jiao to send reinforcements, Guo Jiao and Chen Qi were having breakfast with 2 cups of spring water and wild vegetables. I wonder what the situation is now. Guo Jiao smacked his lips, seemingly trying to taste the wine in the spring water, but it was clearly just wishful thinking. It shouldn't be a big problem. Even if General Zhang is no match for Lu Bu, the difference won't be too great, since both of them are using internal energy to leave their bodies, Chen Qi estimated and said. He knew that Guo Jiao was not particular about formalities, so he didn't care about status or anything like that. I hope so. Guo Jiao frowned, a hint of apprehension in his mind. Does military advisor Guo not think highly of General Guang and his men? Chen Qi picked up the spring water, took a sip, smacked his lips, and decisively refused to drink any more. In terms of commanding troops alone, even if General Guang is no match for Lu Bu, he probably won't suffer a major defeat. But I have a bad feeling right now. I'm thinking about whether it's reckless of me not to go to the battlefield with General Guang. Guo Jia said hesitantly. He had been having a bad feeling for a while now, and his right eyelid kept twitching. This was not a good omen. Don't worry, military advisor Guo. It wouldn't make much of a difference if you went. After all, you don't know how to command troops, and your health isn't very good. Staying in the rear and offering advice is the right thing to do. If you go to the battlefield, General Guang might have to protect you. That being said, I'm still a little uneasy this time, Guo Jia said, frowning. From what we know now, Lu Bu is no weaker than our army, and Chen Gangtai is no pushover either. Our biggest advantage lies in having a general in command, 2 fierce generals who can break through enemy lines, and 2 special forces. Military advisor Guo is overthinking it. We still have 2 advantages. In fact, our forces are slightly larger than Lu Bu's, and military advisor Guo's wisdom and strategy are as boundless as a heavenly horse. Chen Qi gave Guo Jia a small compliment. However, Chen Qi wasn't just making things up. In his view, their advantages were quite obvious. Both Guang Yu's elite swordsmen and Su Chu's tiger guards were top-tier elites, and Guang Yu's military talent was among the best in the world. Moreover, they could command nearly 10,000 men. With such leadership abilities, defeat wouldn't be easy. That's right. General Guang's legion talent can cover 10,000 people and suppress the enemy's combat power. Compared to most generals who can only cover 500 to 1,000 people, the difference is huge. Guo Jia nodded and comforted himself. Others may not know what Guang Yu's legion talent is, but Guo Jia, having served as Guang Yu's strategist for so long, naturally understands why Guang Yu's legion talent can cover nearly 10,000 people and why it is so powerful. A standard legion talent can only cover 500 to 1,000 troops. This is why Chen Xi was stunned when Zhou Yu used his legion talent to cover the entire Sangsu army. The more troops covered, the greater the boost to the legion. In reality, Zhou Yu's legion talent only increases morale. However, increased morale also increases combat effectiveness, roughly by 30%. The difference between increasing the combat power of 500 people by 30% and 50,000 people by 30% is enormous, which shows how terrifying Zhou Yu's Zephyr plane was. Guang Yu's legion talent can only actually cover 500 men. These 500 men are Guang Yu's 500 elite swordsmen. However, there's an implicit condition for Guang Yu's legion talent. The more battles Guang Yu fights, including duels, and the stronger his morale becomes, the more soldiers Guang Yu can command will be covered by the legion talent. When Guang Yu and Gao Long in Ji province were basically undefeated, Guang Yu's momentum grew stronger and stronger, eventually creating a legion talent that could cover 10,000 people. Of course, the core was still the 500 swordsmen, but the soldiers under Guang Yu's command were also infected by Guang Yu's momentum, and then the effect of a legion talent appeared. In other words, the fighting strength under Guang Yu's command will become stronger and stronger as Guang Yu wins one victory after another. Moreover, if Guang Yu achieves a miraculous effect in a certain battle, the fighting strength of the entire command will increase significantly due to Guang Yu's confidence and prestige. However, all of this is based on one thing: Guang Yu's own self-confidence. If Guang Yu himself did not believe in himself, then it would be questionable whether his 500 swordsmen could exert their fighting power. Similarly, if Guang Yu had absolute confidence, or even arrogance, his army could almost achieve a state of awe-inspiring power throughout China, which is what is meant by slaying gods if they cannot stop him. The problem is that Guo Jia, who had spent a long time with Guang Yu, knew one thing very well. Guan Yu was actually somewhat insecure. The reason he didn't talk to people in the past and acted coldly in the face of trouble was because he was insecure and didn't know how to speak. This inferiority complex gradually dissipated as Guan Yu's strength increased, and it was almost completely worn down as Guan Yu took charge of a region. However, Guan Yu still cared about his origins, which is why he loved his soldiers more than scholars. Some things are hard to erase. It was precisely because Guo Jia understood these things so well that he realized that everything Guan Yu had, including his military talent, was actually supported by his own martial prowess. Once Guan Yu doubted his own martial prowess, he would have nothing left and would find it difficult to make any further progress. Guo Jia's biggest worry right now is that Guan Yu will be defeated by Lu Bu and begin to doubt him. If that happens, Guo Jia will probably be tempted to kill. He shouldn't lose, right? Guo Jia thought silently. After discovering Guan Yu's situation in Lichen, he had been constantly instilling in Guan Yu the idea of emphasizing both martial prowess and military strategy, just to prevent Guan Yu from being defeated one day. Although Guo Jia thought Guan Yu was already a monster enough, Guo Jia never cared about considering the worst possible outcome when thinking about problems. Gangzi, have people prepare. I have a bad feeling, and it's getting stronger. Guo Jia looked up abruptly at Chen Qi while holding his teacup and said. Since he had already anticipated that the situation might not be good, Guo Jia didn't mind making preparations early. Order people? Chen Qi said with a smirk. All army's commanders and deputy commanders have all gone out to war. The highest-ranking military officer left behind is only Fu Long, the commander of a separate division, and his main objective is to protect us. As for going out to war, it's not that I look down on them, but none of these people can command 2,000 men without causing chaos. Moreover, the preparations that military advisor Guo mentioned are probably for commanding the remaining army. Guo Jia was stunned for a moment, then his face turned pale. He suddenly realized that if Guan Yu were to have an accident now, the entire Taishan army would be doomed. Guo Fenxiu's talent for governing the world did not mean that he could command troops. He was a pure civil official and had no skills in commanding troops. Moreover, his group did not even have a military officer to command 1,000 men. Chapter 573 There's always a way out. Guo Jia began to reverse engineer all the calculations, starting with Zhang Fei's personality, Guan Yu's attitude towards Zhang Fei, Guan Yu's temperament, the confidence built up from previous victories, and the situation after the appearance of Su Chu, the filled person with internal energy leaving his body. So that's how it is. Guo Jia knocked over the water bowl. Chen Qi's words had completely clarified the current situation. Guo Jia trusted Guan Yu's judgment, and since Guo Jia himself did not interfere with military power, it was entirely correct for Guan Yu to take all the generals in command of the troops with the goal of defeating the enemy. As long as they can win, everything will be fine. Guo Jia and Guan Yu's first judgment is definitely to win. This creates a blind spot. Guan Yu will leave Guo Jia in the rear as he did when he went out to fight before, and have someone protect Guo Jia's safety. Everything seems fine, but in reality, there is a very big hidden danger. There is no general who can come to Guan Yu's rescue. How ruthless! Guo Jia's face turned ashen. Based on this deduction, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Su Chu were no match for Lu Bu. Only in this way could Lu Bu be forced to leave the camp to provide reinforcements. Although this deduction seemed unbelievable, after eliminating all other possibilities, this became the only possibility. Military advisor Guo, what's wrong with you? Chen Qi looked at Guo Jia, who had turned pale after he said something, and immediately sensed that something terrible had happened. Bring me the map. Guo Jia took a deep breath. His composure, like Mount Tai collapsing, was a hallmark of a strategist. He had even guessed Chen Gong's plans. Even if he knew nothing, facing Guan Yu's defeat at the hands of Lu Bu, Guo Jiao believed a strategist should remain calm. Although Chen Qi was puzzled, he didn't hesitate at all and quickly brought out the map. Guo Jiao took the map and immediately spotted a not-so-ideal ambush spot, but it was the only one. Aside from the time constraint, this was the only place Chen Gong could have set up an ambush. I should be thankful that Ida chose the right location and time, right? Guo Jia's expression twitched slightly. Chen Gong's only ambush spot was that reed-like area on the alluvial plain of the river bank. Fortunately, we were lucky. Guo Jia laughed loudly. Although he couldn't command troops, he could set fires. He could certainly burn down reed marshes. However, this wouldn't save General Guang. If my estimation is correct, Chen Gongtai's goal is to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Without a commander-in-chief, even if I burn Chen Gong to death, it won't have any real impact on Lu Bu's side. Besides, Chen Gong is definitely on guard against this move. Guo Jiao looked troubled. No matter how brilliant his strategies were, there was one thing he couldn't change. He couldn't command troops. Military advisor Guo, although I don't know what you're thinking about, your troubled expression tells me that things are a bit complicated. In that case, why not say it? Although I can't help you, I might be able to figure it out in other ways. Chen Qi said, seeing Guo Jia's troubled expression. Guo Jia glanced at Chen Qi and sighed. He then told Chen Qi the whole situation, including his analysis. Is military advisor Guo troubled by the lack of someone to command the army? Chen Qi asked, frowning. Yes. Chen Gongtai's only ambush location must be here. Guo Jia pointed to the reed marsh on the map and said, if General Guang is in trouble, he will definitely send someone back for help. In that situation, I can't think too carefully. Even without a general in command, I will have to send troops. Guo Jiao didn't say what came next, but Chen Qi knew very well that Guang Yu and Zhang Fei's identities were too special, and Guo Jiao would have to jump into the trap even if he knew it was a trap. If military advisor Guo needs a commander, I can introduce someone. He may not be able to lead tens of thousands of men, but he can certainly lead an army without much problem, Chen Qi said after thinking for a moment. There are such people in our army. Speak quickly. Guo Jia laughed heartily. He was confident that he could outmaneuver Chen Gong this time, since the scheme had been broken and he couldn't possibly lose. It's far away, yet right before our eyes, Chen Qi said confidently. Guo Jia was taken aback. He lowered his head, picked up the bowl that had been filled with spring water, and after thinking carefully for a moment, asked, Gongshi, how confident are you? Although I have never commanded troops before, judging from the changes in military formations that General Guang demonstrated not long ago, I am probably not much weaker than him, even if I am not as good as him, Chen Qi said proudly. Guo Jia was even more troubled, and at this moment an urgent report came from outside the door. Guo Jia sighed and said, Gongxi, you will lead the troops and the whole army will go on an expedition. Report, military advisor Guo. Zhou Song roared. All right, I understand. You don't need to say anything more. General Guang, General Zhang, and General Su have all been defeated, right? I'll send troops out immediately. Guo Jia waved his hand and said with a depressed look. The strategist is very insightful. Zhou Song said, somewhat dumbfounded. You lead 500 excellent guards to protect me and Gongshi. While you're at it, tell me about Lu Bu and how ruthless he is, Guo Jia said helplessly. He then turned to look at Chen Qi, who took a deep breath to calm himself down before letting out a long sigh. Soon, Chen Qi gathered all the remaining soldiers in the camp and quickly mobilized them. Chen Qi instantly felt confident. It seemed very simple. Commanding troops seemed to be a piece of cake. Although Guo Jia was not good at commanding troops, he saw Chen Qi try to adjust the troops a couple of times after looking at Guang Yu's banners to mobilize the army. Then he scattered copper coins to boost morale and tried to change the formation. Guo Jiao was completely relieved. Chen Qi did have some ability. Chen Gangtai, if I don't outmaneuver you this time, I'm not Gu Fengshao. I'll force you out of the reeds and kill you before I go to rescue General Guan. Guo Jiao thought fiercely. He had been in the game for so many years, and this was the first time he had been outmaneuvered on the battlefield. If he hadn't been lucky enough to meet Chen Qi, who could lead troops, he would have been in a terrible situation. That's all, Zhou Zong said in a muffled voice, repeating everything he had seen to Guo Jiao. All right, I understand. Guo Jiao nodded, now realizing what kind of monster he was about to face. Gongxi, do you know any formations? Guo Jiao turned to Chen Qi and asked. Yes, the grip formation of the Shuangxiang formation, Chen Qi nodded and said. I've discovered that my luck is extraordinary. Guo Jiao laughed wildly, looking up at the sky. If Chen Qi knew other formations, Guo Jiao wouldn't be so happy. But the grip formation that Chen Qi knew was actually the 8 Gates Golden Lock, and even the earliest version of the 8 Trigrams formation. I don't need you to make any other changes. Just unleash the full power of the cloud energy. Forget about enhancing our army's combat strength. I only ask for a large quantity of cloud energy. Guo Jiao laughed loudly. Wasn't Lu Bu fierce? Let's see how many you can kill after this extreme cloud energy seals your internal energy. Chapter 574. The situation is not good. Chonggang led 2,000 men to ambush in the weeds. To be honest, if the reed marshes hadn't been large enough, Chonggang wouldn't have ambushed them here. General Chao, you have good eyesight. If you see any fire, let me know. Chonggang said to Chao Xin, who was half squatting beside him. The worst thing about squatting in the reeds was being set on fire. However, this was the only place in the area where they could ambush, and there was no time to dig tunnels. Therefore, Chonggang had no choice but to lead his troops to ambush here. Burn, burn, burn. Burn this whole area. Even if Chonggangtai is cautious, we'll disgust him to death this time. Guo Jiao said excitedly, holding a torch in broad daylight. For a strategist, burning was truly a habit. As they spoke, a large number of torches were thrown towards the reeds, and then a strong wind suddenly arose. Guo Jiao said that as long as the opponent was not a monster like Cheng Xi or Song Yu, there would be absolutely no pressure. The wind is picking up. Chonggang, who was squatting in the reeds, looked a little strange. Then he was suddenly shocked and immediately mobilized his spiritual energy to reverse the wind direction. He could already see the firelight. Retreat! Fight our way out! Fight our way out! Prepare to attack! Chonggang roared. However, his west wind could not prevail over the east wind. Guo Jiao had made preparations in advance, and even if Chonggang wanted to change the situation, it would be extremely difficult to change it back in a short time, let alone suppress it. When Chonggang burst out, adorned with smoky makeup, Chen Qi had already led his army forward. Unlike Guang Yu and Zhang Fei, whose armies charged with ferocious aggression, Chen Qi's army lacked swiftness and ferocity. Instead, it pressed forward step by step with an unstoppable momentum. Archers, attack! Chen Qi signaled, and the slowly advancing army immediately halted its movement. The archers in the central army immediately drew their bows forward. Sword and shield bearers, lean to the side, spearmen, press down. Chen Qi continued to signal. Soon, the army led by Chen Qi transformed into a hedgehog, with broadswords, spears, lances, and extra-long spears forming a dense, orderly formation in front, advancing forward under the thick cloud of mist. A hail of arrows left Chonggang and Chao Xin, who were already scorched by smoke and fire, with minor injuries. They had hoped that Guo Jiao would be caught off guard and launch an ambush, but instead of ambushing Guo Jiao, they were the ones who were ambushed by him. Chonggang-tai, how is my spear formation? Guo Jialong asked with a smile. Chonggang's face darkened. He was extremely displeased that Guo Jia had interrupted him when he was in such a sorry state. Guo Fengshao, aren't you afraid that by the time you advance slowly, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei will already be dead? I don't know if they will become victims of the sword, but I know that if you don't run, you will soon become a victim of the sword. Guo Jia said with a light laugh as he opened his wooden folding fan. Fire! Cheng Qi roared, and the archers behind the spear formation suddenly stood up and fired in Chonggang's direction. Clan. Fortunately, Chao Xin was a skilled archer with extremely accurate control over the trajectory of arrows, and thus managed to deflect most of the arrows aimed at them with his spear. Even so, both of them were hit by several arrows. Zhou Zong, quickly lead your troops and capture Chonggang and his companion. Cheng Qi ordered Zhou Zong, the only one who could be considered a fierce general. Yes, sir. Zhou Zong shouldered his broadsword and led 500 men to charge towards Chao Xin. At the same time, the infantry on both sides, wielding spears, also charged diagonally towards Chonggang and Chao Xin, preparing to surround and capture them. Retreat! Since the enemy is panicked but not chaotic, there's no need for us to waste time. Chonggang glanced in Guo Jia's direction and immediately turned his horse around. The current situation was far different from what he had anticipated. He had originally hoped to take this opportunity to capture the enemy alive, but now that was no longer possible. Chao Xin nodded. Then he drew his bow and shot an arrow at Zhou Zong. Zhou Zong, relying on his strength far exceeding Chao Xin's, dodged left and right, but still ended up running into the arrow. Fortunately, Chao Xin's strength was insufficient, so the arrow only caused superficial wounds at most. All troops halt. Proceed at full speed westward. Cheng Qi glanced at the speed at which Chonggang and the others were retreating and abandoned the pursuit without hesitation. His purpose was to rescue people, not to hunt down Chonggang. Moreover, given Chonggang's command, there was no guarantee that he might have some backup plan. On the other side, Guan Yu's central army desperately blocked Lu Bu's charge. It has to be said that the situation that Guo Jia was most worried about did not occur. Guan Yu probably never considered Lu Bu as an opponent. After all, a normal person would not have the idea of fighting such a monster. Relying on his legion talent that directly enveloped all his soldiers, and the cloud aura that sealed off his internal energy, Guan Yu managed to hold off the wolf cavalry charge led by Lu Bu in the center of the army. However, even with the suppression of the cloud aura, Lu Bu was unable to use his internal energy, and Guan Yu did not gain any advantage over Lu Bu. At most, he could be said to have fought a few more times without being injured. After all, with his internal energy sealed, Lu Bu lost 90% of his strength. If he originally had a fighting power of 1,000, he would now only have 100. Similarly, Guan Yu, who had a fighting power of 700 or 800, would now have 70 or 80. Under these circumstances, both sides were limited by their vision, which far exceeded their current strength, but they were also bound by the limits that their bodies could display. Overall, even if Lu Bu had the advantage, it would be difficult for him to defeat Guan Yu in 100 moves. This is how Guan Yu managed to go against the current and launch a countercharge against Lu Bu. Otherwise, if no one could stop Lu Bu and he was allowed to charge left and right, the entire army would collapse in no time. Even so, Guan Yu's entire army was not in a good position. After all, before the cloud aura was fully activated, Lu Bu charged in and hacked his way through, shattering the central defense line. If Guan Yu hadn't held on desperately and kept activating the cloud aura, Lu Bu would have been able to lead the Binxiu Wolf cavalry to break through the central army in that short time. If it were just Lu Bu, it wouldn't be so bad, since Guan Yu managed to hold him off, and the Central Army also formed a battle formation to withstand Lu Bu's charge. In reality, the biggest threat to Guan Yu's entire army was actually the two wolf cavalry units led by Long Liu and Hao Man. Long Liu and Hao Man had already breached the left and right flanks with a single charge from the trapped camp. Even when Su Chu and Jiang Gong led their elite troops to hold the line, they could only barely stabilize the border defenses on the left and right flanks. And this was the same approach Zhang Liu and Hao Man had taken when they tried to break through the left and right flanks directly. Not long ago, Zhang Liu determined that Su Chu and the Tiger Guards were tough nuts to crack, so he decisively used the speed and ferocity of the Bingxiu Wolf Cavalry to break through enemy lines. After a series of flanking maneuvers, the left and right flanks were beaten to the point of collapse, and Su Chu and Jiang Gong could only follow behind Dong Liu and Hao Man, running for their lives. The situation is dire. Guan Yu has killed a Bingxiu Wolf cavalryman with a single blow, his cloak now stained with blood. He knows all too well that if either the left or right flank collapses, the entire army could crumble. Chapter 575 The Battle of Lu Bei and Lu Bu ends. Are we just going to charge in like this? Chen Qi turned to ask Guo Jia. If our army doesn't collapse, we'll charge straight in. If it does collapse, we'll form a defensive formation. Guo Jia gave his answer almost without hesitation. Good. Chen Qi nodded. In a moment, the whole army will roar together and the drums will beat loudly. Chen Qi ordered the messengers to quickly pass on the message to each commander. Soon, each commander passed the message to the centurion to the squad leader to the platoon leader to the squad leader, and the platoon leader to the squad leader. Soon, the entire army was ready. Guan Yu once again led his troops to intercept Lu Bu, but this time he did not escape unscathed as before. After he fought hard and killed more than a dozen wolf riders, he clashed head-on with Lu Bu. This time, instead of retreating after a single blow, Lu Bu bravely withstood Guan Yu's cloud of energy and prepared to kill him. Lu Bu's halberd strikes grew heavier with each blow, making Guan Yu's defense increasingly difficult. However, Guan Yu's flushed face prevented Lu Bu from realizing that he was nearly exhausted. Die! After failing to defeat Guan Yu in more than 20 quick attacks, Lu Bu saw Guan Yu's personal guards surrounding him again. Without hesitation, he unleashed his inner energy, restoring his strength to 70 or 80% of his peak. However, this resulted in a large amount of cloud energy surging towards Lu Bu, frantically counteracting his inner energy. Kill! Guan Yu's eyes widened in fury, and his icy killing intent permeated the surrounding air. Guan Yu understood perfectly what this meant, and Lu Bu unleashed his inner energy with abandon. As long as the speed of the surging inner energy exceeded the speed at which the cloud energy countered it, it wasn't impossible for a military general to use inner energy within the cloud energy. Even someone of Lu Bu's caliber couldn't sustain such a burst of internal energy for more than a few seconds. However, for Lu Bu, a few seconds of peak power was enough to mow down enemies with unparalleled skill. Unfortunately for him, Guan Yu was simply grass to be harvested. At this moment, Guan Yu's spirit and energy were concentrated in an unimaginable way. His already perfect realm suddenly shattered, and he stepped towards a higher realm. His power, which was about to be exhausted, also broke through. Thump! Guan Yu and Lu Bu each took 3 steps back. This time, Guan Yu's body shone with a clear light, and the green dragon crescent blade emitted a clear and quiet blade light. Guan Yu's phoenix eyes were fixed on Lu Bu. Guan Yu tilted his head slightly to look at Lu Bu, his body constantly surging with internal energy, nourishing his body which was on the verge of exhaustion, and his wounds began to heal at an almost visibly rapid pace. Again, Lu Bu roared with laughter. Unleashing his inner energy, Guan Yu also relentlessly pushed every ounce of his body's potential. Blades clashed wildly, a ray of light and a gust of golden wind collided violently. In just a few seconds, Guan Yu and Lu Bu separated again. Guan Yu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, while a huge scratch appeared on Lu Bu's chest armor. Both of them had almost exhausted their inner energy in those few seconds, but the outcome was already decided. Lu Bu remained the undisputed #1 warrior in the world. It seems you're no match for Lu Bu either, Guan Yu said with a cold smile, wiping the corner of his mouth. In just a few seconds, he and Lu Bu had fought like mules mowing down grass, killing at least several hundred of the enemy's soldiers in the process. Although Guan Yu felt deeply pained by this, the pressure he was under had been greatly reduced because of the hundreds of Bingxiu wolf cavalry he had killed. You've lost. Lu Bu was slightly out of breath. He hadn't expected Guan Yu to become so powerful after unifying his essence, energy, and spirit. Although the cloud formations played a part, Lu Bu knew very well that Guan Yu had gone further than Zhang Fei after reaching the pinnacle of internal energy separation. He was already quite a bit stronger than Huang Zhong, whom he had encountered in Jinzhou. Defeat? Guan Yu's eyes flashed coldly as he swung his green dragon crescent blade. A sudden aura of power emanated from him. When I had internal energy, I wasn't afraid of you, let alone now. There's more than just this one martial art to defeat 10,000 men. Guan Yu charged toward Lu Bu without hesitation. It was true that he couldn't defeat Lu Bu, but even Lu Bu, whose inner energy was now completely depleted, would have a hard time taking him down. As long as he could hold off Lu Bu and prevent the central army from collapsing, he could stall until reinforcements arrived. The battle between Guan Yu and Lu Bu resumed, though neither possessed internal energy. Nevertheless, their fight was still terrifying, with an astonishing aura constantly brewing between their wide, sweeping movements. Lu Bu exuded an invincible aura, while Guan Yu displayed the confident and self-reliant majesty that came with enlightenment. Thump! Guan Yu staggered back several steps, while Lu Bu remained motionless. Compared to Lu Bu, Guan Yu's superhuman recovery speed was incomparable. It seems this day next year will be your death anniversary, Lu Bu said arrogantly. I've got what I wanted. Guan Yu stared coldly at Lu Bu. He had already spotted the large banner bearing the character Guo. Guo Jia's timely arrival and the steady, unhurried advance of his troops were observed by both Zhang Liu and Lu Bu, who both understood that the enemy's reinforcements included an excellent commander. Su Zongkang, we'll fight again another day. Zhang Liu glanced at Su Chu, who was fighting fiercely, and said calmly. The enemy's reinforcements had already appeared, which meant that there had been a problem with Chonggong's part. However, Zhang Liu never intended to fight Guan Yu's army to the death. As Chonggong had said at the time, he just wanted to show his value. Next time, I will definitely not hold back. Su Chu stared at Zhang Liu and said. Although he did not know the reason for the previous battle, he could feel that Zhang Liu had not exerted his full strength. After all, he had exhausted too much energy in the previous battle with Guan Yu and Lu Bu, and Zhang Liu was no less powerful than him. If he had really gone all out, he would not have been able to retreat so easily. If there's a next time, we'll talk about it then. Su Zongkang, what is the purpose of the civil war among the Han people in the Central Plains? I was originally a general guarding the border in Zhuyan, riding my horse and whipping my whip to resist the barbarians and defend the frontier. After coming to the Central Plains, I was drawn into this endless struggle between the warlords. Should the blood of Han generals be shed on this land of the Central Plains? Is this what our heroic spirit and passion are for? Why should we waste our blood on this land of the Central Plains for the glory of expanding our territory and lasting for 10,000 generations? Zhang Liu spoke as if asking Su Chu, or as if asking himself. On the other side, Hao Man looked at Jiang Gong, who was covered in blood, and exclaimed, "You're a madman. A madman is better than a dead man." Jiang Gang stared directly at Hao Man without fear. Compared to Zhang Liao's mercy, Hao Man and Jiang Gang were truly fighting tooth and nail. Tell Zhang Fei that next time, if there is a next time, I will absolutely not show mercy. Lu Bu stared at Guan Yu and said. His strength had recovered to 70%, and if Guan Yu were to be careless at this distance, Lu Bu could even kill him with a sneak attack. However, he did not make a move. Humph! Guan Yu snorted coldly, looking at Lu Bu. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he had to admit that if Lu Bu hadn't been holding back from time to time, one or two of the three of them would definitely have died today, or even all three of them might have been killed. Chapter 576 Taking a Long-Term Plan. Lu Bu and Zhang Liu personally covered the rear, leading the Bingxiu Wolf Cavalry in a slow retreat. After Guan Yu's army talent was combined with the forces of both sides, Lu Bu realized that continuing to fight under these circumstances would not be of much use. Lu Bu is taking his time, isn't he? Guo Jia sighed, looking in the direction Lu Bu was retreating. It was obvious that his extremely thick cloud formation indicated he was planning to overwhelm Lu Bu with sheer numbers. All troops, prepare for retreat. Guan Yu's army also began to retreat, beating guns, while Guan Yu led the central army to cover the rear. After returning to camp and taking stock of the casualties, Guan Yu was heartbroken. Not to mention Zhang Fei's serious injury, the casualties of ordinary soldiers, as well as the casualties of the swordsmen and tiger guards, were enough to make Guan Yu's heart ache. Double the full compensation, because of my wrong decision, the other half of the compensation will be paid by myself. Guan Yu looked at the heavy casualty rate. Although Lu Bu had shown mercy to the three of them, he had not shown mercy to his soldiers. Both the Bingxiu Wolf Cavalry and the infantry following behind had caused Guan Yu considerable casualties. I also made a mistake this time, Guo Jiao said calmly. He was still impressed by how Lu Bu had completely suppressed Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Su Chu in a 1-against-3 situation. Was he even human? Let's stabilize the camp first. We completely underestimated Lu Bu's strength. He's probably no less powerful than Xiang Yu now. If he wants to fight, his nearly 10,000 wolf cavalry can unleash the fighting power of 100,000 elite soldiers in the field. Guan Yu sighed and said. At Lu Bu's level, his ability to boost morale is simply monstrous. That's the terrifying thing about the brave warrior faction. Stabilizing the camp isn't too difficult, Guo Jia sighed. He knew the difficulty of dealing with Lu Bu. The valiant warrior approach, frankly speaking, was about boosting morale. It was about bravely charging ahead, breaking through enemy lines, and defeating the enemy head-on. It was about having invincible generals and soldiers who were fearless in the face of death. Generally speaking, the brave warriors were considered obsolete and swept into history. After the spring and autumn period, it was basically the era of the strategists. However, Xiang Yu suddenly appeared and completely defeated the strategists. No matter how well prepared they were, with his large army surrounding them, outflanking them, and all sorts of brilliant plans, they were no match for Xiang Yu. He taught them a lesson in a head-on confrontation. What about cutting off supply lines? What about flanking and encircling? What about the feudal lords advancing by land and water to surround you? Xiang Yu had only one move: cut off supply lines. I'll go up and overrun you and eat your food. Flanking. I'll teach you a lesson head-on. Advancing by land and water. I'll kill your land troops and then wait for your navy to encircle you. I'll kill your navy too. The monstrous figure who broke through the ambush with his 28 riders would have been killed if not for his own pride. Whether Han Xin, the pinnacle of strategic warfare, taught Xiang Yu, the pinnacle of valiant warfare, a lesson in life, or whether Xiang Yu taught Han Xin a lesson in life, is truly debatable. Later, the brave warrior faction was resurrected from the dustbin of history. It was unavoidable. Xiang Yu's strength revealed that the brave warrior faction wasn't entirely useless, especially when their generals were formidable. The brave warrior faction was far more effective than the strategist faction. Compared to the current situation, with Chonggang in command, Lu Bu could avoid many tactics that prevented the elite warriors from utilizing their strengths, allowing him to fully display his valiant prowess. This is why Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, and Liu Bei were all thoroughly humiliated by Lu Bu. It's safe to say that if the brave warriors were to face the strategists head-on, the strategists would be utterly crushed. Even if the battle were to drag things out with a calculated strategy, the brave warriors wouldn't be able to withstand the machinations of a top strategist. But the current situation is that Chonggang has completely dismantled all the schemes and is forcing you to confront Lu Bu head-on. How to put it? Anyone facing this situation would have a headache. I'll write the battle report. I'll write about what happened here, without adding any personal feelings, and give it to the Lord so they can make their own judgments, Guo Jia said with a sigh. He had figured it out. To deal with Lu Bu, they either had to manipulate Chonggang into disloyalty or find a way to stop Lu Bu. Otherwise, they would have to use human intervention. Go ahead and write it. Don't try to cover for me. To be honest, you're not really at fault here. It's just that I underestimated Lu Bu. Guan Yu sighed and said, Ida. Second brother, Zhang Fei sighed, I know, but I'm still annoyed with him. Show some leniency. Everyone has their own difficulties, Su Chu said with a smirk. From now on, if anyone dares to challenge Lu Bu to a duel, he'll fight them. They're simply monsters. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei both nodded. Regardless of anything else, when the opponent becomes powerful enough, even as an enemy, one has to acknowledge it. No matter how bad Lu Bu's character was, the three people present who had personally experienced his astonishing martial arts skills had to admit it. I suggest we summon Zilong and Shuzi from Shuzhou, Guan Yu said, turning to Guo Jia. Guan Yu was unwilling to retreat in this battle. After all, they had gained nothing since the start of the campaign. Would they just slink back like this? Guan Yu was not a civil official like Tianfeng and Sun Cheng, and the provisions at Mount Tai could hold out. Very well. Guo Jia nodded, glanced at Zhang Fei, and agreed with Guan Yu's suggestion. Sure enough, Zhang Fei still needed training, not in terms of physical strength, but in terms of mental fortitude. Guo Jia recommended Cheng Yuanlong as the prefect of Xiaopi, and suggested Zhang Fei to take charge of Xiaopi. After thinking for a moment, Guo Jia added the transfer of Shao Yun and Cheng Dao to the list of those who were unavailable in Shuzhou, had Yuzhou to rely on, and Zhang Fei was seriously injured and needed to recuperate. After Liu Bei finished reading the letter, he handed it directly to Chen Xi. After quickly glancing through it, Chen Xi didn't know what expression to make. Zhang Fei went to fight Lu Bu one-on-one. Although he knew from the beginning that he wouldn't win, the gap was too big. 3 against 1, and he was still defeated. Did Lu Bu swallow a divine stone? The enemy's charge seems abnormally strong. First, they overpowered the Vanguard Suicide Squad. Then they cut down the Tiger Guard and the Second Master's personal guards. It's hard to say whether Cheng Xi's White Feather Army has even taken shape yet. Chen Xi thought helplessly. He knew that Lu Bu would be difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect him to be this difficult. Short-term stratagems were mostly ineffective against Chonggang. Sowing discord might work on Lu Bu, but if Chonggang hadn't lost faith in Lu Bu, his intelligence would have made it easy for him to defend himself. Chen Xi was somewhat troubled. He finally understood why Cao Cao, with his many talented civil and military officials, was ultimately forced by Lu Bu to merely defend his cities. Cao Cao didn't have many soldiers, but Lu Bu only had about 10,000. What does Sichuan think? Liu Bei immediately asked Chen Xi for his opinion. Let's take a long-term view first, Chen Xi said, grimacing. If Shao Yun and Chen Xi are transferred to Yanzhou, then the commander-in-chief should be changed. Either Liu Bei will go personally, or Cheng Xi will go personally. Putting aside everything else, Zhao Yun is the highest commander of the Suzhou defense zone, which is on par with Guan Yu. Even if Zhao Yun doesn't care about Guan Yu's command, for the sake of others, a higher-level commander is needed. In the entire Mount Tai region, only Zhao Yun and Gang Ning are on par with Guan Yu. Among civil officials, only Lu Su is on par with Guan Yu, with Cheng Xi slightly higher. Everyone else is below Guan Yu in rank. If the commanders of the northern and southern defense zones were truly transferred to fight Lu Bu, it would most likely be Cheng Xi, the mascot, as the commander. To be continued, please search for the novel for better and faster updates. Chapter 577 Su Zijiang's monthly commentary. Chen Xi was also helpless. Lu Bu's strength was beyond his expectations. He guessed that Yuan Shao's side was also struggling with this issue. However, compared to the miserable situation Yuan Shao's side was in, Chen Xi was in the mood to chuckle to himself. Sure enough, when you're down on your luck, someone else is even worse off. You should be crying, but you can actually laugh. It's truly a human weakness. Chen Xi tried to maintain his composure while secretly chuckling to himself. Compared to Lu Bei's 2,000 casualties, Yuan Shao's situation was far more tragic. Wenru, do you have any accurate information about the enemy's movements? Chen Xi asked, turning to look at Li Yu. Even if we had them, it wouldn't have made a difference. The growth rate of Gao Shan's trapped camp is terrifying. Li Yu shook his head and said, that's why I suggested a long time ago that we shouldn't fight Lu Bu in open battle. We should use tactics. If the trapped camp wants to break through our formation, it will be very difficult for us to stop them. I think instead of worrying about Lu Bu's elite trapped camp, we should consider whether to send Zilong to Yanzhou, Jiao Su chimed in. The White Horse Cavalry is basically ready for training. We are confident that the White Horse can defeat the Wolf Riders. As long as they don't court death, there won't be any problems, Lu Su said, raising his head. What I mean is to send Zilong to Yanzhou and leave Suzhou undefended. Now we only have one internal threat left. After eliminating it, we should start dealing with Yuan Benchu. Chen Xi nodded, and then everyone present looked at Li Yu. The timing isn't right now. Yuan Shao is willing but unable. Even if he were to borrow Yuan Shu's help, Yuan Shu isn't interested in seizing Suzhou right now. Jiao Su sighed and answered before Li Yu could speak. Talk to Lu Bu, Li Yu replied, despite Cheng Xi's incredulous gaze. Talk. Zhu Gaoyang looked up at Li Yu. Although I don't like Lu Bu's style, I can see a lot of problems from Gu Zhangshi's letter. We can talk to Zhang Wenyuan, Chong Gangtai, and Gao Gangsong, Lu Su said, raising his head. Although Lu Bu is capable, he is not one to be subservient to others. Waiting for a high price? Phew! A rare hint of ruthlessness appeared on Li Yu's face. Since that's the case, why not sincerely offer a high price? It's not impossible. Jiao Su, who had worked with Li Yu for many years, immediately understood Li Yu's meaning and nodded with a cold smile. This method is feasible. We can talk to Lu Bu and everyone in his army at the same time. For example, Long Wenyuan is quite good. We can also talk to Chong Gangtai. Gao Gangsong is also an option, and if all else fails, Chong Lian, Hao Man, or Chao Xin. We'll accept anyone who comes. They are all top-tier second-rate generals, and each has a unique skill. Chen Xi said with a smile. He didn't have a strong liking or dislike for Lu Bu. However, Lu Bu could not possibly be integrated into their group. That works too. Chong Gangtai is quite good, Lu Su nodded and said. I haven't had much to do lately, so I'll go myself. Chong Gangtai has the same name, so he won't make a move against me, Lu Yan said with a slightly smug expression. He had already obtained the rank of Marquis by virtue of his status as a member of the imperial family and his reputation for papermaking. However, the thick-skinned Lu Yan, had already hypnotized himself to the point of delusion. All right, let's get to know Cheng Gangtai better. If he sides with us, many of Lu Bu's men will follow suit. Chen Xi nodded and said, You should make contact with Su Zijiang and Cheng Kangzong recently, Lu Yan said, as if he had just remembered something. What's wrong? Chen Xi asked curiously. I've convinced Su Zijiang. We're preparing to reopen the monthly appraisal and publish a general appraisal book as well. Kangzong plans to polish it up, so. Lu Yan made a knowing look. Is that even possible? Zhu Gaoliang asked, puzzled. In Zhu Gaoliang's memory, Su Xiao's monthly evaluations were of a very high caliber, and Su Xiao himself was a highly individualistic scholar. He was initially threatened by Cao Cao into giving his evaluation. Although Su Xiao expressed dissatisfaction, according to his own principles, he would only give an evaluation if it could impress him with money, fame, or talent. At that time, Cao Cao, who was in Luoyang, seized an opportunity and directly pointed his sword at Su Xiao, threatening to kill him in the street if he didn't give an evaluation. Moreover, Cao Cao was serious, so Su Xiao had no choice but to give an evaluation. You are a capable minister in times of peace and a hero in times of chaos. To be honest, this statement was neither a compliment nor a criticism of Cao Cao. Su Xiao did not give Cao Cao a bad evaluation or a good evaluation because his life was threatened. In other words, from Su Xiao's perspective, Cao Cao's actions were within the rules he had set, so they weren't considered excessive. However, that incident served as a reminder to Su Xiao, and he stopped holding monthly critiques. Now, Lu Yan was actually hinting to everyone to perform well. I eat my food and live in my house, so it would be understandable if I didn't show some favoritism. But I can only say that unless the two of you are almost equal in skill, Su Zijiang will put you above him. If you are really far apart, Su Zijiang won't ruin his reputation. First of all, congratulations Kongming, you've made the list. Lu Yan chuckled and bowed to Zhu Gaoliang. Su Zijiang certainly wouldn't be sloppy in such matters, but there are always worthy opponents and talented individuals, and in such situations, Su Zijiang can make a move. Ha! Zhu Gaoliang was startled, then his face lit up with joy. He quickly concealed his expression and returned to his calm demeanor, but the smugness in his eyes was clearly visible. When Su Zijiang left Luoyang and stayed in Xuzhou, both Pentong and he had visited him, but the other party had not given any evaluation. Are there many people commenting? Chen Xi asked curiously. There are many, civil and military officials, young geniuses, weapons, fine horses, and beautiful women, Lu Yan said with a smirk. Perhaps noticing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, Lu Yan finally spoke up, except for the first three, which were judged by Su Zijiang. The weapons, the BMW, and the beauties were ranked by someone I hired, using Su Zijiang's name, but it won't ruin his reputation. Oh, how did you decide on the weapon, the BMW, and the beautiful woman? Chen Xi said with a smirk, feeling that Lu Yan was just rambling on because he was bored. There are so many beautiful women in the world, how could you possibly comment on them all? Humph, over the years I have traversed all 13 provinces of the Han Dynasty, from Yuzhou in the north to Jiuzhou in the south, from Sichuan and Yongyang in the west to Qinzhou and Zhizhou in the east. Do you believe me? Lu Yan said arrogantly. I believe you. Everyone nodded. Lu Yan had been traveling around a lot in recent years. Humph, wherever I go, famous scholars and virtuous officials gather, while beautiful women rarely come from poor families. There's a very obvious issue of temperament involved, so. Lu Yan spoke eloquently, and everyone nodded in agreement, completely oblivious to how far the conversation had veered from dealing with Lu Bu. Who is number one? Jian Yong, adhering to the principle that a beautiful lady is sought after by a gentleman, spoke on behalf of all the men. Chapter 578 Various Rankings. Liu Yan glanced at everyone present, including Zhuge Liang, whose eyes revealed interest. Sure enough, it was a case of a beautiful lady being sought after by a gentleman. Diu Chang. Liu Yan solemnly gave a thumbs up and then spoke. That's true. Lu Su, Chen Xi, and the others nodded in agreement, agreeing with the assessment. There was a clear political bias involved, but it was unavoidable. Diu Chan's actions aligned with the values of loyalty and filial piety in that era, and she was also a beauty. Even if she was on par with Kai Yan and Zhong Mi, she was still a shoe-in for first place. So, Lu Bu has already secured 4 firsts. Aside from the first among civil officials, which is probably already taken by Zichuan, Lu Bu has secured 4: military general, weapon, fine horse, and beautiful woman, Li Yu said casually. There's no way around it. When it comes to martial prowess, Lu Bu is unmatched. Anyone who disagrees can challenge him. As for weapons, isn't it simply a matter of who has the strongest weapon and whose weapon is number 1? As for steeds, red hair is undoubtedly number 1. Anyone who disagrees can challenge him. There might be some complaints about the most beautiful woman in the world, but Diu Chan's actions have destined her to be number 1 when everyone's appearance is equally stunning. Liu Yan said this with no other choice. He wanted Su Zijiang not to write Lu Bu as the number 1, but the problem was that even if he didn't write him as the number 1, he still had to create a character that everyone could believe. Although Lu Bu was a bad person with low moral character, when it came to martial prowess, well, unless Yang Yu was resurrected, there was really no way to beat him. And who is the best among the civil officials? Zhuge Liang helped the group of important officials out of their predicament. Everyone was interested, but no one dared to speak up. At this moment, it was perfect for Zhuge Liang to speak up. It's uncertain. Su Zijiang leans towards Zichuan, but hasn't given a clear answer. He's still hesitating, Liu Yan said after glancing at Chen Xi. Everyone else looked unknowingly. Zichuan, why are you pouting? Jiao Su immediately asked upon seeing Chen Xi's expression. The list of civil officials won't be released, at least not until we've pacified the north, Chen Xi said with a smile. Su Zijiang isn't confident either. He's still worried we'll lose. If we win, everyone's ranking will go up, Chen Xi said with a smile. I estimate that many of Yuan Zhiyou's strategists are still ranked quite high. Once we defeat them, the ranking will be much easier. Everyone burst into laughter after hearing this. Let's defeat them first. If we defeat them, we can all move up a lot of places. If we're talking about young geniuses, the current top spot belongs to Kongming. Su Zijiang has a very high opinion of him. Originally, Su Zijiang suggested Fei Xiuji. But after hesitating for a while, Su Zijiang still felt that including Fei Xiuji among the young geniuses was too unfair. Liu Yan said with a smile what he knew. It's a bit unfair to put Fei Zong among the young geniuses, Jiao Su said. The others present nodded in agreement. Fei Lian's abilities were now basically mature. He was only lacking in experience compared to any of the people present. In terms of basic abilities, he was no longer afraid of them. Zhuge Liang's expression clearly showed his displeasure. He resolved to work harder and perform better in the near future, since Fei Xiuji had already made it onto the list of civil officials. That list was far more prestigious than their list of young geniuses. When will the results be released? Zhuge Liang asked, unusually eager. The timing is hard to say, but the rankings for military generals, weapons, beauties, and fine horses have already been released. The ranking for young geniuses will take some time, and as for the ranking of civil officials, although it won't be delayed until we've pacified Hebei, as Sichuan said, it still won't be short, Liu Yan said with a smile. That's good then. Zhuge Liang nodded. Since there was still time, he would find a way to break into the list of civil officials and the list of young geniuses. The top spot would be left to. Two figures flashed through Zhuge Liang's mind, one with a dark face, thick eyebrows, and an upturned nose, the other with the eagle's gaze and wolf's gait, his eyes able to see right behind him. Thinking of these two, Zhuge Liang couldn't help but smile. Before they even knew about this list, he'd quickly infiltrate the list of civil officials, letting them be labeled as young geniuses. Looking at them side by side, Sima Zhongde and Pan Shuang are quite comical. Zhuge Liang inexplicably smiled. It's good to be in Taishan. I can know this kind of news in advance. I guess when they appear on the list of young geniuses and I appear on the list of civil officials, those two will probably be furious. Suddenly, Zhuge Liang had the idea of taking this opportunity to strike a blow against Pan Tong and Sima Yi. Of all the peers Zhuge Liang had met since birth, Pan Tong and Sima Yi were the only ones who had ever bothered him. Although Fei Zhong also annoyed him, he could easily ignore him as long as Fei Zhong wasn't around. But the other two felt like persistent ghosts to Zhuge Liang. Cao Ming seems really excited. Speaking of the list of young geniuses, Chen Xi stroked his chin and asked curiously, does that mean all those who aren't married yet are considered young geniuses? It seems so. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yan thought for a moment and then spoke up. After all, Su Zijiang's definition of young man was very vague. Chen Xi and Shou Yu were one thing, but if Fei Zhong was going to say that it was bullying, then Zhuge Liang being considered a young genius was also bullying. Cao Ming, I remember you have a fiancé, right? Li Yu said after thinking for a moment. He thought highly of Zhuge Liang and wished he could teach him everything he knew. Master Li, I do have a fiancé, but she's in Jingzhou and is only 14 years old, Zhuge Liang said somewhat embarrassedly. I'll write you a betrothal letter later. Jingzhou is a chaotic place, not a good place. Whose daughter is she? Li Yu said domineeringly. Li Yu had no sons, only 2 daughters. He treated Zhuge Liang as his last disciple. If Zhuge Liang hadn't said he had a fiancé, Li Yu would have wanted to give his daughters to Zhuge Liang and then teach him everything he knew. That way, even if they weren't master and disciple, someone would inherit his mantle, and the Li family lineage would not be broken. The eldest daughter of the Huang family, Zhuge Liang said with a wry smile, but he did not refuse. He had met Huang Yueyin before, and even disregarding her appearance, he had to admire her wisdom. Congratulations, congratulations. Chen Xi first cupped his hands and offered his congratulations to Zhuge Liang in a nonchalant manner. Most of them had gotten engaged very early on. That was just how things were in this era. I thought of Fei Lian's tragedy, Jiaosu sighed. Li Yu developed a bond with Zhuge Liang, and he did the same with Fei Zhong. Smart students are always liked, but Fei Zhong was such an unlucky fellow. Everyone sighed in unison. They didn't know what to say about Fei Lian's tragedy. At his age, Fei Zhong had already become a governor of a region, and he should have been a highly sought-after husband anywhere. But his misfortune was no less than anyone else's. Chapter 579 Su Xiao's Thoughts. Fei Lian's tragedy needs no further explanation. Everyone present knew the truth. No one would believe that Fei Zhong didn't have feelings for Jiang Yin. Fei Zhong claimed that he quickly found a concubine for his father's sake, but everyone knew the real situation. However, Liangzhou was too far away, and even if Liu Bei wanted to intervene, he was powerless to do so. Having a wife means you're an adult now. It's really unfair of you to be on that list, Cao Ming. When Xiaozi comes back in a while, my apprentice will show you. He is definitely the top choice for the young genius list. Chen Xi twirled a couple of times before turning to his apprentice. In his opinion, it was unfair to put Zhuge Liang on the young genius list. Only a child like Lu Song deserved it. You've forgotten Pan Tong and Sima Zhongde, Zhuge Liang said helplessly. There are still those two. TCH, you guys have no shame. How can adults bully children? I'll talk to Su Zijiang later. People like you absolutely cannot be considered teenagers. You're only under 14. Chen Xi said unhappily. He never thought that Zhuge Liang, Pan Tong, and their group were teenagers. If you rank Pan Shuang, Fa Xiaozi should also be on the list of teenagers. Zhou Gaojing and I should be included in the list later. If you go in, it'll be a joke when the list of civil officials is posted later, Lu Su said, rolling his eyes. This group of people had already dealt with most of the things that needed to be dealt with, which was why they had time to chat. Of course, they had also reached a consensus on the matter of Lu Bu. They could talk, but they still had to fight. Even now, without bias or exaggeration, if there's no absolute first place in literature, Chen Xi would undoubtedly be the top candidate in Su Zijiang's monthly evaluation of civil officials. The direct reason there isn't a direct ranking of civil officials now is that it's difficult to rank the civil officials of Yuan Shao and Liu Bei, as both are the strongest forces in the land. Before a full-scale confrontation, it's hard to determine who is stronger among their civil and military officials. Or to put it another way, even if Su Zijiang was confident in discerning who was stronger, he wouldn't want to write it down now. After all, both sides had the potential to turn the tide. If it were released prematurely, and the other side performed exceptionally well, defeating the one he favored, it wouldn't be fun. Even if he knew the losing side's civil officials were stronger, the principle of the victor is king. The loser is a bandit has always been an unchanging truth. However, Chen Xi was an exception. Su Zijiang had already learned some secrets through certain special channels. Just as Fan Liang had said, the throne may change, but Chen Xi's position as the highest-ranking official will always remain unchanged. This is almost indistinguishable from destiny, so Su Zijiang firmly gave Chen Xi the first choice. All right, let's get back to the topic. Let's not talk about this anymore. We'll know once Su Zijiang releases the information. There's no point in guessing now. Jiaosu stopped the group from talking nonsense. After all, they had already gone quite astray in their understanding of the situation. That's true. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's decide whether to transfer Zhao Zilong to Yanzhou, Lu Su sighed. People in this era valued reputation highly. Even the usually composed Lu Su was starting to feel uneasy about the announcement of the civil official rankings. He wanted to know how high his own rank would be. Let's transfer Zhao Zilong, Jiaosu nodded and said. At the same time, I suggest Zichuan be the commander, and Gang Yu accompany the army. Song Yu, who had been silently verifying the law, had a glint in his eyes after Jiaosu spoke up. Having witnessed Song Qian's extraordinary level of construction, he was speechless with admiration, but Jiaosu's suggestion gave Song Yu a new idea. I second Jiao Wanhao's proposal. After saying that, Song Yu decisively stepped on Man Chong's foot. Then Man Chong looked up at the ceiling, thought for a moment, and said, I also second it. If the construction of the Legion is the main focus, does Wanhao mean to push the position forward to the area of Lini in Dongzhong? Li Yu began to consider the possibility, and after a long time, he nodded, I second Gang Yu to accompany the army. Chen Xi frowned and thought for a while. The Lini area is located in the extension of the Black Mountain and is situated in Yanzhou. However, it can rely on the Black Mountain to enter the Jizhou and Binzhou areas. More importantly, if a city is built there, the Western Wall will be completely separated from Mount Tai, and they will have a bridgehead to conquer Yanzhou and fight against Yuan Shao. I second that, but I don't agree with me being the head coach. Chen Xi nodded, then decisively declined the suggestion to be the head coach. Let's get Zilong back to Mount Tai first, then we can talk about other things, Lu Su said after everyone had agreed. Regardless of anything else, Zhao Ying had to go back to Mount Tai now, since it was almost the end of the year. Gong Yu, prepare the supplies and craftsmen in the near future. Our actions this time will make Chonggang fully understand what it means to be rich and powerful, and what it means to proceed cautiously step by step. We have just gathered a lot of Black Mountain troops this time, and we don't lack labor, so let's settle them there. Chen Xi instructed Sun Qian. As for the Black Mountain army, let's disperse and resettle them. They are quite different from the yellow turbans of Qinxiu. Many of the Black Mountain army leaders are not clean. Lu Su tapped the table and said with a gloomy expression, relocate some of the people of Shuzhou, and then move some of the Black Mountain army to Shuzhou. All right. Li Yu nodded and said. He liked Lu Su's approach this time. It was the only way to ensure there would be no future troubles. As for Dong Yan, I think we can let him take charge of the new city. Chen Qi hesitated for a moment before speaking. He didn't really understand the choices made by Guang Hai and Zhang Yan. After all, he wasn't the kind of selfless hero, and they weren't like that in history either. In this situation, it can only be said that the play they put on back then was too realistic. Very well, Uncle Ji. Lu Su nodded, then turned to look at Wang Xiu, who was taking notes, and said, You shall submit the record of our discussion about Yanzhou today to Lord Xuande. Go now. Yes. Wang Xiu put away his paper and pen and replied to Lu Su. Seeing Wang Xiu leave, Jiaosu and the others withdrew their gazes and then looked thoughtfully at Lu Su, saying, That's fine too. It's been so long, it's time to release him. Besides, Coming can now take over all of Shuji's political affairs, Li Yu said, glancing at Zhuge Liang with praise. That's true. Some of the students from Taishan Academy have already completed their studies. Chen Xi said with a sigh, Let's send them out to work in the countryside. It's time to put them to the test. After we finish conquering Hebei, there will definitely be people jumping ship for positions. Let's have a rehearsal in advance. Chu Hanmu told me some time ago that he has made some progress and needs you to go there. Lu Su nodded and said. Then, remembering what Chu Qi had instructed him to do, he spoke to Chen Xi. Why didn't that guy come to my house? Why did he have to ask you to tell him? Chen Xi asked, puzzled. I'll go there myself later. Chapter 580 Research Results. The decision to transfer Zhao Yun to Yanzhou was finally made. The remaining issue was deciding whether Chen Xi would be appointed commander. If Chen Xi hadn't taken command, according to conventional orders, even if Zhao Yun went to Yanzhou, he could only serve as a support, not be commanded by anyone, and wouldn't have the authority to fight independently. This would have made it easy for Chonggang to seize the opportunity to defeat him piecemeal. Forget it, let's not discuss this anymore. It will take Xilong some time to lead his troops to Mount Tai. Let me think about it some more, Chen Xi said with a sigh. Chen Xi also knew that in large-scale battles, a commander-in-chief was needed to make decisions. Although Guang Yu, Zhao Yun, and others had certainly made these decisions, Chen Xi's appearance only proved that there was a higher-level commander, not that Guang Yu commanded Zhao Yun, or vice versa. Zichuan, you don't need to do anything there. You'll mainly be involved in construction in the rear. There's no danger there. Most importantly, no one in the world is better at personnel planning and construction than you. Although the Black Mountain Army was plundered, it still has hundreds of thousands of soldiers. I don't trust anyone else to handle the construction of such a large number of people, Lu Su said to Chen Xi with a wry smile. Lu Su couldn't understand why Chen Xi, who used to leave without hesitation, was so hesitant about becoming the head coach this time. Why don't you go, Zai Jing? You can handle things too. As a commander, you're qualified. As for construction, you're just as good. You have plenty of experience and are more diligent than me, Chen Xi said helplessly. He didn't want to leave. His wife was just pregnant, and he was being asked to go on a campaign. It was inhumane. However, such words are unacceptable in this era. A man who is attached to his family is not considered a good man. It seems that achieving great things and establishing a career is the typical characteristic of a good man. Me, become the commander-in-chief. Lu Su was taken aback. Then a slight interest arose. He stroked his beard. It's not impossible. However, before Chen Xi could pass the matter on to Lu Su let out a long sigh. The problem is, I have to stay in Taishan. You are good at planning the big picture, but you are too lazy to deal with the details, especially now that these are plans for the development of Jizhou, Yuzhou, and Binzhou, as well as the details of handling the border regions in the future. Chen Xi sighed. He could do these things if he followed Lu Su's previous model, but it would be difficult to achieve Lu Su's level of meticulousness. In this world, only Zhuge Liang could rival Lu Su's diligence now. The two of them were practically competing to see who could stay up the latest. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll talk about it when Zilong arrives, Chen Xi sighed and said. I'm leaving now. After Chen Xi left, Jiaosu and his group were all puzzled and couldn't understand Chen Xi's way of thinking at all. In the end, they could only attribute it to the difference in Chen Xi's way of thinking. Turn left and right, turn into the alleys of North Street, where Huatuo's medical research site, Zhonghan's civil engineering and water conservancy research site, and Chu Chi's agricultural research site are all located. Of course, Chu Chi's research at this location within Fenggao City is mostly unconventional. Most of his experimental fields are outside the city. Huatuo also has many hospitals within the city, but this place is secluded enough to be perfect for research. Dear, Hua seems to be in good spirits lately, Chen Xi said, looking at Huatuo, who was followed by a group of students. Although many scholars considered medicine a lowly profession, none of them regarded Huatuo as a contemptible person during this period. Especially after Huatuo suppressed typhoid fever. Without Lu Yan doing any publicity, scholars throughout the land would praise him in their idle chatter. There was no way around it. Everyone was afraid of death, and befriending a true divine physician like Huatuo guaranteed one's life. Lord Qin's health has been quite good lately, and his complexion has improved a lot. Huatuo looked Chen Xi up and down. What brings you to this old man if you're not sick? Is there anything you're lacking? Chen Xi said with a forced smile. Sure enough, this was a professional habit. Huatuo would always check if anyone was sick first. But today he heard some good news. He wasn't sick. We lack nothing. Every 10 days, officials come to check the inventory and make records to ensure that every kind of medicinal material is in sufficient stock. As for the special medicinal materials I need, if they are not available, skilled painters will draw them according to my instructions and deliver them to me on the same day. Huatuo glanced at Chen Xi and said that the officials assigned to him by Mount Tai were very efficient. Oh, that's good, that's good. Chen Xi nodded and said, It seems that Lord Cheng has other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb him any longer. I still need to adjust the prescription today. Huatuo gestured to Chen Xi. Having reached this point, Huatuo resigned himself to his fate. Initially, he was somewhat dissatisfied with Mount Tai's protection of him, but now that he was certain that this would indeed save more people, Huatuo stopped complaining. Please go first, Chen Xi gestured to Huatuo. After Huatuo left, Chu Chi dared to peek out. That old man is finally gone. He's been driving me crazy lately. He keeps saying I'm weak and need to rest. He pulled up all the medicinal herbs I planted in my experimental field. I hadn't even figured out how to cultivate them properly before he harvested them all. Cookie spoke with a belly full of resentment. He was completely unable to guard against Huatuo, and he couldn't tell Huatuo that all those medicinal herbs were grown by him. He simply couldn't explain it to Huatuo. In this era, medicinal herbs were all wild. Huatuo had previously asked Cookie why so many medicinal herbs grew in his yard. This is just Dr. Huo's habit of collecting herbs. You can get used to it. But did your herb cultivation plan succeed? Chen Xi asked curiously. No, large-scale production is still not feasible. I haven't fully mastered it yet. I can only say that it can be grown, but there are still problems with scaling it up, Chu Qi said helplessly. He had been bullied terribly by Huatuo. More importantly, he couldn't stoop to Huatuo's level. Huatuo was a doctor, and if nothing unexpected happened, he was probably the strongest doctor in the world today. He couldn't afford to offend him. Then why did you call me here? Chen Xi said unhappily. He hadn't even gone home to see Chenglong before rushing over to check on Chu Qi's research project, but there was nothing there. I've got the cotton sorted out, Cookie chuckled. And not only cotton planting, but I've also taken care of everything from seed removal to yarn production. Chen Xi was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. It's done. This stuff is just as reliable as you told me before. I was in Shangling Garden for so long, and for hundreds of years, the managers of Shangling Garden treated this stuff like a flower. I never thought it would have such a wonderful use. As for the improved varieties, my suggestion is to give up on them for now and focus on quantity first, Chu Qi said with a sigh, and then made his suggestion. Do you know what I'm going to do? Chen Xi asked curiously. Chapter 581 A certain unconventional don't underestimate a young man's poorness. I'm not stupid. Cookie pointed to his head. The northern barbarians, right? That world dispute already caused rifts among many tribes of the Xiongnu and Xianbei in the north. And now this, as he spoke, Cookie picked up a ball of cotton, his eyes flashing coldly. He had no good feelings towards the barbarians. Stop Chen Xi stopped Chu Qi. He suddenly realized that Chu Qi seemed to be at odds with the Hu people. Most aristocratic families tend to drive and educate the Hu people. So why does Chu Qi's attitude seem to be similar to Gongsanzang's? Phew! Cookie let out a long breath. I'm losing control a bit. A sinister smile appeared on Cookie's face. Hey, don't scare me, Chen Xi said, looking at Cookie with a strange expression. Cookie in this situation was completely different from the normal Cookie, who was always looking for trouble and was arrogant. What was going on? I can't control myself, he. A ferocious look appeared on Chu Qi's face. He, the Chang and Hu people from my childhood left a deep impression on me. He, if you want to exterminate the Hu people and need help, I can help you. The Chu family has some Mo family collections. As long as the Hu are exterminated, I will contribute them all. Chen Xi was taken aback. If Chu Qi could say that it was a collection of Mo family treasures, then it was definitely not just a few books or volumes, but the essence of Mo family knowledge. The Chu family has been collecting Mahist classics since I was 9 years old. Do you know why I'm in Chang'an? Chu Qi muttered to himself. The Dongguan Museum is known for its collection of books from all over the world, but there isn't a single Mahist classic in it. Do you know why? Because my family took them all. Whether it's mechanisms or ingenious crafts, my Chu family took them all. I acknowledge the merits of Confucianism. But throughout the spring and autumn and warring states periods, if any school of thought was powerful enough to oppose the state, it would undoubtedly be Moism, Chu Qi said nonchalantly, stating a conclusion that was sufficient to establish rebellion. Chen Xi simply sat to the side, listening silently without interrupting. He was very interested. My family has restored most of the Mahist techniques. I don't have your strategic thinking or the ability to benefit the world, nor can I easily use the feudal lords to conquer the border regions. I can only use the most basic method, enrich the people and strengthen the country, then let people from all over the world cross the border to conquer those places. I think this is only a matter of time, Chu Qi sighed. The Chu family has a long and distinguished history, but a person of exceptional talent cannot be cultivated overnight. At least Chu Qi knew that he could not reach that level. I really should say, Cookie, it was fate that you were killed in your previous life. In the 300 years after the 5 barbarian invasions, the technology of the Central Plains only barely recovered to this level. Your family must have dug up your current treasures when they established the Shu kingdom in the chaotic world hundreds of years later. I highly suspect that your family has even recreated those things. Chen Xi said with a wry smile, this is definitely a matter of destiny. Tell me what your family has produced. Chen Xi asked curiously. Besides farming tools, the main weapon for combat was the Qin crossbow. A cold glint flashed in Chu Qi's eyes. The reason why the Qin state defeated the Donghu and Xiongnu cavalry was because the Qin crossbow was so powerful that it seemed to have a cheat code. Chen Xi didn't know what to say. Considering the history, he was speechless. He now guessed that the Chu family had indeed unearthed the Chu family's ancestors' treasures in Shu when they established their kingdom. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been such a coincidence. All right, I'll try my best. First of all, I don't believe that only dead Hu people are good Hu people. My goal is assimilation. Of course, highly lethal weapons are still necessary, and fighting is inevitable. Over 10,000 Qin crossbows can crush even heavy cavalry, let alone regular cavalry. They are deadly weapons capable of piercing armor within 300 paces. Chen Xi replied with a wry smile. These ancient aristocratic families are truly not to be underestimated. My family has completely sided with Lord Shuangda, and all our resources are open to you, Chu Qi said solemnly. This was also one of the reasons he came to inform Chen Xi earlier. We only need the Mo family's classics and your family's artisans in this field. Your family just needs to do what they're supposed to do. Chen Xi nodded, giving Chu Qi a rather lenient offer. You underestimate my family too much. My family has the distribution of minerals in Jinchu passed down from the Xiangli clan. We have iron ore, copper ore, and stone ore, Cookie said proudly. The reason the Chu family was not short of money was that they owned a copper mine. In that era, as long as the copper content of the coins was not problematic and the weight was up to standard, the state was more than happy to let them mint coins. The minting technology of that period, up until the Tang dynasty, basically meant that copper worth 10 million coins could only produce 7 million coins. You have something like this at home? Chen Xi asked curiously. Every ancient family has a secret to its fall and rise again. Besides family traditions, there is also a treasure trove for quickly accumulating family wealth. Chu Qi said solemnly. Handing over this thing would mean that his Chu family would completely side with Liu Bei. If they lost even in this way, then the Chu family would be finished. To be honest, the older generation of the Chu family didn't want to hand over this thing either. But firstly, Chu Qi was determined, and secondly, the Chu family had already occupied a small copper mine that was enough for the Chu family to spend for hundreds of years. Other mines were not so easy to occupy. There were several iron mines that the Chu family estimated that unless they could establish a country, they would not be able to mine them at all. The impact would be too great, and the benefits would be too great. The foundation of a 1,000-year-old family, all right, I believe it. Chen Xi said helplessly. Just look at the Yang family now. In history, how badly Yang Biu was persecuted by Cao Cao, and how Yang Xiu was killed by Cao Cao. The entire Yang family could only tremble in fear and had no dignity whatsoever, despite being a family that had held high office for 4 generations. Yet, during the Northern Zhou dynasty, they still managed to restore their status as a top family. I have one request. If you're going to launch a northern expedition to deal with the Hu people, take me with you. Also, if you can, save General Gongsun. He is very much to my liking. Only that Hu people are good Hu people. The coldness in Chu Chi's eyes made Chen Xi feel a chill. Okay, deal. I want all your technology and craftsmen, Chen Xi said. Cookie's request wasn't unreasonable. As Chen Xi walked out of Chu Chi's courtyard, he couldn't help but shake his head. Chu Chi seemed to have a strong hostility towards the Hu people, and Chu Chi's goal of enriching the people was to wipe out the Hu people from the very beginning. Chen Xi could not agree with this view. Perhaps there's some unspeakable reason, or maybe it left an extremely deep impression on him from his childhood. It's probably similar to the deep-seated hatred Emperor Wu harbored after seeing the beacon fires at Ganghuang when he was young. Perhaps we can ask him again after we've cleared the borderlands. Chen Xi thought helplessly. However, if Zhongchen Changyu had known that his burning of Ganghuang Palace had made Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, who was then enjoying the summer heat, remember the Xiongnu so vividly that from the moment he ascended the throne, he would fight the Xiongnu even when he couldn't win, relentlessly pushing them into the abyss of history, Zhongchen Changyu would probably have been furious. This is probably a version of Don't Underestimate a Young Man's Potential. Chapter 582 The Unchanging, The Changing. Zhao Yun, who was training cavalry on the plains of Xuzhou, was naturally unaware that he, the supreme commander of the Xuzhou defense zone, was about to be transferred to Yanshou. He was still training cavalry and had fully mastered all the tactics of the White Horse Cavalry. All that was left was to integrate his legion talents into the White Horse Cavalry. Fire! Zhao Yun led his cavalry in a rapid crisscrossing maneuver, their shadows forming a continuous line. Then, with a sudden movement, all the cavalrymen knocked their arrows and fired the instant their horses leaped into the air. Bam, bam, bam! All the arrows were concentrated in the large circle drawn by Zhao Yun, while the White Horse Cavalry continued to fire without interruption. Report! General, Xu Shuang and Zhang Shaiping request an audience. Just as Zhao Yun was about to activate his legion talent to continue training, a scout rushed over. Zhao Ming, these men are under your command. I have to leave for a while. Let them in their regular training, Zhao Yun said to Shui Shao. And while you're at it, let them in practicing your military formations. Yes, Shui Shao said, bowing respectfully. Zhao Yun valued Shui Shao, the former centurion of the White Horse Cavalry, highly. After all, there were not many officers left who could train the White Horse Cavalry, and even fewer who could train them in a variety of ways, like Shui Shao. Looking at his cavalry from afar, Zhao Yun sighed. They certainly didn't have the same imposing aura as Gongsanzang in the past. Although Zhao Yun was confident that their combat abilities were no less than before, they lacked that dazzling presence. It's not easy to raise good horses in the Central Plains, and as for purebred horses, that's even more difficult. Even powerful figures like Dang Shu and Yuan Shao wouldn't bother with purebred cavalry. The only one in the world who would do something like that is probably the obsessive-compulsive Gongsanzang. Alas, General Gongsan has gradually become distant. I heard that he ignored us the last few times we went to deliver supplies. Zhao Yun thought silently. Ever since the series of failures at Longkou Jiqiu, and the loss of most of Yuzhou to Zhu Yi, Gongsanzang had been forced to live a life of confinement in Yubiping. His personality had become much more eccentric, and it was hard to see the former valor and generosity in him. However, what reassured Zhao Yun was that no matter how Gongsanzang changed, his attitude towards the Hu people remained unchanged. He still hated the Hu people as before, continued to fight them, and did not recall the Yuzhou cavalry and a considerable number of Yuzhou infantry that Zhao Yun knew were defending against the Xianbei and Wuhuan in the north. It's important to understand that Gongsanzang was able to compete with Yuan Shao for control of the north because of his formidable military strength. Besides the White Horse Cavalry, he also had a large number of soldiers stationed on the border. Gong Songzong was a complete racist, which is why he was absolutely unwilling to withdraw the soldiers guarding the border even when he had a chance to turn the tide. In his heart, defeat was acceptable, death was acceptable, but the land of the Han dynasty must never fall into the hands of the Hu people. Even if he was not loyal to the Han dynasty, he was loyal to the nation, which was his eternal pride. Therefore, without anyone knowing, Gong Songzong recalled Tian Yu, whom he didn't particularly like but who was equally capable and principled, and decisively issued Tian Yu an order. For the next 20 years, he would not participate in any wars in the Central Plains, but would only wage war against the northern nomadic tribes. After Tian Yu accepted the mission, Gong Songzong handed over all military command of the northern defense line of Yuzhou to Tian Yu. The transfer of 13,000 Yuzhou cavalry and more than 30,000 border guards was completed without anyone's knowledge. These cavalry and infantry were scattered in various places, cultivating land when there was no war. However, whenever the northern barbarians invaded, they would take the initiative to attack under the leadership of their commander. This was the second line of defense that Gong Songzong had set up when he guarded the border. The first line of defense was naturally the White Horse Cavalry, which had already been destroyed. After taking over this military power, Tian Yu swore under Gong Songzong's gaze that he would guard the northern border in Gong Songzong's place for the next 20 years. In this way, Gong Songzong's last obsession was eliminated, and he had no more worries. Although Gong Songzong's likes and dislikes were obvious, he knew very well which people should be used in which situations. Although he disliked Tian Yu, if there was anyone who could guard Yuzhou for 20 years after his death, it would probably only be Tian Yu. After all, Gong Songzong was not completely ignorant of political maneuvering. After Yuan Shao won the victory, he needed to appease the powerful families of Yuzhou, and Tian Yu, whom he disliked but was capable of, would definitely be selected. Gong Songzong believed his judgment was correct, and in fact, in the previous life, Tian Yu did indeed garrison Yuzhou for decades as Gong Songzong had predicted, without participating in any civil wars in the Central Plains. During Yuan Shao's time, he was stationed in the northern border. During Cao Cao's time, he was stationed in the northern border, and during Cao Pai's time, he remained stationed in the northern border. For decades, he fought against the Hu people, and until his death, he left the northern border very few times. Perhaps he didn't despise the Hu people as much as Gong Songzong, but Tian Yu consistently did what Gong Songzong had done, defeating the Xianbei, fighting the Wu Wan, pacifying the Xiongnu, and protecting the peace of Yuzhou and Binxiu. He was definitely the number one person in the northern frontier. Zhao Yun was naturally unaware of these matters, but he believed that Gongsun Bugui would definitely uphold his pride. General Zhao. Zhao Yun had just stepped out of the military camp when he saw Su Shuang and Zhang Xiaoping rushing over, looking travel-worn. "It's been a long time since we last met." Zhao Yun clasped his hands in a respectful greeting. Regardless of the other party's identity, since they were serving Liu Bei, Zhao Yun would not be impolite. "General Zhao, we are traveling by boat from Shu back to Mount Tai. We stopped here by land to see you. We also brought some military horses we purchased in Shuyang." Zhang Xiaoping said wearily. This business involved purchasing horses in Liangshou, then transporting them by water from Shu, passing through Jingzhou and Yuzhou, and now we have finally arrived in Shuzhou. "Thank you both. How are the prices of horses these days?" Zhao Yun asked gratefully. Currently, Ji Province and Beng Province have restricted the transport of horses, and Gong Songzong's side doesn't even have enough horses for his own use. The horses sent by Gong Songdu are not of good quality. He can only rely on the connections of the Zheng and Mi families, as well as the two horse merchants Zhang Xiaoping and Su Shuang, to transport the horses. The price of horses in Liangzhou has reached 60,000 coins, but luckily we traded them for wine, so the price here is only 20,000 coins. The cost isn't high, The main problem is the transportation, Zhang Shiping said helplessly. Liangzhou doesn't lack horses. The issue is whether you can actually buy them. This time, he almost had a mishap when he went to buy horses. After all, Liangzhou is a place he's unfamiliar with, not the northern grasslands he's known for. But fortunately, he succeeded. He figured he'd get used to it after a few more trips. I did some small business with the southern barbarians and exchanged quite a few rare treasures. Would General Zhao like to see them? Su Shuang said with a smile. He and Zhang Shiping had parted ways in Sichuan, both of them going to explore new trade routes. Before Zhao Yun could refuse, Su Shuang had already ordered someone to bring up a giant elephant and a lion. Zhao Yun was astonished to see that the two animals actually possessed considerable internal energy and looked extremely fierce. This was simply unbelievable. General Zhao, please don't be surprised. There is another thing, but no one has tamed it yet, so please come and take a look. Su Shuang smiled smugly. Chapter 580 Zhao Yun's Strength. Zhao Yun glanced at the elephant and the lion. They were indeed ferocious beasts, but their internal energy levels were only at the qi refining stage. This wasn't too surprising, considering he had killed several qi refining stage crocodiles in the Yangtze River. However, looking at the curly-haired red hair before him, he became much more cautious. SSS red hair snorted at Zhao Yun, its hooves twitching involuntarily. Compared to humans, animals have much more sensitive instincts. The moment red hair saw Zhao Yun, it knew that the person in front of it was very dangerous, and immediately stopped its lazy munching on food. TSK, 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 what a fine steed! Zhao Yun exclaimed in amazement. However, compared to the curly-haired red hair, he was more interested in the small, jade-like object hanging around its neck. He reached out and patted the neck of the curly-haired red hair. It was a steed with internal energy separated from its body. This was the fourth steed of the internal energy separated level that he knew of. Moreover, compared to his own jade lion, this horse was several levels stronger in terms of internal energy, second only to red hair on the Lu Bu's mount. As for the steed that his senior brother had been given to him by his master, he estimated that it was only at the same level as his jade lion, but its growth potential was definitely not as good as his jade lion. Curly-haired red hair did not reject Zhao Yun. To be precise, he was wary of Zhao Yun. Compared to the spirituality of the night-shining jade lion and red hair, curly-haired red hair was clearly newly awakened and its intelligence was far inferior. However, it was precisely because of its inferior intelligence that Su Shuang and Zhang Shiping were able to bring it back. General, you are truly awe-inspiring. This horse has been feeding and sheltering me the whole way, and it won't let me touch it at all. One of my servants even managed to jump onto its back, only to be thrown off and nearly killed. Upon seeing the horse's condition, Su Shuang quickly congratulated Zhao Yun, suggesting that Zhao Yun might have successfully tamed the horse. It's a good horse, Zhao Yun nodded. Unfortunately, he already had a more suitable steed, the night-shining jade lion, though its strength was inferior to this curly-haired red hair. Then we'll give it to the general. We have no use for such a fine horse. I think it's only fit to gallop across the battlefield. Su Shuang and Zhang Shiping presented the horse to Zhao Yun without hesitation. It is indeed a fine horse. There are probably only 3 horses in the world that can surpass it. But I have no use for it. The night-shining jade lion has been with me for a long time and we work together seamlessly. You can give this horse to another general. Zhao Yun shook his head, his eyes fixed on the jade bead between the horses' necks. He could feel another kind of power on it, the power remaining in the core of the divine stone. General, you jest. It won't be easy for us to take this horse back. If it wants to leave, we can't stop it. If it's not here, there's nothing we can do. We wouldn't be willing to let such a fine horse run away. Why don't you keep it safe for us, General? If a suitable person comes along, you can give it to them later, Su Shuang said with a wry smile. This horse was a real problem for the two of them. After a moment's thought, Zhao Yun understood that the situation was indeed as Su Shuang had described, and nodded in agreement to keep it safe for Su Shuang and Zhang Shiping. Su Shuang and Zhang Shiping exchanged a glance. They felt somewhat relieved. The elephant and lion were fine. After all, they were tamed by King Mu and commanded by the southern barbarians. They could simply take them back to guard the house. But this horse was a huge problem. Although it was acquired through an exchange, it was completely uncontrollable, able to leave or stay as it pleased. According to Su Shuang and Zhang Shiping's estimation, the main reason this horse didn't want to leave was because they fed it well. The curly-haired red hare, which hadn't had much meat before the journey by boat, had become much plumper, and its coat was much shinier than when it was in the southern barbarian lands. Every meal is a concentrated feed with eggs added, and there is also green fodder at night. It's on a completely different level from the grass-eating people of the southern barbarians. It would be strange if they weren't plump. The cost of feeding this horse along the way wasn't much for Su Shuang, but if this precious horse were to run away after being well-fed and watered, or if someone else were to steal it, Su Shuang definitely wouldn't be able to accept it. Therefore, Su Shuang and Zhao Yun discussed it and decided to use the red hare to curry favor with Liu Bei's civil and military officials. After all, Liu Bei would definitely not accept it, and such a fine horse should be given to a fierce general. After much deliberation, they decided to go to Shuzhou to find Zhao Yun. Handsome, dashing, approachable, highly skilled in martial arts, and of good character, Zhao Zilong has all the advantages. Moreover, even if Zhao Yun doesn't need him, Su Shuang and the others believe that Zhao Yun will definitely mention them when he gives the horse to someone else, so they certainly won't suffer a loss. Thank you both very much. Zhao Yun cupped his hands, patted the mane of curly-haired red hare, and ran his fingers through it. Curly-haired red hare also shook its head and moved closer to Zhao Yun. Although it was not as clever as the jade lion, it was still intelligent and knew who it should not mess with. Reporting, General, a letter from Mount Tai. Just as Zhao Yun was calming the steed, a messenger rushed over and handed Zhao Yun a letter. Patting curly-haired red rabbit's neck, curly-haired shrewdly slipped aside and continued gnawing on the fine feed in Su Shuang's supply train. It seems we'll have to return to Mount Tai together, Zhao Yun said with a smile as he closed the letter. Cheng Xi's letter had already explained the current situation. Lu Bu is terrifyingly powerful. Zhao Yun thought silently. He's probably reached the limit of everything. This guy is too amazing. I haven't even reached the 7th perfect stage of internal energy leaving the body yet, and it's getting slower and slower each time. When will I ever reach the 9th stage? Zhao Yun felt that he had really been stupid back then. When he was young, he cultivated flexible internal energy because of his physical condition. Later, when his master was giving him the initiation before he left the mountain, he had a brain fart and used his master's rigid internal energy to break the flexible internal energy. The entire flexible internal energy collapsed and then collapsed, compressing all the internal energy injected by his master into the core. That incident was truly a brush with death for Zhao Yun. If Tang Yuan hadn't given Zhao Yun a fragment of the divine stone core that he had unexpectedly obtained, and then used the power of the divine stone core to forge a core of Zhao Yun's inner energy, Zhao Yun would have truly perished that time. This is why Zhao Yun's two-colored internal energy is indistinguishable from each other, and it is also an important reason why Zhao Yun's internal energy, which is clearly soft, has all the effects of rigid internal energy. In short, Zhao Yun's internal energy can switch between rigidity and flexibility, but the cost is that when Zhao Yang's internal energy cultivation reaches the point of perfect separation from the body, it collapses back to the core, and he will need to start cultivating again. Fortunately, each time he fell to the initial stage of internal energy separation and then recovered to his peak, his strength continued to grow. Tong Yuan estimated that if Xiao Yun were to use the purified internal energy from that core one day, Zhao Yang's strength would experience a tremendous leap. Of course, Tong Yuan estimated that if Xiao Yun were to use that power, he could only trigger the core of the Divine Stone to shatter the core of his inner energy, thus directly gaining the strength of roughly 10 martial generals at the peak of inner energy separation. Well, he would definitely die after using it. Chapter 584 Preparing for Another Battle. This is why Zhao Yun was able to sense the aura of the Divine Stone core. After all, a fragment of the Divine Stone core was sealed within Zhao Yang's inner energy core. However, Zhao Yun guessed that Lu Bu must have accidentally swallowed the Divine Stone core, otherwise he would never have become so powerful. Zhao Yun knew his own situation best. He had undergone 6 retraining sessions before. In the first 3 sessions, his internal energy did not reach perfection when it left his body, and the stored internal energy collapsed, so he had to start over. After that, he reached the perfection of internal energy separation on the 4th and 5th times, but could not withstand the pressure of the core and collapsed again, so he had to rebuild. The 6th time was after he had gained a lot of insights after the great battle at Huo Pass, and then broke through the limit of internal energy separation on Mount Tai before rebuilding. Overall, his strength was definitely among the best in the world during his 6th overhaul, but when it came to facing Lu Bu, Zhao Yun could only see one thing: Lu Bu is a monster, a real monster. Both of them had reached the ultimate level of internal energy leaving the body. Zhao Yun estimated that Lu Bu could definitely take on 3 people by himself without any problem. This kind of strength was completely abnormal. In fact, Zhao Yun doubted whether he could defeat Lu Bu even if he remastered that power. That guy was truly a monster. Based on Zhao Yang's current strength, he estimates that he is stronger than the average person who has reached the peak of the 7th stage of internal energy separation. However, if he were to face Lu Bu, Zhao Yun could only guarantee that he would escape unscathed. Zhao Yun estimated that if he could complete 9 rounds of training and fully master his power, he would be at the level of 3 to 4 peak internal energy separation cultivators. However, he felt immense pressure facing Lu Bu and Red Hair. Every military general harbors a deep-seated ambition to be the best in the land. Zhao Yun also wanted to try his luck, but for all the generals in the land, if they couldn't achieve that ranking themselves and it had to be given to someone else, then perhaps only Lu Bu's strength could be universally acknowledged. Even Ma Chao, from that impoverished backwater of Shiyang, knew how terrifying Lu Bu was. However, since I have another chance to fight Lu Bu, I will give it a try. It's been a long time. If I can cultivate to the point of internal energy leaving the body for the 7th time, then that will be my new peak. Zhao Yun took a deep breath. Lu Bu's existence gave all the generals a direction to move forward, and defeating Lu Bu was also the delusion of all the generals. In fact, it was indeed a delusion. Zhao Yun led away curly-haired Red Hair. He placed it in his stable with the Jade Lion of Night, patted the 2 horses to signal them to get along well, then poured a full manger of fine feed for them, turned around and left. When Zhao Yun was around, the Jade Lion and the curly-haired Red Hair didn't throw a tantrum because of him. But after Zhao Yun left, the 2 horses became fiercely competitive. Both were top-tier horses and disliked each other. They were both unwilling to let any other horse eat their best feed next to them. With a loud thud, Zhao Yun picked at his ear and looked back at the rear camp. He saw a white light flash out from the stables. A red light, engulfed in vibrant crimson flames, followed, and both horses practically transformed into streaks of light. They disappeared over the horizon at incredible speed, then spun around and flew back at astonishing speed. Go ahead and mess around. You've been holed up in the stable all day, eating and sleeping. You're turning into a pig. With so little exercise every day, it's good to let other fine horses show you some power. Zhao Yun muttered to himself indifferently, watching the two fine steeds in the sky that had turned into two streaks of light and galloped away. Although his knight-shining jade lion was a fine horse, it was obviously not fond of movement. It would be good for it to be stimulated by curly-haired red hair. After handing over military affairs to Chengdao, Zhao Yun led 3,000 white horse cavalry and more than 2,000 infantrymen toward Mount Tai. This time, the jade lion was much more alert. After all, there was a curly-haired red hare watching it intently, and its position as the leader was seriously threatened. General Zhao, are you sure this is okay? Su Shuang and Zhang Shaiping followed Zhao Yun and his group back to Mount Tai. They were worried when they saw the curly-haired red hare and the jade lion returning injured from time to time. These are all minor injuries. For those with internal energy leaving their bodies, these wounds will heal in a day. However, only this kind of constant stimulation will make the steeds even better. Xiao Yun shook his head. He had been watching the two horses, but it seemed that they didn't really fight each other much. Most of the time it was just a race. In the linear area of Yanzhou, Sun Qian had already sent many engineers to conduct on-site research. At the same time, the Fan family also sent several people to go with them. For such a large project, it is inevitable to take a look at the feng shui. Naturally, professional feng shui masters from the Fan family also went to see how the feng shui was and whether it was suitable for building the city. While Liu Bei's side was already prepared to counterattack, Yuan Shao's side once again experienced infighting among his strategists. However, unlike before, this time even the usually wise and capable Yuan Shao was unsure which side to stand on. Rewind to the point in time when Zhu Yi was defeated, Yan Lian's soldiers were wiped out, Zhang He was defeated, and Tian Feng and Sun Cheng barely managed to hold off Lu Bu. After Zhu Yi, Yan Liang, Zhang He, Tian Feng, and others reunited and gathered their defeated troops, they realized that they were no longer able to fight. Helpless, they could only retreat to Wei County, and then a group of them returned to Yi City to apologize to Yuan Shao. Just as Chenggang had predicted, Yuan Shao did not pursue the responsibility for the defeat. Instead, he comforted the man, saying that he was a powerful and wealthy man. Although he had been defeated by Lu Bu, the loss was only some soldiers, which could be trained again. Although he was heartbroken by the defeat of the vanguard, he was powerful and had no shortage of money, food and manpower. Of course, after Yuan Shao fully understood the situation, he coveted Lu Bu's trapped camp, Lu Bu himself, and his subordinates such as Chenggang. Because he coveted Lu Bu and his men, Yuan Shao planned to recruit them. However, the current problem was how to do it. Should they fight or negotiate? And what should be done with Lu Bu? Compared to the latter question, Yuan Shao made a decision without hesitation. Lu Bu had been kind to the Yuan family, so as long as Lu Bu was willing to submit, Yuan Shao was willing to accept him. Moreover, Yuan Shao believed that his magnanimity was enough to win over Lu Bu. As for how to win over the enemy, Yuan Shao's advisors initially had differing opinions, but as the discussion continued, they eventually made the same choice as Liu Bei. It was necessary to talk, but to talk, they had to fight first. Only by defeating the other side could they continue to talk and set conditions. The matter of Lu Bu was thus resolved, but what troubled Yuan Shao was the secret report from Li Yu that Su Yu had received. Liu Bei had mobilized Dao Yun from Shuzhou and was very likely to appoint Zhang Fei as the governor of Shopi. More importantly, he had not replenished his troops in Shuzhou, meaning that there was only one legion in Shuzhou. Chapter 585 The Number of Double 10. conferring titles and appointing ministers. "Well, Ru, what are you doing?" Jiaosu leaned over and looked at Li Yu scribbling on the paper, asking with some curiosity. "I'll add some fuel to the fire for Yuan Shao, so he can quickly use Yuan Shu to attack Shuzhou, and then let us counterattack and kill Yuzhou, completely breaking ties between Yuan Shu and Yuan Shao." Li Yu said casually. "It probably won't be easy. Su Ziyu and Zhu Gongyu won't be in such a hurry. It's not time for them to start preparing for the decisive battle yet." Chen Xi also leaned over to look at the Shuzhou defense line distribution map drawn by Li Yu. "Sometimes it's normal to find yourself in a predicament. They don't want to make a move. The Shuzhou aristocratic families have shown signs of resurgence since I left. After Zilong left, they will definitely be eager to try. How about I give them a chance and let them secretly communicate with Yuan Shao?" A cold smile appeared on Li Yu's face. Zhu Gaoliang sighed helplessly as he looked at the three grinning men opposite him. He reached out and pulled over the dried fruit placed in the middle, ate 2 pieces, and then swallowed a large mouthful of the specially made super strong bitter tea. His face instantly scrunched up, but after drinking the cup, Zhu Gaoliang was completely sober and continued to handle government affairs. "Come in, you really don't need to work so hard. You can just go to bed at 7 p.m. and come to work at 5 a.m. There's no need to work overtime. Are you and Zijin competing to see who can get home later?" Chen Xi said helplessly as he watched Zhu Gaoliang gulp down tea. There was absolutely no need for him to work so hard. While Chen Xi was influencing everyone in the government affairs office to become lazy, some people in the government affairs office were also trying to stop this bad trend. Especially after Zhu Gaoliang joined, the number of hardworking people increased significantly, and now Chen Xi was embarrassed to arrive too late. Indeed, while you are influencing the world is also influencing you. "Hey, what's this?" Chen Xi looked curiously at the diagram in Li Yu's hand, which seemed to resemble a battle formation. "A military formation? Well, Zijian said he was defeated by Xian Deng and asked me to help him get revenge. I'm thinking of a way now," Li Yu sighed. Li Yu also agreed with Huo Xiong's suggestion to use Shiyong iron cavalry spears to defeat Xian Deng. "It's only right to get up from where you fell. I'm working on a new military formation. I'm planning to research a formation suitable for Zijian, but it's quite difficult. Wang Ha is helping me." Seeing Lu Su also leaning over, Li Yu explained. "Deriving new military formations?" Lu Su couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Everyone else is learning, but you're innovating right here. You're really amazing." Yes, Wang Ru was also forced into a corner. He's preparing to research a military formation suitable for Zijian, tailor-made for him. I was also dragged into it, but I had no choice because I had received favors from him in the past, Jiaosu said with a helpless expression. "Does Master Li need any help?" Zhu Gaoliang stood up and asked. "Do your job and stop looking for trouble." Li Ru glared at Zhu Gaoliang and said. Most of Zhu Gaoliang's work was self-inflicted, just like Lu Su's personality, a typical example of someone who would create trouble for no reason. Zhu Gaoliang remained silent. Jiaosu, looking helpless, began calculating the changes in the military formation with Li Ru. He was also impressed. The loss of most of the Shiyang soldiers was a major blow to Li Ru. Presumably, even if Huo Xiong didn't retaliate, Li Ru planned to seize the opportunity to teach Zhu Yi a lesson. "Boyan!" Fao Zhen shouted as he pushed open Lu Sun's door. "Prime Minister Fa, what brings you here?" Lu Sun said with a hint of helplessness. After spending some time with Fa Lun, he finally understood why Zhu Gaoliang had that look in his eyes when he left. By now, Lu Sun had given up, completely outmatched by Fa Zhen. The age gap was simply too great. Any talk of dire straits was meaningless. "Come on. Follow me back to Mount Tai," Fa Xiong said with a yawn. He was in a good mood lately. The new city of Lindsay in Qi State had been completely planned, and the great Confucian scholar Wang Lai was in charge. Although Wang Lai was unwilling to serve as an official, it didn't mean that Fa Song wouldn't use his power to balance the situation in Qi State. Back to Mount Tai. Lu Song was taken aback, then overjoyed. He could finally go back to follow his master. Of course, it was also right to see Zhuge Liang. As for competing with Zhuge Liang, he had no desire to win. The more Lu Song understood, the more he realized how terrifying Zhuge Liang was, which was simply unfathomable. Yes, I'm going back to Mount Tai. I've already completely planned out Lindsay in Qi State. Others can do the rest, so I don't need to do it anymore. I should go back now, Fa Xin said calmly. After you get to Mount Tai, you will meet many more people, some of whom even make me feel pressured. Oh, I know, Lu Song said calmly. He now understood his current situation. Although he had been praised by Chen Xi, Zhuge Liang, and Fa Xin, he knew very well that he still had a long way to go. Don't worry. When you return to Mount Tai, there will be quite a few people interested in you. Of course, you will also meet that guy from the Lu family. I heard he is studying with Mr. Wenha. Fa Xiong clearly showed a hint of respect when he talked about Jiaosu. He admired Jiaosu very much. Humph, I definitely won't lose to him, Lu Song said confidently. Don't underestimate him. Zichuan entrusted him to Mr. Wenha, so he must have extraordinary abilities. And the fact that Mr. Wenha would discipline him further proves this point. Fa Zheng solemnly warned, don't underestimate him. I will, but I'm even more confident that I won't lose to them, Lu Song said proudly. That's good. After I go back this time, I estimate that the intensity of our ongoing friction with the North will continue to rise next year. The strategy of securing the North depends on this. Chaotic times are the best opportunity for people like us to gain merit. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult for you to be ennobled and appointed as Prime Minister around the age of 20. Fa Zhong rarely showed a sharp edge. To be ennobled before the age of 23 was the goal Fa Zhong set for himself. At 20, he was ennobled and appointed Prime Minister. Lu Song looked at Fa Zhong in shock. How many people in history could say such a thing? And how many could be as calm and confident as Fa Zhong at this moment? Are you surprised? Fa Zhong asked calmly, and Lu Song nodded. Anyone would be shocked by the fact that he was made a marquis and prime minister at the age of 20. What's so surprising? There was already a marquis of Yinshan who wasn't even 18 years old before us. Fa Xin said calmly to Lu Song. I'm confident that I can earn the title of marquis on the battlefield ahead. If I miss this opportunity, who knows when I'll get another one. Lu Song opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Fa Lin's confidence shocked him. He didn't know what prompted Fa Zhong to say such a thing. If Fa Zhong was really ennobled at the age of 20, he would definitely be the epitome of early success. Pack your things. We'll be leaving soon, Fa Zhong said casually, waving his hand before walking outside. Chapter 586 Acquisition of the Huang Family. To be ennobled before the age of 23 for the first time, I felt such a firm conviction. This world was about to become my stage, and I would showcase myself, never falling behind anyone. Fa Zhong gazed at the northwest and silently withdrew his eyes. It is the most heartbreaking things that bring the greatest awakening. In Jinzhou, Jian Yong appeared at Luming once again, but this time not to see Su Shu, but to act as matchmaker for Zhuge Liang, bringing a large amount of betrothal gifts and preparing to move the entire Huang family to Mount Tai. Why is it so noisy outside? Huan Chengyan, who was chatting with Zhuge Xian, asked in confusion when he suddenly heard the loud and festive Suona music outside. "It seems someone has come to pick up the bride," the old servant of the Huang family replied after confirming from outside. "Oh, in that case, don't bother us. Go and deliver a gift for me as well." Huang Chengyan had no idea that someone was coming to their Huang family to pick up a bride. He thought it was a neighbor and was a little annoyed that they hadn't sent him an invitation. Master, something terrible has happened." No, master, great joy. A servant rushed in, his voice a mix of surprise and panic. "What's the panic?" Huang Chengyan glanced at the servant with displeasure, then smiled and said to Zhuge Xian, "I'm sorry to have made you laugh. The Huang family rules are not strict. Please forgive me." However, despite saying this, he did not punish the servant in person. "Master, the wedding procession of Zhuge Kongming, the youngest son of the Zhuge family, has arrived to fetch Miss." The servant of the Huang family replied with his head bowed, knowing that he had been somewhat rash earlier. "Ha!" Huang Chengyan was taken aback and turned to look at Zhuge Xian, then smiled. "Brother Yi, is the marriage agreement between my Huang family and your Zhuge family still valid?" Zhuge Xian stroked his beard and replied with a smile, "How can it not count? This is a joyous occasion, why shouldn't it count? Since Liang is going to marry your daughter, then I, as her uncle, should also present a betrothal gift." As he spoke, he touched his waist and handed Huang Chengyan a jade pendant engraved with the character Gu. Huang Chengyan was stunned for a moment, but after a moment's thought, he accepted the jade pendant, which was passed down from the spring and autumn period and represented the position of the head of the Zhuge family. Although Zhuge Xian was furious with Zhuge Liang and Zhuge Jin last time, he didn't hold it against them too much after calming down. No matter what, Zhuge Jin and Zhuge Liang could not change the fact that they were direct descendants of the Zhuge family. After Zhuge Xian came to Jinzhou and came to his senses, he directly regarded Zhuge Liang and Zhuge Jin's behavior as a fledgling eagle growing up to find its own sky. "Ha ha! That's good. Huang Chengyan smiled and said, "I thought Brother Yi would not be able to let go of that matter. It seems I underestimated your magnanimity. Come on, after all, you are Kongming's elder. Go out and see who is getting up to welcome the bride. I'm not that petty. Although they really made me angry at the time, I've come to terms with it over time. I can't control their path either, so let them walk it themselves." Zhuge Xian said with a smile. "Let's go and take a look." Jian Yong, dressed in a dark Confucian robe, stood waiting at the Huang family's gate. The documents had already been submitted. All that remained was to await the Huang family's reply. "Open the main gate and let the wedding procession enter." Huang Chengyan and Zhuge Xian appeared in the front courtyard after changing their clothes. Then they ordered the servants to open the rarely opened main gate and let the wedding procession enter. "Phew! Good luck." Jian Yong breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the Huang family wouldn't agree to the marriage when he arrived. After all, Zhuge Liang had a falling out with the Zhuge family, but the Huang family actually opened the main gate to welcome him with such grand ceremony, which put Jian Yong at ease. "Jian Xianha, under Lord Shuangda, greets Elder Master Huang." Jian Yong bowed to Huang Chengyan. He had met Huang Chengyan the last time he came to Xiangyang and knew that the old man was easy to talk to. "Ha, Xianha, no need for formalities. It's been several years since we last met. Come, let me introduce you. This is Zhuge Kongming's uncle, Zhuge Yi," Huang Chengyan said, stroking his beard and laughing heartily. "Greetings, Lord Zhuge." Jian Yong's heart skipped a beat when he heard that the other party was Zhuge Xian. Then, recalling the situation when the Huang family opened the door earlier, he felt reassured and bowed deeply to Zhuge Xian. "Is Kongming doing well in Mount Tai?" Huang Chengyan glanced at Zhuge Xian and knew what the other wanted to ask, so he simply asked on Zhuge Xian's behalf. Coming is an excellent chief clerk for the general who guards the east. He is so outstanding that even the general who guards the east greatly admires him, Jian Yong said briefly. Chief clerk of the general who guards the east? Isn't that a bit too early? Zhuge Xian frowned and said. In his mind, Zhuge Liang should have entered officialdom after the age of 20, so that he could have more experience and be more error-free. My lord Liu Bei and his subordinates all think highly of Coming, which is why they appointed him as general who guards the east and prefect. Back then, when Fa Xiuzi was slightly older than Coming, he was already the chancellor of Qi. Coming also felt that he could shoulder this responsibility, Jian Yong said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Very well, Wang Chengyan said with a smile. It is best for young people to walk their own path. There is never a shortage of young civil officials in Mount Tai. 7 or 8 out of 10 of those in high positions are over 20, and some have even been ennobled and appointed as prime ministers before they are even 20. Who will know if they don't try? Zhuge Xian said nothing more, and even he had to admit that Huang Chenyan's words made sense. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Huang, Jian Yong said calmly. Since you've come here to welcome your bride, I won't stop you. It's only natural for a man to marry when he's of age and for a woman to marry when she's of age, Wang Chengyan said after looking Jian Yong up and down. However, I think you've come here for more than just this. I mainly came here for the wedding. Coming sent me because he felt the situation in Jinzhou was tense and he was afraid something might happen to the Huang family, so he ordered me to take the Huang family with me, Jian Yong said calmly. In reality, this was just an excuse. The main reason was that if Zhuge Liang didn't marry Huang Yuanying now, it would be difficult for him to marry Huang Yuanying, with whom he had been engaged for several years, once Liu Bei and Yuan Shu clashed. That's fine too. Jinzhou is currently under the rule of Yuan Gonglu, and I'm not at peace either. Moving to Mount Tai is also an option, Huang Chengyan said calmly. Then he turned to Zhuge Xian and asked, I wonder if Brother Yi wants to move back to Shuzhou or to Mount Tai. No, I won't. After thinking for a long time, Zhuge Xian gave up. Although he no longer cared about the previous incident, he did not want to move back to Shuzhou. After all, another genius had emerged in the Zhuge family, and he planned to nurture him properly. Then forget it. Huang Chengyan glanced at Zhuge Xian and then looked away. He had met that little fellow Zhuge Dan before, and he was indeed a prodigy. Huang Chengyan had to admit that the Zhuge family's ancestral graves were emitting auspicious smoke, as 3 exceptionally talented individuals had emerged in one generation. Chapter 587 Talented Individuals of Jinzhou. Jian Yong never expected that this mission would be completed so easily. It was all for nothing that he and Wu Onghua had ridden all the way to Jinzhou, went directly to the Mi family's trading post, produced the certificate issued by Mi Zhu, changed their clothes, carried the betrothal gifts, and rushed over. It was all done so easily. Jian Yong was originally in a hurry to move the entire Huang family away, but the Huang family was so large and prosperous that it was not something that could be done overnight. However, Wang Chengyan was not idle during this time. He visited friends and successfully tricked Sima Hui into joining him on the journey. Huang Chengyan then used both hands to drag away Jiang Wang, Pan Degong's eldest disciple, without any mercy. Compared to Zhuge Liang, who was only 14 or 15 years old, Jiang Wang was already 20. However, Jiang Wang was the type to develop his strength later in life, and he was only now gradually showing his brilliance. Apart from Chen Qi, a transmigrator, there were no more than 5 people in the whole world who knew that this guy was capable. Shang Chang, what about your second disciple? Give him to me too. Huang Chengyan realized that he couldn't abduct Pan Degong and Luming Academy at the same time, so he started to abduct Pan Degong's disciples. His first choice was his nephew Pan Shuang, but Pan Shuang had already run away from home. His second choice, Jiang Wang, had already been acquired. The only one left was Fei Yi, who was 11 or 12 years old and had been taken in by Pendigong a few months ago. Huan Chengyan didn't think Fei Yi, such a dull and simple-minded child, had anything extraordinary about him. However, he trusted Pendigong's judgment. Back then, when everyone thought Pentong was a fool, Pendigong had high hopes for him. Needless to say, there were only a handful of people in the world who could surpass Pentong. When Su Shu first arrived, everyone thought he was a rogue. Only Pendigong befriended him, and within just a few years, Wang Chengyan had to admit that Su Shu had become a star adorning the heavens. And then there's Jiang Wang, whom Huang Chengyan has to admit is a late bloomer. From being an ordinary, unremarkable person at the beginning, Jiang Wang's brilliance has gradually emerged, showing the potential to become a beautiful gem. In this way, although Huang Chengyan could not see any special talent in Fei Yi, he did not underestimate Fei Yi. On the contrary, he planned to recruit him and teach him well. Although he was not good at judging people, his teaching ability was undeniably quite good. No, I can't give you my second disciple. I have no complaints about Gongyan's willingness to follow you, and I also feel that it's time for him to be tempered. But my second disciple is no good. He's too young and could be easily ruined. Pendigong rejected Huang Chengyan's proposal without hesitation. Let's make a deal. Why don't you come to Mount Tai? Hasn't your ambition always been to enlighten the people of the world? Mount Tai is perfect for you. Huang Chengyan said, puzzled. Pendigong's ideal was very similar to Liu Bei's ideal, both of which were to enlighten the people of the world. But for some reason, Huang Chengyan sensed a firmness in Pendigong's answer. Mount Tai, I long to go, but I cannot go. Brother Chengyan, please go to Mount Tai for me and see it for yourself. Record Liu Xuande's every word and deed, and the subtle changes in the people of Mount Tai. I will not go. Pendigong said with a bitter smile. He did not want to leave Jingzhou. He would stay in Luming forever, until his death. As for the reason, he did not want to say. Huang Chengyan tried to persuade Pendigong, but in the end, he had no choice but to give up. Pendigong refused to leave Luming no matter what. Meanwhile, Jian Yong had already made contact with Su Shu. This time, when he saw Su Shu again, he was noticeably more refined than before, and a hint of wisdom shone in his eyes. Yuanji, aren't you going to Mount Tai? Jian Yong asked, sitting opposite Su Shu. One of the 4 chief clerk positions for the general who guards the east has been reserved for you. Wait a little longer. I feel like I'll be back soon, but not now, Su Shu sighed. He could already sense the existence of his spiritual talent, but he couldn't awaken it. He was now just one tiny gap away from the very top group of people. What are you waiting for? Jian Yong asked, puzzled. I can already sense my spiritual talent, but it's still a little short of awakening. I need to wait until my spiritual talent awakens before I'm qualified to fulfill my promise, Su Shu said with a light laugh. His Jian Yong gasped. He had never imagined that Su Shu would be so terrifying. He had heard Liu Bei mention Su Shu before. A few years ago, Su Shu was a rogue. He never expected that Su Shu would reach such a level now. But I'm still a little short, and my military strategy, tactics, formations, and command of troops are all lacking. Su Shu said helplessly. He never had enough time. If he had a few more years, he wouldn't be in such a hurry. Then let's wait a little longer. Don't force the awakening of your spiritual talent. Back then, Coming forcibly awakened his spiritual talent, which resulted in significant side effects. You don't need to rush. Even if the Northern War begins, it won't end anytime soon. You still have plenty of time, Jian Yong reassured him. He was somewhat worried that Su Shu was too hasty and would do the same thing as Zhuge Liang back then. To be honest, Jian-yong didn't doubt that Su Shu was joking. After all, he had been sensing the oppressive force that Jiao-su and others had exerted after activating their spiritual talents from time to time. This was a sign that spiritual wisdom was about to reach its peak and sublimate. The next step would inevitably be spiritual talent. That's what I think too, Su Shu said calmly. He wasn't in a hurry. He had a clear understanding of the situation in Mount Tai and Ji province. The battle between Yuan Shao and Liu Bei couldn't end in a year or two. Both sides had strong foundations, and 1 or 2 defeats wouldn't cripple them. He estimated that he would have 2 more years to train before the war reached its climax, and in Su Shu's opinion, that was enough time. Then Yuanji, you can continue to stay in Jinzhou. Do you need me to send some soldiers to protect you? Jian-yong asked. No need. Lumen Academy is very safe, especially now that Liu Gongyuan has taken over as the governor of Xiangyang. Su Shu sighed and said. He saw things more clearly than Jian-yong. Xiangyang already belonged to Sang Su, and Pan Tong, the nephew of Pan Degong, was under Sang Su's command and held a high position. Jian-yong didn't stay with Su Shu for long. He didn't want to cause trouble for Su Shu. Su Shu's reputation wasn't prominent at Lumen Academy at the moment, and it would be a huge problem if he were noticed because of him. For this reason, Jian-yong couldn't understand why Su Shu was unwilling to go to Mount Tai to study. He knew that compared to other places, Mount Tai had the best variety of books in the world, and given Su Shu's status, the books in the Mount Tai library would be extremely accessible, unlike in Jinzhou. After returning to the residence prepared for him and Wu Angguo by the Huang family, Jian-yong did not go out again. He made a cup of tea, took out the Warring States policy from his pocket and began to read. Before Jian-yong could finish reading one of the chapters, he heard a soft knock on the door and was startled. Who is it? Jian-yong put down his book, stood up, and asked. Chapter 588 Goodbye to E.G. Xianha, it's been a long time. Do you still recognize my voice? A burst of laughter came from outside the door. Jian-yong was taken aback at first, then suddenly remembered who this person was, and immediately opened the door with a big laugh. When the door opened, a scholar dressed in simple clothes stood in the doorway with a smile on his face, exuding the demeanor of a refined gentleman. Uncle Ji, it's been a long time. Jian-yong greeted E.G. with a smile, then leaned out to check the situation outside, told Wu Angguo to keep an eye on the outside, and then carefully closed the door. Phew, it wasn't easy to get here. E.G. breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was a nominal subject under Liu Biao, and coming to Xiangyang, which was now occupied by Yuan Shu, was quite a risk. Why did you suddenly come here? This is Xiangyang. If you get caught, no one can save you. Liu Jinshan's strength is so weak now that he can't even defend Jing'an, let alone launch a counterattack in Jinbei. Jian-yong said in a low voice, as if afraid of being discovered. In fact, with Wu Angguo outside, there was no need to worry at all. Ha! E.G. was slightly surprised. He had a good understanding of Jian-yong when he and Jian-yong attended the Taishan Alliance last time. Jian-yong was a talent in diplomacy, not strategy. Well, cough cough, I've heard a lot about the situation in the world while I was in Mount Tai, so I have some understanding of it. Jian-yong saw E.G.'s surprised expression and didn't hide anything, speaking without any embarrassment. Mount Tai is indeed a magical place, E.G. said with a sigh. I think I will have the opportunity to go again. A glint of light flashed in Jian-yong's eyes, but it disappeared into his pupils in the next moment, unnoticed by anyone. I came here at my request from my lord. What you said before is indeed true. Jing'an is a vast and sparsely populated land. It is infested with ferocious beasts and mosquitoes, and the barbarians are rampant. This has tied up a great deal of my lord's energy. Although Kuai Yidu has made plans, he is ultimately powerless to reverse the situation. E.G. did not hide anything about Liu Biao's situation. It's really that bad? Jian Yong was also astonished. Although he had heard Jiasu and Li Yu say that even if Liu Biao were to display the brilliance of a great ruler, even if Kuai Yu were a genius in the world, and even if Huang Zhong's abilities were among the best in the world, it would still be difficult for him to reach Jinbei. Although Yao Li, Gu Yong, and Yu Fan were not as strategic as Kuai Yu, and Jiang Qing, Wen Ping, and Dong Xi were not as brave as Huan Zong, they had 10 times the resources of Kuai Yu and 10 times the provisions of Huan Zhong. They didn't need to fight, they could simply watch Huang Zhong and Kuai Yu waste their food and retreat helplessly. Wen Ping and Gu Yong's composure lies in their superior troop strength and food supplies, allowing them to easily wear down the enemy without any pressure. Jingnan has too few people, and it is inhabited by both Han and non-Han peoples. The people are fierce and unruly, and the Waxi barbarians often clash with our lord. Although they are not knowledgeable in military strategy, they have the advantage of terrain, and Kuai Yidu has no good solutions, E.G. said helplessly. The Waxi barbarians are quite powerful in combat. In fact, the so-called Five Streams barbarians and Mountain Yu were all Han Chinese. They were just mountain people living in remote areas. They were the kind of people who thrived in poor, remote places, and their fighting prowess in mountain warfare was exceptionally strong. As for Huang Zhong, his strength is indeed formidable. The Waxi barbarians now know that if they encounter Huang Zong, they must either surrender or fight to the death. The problem is, how many can Huang Zong kill? After suffering several losses, the Waxi barbarians have become more restrained, but they still occupy a large amount of territory. As for how to subdue these people, at least so far, Kuai Yu has not come up with any solutions and can only drag things out slowly. Forget about these things. I'm here mainly for 2 things. One is that Huang Hangshen's son hopes you can take him to Mount Tai for medical treatment. E.G. said to Jian Yong, and Jian Yong could clearly see the look in his eyes, which surprised him. Perhaps seeing the surprise in Jian Yong's eyes, he said, "This matter was suggested to General Huan by me." General Huan originally disagreed, but in the end, out of love for his son, he agreed. However, Huan Su is no longer a person. Jingnan has already held a funeral. Jian Yong took a deep breath, marveling at Yiji's methods. Even a hero like Huang Zhong was persuaded by Yiji. Although Huang Su's impending death must have been a factor, the implications of Yiji's ability to achieve this were self-evident. On behalf of General Zheng Dong, I thank Jibo. Jian Yong bowed deeply. Although he had long noticed that Yiji had a deep affection for Liu Bei, he had not shown it because Yiji was Liu Biao's subject. He did not expect that this time he would send such a generous gift. I urge Xianha to be careful. Whether this matter succeeds or not depends on the fate of this child. Yiji had already made his words very clear, leaving Jian Yong no choice but to be cautious. However, I urge Xianha not to feel too much pressure. You understand the meaning behind General Huan's funeral in Jing'an. Even if it doesn't work out, I am still 60% confident. Jian Yong nodded, but he had great faith in Hua Tuo's skills and was not too worried. However, Yiji's words did put Jian Yong at ease. He had not expected that Yiji could actually get in touch with Huang Zhong. Don't worry, with Dr. Hua in charge, there's definitely hope as long as he's not dead yet, Jian Yong said with extreme confidence. Yiji nodded in agreement. If Hua Tuo hadn't been so renowned, Huang Zhong wouldn't have agreed to his suggestion. You see, even though Zhang Zhongjing couldn't cure him, he at least kept Huang Su's life hanging by a thread. Now let's talk about another matter, which is the main reason I'm here. Military Advisor Kuai, please allow me to ask you, when will Mount Tai make its move against Yuzhou? Yiji said solemnly. I don't know. Jian Yong shook his head and said that Chen Xi and Jiaosu would suggest attacking Yuzhou whenever they had nothing to do, but they had clearly been taking action all along. They were only talking about it, while they were fighting fiercely with Yanzhou. My Lord Liu Jinshen hopes to form an alliance with General Zheng Dong to jointly restore the Han Dynasty and drive out the shadow cast over the Han Dynasty by the Yuan family, Yi said. Our lords are both members of the Han imperial family, and there is no conflict between us. Moreover, Lord Jinshen has long admired Lord Xuanda. I can't make that decision myself, but I can pass on the message to my lord, Liu Xuanda. He will give you an answer whether it succeeds or not. However, I think there's a high probability that he will agree to this matter. After thinking for a moment, Jian Yong decided it was better not to refuse directly. Thank you, Zion He. Yi nodded and said. Compared to Jian Yong, who was purely a diplomatic talent, Yi at least had his own insights into the general situation of the world. Liu Biao was currently in Jing'an. Although he was not strong, he had the natural barrier of the Yangtze River. He was not strong enough to conquer Jinbei, but he was more than capable of defending it. If they left Jing'an and entered the Jinbei plain, the situation might not be favorable. That's why Yi felt that Kuai Yu's plan had some hidden malice. However, Kuai Yu also pointed out the dangers involved, but Liu Biao still made the same choice, so Yi couldn't persuade him. Chapter 589 Forging the Soul of the Nation. By the way, there are some things I've guessed about, but I can't guarantee them. I'll tell you, and you can take it back with you. After giving Liu Biao his orders, Yi began to say what he wanted to say. Tell me about it, Jian Yong said curiously. The Kai family may have sided with Yuan Gonglu, Yi said uncertainly. Ever since we fled to Jing'an to avoid trouble, my lord has been short of money and supplies and had to split up the navy and reduce it to a great extent. Since then, the relationship between the Kai family and my lord has become somewhat strained. This, Jian Yong nodded and said without commenting. However, for him, this was a very normal situation and there was nothing to say. In Jian Yong's view, it was only natural for a powerful family like the Kai family to have other ideas after their interests were plundered. Even Chen Xi had to consider future benefits when he used powerful families, and even so, many of them were short-sighted and resolutely opposed Chen Xi's reforms. As for the Kai family, it was quite normal in Jian Yong's view, having seen many such cases. You didn't understand what I meant. I mean, you need to keep a close eye on the Kai family. If the Kai family really sides with Yuan Gonglu, then our lord will not be far from falling apart. As long as the Kai family turns against us, with their combined efforts from within and without, Jing'an will be absolutely impossible to defend, Yi said solemnly. Oh, you should have the Kuai family or Liu Jingzhou keep an eye on this. It's no use if we keep an eye on it, Jian Yong said, looking puzzled. Yi was helpless. There were some things he couldn't say. Although he was loyal to Liu Bei, he was still considered Liu Biao's subject until Liu Biao died. Therefore, he would never do anything to harm Liu Biao and would continue to work for Liu Biao within the scope of his duties. Of course, he shouldn't even think about going beyond that. Because of this constraint, Yi was somewhat embarrassed to suggest that Jian Yong inform the Taishan forces to prepare. If Liu Biao's forces collapsed, they should quickly extend a helping hand to Kuai Yu. This included Kuai Liang, Huan Zong, Xiang Lan, Han Song, and other capable ministers and generals under Liu Biao. The current situation is that Liu Biao's reserves are too meager. There are too many obstacles hindering him, and his supplies are insufficient, rather than a problem with his subordinates. If Liu Biao were to fall apart, then these capable ministers and generals would inevitably have no choice but to go their separate ways. In Yi's view, it was better for Liu Bei to make preparations for these people as soon as possible. Although he had already sent Huang Su to Mount Tai, if Huang Su was alive or dead, as long as Huang Zhong was unaware, there was a 90% chance that he would go to Mount Tai. Once he arrived at Mount Tai, Huang Zhong would inevitably submit to Liu Bei. Of course, Kuai Liang and Yi also had extensive communication, so if that situation arose, as long as he made it clear, the Kuai family had a high chance of succeeding. However, Jinan wasn't just about Kuai Liang, Kuai Yu, and Huang Zhong. There were a whole bunch of other people involved. Yi alone certainly couldn't take these people away. Only Liu Bei could personally take them all in. These men were quite capable, but Jinan was a confined place. Liu Bei had no way to escape, thus limiting their abilities. If Liu Bei fell and Sun Tzu took them all in, it would be a complete tragedy. Forget it, just tell Chen Zichuan and the others what you said. There are some things you shouldn't say. Yi was also helpless. He was still Liu Bei's subject and needed to plan for Liu Bei. Yes, I will. Jian Yong smiled and said, not taking Yi's words to heart. Uncle Ji, could you tell me about the virtuous and talented officials in Jinzhou? I have some free time these days, and I'll find some time to visit them. Yi nodded and began to introduce to Jian Yong the reclusive wise ministers and famous scholars of Jinzhou. In fact, Jinzhou was not lacking in second-rate or near first-rate strategists. As for first-rate strategists, Jinzhou did have them, but those who had matured in this era had been taken away by others, and those who had not matured were unknown to the public. While Jian Yong was working hard to recruit talent in Jinzhou, Zhuge Liang was eagerly awaiting the arrival of his wife. Zhuge Liang had long been destined to marry Huang Yuanying, so he was not worried that Huang Yuanying would not want to marry him. To be honest, beneath Zhuge Liang's gentle and refined exterior, he could do some amazing things when pushed to the limit, especially after being instilled with a lot of new ideas by Chen Xi, which gave him new perspectives on many things. Come in. You seem a bit distracted these past few days, Lu Su said, glancing at Zhuge Liang. With worries on one's mind, how can one concentrate fully? Zhuge Liang did not deny Lu Su's judgment, but calmly acknowledged his own current state of mind. Ha, wait a bit. With them going, there will be no worries. However, in that case, our Lord will be without guards. Lu Su reassured him with a smile, then added with a hint of worry. Don't underestimate the 50 city management teams. These soldiers are all battle-hardened elites, each having experienced at least 15 battles. And now they are all equipped with well-preserved large shields, plate armor, crossbows, and handy melee weapons. Man Chong said with dissatisfaction. Compared to the Tiger Guards, he had much more faith in the city management troops. These people were all strong soldiers who had come from the battlefield and possessed a military spirit. By the way, isn't this the only unit that possesses a military spirit? Lu Su looked up and asked, where did this military spirit come from? I don't know, it just appeared out of nowhere. I don't know why I have a military spirit, it just suddenly appeared. I haven't received any training at all. It's a pity I can't leave this area, otherwise I would definitely drag him out and teach Lu Bu a lesson. Man Chong said with a cold and arrogant expression. He was not a pure strategist, but the kind of commander who could lead troops. Although his martial arts were a bit low, his leadership was still sufficient. The spirit of an army is itself a sublimation of will. What shrouded Fenggao City was actually the effect of Liu Bei's innate abilities, a recognition of Liu Bei and Mount Tai by his subordinates. When this recognition was upgraded to a fanatical will, and when this will was mixed with glory and sacrifice, it was actually the spirit of an army. However, this inexplicably appearing military spirit comes partly from the fervent recognition of the Taishan government led by Liu Bei and Chen Qi, and partly from the ever-burning incense at Jingling Hall, which represents the dead and the sacrifices. This is why this highly capable fighting force cannot go on an expedition. Their souls reside there. Liu Bei and Cheng Xi were unaware of the reason for this. They continued to strive toward their former vows, but they did not know that with their efforts, more and more people recognized the Taishan government. This recognition was a result of their efforts, their education, their propaganda, and their rituals. They were shaping the soul of the nation. Chapter 590 Inevitable. Liu Bei took care of Lady Gang at home, and now there are quite a few concubines in Liu Bei's courtyard. However, the only one who can truly catch Liu Bei's eye is Lady Gang, who was with him before Mount Tai was built and before he became the overlord of the world. As for Lady Zhang, in addition to the fact that the two of them shared a common language, there were other factors involved. Chen Xi was at home taking care of Chen Lang. Mi Zheng and all the other maids had been captured by Kai Yan. This was the first time Chen Xi had seen Kai Yan in her own home. Her cold and indifferent expression was mixed with a hint of loneliness. Chen Xi couldn't help but have strange thoughts. Only someone with such beauty and talent could have both fame and reputation for thousands of years. However, it was clear that Kai Yan had little interest in Chen Xi, and Chen Xi didn't have any deep thoughts about her either. The two simply greeted each other, and Kai Yan said that she would discipline Mi Zheng strictly. After that, she left with a group of girls. Her cold and aloof expression made the entire inner courtyard of Chen Xi pale in comparison. I don't seem to be used to not having those girls around. Chen Xi glanced at the deserted courtyard and said somewhat awkwardly. Then he sighed. He realized that he had fallen into the common male trait. Even though he knew that he would basically have no contact with them in the future, all men still liked beautiful women. Why do you have to be like this, my husband? Although Zeno is impulsive, she hasn't dared to run around in the courtyard much since I became pregnant, Chen Lang said with a smile. Although she is a bit impulsive, she has never done anything bad. Then, as if worried about something, Chen Lang added another sentence. I'd rather have Zomi come than let her. Last time, out of consideration for her young age, I didn't pursue the matter of my study being burned down. Chen Xi considered Mi Zheng's situation and decisively refused. Although his study didn't store precious books like other families, it wasn't a place where just anyone could enter. There were other factors that allowed them in last time. Thank you, my husband. Chen Lang covered her mouth and smiled. Sister Zheno was indeed a bit too much that time, but thank you for not telling the Mi family. This is a one-time thing, and it will not be repeated. Chen Xi tapped Chen Lan's forehead and said, the main problem is that it will be difficult to handle if I tell them. Other families are different from ours. Although I inherited 1/3 of the Cheng family's business, I still have a separate house and courtyard for the Cheng family that moved here. I only gave them considerable convenience. Chen Lang nodded. She didn't reply, but simply listened quietly to Chen Xi's words while hugging the blanket. The reason I live alone is that with more people, there needs to be rules. These rules apply not only to the Cheng family, but also to me. Even as the head of the family, I must abide by certain rules, Chen Xi sighed. He is now the head of the Taishan Cheng family, and if he were to live with the Cheng family, there would be countless rules. The rules of a large family are simply too numerous to count. Chen Lang nodded. She understood these matters well, considering the difference between simplicity and complexity. Having lived with Chen Xi for over a decade, Chen Lang was extremely familiar with the Cheng family's rules. While living with other members of the Cheng clan would have many advantages, it would also bring numerous troubles. Therefore, to protect Chen Lang and the others, Chen Xi ultimately chose a separate house and courtyard. Here, I can make decisions on my own. I can pretend I don't see many things, but when the whole family gathers together, many things become very troublesome, Chen Xi sighed and said. Being a high-ranking family is good, but it also restricts too many things. Chen Lang nodded as if she understood, and Chen Xi patted her. If you're tired, go to sleep. Don't push yourself too hard, it's not good for your health. Chenglong murmured softly, then obediently lay down on her side. Chen Xi had a lot to say but didn't. If they had really lived together with the Cheng family back then, Mi Zheng and Zheng Mi would almost never have come. Similarly, even if Mi Zheng and the others had come under those circumstances, they would have needed to maintain the demeanor of well-bred ladies and behave with propriety in every move. This is why Mi Zheng and her friends often lingered at Chen Xi's, Jiasu's, and Kai Yan's houses. Only at these houses could they relax without restraint. Although Kai Yan valued etiquette, she would turn a blind eye to Mi Zheng and her friends' impolite behavior during breaks from classes, since she herself had suffered as a result. As for Jiasu's family, it was similar to Chen Xi's family, with few rules, and they also had a Jiayun of the same age. If Chen Xi were living with the Cheng family, his study would probably only be accessible to the illiterate maid who cleaned it, Chenglong, who was now pregnant, and the distinguished guests invited by Chen Xi. Anyone else who went in would likely be punished according to the family rules. The ancestral hall and the study are forbidden areas in any family. The eldest daughter of the main family and the matriarch can only enter these places on certain occasions, let alone women from other families. Even if Chen Xi's study was empty, if Mi Zheng went in under those circumstances, the Mi family would still need to give an explanation to the Cheng family. As for the burning of the study, in addition to handing Mi Zheng over to the Cheng family for handling, the Mi family also needs to give an answer. No matter how good the personal relationship is between Chen Xi and Mi Zhu, the family's face must not be humiliated. This is why Chen Xi never mentioned Mi Zheng burning down the study, nor did he allow anyone else to bring it up. Just because Mi Zheng was immature didn't mean Mi Zhu was immature. If this matter were brought up, no matter how much Mi Zhu doted on Mi Zheng, he would hand her over to Chen Xi to deal with. And if things escalated to that point, Chen Xi would have no choice but to harden his heart. In that case, it would be better to pretend that nothing had happened. Seeing that Chenglong was asleep, Chen Xi slowly withdrew. After instructing the maid, Chen Xi walked towards the door. Looking at the complexity of the embroidery of children's clothes, Chen Xi shook her head. Since Chenglong became pregnant, the complexity of the embroidery had changed a lot. She rarely went to Kai Yan's place to study anymore, and she no longer invited girls from other families to the Cheng family. She spent most of her time reading books and embroidering children's clothes. Jian'er, I plan to go to Lini. You stay at home and take good care of Lana. Chen Xi sighed and said. He had been wanting to tell Chenglong about this, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. In the end, he told Fan Jian, hoping that Fan Jian would pass it on to Chenglong. Fan Jian was stunned. He didn't even notice that the cheerfully embroidered robe had fallen into the basket. Are we going to war again? Fan Jian asked. Yes, we are going to war, Chen Xi said calmly. Since the rise of Mount Tai, he and Chen Laofan had been separated most of the time. Can we not go? Fan Jian's eyes were slightly red. Probably not. Chen Xi sighed and said, I've chosen this path, so I have to keep going. I'm just sorry to you and Lana. Can you come back before the new year? Fan Jian asked after hesitating for a long time. I'll do my best, Chen Xi said with a sigh. He finally decided to accept it. After all, he was the only one qualified for Mount Tai. Chapter 591 Taking this as my heart. Before Zhao Yun returned, Chen Xi went to Liu Bei's house. For the first time, he felt weary of war. Even his calm and undisturbed state of mind was disturbed by his wife and children. Not everyone is a monster like Yu Yang or Yi. Chen Xi entered Liu Bei's house without any hindrance or inspection. Su Chu had gone to the front line, and Wu Anghua had gone to Jinzhou. The only forces protecting Liu Bei were the city management troops and the Su family warriors led by Su Chu's brother, Su Ding. However, both of these forces completely ignored Cheng Xi's actions. Zishuan? Liu Bei asked, somewhat puzzled, looking at Cheng Xi, who had suddenly appeared in his house. Zhang Shi and Gang Shi, who were standing to the side, did not try to avoid him. Lord Xuande, may Zijin go? Chen Xi asked after thinking for a while. No, Zijin's status is sufficient, but he has no experience in commanding troops. You also know Yunchang's personality. If Zijin goes, it will be a problem. Liu Bei shook his head and said. He had a good eye for people. In his opinion, Lu Su could indeed be an excellent commander, but compared to Lu Su's ability in administration, Liu Bei felt it was better not to waste time now. Chen Xi frowned. Everyone knew Guang Yu's personality. Although he absolutely respected Lu Su in political affairs, it would be difficult for Guang Yu to obey Lu Su in military matters without demonstrating it 3 or 5 times. However, I have a compromise, Liu Bei said after glancing at Lady Gang and thinking for a moment. A compromise? Chen Xi asked, puzzled. Zichuan has come to ask me now, presumably because of your wife. We are in the same situation. I understand. You can let your wife accompany the army, Liu Bei said solemnly to Chen Xi. No way. Chen Xi refused decisively. In times of war and chaos, it's better to be safe than sorry. But if something goes wrong, it's absolutely unacceptable. Let me finish speaking first. Liu Bei waved his hand and said, I know what you're worried about, but I've seen your plan. There won't be any problems for you to take your wife there. After all, you're going to build a city directly. With the city's protection and tens of thousands of troops protecting you, and with Yunchang and Zilong also there, if there's still danger under these circumstances, then there's no safe place in the world. Chen Xi frowned. Let me think about it. Changing the commander is impossible. My situation is the same as yours, so this is the only option, Liu Bei said helplessly. We can delay the deployment of troops. You can bring your wife over after the inner city is completed. Feng Shao and the others have stabilized the situation. Yuan Shao is also deploying troops. With the 3 sides restraining each other, it will be difficult to make much progress. Chen Xi silently analyzed the situation. Although his military strategy wasn't particularly advanced, he had been in this era for quite some time and had been constantly learning. He understood many things, including attacking and defending cities. He was very confident. That's not impossible, Chen Xi nodded. However, I'll have to move my entire family there. Liu Bei nodded, agreeing to Chen Xi's suggestion. Your wife also needs care, and you shouldn't show favoritism. Chen Xi bowed deeply to Liu Bei. Lord Xuande, please issue the document, requesting the people of Qinzhou, Taishan, and Xuzhou to voluntarily relocate to Lini in Yanzhou. I will also recruit refugees from Bingzhou and Yanzhou, as well as the Yellow Turban rebels from Heishan, to build a new city there. In the future, that place will serve as our bridgehead for marching on Weijun in Jizhou. Go ahead, I'm at ease with you there. If we are going to fight Ji province, sending troops from Mount Tai is too far. Lini is a good choice, Liu Bei said with a smile. He was very familiar with the situation in the world and naturally understood that a multi-front attack was necessary in the battle against Yuan Shao. I will do a good job, Chen Xi said solemnly. If Liu Xian returns from his service to the king, I will let him stay in Lini. No need, we don't need that between us, Liu Bei waved his hand and said. I have my own confidence. Our paths are similar, and we share the same goals, so we don't need this kind of formality. Thank you. Chen Xi sighed softly. Liu Bei was still Liu Bei, and he was still himself. Everyone hadn't changed. It should be said that the oath to surpass one's ancestors put absolute pressure on Liu Bei, but it also made his heart unwavering. Go. Remember to write a letter during the new year. Don't go too lenient with your beautiful concubine and forget about me, your like-minded friend. Liu Bei waved his hand dismissively, signaling Cheng Xi to get lost, but the last word, friend, left Cheng Xi deeply moved. After Cheng Xi left, Zhang looked at Liu Bei, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. After several attempts, Liu Bei finally noticed Zhang's expression. Are you wondering why I allowed it and didn't impose any restrictions on Sichuan? Liu Bei said with a smile. Zhang did not answer, but the obvious curiosity on her face said it all. Because it's unnecessary. Sichuan and I share the same ideals. We are like-minded and don't need these things. Besides, I don't bother to doubt him. I trust him. Liu Bei said calmly, a strong sense of confidence flashing in his eyes. Similarly, I trust myself. I won't misjudge others. Then, under Zhang's bewildered gaze, Liu Bei exuded strong confidence. Not only will I not doubt Sichuan, but I will also not doubt my subordinates. I believe I can lead them to the ultimate glory. The goal I pursue is enough to command them. Zhang and Gang were clearly puzzled, but Liu Bei didn't say anything more. As Liu Bei remained in a high position for longer, he developed an increasingly domineering presence befitting a warlord. However, these were merely outward manifestations. His inner self remained unchanged, characterized by an unwavering heart. Under the oath he made years ago, Liu Bei bore immense pressure, which made his heart incredibly firm. He would not waver in his original intention. He was who he was. Now, he is still Liu Bei, sitting on the ground, vying for wine with Guan Yu, Lang Fei, Chen Xi, and others. Only his outward appearance has changed. Inwardly, he remains true to his original heart, still possesses the same benevolence, and is still the Liu Shuangda who made a great vow and swore an oath to heaven. He believes in the justice of heaven and the inherent goodness of human nature, and he also believes that if he treats others with sincerity, they will treat him with sincerity in return. Furthermore, he intends to realize the invincible benevolence that has been passed down only in poetry and books since ancient times, and whose authenticity is difficult to discern. Yuan Shao, we will eventually have a battle. Liu Bei said calmly, gazing northward. He had abandoned all his doubts and was determined to move forward on the path he had taken to fulfill his vow. Perhaps Yuan Shao did nothing wrong, and it wasn't a matter of disloyalty or loyalty. Even Liu Bei knew that some of his actions could be considered disloyalty. But now he only believed in one thing: how to make the Han dynasty prosperous and how to make the people rich. He kept this in mind and was clear about it. Chapter 592: The reason for being invincible among those of the same rank. Chen Xi didn't tell anyone that he would be bringing his wife along. To be honest, it wasn't exactly a nice thing to say. Historically, few soldiers who brought their wives and children to war had a good reputation. After Guo Jia stabilized the situation in Yanzhou, he stopped fighting Lu Bu head-on and instead dragged Chen Gang into harassment. He would ambush Lu Bu one day and annoy him the next, killing only 30 or 50 people each time. However, over time, Lu Bu's army's originally high morale was finally broken. However, Chen Gang was no pushover. Having suffered a loss at Guo Jia's hands, he retaliated in kind, using his mental talent to launch 2 counter-ambushes against Guo Jia. In the end, both sides backed down. This situation is not good. Guo Jia clicked his tongue inwardly, looking helplessly at Yuan Shao's army stationed across the river from his own. It was obvious that Yuan Shao's army and Lu Bu's army had some tacit understanding. Does military advisor Gu remember what Marquis Chen said? Only the weak need alliances. The path of a hegemon can never be shared with others. One can only face it alone. Chen Qi was also somewhat helpless. He wasn't stupid. It was obvious that Lu Bu's army and Yuan Shao's army had already communicated, but at this moment, he absolutely could not back down. That's true. Although it's a bit inappropriate, war is ultimately about doing what's in one's own interest. It seems the people they sent have a lot of arbitrary power. Guo Jia shrugged and said. Even if Yuan Shao and Lu Bu joined forces, Guo Jia wasn't worried about being defeated. It was possible they couldn't win, but holding them off wouldn't be difficult. As Guo Jia had predicted, Tianfeng and his men, numbering over 20,000, returned with a vengeance. This time, however, Yuan Tan was the leader, but he was merely a figurehead, not a figurehead like Chen Xi with real power. Yuan Shao had already instructed Yuan Tan to listen to Tianfeng when he arrived. To put it bluntly, Yuan Shao sent Yuan Tan here simply to hone his skills and give him some experience. As for putting Yuan Tan in command, Yuan Shao wasn't stupid. Chen Gang and Lu Bu weren't whetstones, nor were Guang Yu and Guo Jia, and Yuan Tan was certainly not a genius. A truly exceptional genius who could be used as a whetstone hadn't yet emerged. Originally, Yuan Shao's plan was largely the same as Lu Bei's. However, upon arriving in Yanzhou, Tianfeng realized that the current situation made it difficult to implement the plan. He promptly consulted with Chen Gang, and naturally, reported the situation to Yuan Shao. After a brief consideration, Yuan Shao entrusted Tianfeng with full authority. General Yan, what are your thoughts on meeting Lu Bu this time? Tianfeng had another in-depth conversation with Chen Gang, and upon returning to camp, he couldn't help but ask Yan Liang. Terrifying, Yan Liang said after a moment of deep thought. Several years later, at the negotiation meeting between Tianfeng and Chen Gang, Yan Liang saw Lu Bu again. Compared to the last time, this time Yan Liang could barely feel how terrifying Lu Bu was. It was much better than the last time, when he couldn't even see the opponent's strength. Lu Bu had accompanied the negotiations earlier. However, he had absolutely no interest in Tianfeng's side, or rather, he had no interest in the negotiations whatsoever. Lu Bu had heard from Chen Gang that a renowned scholar had come from Lu Bei's side to negotiate, but he hadn't seen the man. As for the content of the negotiations, he knew nothing, and more importantly, Lu Bu had no interest in knowing. As for Yan Liang, Lu Bu glanced at him but showed little interest. He was merely a general of Zhang Fei's caliber. He might have considered fighting someone like Guang Yu, even though Zhang Fei and Guang Yu were roughly equal in raw strength. However, Guang Yu was capable of inhuman feats, provided he was confident enough. With just one glance, Yan Liang was terrified. Compared to when Lu Bu fought 3 opponents at once, Lu Bu was now even stronger. Naturally, Yan Liang, who had just reached the peak of the inner chi separation stage, clearly felt the terror of Lu Bu. Terrifying? Tianfeng asked, puzzled. How could it be described as terrifying? He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Yan Liang. Yan Liang smiled bitterly. It's truly terrifying. I'm afraid I'd be dead within 30 moves if he went all out, and that's assuming he doesn't use red hair and I can run away. He is. Tianfeng felt a chill. In that case, I estimate that the group of people at Huo Pass have all made considerable progress. I reckon I'm now at the level of Guang Yu and Zhang Fei, Yan Liang said helplessly. He had indeed improved very quickly, but Lu Bu was improving even faster. That guy was simply a monster. Guang Yu and Zhang Fei, then what level do you estimate Zhao Zilong is at? Tianfeng calmed himself down. It seemed that Lu Bu had to be captured. He absolutely could not be allowed to fall into Lu Bei's hands. Zhao Zilong. He's not very strong, but I'm not sure about his strength either. Maybe next time I meet Zhao Zilong, he'll be incredibly strong, or maybe he won't have changed much at all. Yan Liang shook his head. Now that his strength has increased significantly, Yan Liang can sense that Shao Yun at Huo Pass is not very strong. He doesn't have the strength to go head-to-head with Lu Bu. In other words, he has excellent internal energy and superb skills and speed, but his foundation is not solid. The ultimate strength of a general lies in his internal energy foundation. In Yan Liang's memory, there is only one possibility for condensed but scarce internal energy. When a martial general cannot improve, they must continuously condense their internal energy to improve its quality. Yan Liang was not mistaken. Zhao Yun did not have much internal energy at He Pass. His sixth retraining had not been going on for long. However, because the nature of his internal energy was unpredictable, coupled with his terrifying skills and astonishing speed, even Lu Bu was fooled. Of course, after He Pass, Lu Bu naturally discovered Zhao Xiang's problem with his amazing strength. However, he did not look down on Zhao Yun like others did. On the contrary, he understood Zhao Yang's strength better than others. Although Lu Bu didn't understand why Zhao Yang's internal energy was clearly condensed through countless trials, yet the amount of internal energy was only at the level of the initial stage of internal energy leaving the body. He wouldn't simply assume that Zhao Yun couldn't improve. On the contrary, there was another possibility, the Divine Stone. Compared to animals that can only absorb Divine Stones through instinct, if a general obtains a Divine Stone, he will use it efficiently and systematically. It can even be said that with the same Divine Stone, an animal can only exert 1/5 of its potential, but a human can exert several times the effect. However, animals have the instinct to discover Divine Stones, while humans do not, which is a kind of fairness. Because they are rare and precious, if humans were to obtain a fragment of a Divine Stone, the boost to their combat power would be terrifying. Unfortunately, apart from his innate talent, the reason why Lu Bu has reached his current level of invincibility among his peers and can usually take on 3 opponents at once is because he has also swallowed a Divine Stone, and even the core of that Divine Stone. Because he had tasted it, he understood the power of the Divine Stone better than others. What he extracted from the Divine Stone, besides his superhuman strength, was his inhuman recovery speed. Of course, this recovery was not just physical strength, but also mental will and belief. This is why Lu Bu could not be defeated in a head-on confrontation. Chapter 593 Zhao Yun returns to Fuzhen. Sun Qian looked at the geological report of Lini area and was completely relieved. There was no shortage of stone materials in that area, and building a strong city would be no problem at all. The remaining issue was mainly the craftsmen. Stonemasons and carpenters were not really important. With the construction of many buildings, these could be broken down into smaller parts, down to the point that they required no technical skill and that anyone could do them as long as they were well directed. So, how's the city of Lini? Is it alright? Jiaosu asked, glancing at the research report in Sun Qian's hand. It's very simple. We'll use local materials. I plan to build the road as well. This way, once we're connected to Mount Tai, our troop deployment time can be reduced from 10 days to 8 days. We'll start construction on both sides at the same time. The local brick kilns have already started operating. Sun Qian nodded and said, we'll pave the ground with bricks and then build the road. If the foundation is solid, our supply transport speed can be increased by several times. Sun Qian is now undoubtedly the most experienced architect in the world. In the past year alone, he designed and had people build 5 city-level buildings, which are now basically completed. He also designed, planned, and handed over several other buildings to others for construction. I don't understand these things. You can handle it yourself. How long will it take to build a permanent defensive infrastructure? Jiaosu shook his head. He really didn't understand these things, but he still had absolute trust in Sun Qian's ability to build cities and infrastructure. The expansion and reconstruction of Mount Tai and Qingxiu were all done by Sun Qian. It should be completed before the end of the year. The city level should be at the level of an inner city of a prefecture. If necessary, it can be upgraded further, Sun Qian said confidently. To be honest, construction of Lini has already begun right under Lu Bu's nose. However, at this point, there are only quarrying teams, brick kilns, and logging teams, the rest are staff working on the actual planning. It wasn't that Song Qian looked down on Chen Gong and Lu Bu. Rather, he was certain that as long as he didn't start working, no one would be able to tell what he was doing, not even Chen Gong. That's what specialization is all about. Raise it to the prefecture level, Jiao Su said directly. In that case, the construction period will be extended. Although it can be completed before the end of the year, we will need to rush the work. Song Qian asked in confusion. Cities at the county level are basically already among the best fortified cities. Is it really necessary? We just want to build a permanent defensive position, even though this position is a city. That's a bridgehead for fighting Yuanshao, and its successful construction will separate Ji Province and Yan Province. Although it doesn't seem obvious now, it's extremely important for our future campaign against Wei Commandery, Jiao Su said calmly, without showing any contempt for Song Qian for asking such a silly question. In that case, a prefecture-level city would also be acceptable. However, since it's intended to serve as a bridgehead, it should be constructed as a three-tiered inner city structure. The outer city should be rebuilt as a purely military defensive structure, the middle city as a barbican, and the inner city should be reinforced. The foundation should be reinforced, and the city walls should be reinforced and raised. But this must be done step by step, Song Qian said after considering for a moment. He was now a true master architect. Then it's up to you. Get the inner city built before the new year. Jiao Su nodded repeatedly, indicating that Song Qian should do it. After learning the actual situation, Song Qian had no choice but to abandon the original plan to build the county seat and instead proceed with the plan to build the prefectural capital. Fortunately, he had already reserved a large number of manpower, and he also had many Black Mountain Yellow Turbans to command. Song Qian was not worried about a shortage of manpower. Regarding the issue of personnel mobilization and management, Song Qian knew he certainly couldn't command hundreds of thousands of people without causing chaos. However, since Cheng Xi was the commander-in-chief, the mobilization of personnel in the rear would mainly be directed by Cheng Xi, who had considerable experience in this area. It seems we still need to build the road to Linyi first, so that we can ensure the transportation of supplies. Song Qian took the map, first determined the positions of both sides, and then began to check the quantity of supplies, quickly reaching a conclusion. Compared to the distance from Shopi in Shuzhou to Mount Tai, the distance from Mount Tai to Fenggao to Linyi is only 1/5. However, Zhao Yang's marching speed was already very fast, and in addition, Song Qian had already built a transportation network between Mount Tai and Shuzhou. It only took Shao Yun a month to lead his army over. Hey, are they marching over there? Fei Zhong looked at the army on another county road in the distance. It was too far away to see whose flag it was. It is said that Lu Song was finally put to his wits' end by Fei Zhong. When returning to Mount Tai, Fei Zhong only took 5 or 6 guards and rushed back. Lu Song was terrified the whole way. If a group of bandits had rushed out and killed them all, it would have been a complete tragedy. Fortunately, they did not encounter any bandits or outlaws along the way. The flag looks like the character Zhao, Lu Song said after squinting at it for a long time. Ow! General Shao, well, why is he back? Fei Zhong asked in confusion, then narrowed his eyes. Boyan, it seems we've returned at a very opportune time. If I'm not mistaken, General Guang and General Zhang have been defeated by Lu Bu. Let's go over there. It's a coincidence, but the enemy is on the march. Are we really sure we can get through? Are you very familiar with him? Lu Song asked, looking in Zhao Yang's direction. He was quite impressed by the neat and orderly cavalry of over 100 riders opposite him. This was the first time Lu Song, who was from the south, had ever seen such elite cavalry. Very familiar. Fei Song shrugged and said. He was familiar with all of Liu Bei's generals, but he was most familiar with Zhao Yun. There was no way around it. Zhao Yun had served as a civil official for a long time, and Fa Song had had too many opportunities to come into contact with him. Lu Song remained silent. Even if he didn't know who Zhao Yun was or his exact official rank, the fact that Zhao Yun could lead a complete army with such elite cavalry meant he was definitely a general under Liu Bei. Although Fa Zong was the chancellor of Qi, in Lu Song's mind, he was still far removed from such a powerful general. In the past, you were always worried about us being kidnapped, weren't you? Traveling with a legion should put your mind at ease, right? Fa Lian's tone was clearly teasing. Lu Song had probably lived in Jiangdong for quite a while, and given his environment, the Liu family inevitably came into contact with river bandits, so he was very worried about encountering bandits along the way. In reality, there are no large-scale bandits or outlaws in the entire Mount Tai. After all, Liu Bei's policies are excellent. As long as you are willing to work, you can make a living and earn a little money. There is no need to risk your life to rob and plunder. Stop here. Fa Song ordered the driver to stop the carriage on the side of the state road. There was no other way for a large army to march and occupy the road wherever it went. This was written into the law, and no one would provoke it. Of course, normally no one would try to compete with the army for road space. That would be absolutely suicidal. Chapter 594 Dizziness. Hey, I see someone I know, Qin Xiaoming. Fa Song spotted Zhao Yang's adjutant at a glance, stood up, and greeted him with a smile from the roadside. Halt! Upon seeing Fa Song, Qin Shao raised his gun and halted the march. Lu Song immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was obvious that this army was returning to Mount Tai and not engaged in combat, what was the situation with intercepting the army? It seems I underestimated Fa Song. This guy seems to be quite famous in Mount Tai. He even managed to stop the army. Lu Song thought curiously, looking at Fa Song who was smiling broadly beside him. Please wait a moment, Prime Minister Fa. Qin Shao ordered a cavalryman beside him, then bowed to Fa Song. You guys were just transferred back from Shuzhou? Fa Song asked. Qin Shao didn't speak, but glanced at Lu Song to indicate that there were outsiders present. This is Sichuan's disciple. Tell me, I have just returned from Qi and am preparing to report to Fenggao. Should I transfer General Zhao to Yanzhou? Fa Song pointed at Lu Song and said, indicating that Lu Song could know most secrets. Yes. Qin Shao nodded, and then described the whole situation to Fa Song. Oh, I see. I thought it was Guo Jiao who suffered a loss, but I didn't expect that. Fa Song grumbled a couple of times. He wished Guo Jiao would suffer a small loss, but that was usually unrealistic. Soon Zhao Yun appeared at the front of the army riding the night-shining jade lion, accompanied by his curly-haired red hair. Xiuzi, it's been a long time. Zhao Yun bowed with his spear in hand. Yes, it has been a long time. Is everything alright in Shuzhou? Fa Song asked with a smile. Before Zhao Yun could answer, Fa Song asked another question. By the way, what's the story with that horse next to you? Zhu Zao, Zhao Yun frowned slightly. He wasn't like other military generals who only cared about military affairs. He had served as a civil official and had insights into politics and people's hearts. Because of this, he could sense the undercurrents beneath the calm surface of Shuzhou. However, he didn't want to discuss these matters with Fa Song in public. Just then, Fa Song asked another question, which Zhao Yun was happy to answer. This is the curly-haired red hair that Zhang Shaiping and Su Shuang brought back from the southern barbarians. It's a fine steed. As he spoke, Xiao Yun reached out and stroked the curly-haired red hair's mane. The curly-haired red hair snorted knowingly, But then Zhao Yun's knight-shining jade lion began to shake its head. After some soothing, Zhao Yun finally calmed both horses down. "TSK, TSK, TSK, it looks amazing. I remember other horses would avoid you when your horse walked by. This horse is very strong," Fei Xiong exclaimed in amazement. "Let me introduce you. This is Zichuan's apprentice, but I've been training him recently." "Oh, Zichuan's apprentice." Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow. "You didn't corrupt him, did you? Zichuan didn't even hold a formal apprenticeship banquet." "I'll make it up later. Can I borrow this horse for a couple of days?" Fei Xiong asked with a grin. He figured Zichuan had forgotten. That guy was completely unconcerned with formalities and probably didn't take the apprenticeship banquet seriously. He'd remind him later. The necessary things shouldn't be forgotten. Fei Xiong, after all, came from a family of Confucian scholars. Although his family had switched to studying military strategy, they still generally valued etiquette. "No. If it were an ordinary horse, I'd give it to you for free, but this horse," Zhao Yun said with a wry smile, then patted curly-haired Red Hare's head and pointed to the sky. Curly-haired Red Hare understood and flew directly into the sky. Lu Song's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and Fei Xiong was also dumbfounded. However, he coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment and brought Lu Song back to his senses before saying, "Cough, cough, cough. I didn't expect it to be a horse with internal energy leaving its body. Even if you gave it to me, I couldn't ride it. To be honest, it would be very troublesome for Faozhen to ride this BMW. Although the mental strength of civil officials has an innate pressure on animals, it depends on the level. At least for a vehicle like Red Hare, Faozhen would need to train hard for half a year to be able to ride it, and there is still a possibility that he would be killed." "I'll give you a little pony later," Zhao Yun said to Lu Song with a smile, knowing this would happen. "Thank you, General Zhao." Lu Song quickly bowed. "No need to be so polite," Zhao Yun said, waving his hand. He then whistled, and the curly-haired Red Hare, which had been circling in the sky, quickly rushed back. "You don't mind if I trail behind your army, do you?" "I'm also planning to return to Mount Tai," Fei Xiong asked quite politely. "If I don't allow it, are you going to follow me around?" Zhao Yun said with a smile. He was very familiar with Fei Xiong and wouldn't mind a harmless joke. "Then I'll follow behind and won't hinder your march." Fei Xiong waved to his coachman and guards, and then the two carriages headed against the flow of the army. After Faozhen left, Zhao Yun brandished his spear, and the army continued its march forward. He, along with his two horses, sat under the banner. Having two fine horses was indeed an enviable but troublesome situation, since the Jade Lion and the Red Hare were always fighting, and it was a bit of a hassle for Zhao Yun to take care of them. Fortunately, because the two horses were competing with each other, the Jade Lion had lost its excess fat. "You seem to know each other very well." "I thought you were joking," Lu Song said curiously. "I am very familiar with all the civil and military officials in Mount Tai. You will understand when we arrive in Fengyao," Fei Xiong said with a smile. "Just kidding." In the entire Mount Tai, only Fei Xiong didn't know anyone else. All the other officials knew Fei Xiong. After all, he was the one who made the most mistakes in the entire Mount Tai back then. But now that I think about it, it's really a shame to look back on those days. I was really young and ignorant back then, and I was too used to courting death. However, no matter how much Fei Xiong messes things up, his abilities must be acknowledged. When civil and military officials are assessed at the end of the year, Fei Xiong is definitely in the first tier of civil officials, even though he is quite young. "Hey, Brother Zhang, it's been a long time." Fei Xiong saw Zhang Shiping after arriving behind Zhao Yun's army and immediately waved to him. After being repeatedly lectured by Gu Jia and Chen Qi, Fa Zhong finally understood the importance of merchants and would no longer look down on them who were fighting alongside him. In fact, the lectures he received earlier were nothing compared to the fact that he realized how important merchants really were when the Qi kingdom was prospering. Prime Minister Fa, ha ha, I can't accept such an honor. Zhang Xiaoping was taken aback. He turned his head and saw that it was Fa Zhong. He quickly declined, but the smile on his face clearly showed his mood. In the past, Fa Zhong would look at people with his chin. Now that he was being so polite, Zhang Xiaoping couldn't help but feel very happy. What's there to be ashamed of? Fa Zhong said with a smile, then looked around and suddenly caught sight of a figure from behind. He was startled, and his smiling expression dimmed. It seems I'm seeing things. How could she be here? It's unlikely the news would reach there before Shuangde, Liu Bei, has established his rule in the north. Fa Zhong sighed inwardly. Chapter 595 1,000 Miles to Find Her Husband. Zhang Xiaoping, having spent his life navigating the bustling streets and frequenting official residences, naturally possessed a knack for reading people. The hint of gloom in Fa Lian's expression made Zhang Xiaoping's heart tighten. Zhang Xiaoping, who was now completely subservient to Liu Bei, knew very well that if any of the warlords in the world could cleanse the world and restore the Han dynasty, Liu Bei would likely have a 60% chance. Given Liu Bei's benevolence and virtue, his ministers, such as Fa Yun, who were few in number but held high positions and were exceptionally talented, would likely remain in high positions for decades to come. In this way, a businessman like Zhang Xiaoping would never offend a genius like Faozong with such great potential. Naturally, that hint of gloom made Zhang Xiaoping wonder if there was something wrong with him. Brother Zhang, don't worry about it. I was just seeing things. I guess I've been a bit aroused by not seeing women for a few days. Ha ha, Fa Yun laughed. Although Zhang Xiaoping's expression remained almost unchanged, Fa Yun, who had been trained by Guo Jiao and Jiao Su for a long time, had his own grasp of people's hearts and naturally saw through Zhang Xiaoping's worries at a glance, so he put on a lecherous expression. Ha ha, the Prime Minister seems to be quite skilled. Zhang Xiaoping smiled slyly. As long as he wasn't at fault, he was fine. He certainly wouldn't take what Fa Zhong said seriously, nor would he pretend he hadn't heard it. However, since they were on the march, they naturally wouldn't stop and would have to wait until Mount Tai to discuss it further. After chatting with Zhang Xiaoping for a while, Fa Zhong led Lu Song back into the caravan, but upon returning to the carriage, he was struck with a cane. Father, please go easy on me. I can't withstand a blow from your cane, Fa Zhong said with a wry smile, glancing at Lu Song, who was secretly laughing to himself. How could I, Fa Yan, have given birth to such a son? Fa Lian's father was furious, nearly driven mad by Fa Lian's earlier words. How could he be so shameless in front of others? If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, Fa Zhong would have been beaten much more severely. Just 2 days ago, I was still your good son, Fa Zhong said helplessly. Once you have a grandson, you won't bother me anymore. Fa Yan remained silent. He had nothing more to say about Fa Zhong. He had to admit that Fa Zhong had far exceeded his expectations, but sometimes his behavior was inappropriate and his carefree attitude made him want to punch him. On the other side, Jiang Ying looked at Wang Yi, who was a year younger than her, and said, Little sister, I think I see my husband in my eyes. Then why don't you go see him? Wang Yi said, pursing his lips. We came here to find him. We've traveled so far, from Liangshou to Mount Tai, and now we're here. If you see him, why don't you go see him? Jiang Ying smiled bitterly. She had indeed come to see Fa Xin. His family was planning to marry her off to the Mao family of Fufeng, which was Mao Chao's family. There was nothing to say about this. Compared to the increasingly declining Fa family, the Mao family had become increasingly powerful in recent years. If the Jiang family wanted to live better in Shiyang, a marriage alliance was inevitable. However, Fufeng is the ancestral home of the Ban family. It's the place that produced Ban Gu, Ban Chao, and Ban Zhao. Incidentally, Ban Zhou wrote admonitions for women. Women in that area grew up reading admonitions for women, so it was only natural for them to learn from Ban Zhou. Naturally, Jiang Yin belonged to that category. Jiang Yin had already signed the marriage certificate. In reality, she was a member of Fa Lin's family, so naturally, Jiang Yin was extremely dissatisfied with their decision. It wasn't like Fa Zhong was dead, or even if he were currently far away. Even if Fa Zhong were completely down on his luck, he still had to marry. Now that the groom had come to take her away, they wouldn't let her leave did they have any humanity. However, the Jiang family naturally ignored Jiang Yin's resentment. In their minds, no matter how much trouble Jiang Yin caused, she couldn't leave. The distance from Liangzhou to Mount Tai was no joke. In this chaotic war, Jiang Yin was naturally trapped in the Jiang family, but they didn't keep a close watch on her. This gave Jiang Yin almost complete contact with the outside world. In addition, her mother and sister all supported her. This is what is called regional advantage. There's no way around it. You have to understand the women of the birthplace of women's admonition. It was obvious that Jiang Yin's mother, aunt, younger aunt, and cousins didn't have any good ideas either. After all, at this time, they didn't even know where Fa Zhong was exactly. When Fa Zhong sent someone to pick up Fa Yin, he didn't say what official position he held or where he lived. He just said that he would take him to Mount Tai. Finally, Jiang Yin's smartest cousin, Wang Yi, prepared a plan for Jiang Yin, which can be summarized as, search for our husbands across 1,000 miles. Since they are in Mount Tai, why don't we just go there to look for them? Anyway, once they leave, it won't be easy for the Jiang family to find them. In reality, this plan was highly unreliable. If it were just Jiang Yin doing it alone, it might fall apart. Naturally, Jiang Yin's sisters would not allow it at all. However, Wang Yi was the smartest among these sisters, aunts, and uncles. Just because others didn't allow it didn't mean she wouldn't do it. After Jiang Yin didn't completely reject the suggestion of traveling 1,000 miles to find her husband, Wang Yi said that she would handle the rest. After that, things became simple. Miss Wang's intelligence, not to mention anything else, is definitely high in logic and meticulousness. After a long period of comparison and selection, Wang Yi and Zhang Xiaoping got together. This is a one-time thing, and it will not be repeated. Chen Xi tapped Cheng Lan's forehead and said, the main problem is that it will be difficult to handle if I tell them. Other families are different from ours. Although I inherited 1/3 of the Cheng family's business, I still have a separate house and courtyard for the Cheng family that moved here. I only gave them considerable convenience. Cheng Lang nodded. She didn't reply, but simply listened quietly to Cheng Xi's words while hugging the blanket. The reason I live alone is that with more people, there needs to be rules. These rules apply not only to the Cheng family, but also to me. Even as the head of the family, I must abide by certain rules, Chen Xi sighed. He is now the head of the Taishan Cheng family, and if he were to live with the Cheng family, there would be countless rules. The rules of a large family are simply too numerous to count. Cheng Lang nodded. She understood these matters well, considering the difference between simplicity and complexity. Having lived with Cheng Xi for over a decade, Cheng Lang was extremely familiar with the Cheng family's rules. While living with other members of the Cheng clan would have many advantages, it would also bring numerous troubles. Therefore, to protect Cheng Lang and the others, Chen Qi ultimately chose a separate house and courtyard. Here, I can make decisions on my own. I can pretend I don't see many things, but when the whole family gathers together, many things become very troublesome, Chen Xi sighed and said. Being a high-ranking family is good, but it also restricts too many things. Chen Long nodded as if she understood, and Chen Xi patted her. If you're tired, go to sleep. Don't push yourself too hard, it's not good for your health. Chen Long murmured softly, then obediently lay down on her side. Chen Xi had a lot to say but didn't. If they had really lived together with the Chen family back then, Mi Zheng and Zheng Mi would almost never have come. Similarly, even if Mi Zheng and the others had come under those circumstances, they would have needed to maintain the demeanor of well-bred ladies and behave with propriety in every move. This is why Mi Zheng and her friends often lingered at Chen Xi's, Jia Su's, and Kai Yan's houses. Only at these houses could they relax without restraint. Although Kai Yan valued etiquette, she would turn a blind eye to Mi Zheng and her friends' impolite behavior during breaks from classes, since she herself had suffered as a result. As for Jia Su's family, it was similar to Chen Xi's family, with few rules, and they also had a Jia Yun of the same age. If Chen Xi were living with the Chen family, his study would probably only be accessible to the illiterate maid who cleaned it, Chen Long, who was now pregnant, and the distinguished guests invited by Chen Xi. Anyone else who went in would likely be punished according to the family rules. The ancestral hall and the study are forbidden areas in any family. The eldest daughter of the main family and the matriarch can only enter these places on certain occasions, let alone women from other families. Even if Chen Xi's study was empty, if Mi Zheng went in under those circumstances, the Mi family would still need to give an explanation to the Chen family. As for the burning of the study, in addition to handing Mi Zheng over to the Chen family for handling, the Mi family also needs to give an answer. No matter how good the personal relationship is between Chen Xi and Mi Zhu, the family's face must not be humiliated. This is why Chen Xi never mentioned Mi Zheng burning down the study, nor did he allow anyone else to bring it up. Just because Mi Zheng was immature didn't mean Mi Zhu was immature. If this matter were brought up, no matter how much Mi Zhu doted on Mi Zheng, he would hand her over to Chen Xi to deal with. And if things escalated to that point, Chen Xi would have no choice but to harden his heart. In that case, it would be better to pretend that nothing had happened. Seeing that Chen Long was asleep, Chen Xi slowly withdrew. After instructing the maid, Chen Xi walked towards the door. Looking at the complexity of the embroidery of children's clothes, Chen Xi shook her head. Since Chen Long became pregnant, the complexity of the embroidery had changed a lot. She rarely went to Kai Yan's place to study anymore, and she no longer invited girls from other families to the Chen family. She spent most of her time reading books and embroidering children's clothes. Gianna, I plan to go to Lini. You stay at home and take good care of Lana. Chen Xi sighed and said. He had been wanting to tell Chen Long about this, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. In the end, he told Fan Jian, hoping that Fan Jian would pass it on to Chen Long. Fan Jian was stunned. He didn't even notice that the cheerfully embroidered robe had fallen into the basket. Are we going to war again? Fan Jian asked. Yes, we are going to war, Chen Xi said calmly. Since the rise of Mount Tai, he and Chen Longfan had been separated most of the time. Can we not go? Fan Jian's eyes were slightly red. Probably not. Chen Xi sighed and said, I've chosen this path, so I have to keep going. I'm just sorry to you and Lana. Can you come back before the new year? Fan Jian asked after hesitating for a long time. I'll do my best, Chen Xi said with a sigh. He finally decided to accept it. After all, he was the only one qualified for Mount Tai. Chapter 591 Taking this as my heart. Before Zhao Yun returned, Chen Xi went to Liu Bei's house. For the first time, he felt weary of war. Even his calm and undisturbed state of mind was disturbed by his wife and children. Not everyone is a monster like Yu Yang or Yi. Chen Xi entered Liu Bei's house without any hindrance or inspection. Su Chu had gone to the front line, and Wu Anghua had gone to Jingzhou. The only forces protecting Liu Bei were the city management troops and the Su family warriors led by Su Chu's brother, Su Ding. However, both of these forces completely ignored Chen Xi's actions. Zishuan? Liu Bei asked, somewhat puzzled, looking at Chen Xi, who had suddenly appeared in his house. Zhang Shi and Gang Shi, who were standing to the side, did not try to avoid him. Lord Xuande, may Zijin go? Chen Xi asked after thinking for a while. No, Zijin's status is sufficient, but he has no experience in commanding troops. You also know Yunchang's personality. If Zijin goes, it will be a problem. Liu Bei shook his head and said. He had a good eye for people. In his opinion, Lu Su could indeed be an excellent commander, but compared to Lu Su's ability in administration, Liu Bei felt it was better not to waste time now. Chen Xi frowned. Everyone knew Guang Yu's personality. Although he absolutely respected Lu Su in political affairs, it would be difficult for Guang Yu to obey Lu Su in military matters without demonstrating it 3 or 5 times. However, I have a compromise, Liu Bei said after glancing at Lady Gang and thinking for a moment. A compromise? Chen Xi asked, puzzled. Zichuan has come to ask me now, presumably because of your wife. We are in the same situation. I understand. You can let your wife accompany the army, Liu Bei said solemnly to Chen Xi. No way. Chen Xi refused decisively. In times of war and chaos, it's better to be safe than sorry. But if something goes wrong, it's absolutely unacceptable. Let me finish speaking first. Liu Bei waved his hand and said, I know what you're worried about, but I've seen your plan. There won't be any problems for you to take your wife there. After all, you're going to build a city directly. With the city's protection and tens of thousands of troops protecting you, and with Yunchang and Zilong also there, if there's still danger under these circumstances, then there's no safe place in the world. Chen Xi frowned. Let me think about it. Changing the commander is impossible. My situation is the same as yours, so this is the only option, Liu Bei said helplessly. We can delay the deployment of troops. You can bring your wife over after the inner city is completed. Feng Shao and the others have stabilized the situation. Yuan Shao is also deploying troops. With the 3 sides restraining each other, it will be difficult to make much progress. Chen Xi silently analyzed the situation. Although his military strategy wasn't particularly advanced, he had been in this era for quite some time and had been constantly learning. He understood many things, including attacking and defending cities. He was very confident. That's not impossible, Chen Xi nodded. However, I'll have to move my entire family there. Liu Bei nodded, agreeing to Chen Xi's suggestion. Your wife also needs care, and you shouldn't show favoritism. Chen Xi bowed deeply to Liu Bei. Lord Xuande, please issue the document requesting the people of Qinzhou, Taishan, and Xuzhou to voluntarily relocate to Lini in Yanzhou. I will also recruit refugees from Binzhou and Yanzhou, as well as the Yellow Turban rebels from Heishan, to build a new city there. In the future, that place will serve as our bridgehead for marching on Weijun in Jizhou. Go ahead, I'm at ease with you there. If we are going to fight Ji province, sending troops from Mount Tai is too far. Lini is a good choice, Liu Bei said with a smile. He was very familiar with the situation in the world and naturally understood that a multi-front attack was necessary in the battle against Yuan Shao. I will do a good job, Chen Xi said solemnly. If Liu Xian returns from his service to the king, I will let him stay in Lini. No need, we don't need that between us, Liu Bei waved his hand and said. I have my own confidence. Our paths are similar, and we share the same goals, so we don't need this kind of formality. Thank you. Chen Xi sighed softly. Liu Bei was still Liu Bei, and he was still himself. everyone hadn't changed. It should be said that the oath to surpass one's ancestors put absolute pressure on Liu Bei, but it also made his heart unwavering. Go, remember to write a letter during the new year. Don't go to Lini with your beautiful concubine and forget about me, your like-minded friend. Liu Bei waved his hand dismissively, signaling Cheng Xi to get lost, but the last word, friend, left Cheng Xi deeply moved. After Cheng Xi left, Zhang looked at Liu Bei, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. After several attempts, Liu Bei finally noticed Zhang's expression. Are you wondering why I allowed it and didn't impose any restrictions on Sichuan? Liu Bei said with a smile. Zhang did not answer, but the obvious curiosity on her face said it all. Because it's unnecessary. Sichuan and I share the same ideals. We are like-minded and don't need these things. Besides, I don't bother to doubt him. I trust him. Liu Bei said calmly, a strong sense of confidence flashing in his eyes. Similarly, I trust myself. I won't misjudge others. Then, under Zhang's bewildered gaze, Liu Bei exuded strong confidence. Not only will I not doubt Sichuan, but I will also not doubt my subordinates. I believe I can lead them to the ultimate glory. The goal I pursue is enough to command them. Zhang and Gang were clearly puzzled, but Liu Bei didn't say anything more. As Liu Bei remained in a high position for longer, he developed an increasingly domineering presence befitting a warlord. However, these were merely outward manifestations. His inner self remained unchanged, characterized by an unwavering heart. Under the oath he made years ago, Liu Bei bore immense pressure, which made his heart incredibly firm. He would not waver in his original intention. He was who he was. Now, he is still Liu Bei, sitting on the ground, vying for wine with Guan Yu, Lang Fei, Chen Xi, and others. Only his outward appearance has changed. Inwardly, he remains true to his original heart, still possesses the same benevolence, and is still the Liu Shuangda who made a great vow and swore an oath to heaven. He believes in the justice of heaven and the inherent goodness of human nature, and he also believes that if he treats others with sincerity, they will treat him with sincerity in return. Furthermore, he intends to realize the invincible benevolence that has been passed down only in poetry and books since ancient times, and whose authenticity is difficult to discern. Yuan Shao, we will eventually have a battle. Liu Bei said calmly, gazing northward. He had abandoned all his doubts and was determined to move forward on the path he had taken to fulfill his vow. Perhaps Yuan Shao did nothing wrong, and it wasn't a matter of disloyalty or loyalty. Even Liu Bei knew that some of his actions could be considered disloyalty. But now he only believed in one thing: how to make the Han dynasty prosperous and how to make the people rich. He kept this in mind and was clear about it. Chapter 592: The reason for being invincible among those of the same rank. Chen Xi didn't tell anyone that he would be bringing his wife along. To be honest, it wasn't exactly a nice thing to say. Historically, few soldiers who brought their wives and children to war had a good reputation. After Guo Jia stabilized the situation in Yanzhou, he stopped fighting Lu Bu head-on and instead dragged Cheng Gang into harassment. He would ambush Lu Bu one day and annoy him the next, killing only 30 or 50 people each time. However, over time, Lu Bu's army's originally high morale was finally broken. However, Cheng Gang was no pushover. Having suffered a loss at Guo Jia's hands, he retaliated in kind, using his mental talent to launch 2 counter-ambushes against Guo Jia. In the end, both sides backed down. This situation is not good. Guo Jia clicked his tongue inwardly, looking helplessly at Yuan Shao's army stationed across the river from his own. It was obvious that Yuan Shao's army and Lu Bu's army had some tacit understanding. Does military advisor Gu remember what Marquis Cheng said? Only the weak need alliances. The path of a hegemon can never be shared with others. One can only face it alone. Cheng Qi was also somewhat helpless. He wasn't stupid, It was obvious that Lu Bu's army and Yuan Shao's army had already communicated, but at this moment, he absolutely could not back down. That's true. Although it's a bit inappropriate, war is ultimately about doing what's in one's own interest. It seems the people they sent have a lot of arbitrary power. Guo Jiao shrugged and said, even if Yuan Shao and Lu Bu joined forces, Guo Jiao wasn't worried about being defeated. It was possible they couldn't win, but holding them off wouldn't be difficult. As Guo Jiao had predicted, Tianfeng and his men, numbering over 20,000, returned with a vengeance. This time, however, Yuan Tan was the leader, but he was merely a figurehead, not a figurehead like Chen Xi with real power. Yuan Shao had already instructed Yuan Tan to listen to Tianfeng when he arrived. To put it bluntly, Yuan Shao sent Yuan Tan here simply to hone his skills and give him some experience. As for putting Yuan Tan in command, Yuan Shao wasn't stupid. Chen Gang and Lu Bu weren't whetstones, nor were Guang Yu and Guo Jia, and Yuan Tan was certainly not a genius. A truly exceptional genius who could be used as a whetstone hadn't yet emerged. Originally, Yuan Shao's plan was largely the same as Lu Bei's. However, upon arriving in Yanzhou, Tianfeng realized that the current situation made it difficult to implement the plan. He promptly consulted with Chen Gang, and naturally, reported the situation to Yuan Shao. After a brief consideration, Yuan Shao entrusted Tianfeng with full authority. General Yan, what are your thoughts on meeting Lu Bu this time? Tianfeng had another in-depth conversation with Chen Gang, and upon returning to camp, he couldn't help but ask Yan Liang. Terrifying, Yan Liang said after a moment of deep thought. Several years later, at the negotiation meeting between Tianfeng and Chen Gang, Yan Liang saw Lu Bu again. Compared to the last time, this time Yan Liang could barely feel how terrifying Lu Bu was. It was much better than the last time, when he couldn't even see the opponent's strength. Lu Bu had accompanied the negotiations earlier. However, he had absolutely no interest in Tianfeng's side, or rather, he had no interest in the negotiations whatsoever. Lu Bu had heard from Chen Gang that a renowned scholar had come from Lu Bei's side to negotiate, but he hadn't seen the man. As for the content of the negotiations, he knew nothing, and more importantly, Lu Bu had no interest in knowing. As for Yan Liang, Lu Bu glanced at him but showed little interest. He was merely a general of Zhang Fei's caliber. He might have considered fighting someone like Guang Yu, even though Zhang Fei and Guang Yu were roughly equal in raw strength. However, Guang Yu was capable of inhuman feats, provided he was confident enough. With just one glance, Yan Liang was terrified. Compared to when Lu Bu fought 3 opponents at once, Lu Bu was now even stronger. Naturally, Yan Liang, who had just reached the peak of the inner chi separation stage, clearly felt the terror of Lu Bu. Terrifying? Tianfeng asked, puzzled. How could it be described as terrifying? He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Yan Liang. Yan Liang smiled bitterly. It's truly terrifying. I'm afraid I'd be dead within 30 moves if he went all out, and that's assuming he doesn't use red hair and I can run away. He is. Tianfeng felt a chill. In that case, I estimate that the group of people at Huo Pass have all made considerable progress. I reckon I'm now at the level of Guang Yu and Zhang Fei, Yan Liang said helplessly. He had indeed improved very quickly, but Lu Bu was improving even faster. That guy was simply a monster. Guang Yu and Zhang Fei, then what level do you estimate Zhao Zilong is at? Tianfeng calmed himself down. It seemed that Lu Bu had to be captured. He absolutely could not be allowed to fall into Lu Bei's hands. Zhao Zilong. He's not very strong, but I'm not sure about his strength either. Maybe next time I meet Zhao Zilong, he'll be incredibly strong, or maybe he won't have changed much at all. Yan Liang shook his head. Now that his strength has increased significantly, Yan Liang can sense that Shao Yun at Huo Pass is not very strong. He doesn't have the strength to go head-to-head with Lu Bu. In other words, he has excellent internal energy and superb skills and speed, but his foundation is not solid. The ultimate strength of a general lies in his internal energy foundation. In Yan Liang's memory, there is only one possibility for condensed but scarce internal energy. When a martial general cannot improve, they must continuously condense their internal energy to improve its quality. Yan Liang was not mistaken. Zhao Yun did not have much internal energy at He Pass. His sixth retraining had not been going on for long. However, because the nature of his internal energy was unpredictable, coupled with his terrifying skills and astonishing speed, even Lu Bu was fooled. Of course, after He Pass, Lu Bu naturally discovered Zhao Xiang's problem with his amazing strength. However, he did not look down on Zhao Yun like others did. On the contrary, he understood Zhao Yun's strength better than others. Although Lu Bu didn't understand why Zhao Yun's internal energy was clearly condensed through countless trials, yet the amount of internal energy was only at the level of the initial stage of internal energy leaving the body. He wouldn't simply assume that Zhao Yun couldn't improve. On the contrary, there was another possibility, the Divine Stone. Compared to animals that can only absorb Divine Stones through instinct, if a general obtains a Divine Stone, he will use it efficiently and systematically. It can even be said that with the same Divine Stone, an animal can only exert 1/5 of its potential, but a human can exert several times the effect. However, animals have the instinct to discover Divine Stones, while humans do not, which is a kind of fairness. Because they are rare and precious, if humans were to obtain a fragment of a Divine Stone, the boost to their combat power would be terrifying. Unfortunately, apart from his innate talent, the reason why Lu Bu has reached his current level of invincibility among his peers and can usually take on 3 opponents at once is because he has also swallowed a Divine Stone, and even the core of that Divine Stone. Because he had tasted it, he understood the power of the Divine Stone better than others. What he extracted from the Divine Stone, besides his superhuman strength, was his inhuman recovery speed. Of course, this recovery was not just physical strength, but also mental will and belief. This is why Lu Bu could not be defeated in a head-on confrontation. Chapter 593 Zhao Yun returns to Fuzhen. Song Qian looked at the geological report of Lini area and was completely relieved. There was no shortage of stone materials in that area, and building a strong city would be no problem at all. The remaining issue was mainly the craftsmen. Stonemasons and carpenters were not really important. With the construction of many buildings, these could be broken down into smaller parts, down to the point that they required no technical skill and that anyone could do them as long as they were well directed. So, how's the city of Lini? Is it alright? Jiaosu asked, glancing at the research report in Song Qian's hand. It's very simple. We'll use local materials. I plan to build the road as well. This way, once we're connected to Mount Tai, our troop deployment time can be reduced from 10 days to 8 days. We'll start construction on both sides at the same time. The local brick kilns have already started operating. Song Qian nodded and said, we'll pave the ground with bricks and then build the road. If the foundation is solid, our supply transport speed can be increased by several times. Song Qian is now undoubtedly the most experienced architect in the world. In the past year alone, he designed and had people build 5 city-level buildings, which are now basically completed. He also designed, planned, and handed over several other buildings to others for construction. I don't understand these things. You can handle it yourself. How long will it take to build a permanent defensive infrastructure? Jiaosu shook his head. He really didn't understand these things, but he still had absolute trust in Song Qian's ability to build cities and infrastructure. The expansion and reconstruction of Mount Tai and Qingxiu were all done by Song Qian. It should be completed before the end of the year. The city level should be at the level of an inner city of a prefecture. If necessary, It can be upgraded further, Sun Qian said confidently. To be honest, construction of Lini has already begun right under Lu Bu's nose. However, at this point, there are only quarrying teams, brick kills, and logging teams. The rest are staff working on the actual planning. It wasn't that Sun Qian looked down on Chenggang and Lu Bu. Rather, he was certain that as long as he didn't start working, no one would be able to tell what he was doing, not even Chenggang. That's what specialization is all about. Raise it to the prefecture level, Jiaosu said directly. In that case, the construction period will be extended. Although it can be completed before the end of the year, we will need to rush the work. Sun Qian asked in confusion. Cities at the county level are basically already among the best fortified cities. Is it really necessary? We just want to build a permanent defensive position, even though this position is a city. That's a bridgehead for fighting Yuanshao, and its successful construction will separate Ji Province and Yan Province. Although it doesn't seem obvious now, it's extremely important for our future campaign against Wei Commandery, Jiaosu said calmly, without showing any contempt for Sun Qian for asking such a silly question. In that case, a prefecture-level city would also be acceptable. However, since it's intended to serve as a bridgehead, it should be constructed as a three-tiered inner city structure. The outer city should be rebuilt as a purely military defensive structure, the middle city as a barbican, and the inner city should be reinforced. The foundation should be reinforced, and the city walls should be reinforced and raised. But this must be done step by step, Sun Qian said after considering for a moment. He was now a true master architect. Then it's up to you. Get the inner city built before the new year. Jiaosu nodded repeatedly, indicating that Sun Qian should do it. After learning the actual situation, Sun Qian had no choice but to abandon the original plan to build the county seat and instead proceed with the plan to build the prefectural capital. Fortunately, he had already reserved a large number of manpower, and he also had many Black Mountain Yellow Turbans to command. Sun Qian was not worried about a shortage of manpower. Regarding the issue of personnel mobilization and management, Sun Qian knew he certainly couldn't command hundreds of thousands of people without causing chaos. However, since Cheng Xi was the commander-in-chief, the mobilization of personnel in the rear would mainly be directed by Cheng Xi, who had considerable experience in this area. It seems we still need to build the road to Lini first, so that we can ensure the transportation of supplies. Sun Qian took the map, first determined the positions of both sides, and then began to check the quantity of supplies, quickly reaching a conclusion. Compared to the distance from Shopi in Shuzhou to Mount Tai, the distance from Mount Tai to Fenggao to Lini is only 1/5. However, Zhao Yang's marching speed was already very fast, and in addition, Sun Qian had already built a transportation network between Mount Tai and Shuzhou. It only took Zhao Yun a month to lead his army over. Hey, are they marching over there? Fei Xiong looked at the army on another county road in the distance. It was too far away to see whose flag it was. It is said that Lu Song was finally put to his wits' end by Fei Xiong. When returning to Mount Tai, Fei Xiong only took 5 or 6 guards and rushed back. Lu Song was terrified the whole way. If a group of bandits had rushed out and killed them all, it would have been a complete tragedy. Fortunately, they did not encounter any bandits or outlaws along the way. The flag looks like the character Zhao, Lu Song said after squinting at it for a long time. Ow! General Zhao, well, why is he back? Fei Xiong asked in confusion, then narrowed his eyes. Boyan, it seems we've returned at a very opportune time. If I'm not mistaken, General Guang and General Zhang have been defeated by Lu Bu. Let's go over there. It's a coincidence, but the enemy is on the march. Are we really sure we can get through? Are you very familiar with him? Lu Song asked, looking in Zhao Yang's direction. He was quite impressed by the neat and orderly cavalry of over 100 riders opposite him. This was the first time Lu Song, who was from the south, had ever seen such elite cavalry. Very familiar. Fa Song shrugged and said. He was familiar with all of Liu Bei's generals, but he was most familiar with Zhao Yun. There was no way around it. Zhao Yun had served as a civil official for a long time, and Fa Song had had too many opportunities to come into contact with him. Lu Song remained silent. Even if he didn't know who Zhao Yun was or his exact official rank, the fact that Zhao Yun could lead a complete army with such elite cavalry meant he was definitely a general under Liu Bei. Although Fa Song was the chancellor of Qi, in Lu Song's mind, he was still far removed from such a powerful general. In the past, you were always worried about us being kidnapped, weren't you? Traveling with a legion should put your mind at ease, right? Fa Lian's tone was clearly teasing. Lu Song had probably lived in Jiangdong for quite a while, and given his environment, the Liu family inevitably came into contact with river bandits, so he was very worried about encountering bandits along the way. In reality, there are no large-scale bandits or outlaws in the entire Mount Tai. After all, Liu Bei's policies are excellent. As long as you are willing to work, you can make a living and earn a little money. There is no need to risk your life to rob and plunder. Stop here. Fa Song ordered the driver to stop the carriage on the side of the state road. There was no other way for a large army to march and occupy the road wherever it went. This was written into the law, and no one would provoke it. Of course, normally no one would try to compete with the army for road space. That would be absolutely suicidal. Chapter 594 Dizziness. Hey, I see someone I know, Qin Xiaoming. Fa Song spotted Zhao Yang's adjutant at a glance, stood up, and greeted him with a smile from the roadside. Halt! Upon seeing Fa Song, Qin Shao raised his gun and halted the march. Lu Song immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was obvious that this army was returning to Mount Tai and not engaged in combat, what was the situation with intercepting the army? It seems I underestimated Fa Song. This guy seems to be quite famous in Mount Tai. He even managed to stop the army. Lu Song thought curiously, looking at Fa Song, who was smiling broadly beside him. Please wait a moment, Prime Minister Fa. Qin Shao ordered a cavalryman beside him, then bowed to Fa Song. You guys were just transferred back from Shuzhou? Fa Song asked. Qin Shao didn't speak, but glanced at Lu Song to indicate that there were outsiders present. This is Sichuan's disciple. Tell me, I have just returned from Qi and am preparing to report to Fenggao. Should I transfer General Zhao to Yanzhou? Fa Song pointed at Lu Song and said, indicating that Lu Song could know most secrets. Yes. Qin Shao nodded, and then described the whole situation to Fa Song. Oh, I see. I thought it was Guo Jiao who suffered a loss, but I didn't expect that. Fa Song grumbled a couple of times. He wished Guo Jiao would suffer a small loss, but that was usually unrealistic. Soon Zhao Yun appeared at the front of the army riding the night-shining jade lion, accompanied by his curly-haired red hair. Xiuzi, it's been a long time. Zhao Yun bowed with his spear in hand. Yes, it has been a long time. Is everything alright in Shuzhou? Fa Song asked with a smile. Before Zhao Yun could answer, Fa Song asked another question. By the way, what's the story with that horse next to you? Zuzao, Zhao Yun frowned slightly. He wasn't like other military generals who only cared about military affairs. He had served as a civil official and had insights into politics and people's hearts. Because of this, he could sense the undercurrents beneath the calm surface of Shuzhou. However, he didn't want to discuss these matters with Fa Song in public. Just then, Fa Song asked another question, which Zhao Yun was happy to answer. This is the curly-haired red hair that Zhang Shiping and Su Shuang brought back from the southern barbarians. It's a fine steed. As he spoke, Xiao Yun reached out and stroked the curly-haired red hare's mane. The curly-haired red hare snorted knowingly, but then Zhao Yun's knight-shining jade lion began to shake its head. After some soothing, Zhao Yun finally calmed both horses down. "TSK, TSK, TSK, it looks amazing. I remember other horses would avoid you when your horse walked by. This horse is very strong," Fei Xiong exclaimed in amazement. "Let me introduce you. This is Zichuan's apprentice, but I've been training him recently." "Oh, Zichuan's apprentice." Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow. "You didn't corrupt him, did you? Zichuan didn't even hold a formal apprenticeship banquet." "I'll make it up later. Can I borrow this horse for a couple of days?" Fei Xiong asked with a grin. He figured Zichuan had forgotten. That guy was completely unconcerned with formalities and probably didn't take the apprenticeship banquet seriously. He'd remind him later. The necessary things shouldn't be forgotten. Fei Xiong, after all, came from a family of Confucian scholars. Although his family had switched to studying military strategy, they still generally valued etiquette. "No. If it were an ordinary horse, I'd give it to you for free, but this horse," Zhao Yun said with a wry smile, then patted curly-haired red hare's head and pointed to the sky. Curly-haired red hare understood and flew directly into the sky. Lu Song's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and Fei Xiong was also dumbfounded. However, he coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment and brought Lu Song back to his senses before saying, "Cough, cough, cough. I didn't expect it to be a horse with internal energy leaving its body. Even if you gave it to me, I couldn't ride it. To be honest, it would be very troublesome for Faozhen to ride this BMW. Although the mental strength of civil officials has an innate pressure on animals, it depends on the level. At least for a vehicle like Red Hare, Faozhen would need to train hard for half a year to be able to ride it, and there is still a possibility that he would be killed. I'll give you a little pony later," Zhao Yun said to Lu Song with a smile, knowing this would happen. "Thank you, General Zhao." Lu Song quickly bowed. "No need to be so polite," Zhao Yun said, waving his hand. He then whistled, and the curly-haired red hare, which had been circling in the sky, quickly rushed back. "You don't mind if I trail behind your army, do you?" "I'm also planning to return to Mount Tai," Fei Xiong asked quite politely. "If I don't allow it, are you going to follow me around?" Zhao Yun said with a smile. He was very familiar with Fei Xiong and wouldn't mind a harmless joke. "Then I'll follow behind and won't hinder your march." Fei Xiong waved to his coachman and guards, and then the two carriages headed against the flow of the army. After Faozhen left, Zhao Yun brandished his spear, and the army continued its march forward. He, along with his two horses, sat under the banner. Having two fine horses was indeed an enviable but troublesome situation, since the Jade Lion and the Red Hare were always fighting, and it was a bit of a hassle for Zhao Yun to take care of them. Fortunately, because the two horses were competing with each other, the Jade Lion had lost its excess fat. "You seem to know each other very well. I thought you were joking," Lu Song said curiously. "I am very familiar with all the civil and military officials in Mount Tai. You will understand when we arrive in Fenggao," Fei Xiong said with a smile. "Just kidding. In the entire Mount Tai, only Fei Xiong didn't know anyone else. All the other officials knew Fei Xiong. After all, he was the one who made the most mistakes in the entire Mount Tai back then. But now that I think about it, it's really a shame to look back on those days. I was really young and ignorant back then, and I was too used to courting death. However, no matter how much Fei Xiong messes things up, his abilities must be acknowledged. When civil and military officials are assessed at the end of the year, Fei Xiong is definitely in the first tier of civil officials, even though he is quite young. Hey, brother Zhang, it's been a long time. Fa Xiong saw Zhang Xiaoping after arriving behind Zhao Yang's army and immediately waved to him. After being repeatedly lectured by Gu Jiao and Chen Qi, Fa Xiong finally understood the importance of merchants and would no longer look down on them who were fighting alongside him. In fact, the lectures he received earlier were nothing compared to the fact that he realized how important merchants really were when the Qi kingdom was prospering. Prime Minister Fa, ha ha, I can't accept such an honor. Zhang Xiaoping was taken aback. He turned his head and saw that it was Fa Xiong. He quickly declined, but the smile on his face clearly showed his mood. In the past, Fa Xiong would look at people with his chin. Now that he was being so polite, Zhang Xiaoping couldn't help but feel very happy. What's there to be ashamed of? Fa Xiong said with a smile, then looked around and suddenly caught sight of a figure from behind. He was startled, and his smiling expression dimmed. It seems I'm seeing things. How could she be here? It's unlikely the news would reach there before Shuangde, Liu Bei, has established his rule in the north. Fa Xiong sighed inwardly. Chapter 595 1,000 Miles to Find Her Husband. Zhang Xiaoping, having spent his life navigating the bustling streets and frequenting official residences, naturally possessed a knack for reading people. The hint of gloom in Fa Lian's expression made Zhang Xiaoping's heart tighten. Zhang Xiaoping, who was now completely subservient to Liu Bei, knew very well that if any of the warlords in the world could cleanse the world and restore the Han dynasty, Liu Bei would likely have a 60% chance. Given Liu Bei's benevolence and virtue, his ministers, such as Fa Yun, who were few in number but held high positions and were exceptionally talented, would likely remain in high positions for decades to come. In this way, a businessman like Zhang Xiaoping would never offend a genius like Fazeng with such great potential. Naturally, that hint of gloom made Zhang Xiaoping wonder if there was something wrong with him. Brother Zhang, don't worry about it. I was just seeing things. I guess I've been a bit aroused by not seeing women for a few days. Ha ha, Fa Yun laughed. Although Zhang Xiaoping's expression remained almost unchanged, Fa Yun, who had been trained by Gu Jiao and Jiao Su for a long time, had his own grasp of people's hearts and naturally saw through Zhang Xiaoping's worries at a glance, so he put on a lecherous expression. Ha ha, the Prime Minister seems to be quite skilled. Zhang Xiaoping smiled slyly. As long as he wasn't at fault, he was fine. He certainly wouldn't take what Fa Xiong said seriously, nor would he pretend he hadn't heard it. However, since they were on the march, they naturally wouldn't stop and would have to wait until Mount Tai to discuss it further. After chatting with Zhang Xiaoping for a while, Fa Xiong led Lu Song back into the caravan, but upon returning to the carriage, he was struck with a cane. Father, please go easy on me. I can't withstand a blow from your cane, Fa Xiong said with a wry smile, glancing at Lu Song, who was secretly laughing to himself. How could I, Fa Yan, have given birth to such a son? Fa Yan's father was furious, nearly driven mad by Fa Yan's earlier words. How could he be so shameless in front of others? If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, Fa Xiong would have been beaten much more severely. Just 2 days ago, I was still your good son, Fa Xiong said helplessly. Once you have a grandson, you won't bother me anymore. Fa Yan remained silent. He had nothing more to say about Fa Xiong. He had to admit that Fa Xiong had far exceeded his expectations, but sometimes his behavior was inappropriate and his carefree attitude made him want to punch him. On the other side, Jiang Ying looked at Wang Yi, who was a year younger than her, and said, Little sister, I think I see my husband in my eyes. Then why don't you go see him? Wang Yi said, pursing his lips. We came here to find him. We've traveled so far, from Liangshou to Mount Tai, and now we're here. If you see him, why don't you go see him? Jiang Ying smiled bitterly. she had indeed come to see Fa Xin. His family was planning to marry her off to the Mao family of Fufeng, which was Mao Chao's family. There was nothing to say about this. Compared to the increasingly declining Fa family, the Mao family had become increasingly powerful in recent years. If the Jiang family wanted to live better in Shiyang, a marriage alliance was inevitable. However, Fufeng is the ancestral home of the Ban family. It's the place that produced Ban Gu, Ban Chao, and Ban Zhao. Incidentally, Ban Zhou wrote admonitions for women. Women in that area grew up reading admonitions for women, so it was only natural for them to learn from Ban Zhou. Naturally, Jiang Yin belonged to that category. Jiang Yin had already signed the marriage certificate. In reality, she was a member of Fa Lin's family, so naturally, Jiang Yin was extremely dissatisfied with their decision. It wasn't like Fa Zhong was dead, or even if he were currently far away. Even if Fa Zhong were completely down on his luck, he still had to marry. Now that the groom had come to take her away, they wouldn't let her leave did they have any humanity. However, the Jiang family naturally ignored Jiang Yin's resentment. In their minds, no matter how much trouble Jiang Yin caused, she couldn't leave. The distance from Liangzhou to Mount Tai was no joke. In this chaotic war, Jiang Yin was naturally trapped in the Jiang family, but they didn't keep a close watch on her. This gave Jiang Yin almost complete contact with the outside world. In addition, her mother and sister all supported her. This is what is called regional advantage. There's no way around it. You have to understand the women of the birthplace of women's admonition. It was obvious that Jiang Yin's mother, aunt, younger aunt, and cousins didn't have any good ideas either. After all, at this time, they didn't even know where Fa Zhong was exactly. When Fa Zhong sent someone to pick up Fa Yin, he didn't say what official position he held or where he lived. He just said that he would take him to Mount Tai. Finally, Jiang Yin's smartest cousin, Wang Yi, prepared a plan for Jiang Yin, which can be summarized as, search for our husbands across 1,000 miles. Since they are in Mount Tai, why don't we just go there to look for them? Anyway, once they leave, it won't be easy for the Jiang family to find them. In reality, this plan was highly unreliable. If it were just Jiang Yin doing it alone, it might fall apart. Naturally, Jiang Yin's sisters would not allow it at all. However, Wang Yi was the smartest among these sisters, aunts, and uncles. Just because others didn't allow it didn't mean she wouldn't do it. After Jiang Yin didn't completely reject the suggestion of traveling 1,000 miles to find her husband, Wang Yi said that she would handle the rest. After that, things became simple. Miss Wang's intelligence, not to mention anything else, is definitely high in logic and meticulousness. After a long period of comparison and selection, Wang Yi and Zhang Shaiping got together. First, they used the Wang family's influence in the local area to lure Zhang Shaiping into a trap. Then, they used the Jiang family's influence to make connections with the Mao family. In fact, this part involved Jiang Yin disguising herself as a man and having a vague meeting with Zhang Shaiping with a butler, so that Zhang Shaiping would have an impression of Jiang Yin. Afterwards, Zhang Shaiping successfully bought the horse, which naturally made Zhang Shaiping feel very good about the Wang and Jiang families. Then, Wang Yi had Jiang Yin dress up as a woman again, accompanied by the steward who looked particularly like a master, while he himself acted as a servant, saying that they wanted to go to Mount Tai to see the potential of this trade route and see if it could be opened up as a stable trade route in the future. This was exactly what Zhang Shaiping wanted. Without suspecting anything, he naturally treated the steward as an honored guest, and Wang Yi and Jiang Yin arrived at Mount Tai without any trouble. Along the way, Jiang Yin learned more and more about Fa Zong. He was not at all the minor official her father had estimated, nor was Liu Bei the minor warlord her father had described. Everything was completely the opposite. Liu Bei was the overlord of the Central Plains, while Fa Zong was already the chancellor of Qi before the new year, a true example of early success. Now, Jiang Yin was at a loss as to how to approach Fa Zong. In her memory, Fa Zong was still the boy she used to play with. But after so many years apart, his identity was far beyond her imagination. The Prime Minister of Qi, who was not yet 20, could he really accept her? Jiang Yin couldn't help but feel confused. I'll do it, Sister Yin. In the end, it really is up to me. Wang Yi calmly placed the teacup on the tray after finishing his tea. To be honest, Wang Yi wasn't entirely confident either, but as a smart person, maintaining composure was essential to giving his teammates confidence. Chapter 596. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. After the garrison arrived that day, Wang turned left and right and appeared next to Fa Zheng's carriage, but Fa Zong was not seen. Excuse me, is Fa Xiaozi here? Wang went straight to the point, not wanting to waste time with a brat like Lu Song. Fa Xiangguo is discussing matters with General Zhao and isn't here. If there's anything you need, I can help you with it. Lu Song glanced at Wang but didn't see any danger. Generally speaking, girls are naturally alluring. Can you carry it? Wang was initially disappointed, but then glanced at Lu Song and saw that the other party was well dressed. Considering that Lu Song had behaved reasonably before, Wang Yi's eyes lit up and it seemed that he could give it a try. You may tell me. Lu Song put down his tools, stood up and said, Are you sure? Wang Yi raised an eyebrow. Don't promise things you can't do. I said I can, and I'm sure I can do it, Lu Song said, dissatisfied. Oh, that's good. I was worried you wouldn't be able to do it. Wang Yi nodded. Go ahead and say it, my time is precious too, Lu Song said, clapping his hands. Take me to see Fa Xiaoxi. Wang Yi revealed a smug look. Lu Song was taken aback, then gave Wang Yi a deep look. Come with me. Thank you very much, Wang Yi said with a light laugh. Little brother, I appreciate your help. I'll treat you to some pastries later. Lu Song cursed inwardly, realizing he had fallen for Wang Yi's trick. However, since he had agreed, he had no choice but to take Wang Yi with him, as he considered himself the one who had the final say. Seeing that Lu Song looked displeased but didn't say anything else, Wang Yi knew that Lu Song was also a person of firm character. So she followed behind Lu Song and said with a smile, Little brother, don't be angry. How about this? I'll tell you my name. I shouldn't have lied to you, but I have something urgent to discuss with him. I'm not angry. Lu Song calmed himself down and glanced back at Wang Yi. Although there's no anger on your face, it doesn't mean you're not angry. Sometimes actions speak louder than words, Wang Yi said with a grin. Lu Song's rapid pace suddenly slowed down. After calming down completely, he turned to look at Wang Yi and said, All right, I'm not angry anymore. I never thought I would be so emotional. I am Lu Boyan, and I greet you, miss. Impressive indeed. Wang Yi clicked her tongue slightly, not expecting Lu Song to regain his composure so quickly. However, since he had shown her respect, she would not be impolite and returned the courtesy gracefully, saying, Wang Yi of the Wang family of Fufeng. Fu Feng. Lu Song raised an eyebrow slightly, having a general idea of what was going on, since Fuzhen was from Fufeng. Why not? Wang Yi said with a smile. Seeing Lu Song's expression, she knew he had connected it to Fa Zong. That was exactly what she wanted. She didn't need to explain further. To be honest, Wang Yi wasn't an arrogant person. She had only done what she did before to see Fa Zong as soon as possible and settle the matter. No, not at all. Come with me. He's in the military camp. Don't say anything when we go in, Lu Song said, looking frustrated. He had been tricked by Wang Yi all along. Soon Lu Song brought Wang to the outside of the military camp. Although the entire caravan was protected by the army, they were still stopped from entering the camp. Who goes there? The guard asked, though not very definitively. The Prime Minister will accompany you, Lu Song said with a sigh. He then took out the token that Fa Song had given him, verified it, and let the two of them in. It doesn't seem very strict. They even let me in, Wang Yi said in surprise. He had been somewhat disheartened when Lu Song led him to the military camp earlier, since women were strictly forbidden from entering. On the contrary, this military camp is very strict. You absolutely cannot get in without this token, Lu Song said with dissatisfaction. Fa Shiozi once served as the commander of the Central Army, which is the duty of a military advisor. He still holds this position, and this token is a symbol of his identity. He actually served as a military advisor to the Three Armed Forces. Wang was extremely surprised. Yes, he did. He was the strategist in the campaign against the Yellow Turbans, Lu Song said, pursing his lips. Fa Song had told him about his great achievements back then, when he was bored. It's quite a dilemma for Faozhen. You see, Faozhen actually had a noble title. To be precise, all of the people who participated in the campaign against the Yellow Turbans received noble titles and rewards. Even if they didn't receive one that time, they all received noble titles later. Fa Song actually obtained the title of Marquis of Guanyi last year, when he was appointed as the Chancellor of Qi. In other words, Fa Song actually had a title, and it was a real marquis. Although the title of Marquis of Guanyi is somewhat meaningless, it is still a marquis no matter what. Putting everything else aside, the title is still that of a marquis. The biggest difference between a marquis within the pass and a marquis is that a marquis within the pass has the same benefits as a marquis within the pass. But in times of war and chaos, even if you have a fief, you can't actually get it, so it's practically meaningless. However, as a symbol of status, the stubborn Fa Song refused to call himself a marquis, stating that he would never call himself a marquis unless he obtained the title of marquis. This is why even Faozhen's father didn't know that Faozhen actually held a noble title. Because of this, Faozhen's father sometimes wondered why Faozhen was able to become the Chancellor of Qi, since in the Han Dynasty, officials with a rank of 2,000 sure, a unit of grain measure, needed a noble title. Fa Yan, Lu Song, and others all assumed that Fa Song did not have a title, while Wang Yi deduced it based on the laws of the Han Dynasty. However, she did not understand how Fa Song obtained the title, since there was a law in the Han Dynasty that stated that no one could be ennobled without military merit. Now that Lu Song revealed that Faozhen had participated in the campaign against the Yellow Turbans in Qinxiu, Wang finally understood and could only smile bitterly. At this point, all she could do was try her best. She realized that since leaving Fufeng, Faozhen had been like a dragon breaking free of its cage, soaring into the sky and transforming into a dragon on the wind. The difference was so great that Wang Yi could only say that she had done her best. What's wrong with you? Lu Song noticed that Wang Yi, who had been teasing him every now and then, had suddenly fallen silent, so he stopped and asked. I'm just sighing a bit, Wang Yi said helplessly. She had an urge to turn around and leave. The Wang and Jiang families had struggled for so many years and were known as the most powerful families in Fufeng, but they hadn't produced a single marquis. The highest-ranking official they had ever held was only a city garrison commander, which was nothing compared to Fa Song. The struggles of two families over 100 years cannot compare to the efforts of a young man in 5 years. This cannot help but make Wang Yi sigh. What does it mean to misjudge someone? If Jiang Yin's father knew Fa Lan's current situation, he could probably only sigh that he had no eyes to recognize the jade of Jing Mountain and did not know that a bright pearl was being cast into the dark. We've arrived. I've brought you here. The rest is up to you, Lu Sung said, pointing to the main tent. Boyan, since you're here, come in, Zhao Yun said with a smile, having naturally heard the commotion outside. It seems you don't need to wait any longer. Lu Sung lifted the tent flap and walked inside. Sigh, Sister Yin, let's do our best and leave the rest to fate. Wang Yi sighed deeply. Things have come to this point. Whether it succeeds or not is no longer up to my wisdom. All that's left is to see how the other person feels about me. Chapter 597. There is a state called maturity. Feizong was quite puzzled by Lu Sung bringing Wang along, but given his trust in Lu Sung, he did not ask too many questions. With Wang and Lu Sung present, Feizong and Zhao Yun didn't have a deep conversation. Zhao Yun and Feizong had already given a fairly good account of the situation in Shuzhou, and Feizong had his own assessment. The rest was just a few casual words before Feizong left with Lu Sung and Wang. I wonder what business you have with me, miss. After leaving the military camp, Feizong formally greeted Wang, bowed slightly, and then asked. King Yi of Fufeng greets the Prime Minister of Law, King Yi said, bowing respectfully. Oh, so we're from the same hometown. Feizong said with a smile, a strange light flashing in his eyes. He could vaguely sense Jiang Yin. The Prime Minister is at the height of his power, so naturally he doesn't remember me. We even met before. Wang Yi deliberately steered the conversation in the direction she was about to take. Let Yin do it. There's no use in you saying anything more. Some things only have an effect when she says them herself. Feizong's eyes were calm as still water, which made Wang Yi feel cold inside. Is the Prime Minister so certain? Wang Yi said, trying to remain calm. At this time, it was definitely not a good thing to let Jiang Yin and Feizong meet. I don't blame her. Even if she couldn't come, I would still go to fetch her myself. It's enough that she can come. The mere Jiang family can stop Yin, but they can't stop me. You were able to get Lu Boyang to bring you to me, so I'm sure Yin's departure from Liangzhou was partly due to your planning. Feizong said, thank you. You really don't blame her? Wang asked in surprise. It's just that I'm powerless. Actually, all she needed was a letter from me. I have the ability to keep the Jiang family up at night. I haven't made a move because I don't know what Yin is thinking, Feizong said calmly. My position as the principal wife is still vacant. I'm waiting for her reply. Aren't you worried we're here to curry favor with the powerful? Wang Yi clicked her tongue in amazement at the now calm and composed Feizong. She felt a sense of awe towards him. She had absolute confidence in her own intelligence, but she hadn't expected someone to know the whole story without asking any questions. I'm not worried, and I don't mind. It's only right that my wife enjoys all my status and glory. Besides, the marriage certificate hasn't been destroyed. My legalist family recognizes this marriage. Regardless of the reason, she is my wife. It's that simple, Feizong said with a smile so unrestrained. Whether it was marrying into wealth or a pure childhood sweetheart relationship, it was enough for her to share his status and glory. It was better than standing there alone waiting. Wang was somewhat stunned. Before coming, she had prepared for Feizong to reject the marriage proposal. After all, Feizong was now quite successful at a young age, while Jiang Yin was not a stunning beauty, and the Jiang family was not a reliable ally for him. This marriage was not an exaggeration to say that Feizong was marrying above his station, not to mention that the Jiang family would lose face for Feizong. Go and call her here. The Jiang family is short-sighted. This is a matter for the Jiang family. After all, I come from Fufeng, and I know what kind of people and customs there are. Let her come. My father is here. Feizong didn't bother to say more to Wang. He was confident in the situation in Fufeng. I'll go call Sister Yin. Wang Yi gave Fa Zhong a deep look. She hadn't expected Fa Zhong to see things so clearly. If she remembered correctly, Fa Zhong used to be very petty. Why was he so magnanimous this time? Your fiancé is here, Lu Song said, looking at Fa Zhong. I fulfilled a wish, and I'm in a great mood. A smile appeared on Fa Zhong's face. When I get back to Mount Tai, I'll issue the marriage certificate and prepare for the wedding. Congratulations. Lu Song quickly offered his congratulations. But aren't you planning to wait 3 months? If I remember correctly, people of your level need to wait 3 months to get married. Aren't you going to wait? No need to wait. The 6 months for the feudal lord's ceremony have already passed. We'll get married right away, Fa Zhong said with a sneer. I won't be sending a marriage certificate to the Jiang family either. The etiquette of a feudal lord. Lu Song was taken aback. Are you a duke or marquis? Nonsense, don't you know? Fa Zhong rolled his eyes and said. Then what did you mean when you said you were in fact as a marquis at 23? Lu Song said speechlessly. You're already a duke or marquis, and you were in fact before you even turned 20. What do you mean by still making a fuss about being in fact as a marquis? What kind of marquis is someone without a fief? When I say someone is in fact as a marquis at the age of 23, I'm referring to those who are granted titles like Pavilion Marquis, Township Marquis, or County Marquis. Marquis within the passes is just a monkey show, Fa Zhong said unhappily, completely despising the marquis within the passes class. You're really good. Lu Song gave him a thumbs up. On the other side, Jiang Yin's anxious mood calmed down after Wang Yi left. She was ready to break off the engagement. She didn't know what her mindset was when she stepped out of the Jiang family home, but now her mood had completely calmed down, and whether it succeeded or not was no longer important. Alas, after all, it was my Jiang family who wronged him first. Jiang Yin sighed deeply, finally calming herself down. Sister! Wang Yi's voice came to Jiang Yin. You're back, Jiang Yin said calmly. Congratulations, Fa Xiuji. Oh, now you should call him brother-in-law. Wang Yi's words were extremely brief, but they told Jiang Yin everything she wanted to know. He's looking for you. Jiang Yin didn't know how to describe her feelings. She looked at Wang Yi blankly, not knowing what to do. Get up, sister. We've gone to see your husband. He said he's willing to share his status and glory with you. Wang Yi chuckled and reached out to help Jiang Yin up. Sure enough, if you don't do some things, no one knows how unexpected the outcome will be. When Jiang Yin appeared before Fa Zhong, he was at a loss for words. Looking at her face, he realized she wasn't particularly beautiful. She couldn't compare to Kai Yan or the others, and she wasn't even as pretty as the concubines he had previously chosen. But for some reason, seeing Jiang Yin again put Fa Zhong at ease. Both of them were silent. After a long while, Fa Zhong reached out and pulled Jiang Yin. Let's go see father. Jiang Yin blushed but didn't struggle. She obediently followed Fa Zhong to see Fa Yan. Just as Fa Zhong had predicted, Fa Yan, who had been woken up by Fa Zhong, was also taken aback when he saw Jiang Yin. A hint of joy appeared on his face. After all, this was the wife he had chosen for his son, and despite many twists and turns, she had finally appeared before him. The guilt he had felt towards Fa Zhong finally dissipated. Good, good, good. Fa Yan stroked his beard, listening to how Jiang Yin had come here, and sighed repeatedly. He turned to look at Fa Zhong, who had suddenly become much more composed, and sighed, treat Yin well. Don't let her down. I understand, father. You should rest too. I have something to say to Yin. Fa Zhong nodded and tightened his grip on Jiang Yin's hand. Well, it's been a long time since you've seen each other, so I won't bother you any longer. Fa Yan nodded, realizing that his son was still very sentimental, which put him at ease. Fei Long and Jiang Ying entered another carriage. The two recounted what had happened since departed. Compared to Jiang Ying's stories of Shiyang, Fei Ling's story was much more dramatic. However, this allowed the two to regain the familiarity they had when they were in Fufeng, with no trace of estrangement between them. The Mao family of Fufeng? You dare try to take this from me? I'll make you suffer later. Fei Zhong looked at the girl in his arms, a cold smile appearing on his face. Fei Zhong wasn't indifferent to the matter, but he didn't want to vent his anger on his future wife, and besides, the Jiang family was Jiang Ying's family. As for the Mao family of Fufeng, sorry, there's a kind of anger called misplaced anger. The next day, Fei Zhong took Jiang Ying to see Zhang Shaiping. Upon their first meeting, Zhang Shaiping assumed Fei Zhong had seduced a woman from the Jiang family of Fufeng and was about to make a teasing remark. However, Fei Zhong's words completely extinguished that thought in Zhang Shaiping's mind. Thank you very much, Brother Zhang. This is the inner room. Fei Zhong bowed to Zhang Shaiping, and all of Zhang Shaiping's teasing thoughts vanished. Ha ha ha! Zhang Shaiping chuckled dryly. He swallowed all the teasing words he had prepared. Fei Zhong's words made Zhang Shaiping realize the true identity of the woman beside Fei Zhong. He could tease her about concubines as he pleased, and if he took a fancy to her later, he could ask her to be given away. But the legal wife? Did he have a death wish if he teased her? This humble servant is from the Jiang family. I greet Brother Zhang. Please forgive me for concealing things during our journey. Jiang Ying bowed slightly. Madam, there's no need for that. Zhang Shaiping chuckled dryly. Had he known that this was Fei Zhong's wife, he would have been much more respectful. But now he was glad he hadn't been negligent, otherwise, he didn't know what might have happened. Please accept this, Brother Zhang. Fei Zhong took out an invitation and handed it to Zhang Shaiping. It read that the two would get married on the second day of the second month of next year. This is the first marriage certificate. Ying and I are able to get married on the second day of the second month of next year. We must thank Brother Zhang for making the match. Zhang Shaiping was taken aback, then instantly realized that Fei Zhong had given him the marriage certificate as the matchmaker. Compared to his status, the matchmaker's position was far better than the position he should have been in. You two are a perfect match. Even without me, you would have been a match made in heaven when the time came. I just happened to be there, so I'm congratulating you both in advance. I will definitely be there when the time comes. Zhang Shaiping was overjoyed. When Fei Zhong left with Jiang Ying was very confused as to why Zhang Shaiping was so happy, and she also didn't understand why Fei Zhong didn't thank Zhang Shaiping more, since she wouldn't have been able to come without him. Alright, you'll understand when you get to Mount Tai. The invitation I gave him was the greatest expression of my gratitude. If it were any bigger, he wouldn't dare accept it, Fei Zhong said with a smile. From now on, you'll be in charge of the Fei family. I'll give you all the land deeds and documents of the Fei family later. I'll only be in charge of external affairs. The future of the Fei family rests on your shoulders. Yes, I will. Jiang Ying was a little unsure of herself. Go ahead and do whatever you want. The legalist family is still quite wealthy, so you can do whatever you want, Fei Zhong said with a smile. But none of that matters. The important thing is to finish embroidering the feudal lord's robes as soon as possible. Time is running out. I can do this, Jiang Ying said with extreme confidence. Compared to those who were skilled in both traditional and modern needlework, Jiang Ying's needlework skills were absolutely unmatched. Keep it up. I'll see if there's any war going on lately. Maybe I can join one and become a marquis, Fei Zhong said with a hopeful look on his face. Just as Fei Zhong was indulging in his delusions, Chen Xi and Liu Bei received news that Zhao Yun and Fa Xiong were about to arrive at Mount Tai. They're gone. Fa Xiaozi and Zhao Zilong are back. Let's go greet them. Who's coming with me? Chen Xi shouted in the government office. Chen Xi had long since given up on the job. Song Qian had already gone to Yanlou, and he still needed to wait for Zhao Yun. As a result, he would have to stay in Mount Tai. By now, Chen Xi was already impatient. Going out on official business meant he wouldn't have to deal with government affairs, and he was quite good at things like construction. I'll go with you. Jiao Su had long since given up on this job. He was supposed to be in charge of intelligence, but Liu Su was dragging him into doing administrative work, which Jiao Su was fed up with. I'll go too. Li Yu had just finished her official duties and handed them over to Liu Su. After thinking for a moment, she decided to go with Chen Xi and Jiao Su. Let's go. After all, he's a Legion-level commander. Let's go together. Lord Shuangde will probably be there too. Chen Xi waved his hand and led Jiao Su and Li Yu towards the outside of the city. After all, troops stationed outside the city cannot enter the city and can only stay in the military camp outside. As they strolled through the inner city, Chen Xi, Jiao Su, and the others watched the crowds coming and going, and the city management team that appeared from time to time, all with smiles on their faces. Fengyao needs to be expanded again. In just 1 year, it has already reached full capacity. We need to build another outer city. Li Yu looked around and said with a sigh, I have to say, Zichuan's choice was right. If it weren't for that law, even if Fengyao could prosper, it wouldn't have reached this level. That's normal. I may be far inferior to you in military strategy, but I'm confident that I won't lose to anyone in terms of development and construction. At most, my plans will need others to improve them, Chen Xi said proudly. He was indeed no match for you in military strategy, but he had absolute confidence in development and construction. You're just too lazy to do it, Jiao Su sighed and shook his head. It's not that you can't do it, but you think it's a waste of time, right? In your opinion, you just give people a big framework and let them do whatever they want. As long as they don't go out of the framework, the overall strategy will still be working in that direction. Even if there are no details and the strategy is only half effective, you are confident that you can crush your opponent. It's not that we don't want to do it, but that we don't know how, Chen Xi said with dissatisfaction. Who knows? Jiao Su and Li Yu shook their heads repeatedly. They didn't believe Chen Xi's nonsense. He could handle the big strategy, but you're telling me you can't handle the details. Who would believe that? I think we should expand the city as soon as possible. Fa Xiaozi is back, and he has experience in building Lindsay. Let him expand Fengyao. Then we'll have more land to buy. Chen Xi was helpless when he saw that the two did not believe him. To be honest, no one believed that he had any solutions. It was true that he was not completely incapable, but compared to Lu Su and Zhuge Liang, he was far inferior. We don't need to do this now that our treasury is full. Let's keep it for now and make plans later, Li Yu said, shaking his head. The three men left the city gate, where Liu Bei was already waiting at the north gate. After bowing to each other, they waited beside Liu Bei for the army to arrive. They finally arrived. It seems the White Horse Cavalry has been trained quite well. Chen Xi, with his sharp eyes, was the first to spot the banners rising on the horizon. Then, a large contingent of cavalry appeared in neat formation in his field of vision. Zhao Yang's army had returned to Fengyao. Chapter 598 Trouble in the Northwest. Zhao Yun halted his army several dozen miles from Fengyao, and led only a few hundred cavalrymen, along with Fa Zong, Lu Song, and Jiang Ying, in the first wave. Zhao Yun greets the Lord. Zhao Yun stepped forward, dismounted, and bowed to Liu Bei and the others, who were waiting for him and Zilong. Zilong, your white horse cavalry seems to be well trained. You must know about this mission as well, Liu Bei said with a smile as he helped Xiao Yun up. I will do my best, Xiao Yun said calmly. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Please take good care of Zichuan and don't let him act alone, Liu Bei said, pointing at Chen Xi. Xiuzi has arrived too. Before Xiao Yun could speak, Chen Xi rolled his eyes and said, compared to Zhao Yang's night-shining jade lion, Faozhen's carriage was much slower, but it arrived at this time as well. Xiuzi, Liu Bei said with a smile, beckoning to Faozhen, you've done well in Qinxiu. I'll give you and Zilong a welcome feast later. As Liu Bei was saying this, he prepared to take Zong and Xiao Yun back to the city, but Zong did not follow, and Liu Bei's steps faltered. Zong reached out and helped Jiang Yin down. Liu Bei couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected Zong to bring his wife back after going out. He knew that Zong wouldn't have dared to bring out his wife in such a formal setting. This humble servant, Jiang Yin, greets Lord Xuanda. After being helped down from the carriage by Zong, Jiang Yin tried her best to remain calm and bowed to Liu Bei. Madam Fa, there's no need for such formalities. Liu Bei bowed slightly in return, then turned to Zong with a congratulatory expression, while Chen Xi and the others wore mocking expressions. Greetings, Lord Xuanda, Master, Liu Song said, jumping down from the carriage. Your apprentice? Liu Bei asked curiously. Yes. My apprentice, Chen Xi said with a smile. I wonder how well Xiuzi is teaching him on my behalf. Don't worry. Don't worry, you'll see later. This kid is very smart, Zong said with a smile. Is there no one else? Liu Bei asked with a smile. He had almost left earlier, but he hadn't expected there to be 2 more people left. That's all, Fa said with a smile. He felt much better after Jiang Yin arrived. Then please get in the carriage. Lady Fa, please take this one, Liu Bei said, pointing to a 4-horse carriage. Jiang Yin glanced at Fa Yin, who nodded. Jiang Yin didn't say anything more and got into the carriage. Xiyang did have many horses, but a carriage drawn by 4 horses was purely a symbol of status. Xiuxi, you're doing pretty well, kid. After Jiang Yin got into the car, the group no longer held back. Chen Xi immediately teased excitedly. When I left Lindsay a while ago, you were still missing your childhood sweetheart. I didn't expect you to come back with your wife this time. Are you getting married next June? Congratulations. Jiao Su smiled. I originally wanted to marry my daughter to you. I didn't expect that after a trip to Qi, you would find your soulmate so quickly. In fact, Jiao Su and Gu Jiao were quite worried about Zong. After all, Zong was someone they had taught, and although they weren't master and disciple, they were also friends and mentors with a deep bond. They were also quite dissatisfied with the Jiang family's foolish actions back then. Congratulations. Xiuji, you didn't even reveal a word about such a big thing. Liu Bei also joined in the fun. Stop, stop, stop. Who said I found someone else in Qi? This is my fiancée. She's the one I told you about. Didn't you hear her surname is Jiang? Fa Xiong said discontentedly. We're getting married next February, and the 6-month waiting period is already over. Ha! Chen Xi was taken aback. The Jiang family sent it over? Our influence hasn't reached that kind of place yet. Fufeng is very remote, and the Jiang family isn't a powerful clan. Get on the carriage first. We'll talk after we're on the carriage. With that, Zong disregarded his manners and jumped onto another carriage in a few quick movements. Chen Xi and the others followed suit. Liu Bei then shook his head and followed. Only Zhou Yun rode alone. This scene was witnessed by Jiang Yin and Lu Song, who gained a clear understanding of the relationship between Liu Bei and Zong and the others. They were not only ruler and subject, but also friends. Congratulations, the lovers have finally gotten together. After listening to Fa Lan's story, Chen Xi was the first to speak. She is a good girl, don't let her down. Zai, you're really lucky. Liu Bei patted Faozhen on the shoulder. I'll make up for it later. You need to be more mature in the future. You did a good job this time. You're very intelligent, but don't let trivial matters cloud your judgment. I will be careful. Fei Xiong nodded. However, I would appreciate it if Lord Shuangda would allow me to deal with the Mao family of Fufeng when the opportunity arises. As long as you don't let trivial matters stifle your wisdom, what's wrong with such a small thing? Liu Bei said with a smile. Xiuxi, you've chosen a good opponent, Jiaosu interjected. The Mao family of Fufeng has been quite famous lately. Very famous? Fei Xiong raised an eyebrow. I don't recall any family from our area that could be considered famous by your standards. You must remember the family of Mao Xiucheng and Mao Mengqi, Jiaosu said with a smile. They are the Mao family of Fufeng. Fei Xiong was taken aback. Then a cold smile appeared on his face. No wonder the Jiang family wants to marry in or off to them. Let me take a good look at this family. They are located in the northwest and have some entanglements with the Chang and Hu tribes of Shiyang. From any perspective, they are not our allies. Allies? A cold glint flashed in Li Yu's eyes. If we still need allies on this path, then we shouldn't continue. That's very true. Liu Bei nodded in agreement. He was increasingly agreeing with what Chen Xi had said. The strong don't need allies. They only need to conquer, let alone a king. The Mao family of Fufeng, Chen Xi stroked his chin. What do you think would happen if Qiao Mengde went to Guangzhong and made contact with the Mao family? It's difficult. Li Yu shook his head and said, after the Zongguo Canal was opened in Guangzhong, there was no shortage of food. The prestige of the Shiyang cavalry among the Chang and Hu peoples was no less than that of Mao Xiucheng. If Qiao Mengde wanted to unite with the Mao family, there was a big problem. The Chang and Hu peoples depended on the strong. Whether Mao Ting joins forces or not is none of our business. We'll just see what we want. I don't believe that Mao Ting and Han Sui are really on the same page as Li Ju and Guo Si. Moreover, I don't believe that Li Ju and the others don't have the idea of swallowing up the other side. Fei Xiong said with a sneer. Spreading rumors is too easy. Unfortunately, it's a bit too far to reach them. Chen Xi sighed. Their Mount Tai was too far from the northwest. We don't have enough spies in Yongzhou either, so it's difficult to grasp Qiao Mengde's situation. This guy is always a problem. He is indeed a troublesome figure, but our biggest enemy right now is still Yuan Shao. As long as we defeat him and establish our dominance in the north, the Han dynasty will be within reach. Although Li Yu knew that Cao Cao was a problem, compared to Yuan Shao, who had already gained considerable power, Cao Cao was nothing. Chapter 599, Concealing Merit and Fame. The welcoming banquet was a minor matter, but unlike before, the presence of female guests made the preparations much more complicated. Previously, regardless of whether Lady Gang was Liu Bei's principal wife, she would always receive female guests on Liu Bei's behalf. This time, however, things took a different turn. Glancing at the group of women in the inner room, Chen Xi couldn't help but shake his head. Sure enough, it was Madame Zhang who was receiving them, but in order to cover up the truth, she had also invited some wives and daughters of civil and military officials. What's there to hide? Chen Xi shrugged and said to Jiaosu. Isn't she not married yet? Jiaosu said, swaying slightly as he gained weight. It seems that Jiaosu has been gaining weight recently, and his mental workload has indeed been decreasing lately. Wang Ha, you've gotten even more plump. Liu Su glanced at Jiaosu and said, making Jiaosu slightly embarrassed. He had been eating and sleeping well in Mount Tai, and his work wasn't too strenuous, so it would be strange if he hadn't gained weight. However, looking at Lu Su across from him, he couldn't quite bring himself to say it. "Kangming, you look quite different." Fa Zhong stroked his chin, habitually targeting Zhuge Liang. "You've changed a lot too. You look more mature." Zhuge Liang ignored Fa Zhong, then, as if he had thought of something, cupped his hands to Fa Zhong. "Congratulations, your wish has been fulfilled." Fa Zhong was about to banter with Zhuge Liang when he heard Zhuge Liang's words and couldn't help but nod, a smile flashing across his face. "It's settled. I heard you're getting married too." "When?" Zhuge Liang glanced at Fa Zhong and said irritably, "Next year. The date is undecided, but we will invite you then." On the other side, Lu Xun stared at Lu Yu. "Long time no see, Zijia. You seem to have gained some weight. What have you been eating lately?" In reality, Lu Yu in front of Lu Xun hadn't actually gotten fatter. Lu Xun just said that to sound nice. He hadn't even recognized Lu Yu when the other greeted him earlier, as Lu Yu had become quite chubby. "It's been a long time since I've seen you either. That's my master." Lu Yu looked in the direction of Jiaosu with a look of awe, his chubby face somewhat blank as he answered. "He looked harmless." Lu Xun stared at Jiaosu for a long time but didn't find anything strange about him. Jiaosu just smiled and waved when he saw Lu Xun looking at him. "Yes, it's harmless. My master is a very good person. You see, I learned from him." This is called being broad-minded and easygoing. By the way, he's been teaching me what suffering a loss is a blessing means. Lu Yu nodded repeatedly to Lu Xun. Unfortunately, Lu Yu had become a little fatso, and his nodding gesture looked ridiculous. Lu Xun was laughing so hard he was shaking, while Lu Yu scratched his head and grinned foolishly. "Your apprentice is no good. My disciple almost played him to death," Jiaosu said with a smile, pointing at Lu Yu and Lu Xun. He then waved to the two of them, picked up a plate of snacks on the table, and shook it. Lu Xun waved his hands repeatedly before Jiaosu put the plate down. He then turned around and said with a sinister smile, "TCH." Chen Xi looked at Jiaosu with dissatisfaction. "What can you tell in such a short time? You'll see how amazing this kid is later. Do you believe my apprentice can even go toe-to-toe with Kangming?" Jiaosu remained silent for a long time, and Chen Xi was just about to make a sarcastic remark when Jiaosu spoke up. "If you win, I'll eat the table. If you lose, you can eat the table." "Let's forget about that." Chen Xi wiped away a cold sweat. Zhuge Liang was already cunning enough, but now he's even more so. He estimated that Lu Xun could hold his own against Zhuge Liang, but to win, do you think anyone can defeat the embodiment of wisdom throughout the ages? If you don't have the guts, then forget it. Jiaosu glanced at Zhuge Liang, raised his wine cup to him, and Zhuge Liang returned the toast. Jiaosu laughed heartily, and Zhuge Liang felt a chill run down his spine. Jiaosu's laughter was not a good thing. You have to be careful when choosing an opponent. Chen Xi shook his head with a wry smile. You've spent so much time with Kangming. You probably have some feelings about him by now. What do you think? If Fa Shiozi is a genius, then Zhuge Kangming is an extraordinary talent. This guy can do everything by himself. Jiaosu exclaimed in amazement. His most obvious feeling about Zhuge Liang was that Zhuge Liang was flawless. That's settled then. Boyang can compete with him in military strategy, Zijiao can compete with him in political maneuvering, and Shiozi can outmaneuver him in breaking through strategic impasses. But in a one-on-one fight, none of us here are likely to be his match, Chen Xi said with deep emotion. Zhuge Liang's growth was too fast, faster than Chen Xi had imagined. Originally, Chen Xi was a little worried that he might be forcing the seedlings to grow too fast, but in a short period of time, Zhuge Liang had grown into someone dazzlingly brilliant. They are indeed exceptionally talented, but at least we are qualified to sit here and evaluate them, especially you. You are not much older than them, but most of the time you are the one sitting here evaluating them. Jiaosu nodded, then turned his gaze from Fa Jing to Cheng Xi with a strange expression. This is what it means to keep one's achievements hidden. Geniuses fight on stage, showcasing their glory, and then we sit on the platform to comment. After all, we've already fought our way through. He he. Chen Xi laughed heartily, and this hearty laugh was passed on to Jiaosu, and then to the others. It's strange, really. Zhou Yu, Chen Xi, Lu Su, Lu Yi, and Guojia aren't that old, but when it comes to seniority, they are all considered part of the older generation. That's why they're qualified to comment on younger generations who are around their age or even older. Seniority-based ranking is really quite interesting. By the way, never mind those guys. I've already proven what you said. There are 5 million hectares of fertile land, but it needs to be cleared. Jiaosu had no interest in the younger generation's antics and changed the subject, speaking softly as if afraid of being overheard. However, he didn't notice that Lu Su was so frightened that he spilled his wine, while Shao Yun, who was wiping his spear quite a distance away, suddenly stopped. So fast? Chen Xi said in shock. How long had it been? Jiaosu had already made a decision. 5 million hectares of land. It would be strange if I wasn't excited. Jiaosu waved his hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Even a wise man of his steadfast mind couldn't resist the temptation of 5 million hectares of unclaimed fertile land. Lu Su had stopped drinking at this point, and his body involuntarily leaned towards Cheng Xi and Jiaosu. With 5 million hectares of land, nothing was a problem. Splash! Lu Su tilted too far and fell over. Only then did Jiaosu and Chen Xi notice Lu Su standing to the side. Cough, 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 I'm a little curious. Lu Su said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. He seemed to have regained some of the vigor of youth, which was completely different from the old man sitting aside drinking alone before. Chapter 600. Through thousands of years, human will can conquer nature. Tell me, where is it? Where is it? Where is that land? Lu Su said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. His face was so excited that it looked like layers of chrysanthemums piled up together. Don't get too excited, it's still a long way off. Jiaosu flicked the empty wine cup, and Lu Su immediately understood and poured Jiaosu a cup of wine. I'm interested too, Li Yu said calmly, but his hands were clenched tightly. He knew very well what 5 million hectares of land meant to the Han dynasty at that time. When I was studying abroad, I traveled through most of the Han dynasty. I don't remember there being any other place with so much fertile land. He. Cheng Xi's face twitched, forgetting that Li Yu and Lu Su were both known for their sharp hearing and eyesight. First of all, the place is in Yuan Shao's territory, but Yuan Shao hasn't discovered it yet. Jiaosu clearly didn't consider the Wu Wan and Xinbei as opponents, or rather, he didn't regard them as human beings. Yuan Benchu. Li Yu and Lu Su exchanged a glance, both seeing the spark in each other's eyes. We have another reason to defeat them. I'm very interested in the location. It's good to make plans early. North of Yuzhou, in the area where the Wu Wan and Xinbei now live, that lush grassland with abundant water and grass, Jiaosu said calmly. Climate is a problem, but millet can be grown if the soil is truly fertile. Lu Su now had his own understanding of crops. Chu Hanmu has studied cold-resistant crops. Chen Xi nodded. I had him research cold-resistant millet. Planting it once a year in that area isn't a problem, and the soil is fertile. Even with slash-and-burn agriculture, it can produce up to 50% more than the Central Plains. Compared to the Central Plains rotation system, I can guarantee that there won't be any problem with 5 million hectares of truly fertile land. The biggest remaining problem is the housing of the people. The north is bitterly cold. The biggest problem is that the people will have difficulty living there. Li Yu frowned and said, well, clothing is possible, but the problem is that 5 million hectares is too large. At least 10 million people would need to be relocated. Will we have that many clothes? Hamo, come here. I need to talk to you. Chen Xi waved to Chu Qi and said, Wenru wants to ask you how to keep warm and stuff. Show him what you're made of. Cookie, who was eating nearby, frowned. She walked over, gave a slight bow, and sat down opposite him. Hamo, do you have anything to keep the people warm? Lu Su asked. This was a very important question. Yes, I have mastered the planting method. I originally planned to report to Lord Shuangda after some time. It is 10 times better than hemp, and the yield is comparable to wool, but the yield is far greater than wool, Chu Qi said calmly. But to the other 3, it was like a thunderbolt. Impressive. Lu Su first looked at Chu Qi and said, then turned to look at Chen Xi. Impressive, planning 3 steps ahead for every 1 step. Indeed, it's true. How long will it take for Hong to increase the production of that thing enough to equip 1 million people? 1 million people? Cookie's face twitched. Such a large-scale undertaking right off the bat, no wonder he's Lu Zijing, who spends his days directing hundreds of thousands of people to do repairs and tinkering. Yes, the initial estimate is around 1 million. It will need more later, Li Yu replied with a nod. These people are very confident in developing improved varieties and new plants for cookies. Zhao Yun was able to leave because cookies completely took over his duties, increasing production by 30% to 50%, enough for people to put cookies on the altar during the new year. Indeed, it is said that food is the most important thing for the people. It will probably take 4 to 5 years, and if we have 1 million, the weather needs to be suitable in the same year, and the planting area needs to be extremely large. However, it can also be planted in the wastelands of Yanzhou and Binxiu, Cookie said after a brief calculation. However, this means we need to focus our efforts in this direction. If that's about right, we should be able to finish in 4 to 5 years, Jiaosu estimated. They had prepared too many backup plans. But it's a pity that by then, we'll have already won a great victory and the world will be basically settled. Let's expand our territory and leave a foundation for our descendants. The Central Plains will always be ours, and no one can take it away. But that place doesn't belong to us yet, Li Yu said. Compared to the Central Plains, which they would never lose, it was better to take that place sooner rather than later. If something unexpected happened, it would be a tragedy. Chen Xi glanced at the group and, seeing that they had all decided to take what belonged to others and then incorporate it into the Central Plains, said nothing more. At least in his view, this action was not problematic. Let me make this clear first. The true essence of the world isn't in the Central Plains. It's just that there are too many people there. The real fertile land isn't here. I know a place where you can just scatter a handful of grain and harvest it 3 times a year, and you can dig up any patch of ground and find copper and iron underneath. Let's all work together then, Chen Xi said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Jiaosu and the others felt their eyes almost pop out of their sockets. Zhao Yun, who had been eavesdropping, was also greatly surprised. How could there be such a place? How come he didn't know about it before? There are places like this? Jiaosu muttered to himself. Nonsense. Once you've conquered the north, taken over the Central Plains, and held the world in your hands, you'll see those places. As for now, let's first establish our dominance in the north. With 5 million hectares of fertile land, what's the big deal about the mere 200,000 hectares of riverbanks in Guangdong? I'll teach them a lesson, Chen Xi said arrogantly, brimming with confidence at this moment. If there is such a place, I must go and see it in this lifetime, to see why heaven is so unjust. Jiaosu's eyes swept over Chen Xi with cold yet firm gaze. The chaotic world made him who he was, but it also allowed him to see too much tragedy. How many people were displaced? How many people exchanged their own children to eat? How much anger and how much hope were contained in a single bite of food? Compared to Jiaosu's cold eyes, Li Yu felt a surge of anger rising in his chest after hearing this. How unjust is heaven? Unwittingly, Li Yu looked back on the past. What was his purpose? The poor and the common people. Yes, all the strategists who came from poor families wanted to ensure that people like him had food to eat, clothes to wear, and books to read, or rather, to have hope for a better future. And that was the reason he followed Dongfu. When Luoyang deposed the young emperor and then killed him in anger, wasn't he harboring the idea of gathering all the feudal lords in the world, then using the elite forces he had accumulated over 10 years to annihilate them in one battle at Huo Pass, and then sweeping across the world with the momentum of a great victory? The world could be settled in 3 to 5 years, the fastest and most effective way to end the chaos. Only devastating power can reshape the world, reorganize the system, and end the suffering of the people of the Central Plains in the shortest possible time. Now, Chen Xi tells Li Yu that there are lands in the world that can be harvested 3 times a year, instantly making Li Yu realize the injustice of heaven. Even the best fields in the Central Plains can only be planted once a year. They just don't need to be rotated. As for other things, let's not even talk about them. What a difference this is! If such a place exists, I will go there myself. Li Yu angrily drew his sword and stabbed it into the table, piercing it through. The hilt of the sword shook violently. If heaven is unjust, I will strive to improve myself. For thousands of years to come, man will surely conquer heaven.